Marines. After Marines hit the beach, no barriers were there to protect them, so they sprang into action by moving forward to close with the enemy. Progress was slow at first, and in some areas, Marines hitting the ground scraped their elbows and knees against the coral rock. Every Marine who advanced from the landing zones did so with skinned arms and legs. They pushed forward, met with a pillbox or group of Japanese, and attacked. It was a slow process requiring each platoon to be flexible with weapons and tactics. If Marines faced the Japanese in ravines, they closed using machine guns and rifles and killed each one individually. When they came upon a gun emplacement or pillbox, they hit it with grenades, bazookas, flamethrowers, or explosives, and took out the small fortress before engaging the next obstacle. At first there was no end in sight. One trial followed another. Air superiority is crucial for any amphibious assault. Marines are vulnerable if they land on a beach without air cover. With control of the sky, as soon as a Japanese cannon opened up, air support did its best to silence it. The battle was chaotic and nerve-wracking. There's no way to explain one's feeling when you know that there's those who want to kill you waiting to do just that, Woody said. But Woody never allowed himself to think he was going to die. Ever. Viktor Frankl wrote, "Everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. And there are always choices to make. Every day, every hour, offered the opportunity to make a decision which determined whether you would or would not submit to those powers which threaten to rob you of your very self, your inner freedom." When thoughts of death entered Woody's mind, he refused to let them overpower him. He refused to believe death would visit him. He knew thoughts of panic would not allow him to survive, protect his buddies, and most importantly, see his girlfriend again. He chose to believe he would live, and this gave him inner freedom to function with a calm spirit and strong determination. Planes continued to hit targets as thousands of Marines flooded inland toward the ridgeline where the Japanese had dug in. Along the way, Marines fought emplacements. Huge shells slammed into Americans, sending pieces of flesh, bone, and bodies everywhere. In the chaos, the Marines' command structure, down to the platoon level, took over. To supply the Marines with ammunition, food, water, and more troops, the Seabees worked behind the advancing units to build roads from the beach from which supplies and replacements flowed. They manned 358 tractors during battle and built infrastructure. Every battle in the Pacific and European theaters was a military, engineering, and logistical achievement. The ring of ridges in front of them was the toughest obstacle for the Marines to attack that first day. The terrain was awful, a jumble of intertwined hills, ridges, and defiles that provided countless opportunities to bring fire on Marines from all directions. Maintaining unit cohesion was demanding. On the left, the enemy manned guns and mortars above the beach and inflicted heavy casualties on the Marines. Marines could not go around or up the 300-foot Chonito Cliff and Delap Point, so they bypassed them and hit them from the rear. Using tanks and flamethrowers, they secured these areas by noon. By the first day's end, Woody's 3rd Mardiv had suffered 105 killed, 526 wounded, and 56 missing. Marines headed for the caves in the high ridges which harbored harassing Japanese. Reaching the first ridgeline, Woody strapped on a flamethrower and with his assistant, Vernon Waters, approached the ridge and used it a few times on caves going up the mountain, but there was little need for it. They eventually abandoned the flamethrower in favor of rifles and continued forward. Usually a flamethrower worked with another as a two-man team. Woody said Waters carried my pack, rifle, bedroll, and grenades because Woody could not carry anything else but the flamethrower. If a flamethrower sat down, the weight of the tanks would make him fall onto his back like an upended turtle and required help to get back on his feet. Vernon and Woody were an unlikely pair and stood out together. Vernon was 6'4" and 1/4 inches, weighed around 200 pounds, and had a large head, hands, and feet. He was a gentle giant, Woody said. He had a powerful physique and chiseled muscles, looking every bit as though he were a Greek god. According to Woody, they had been inseparable since boot camp. Next to him, Woody looked like a midget, standing only 5'5" and 1/4 inches. The West Virginian, short and rather seedy-looking Woody looked out of place next to the high school-educated, erect, and Hollywood-handsome Waters. Now on Guam, this odd couple worked to secure the island, shoulder to shoulder. The Japanese resistance in Woody's area was not heavy the first day, most likely due to the fact that he was in reserve and arrived in a later wave than the initial attack. He and Vernon continued on with their attacks, mostly using grenades and rifles. Others nearby met with fierce resistance and suffered wounds or death. The 3rd Mardiv reported, against vicious machine guns, mortar, and rifle fire, the Marines fought and clawed their way up the ridge. During the day, the 1st Battalion, of which Woody, Vernon, and Lefty were a part, and which had landed last on the beach as a reserve, was moved into the assembly area at the hill just to the south of the cemetery and moved forward to attack. The enemy zeroed in on this area with mortars, and casualties were received. As Lefty made his way to the ridgeline, he moved around the rice paddies and used the berms and drainage ditches for concealment. Soon his unit became pinned down at the hill's bottom. Suddenly Lefty heard a huge zoom-boom as a mortar hit, lifting him off the ground and slamming him down. Luckily, it hit a muddy area and buried itself into the muck before it exploded, shielding me somewhat from the blast, but I still got hurt, Lefty said. He spit blood and wheezed. He could feel air flowing in and out of his left lung, and blood oozed onto his dungarees from a quarter-size sucking chest wound. He felt dizzy. A corpsman ran to his aid and ascertained his wound was non-lethal. Lefty still had difficulty breathing and felt disconcerted looking down at his chest and seeing the air wheeze in and out of his torso through bloody bubbles. In an act of improvisation, the corpsman took a piece of cellophane from his gas mask and plugged his wound. Suddenly, Lefty recalls, I could breathe and my life started coming back into my body. The doc told him to return to the beach and seek aid. Lefty abandoned his gear and started back across the rice paddies and berms, erupting with explosions and small arms fire. As he neared the beach, the strains of fatigue tore at his legs and he continued to lose blood and adjust to the aftershock of being blown up. Noticing a small mound, he decided to rest on it. As he stepped on it, it erupted in a gaseous explosion of sickening decay. Maggots, intestines, and rock covered him as he sank into the earth that had ballooned up and covered him with grotesque decomposition. He had stepped onto a shallow grave of a water buffalo. The decomposing carcass had filled with so much gas that as soon as Lefty placed his weight on the animal, it burst, spewing a volcanic flood of decay. I'd seen a lot in my short life up to that time, Lefty said. I fought the Japs at Guadalcanal and Bougainville, horrible islands of jungle and rot. I saw a lot of death. However, I never lost my stomach until then. As Lefty found the first aid tent, he entered looking like a Halloween ghoul. Everyone gazed at him with horror and covered their noses. Although staff cared for many mangled bodies and heard the dying and wounded scream, Lefty presented them with a sight they had never seen. Quickly, a doctor and aides took him aside. They stripped, cleaned, and then triaged him. After he got stabilized, he was transported to the hospital ship USS Solace. While there, they dressed his wound, covered it with plastic, and then made him shower. While Lefty recovered, Woody engaged the ridge. While moving forward, Woody came upon the area where Lefty had been hit. Blood-soaked ground mixed with turned-up earth gave evidence where shells and mortars had hit and blown up Marines. Nearby, Woody noticed a helmet, upside down. Looking inside of it, he noticed a wad of letters in the webbing. He pulled them out, thinking of the man and how his relatives would want those letters. The name addressed on these letters was Darrell E. Lee, Lefty. At this time, Woody did not know Lefty, but he thought this comrade dead, and he would send the letters to the return address if he himself survived. While Woody secured Lefty's letters, Lefty waited in the ship's sick bay to consult with medical staff. The war went on without him for a few days. However, for others, if they could return to battle, they did so. Many did not want to be away from their buddies. Bravo Company Commander of the 1st Battalion, Donald Beck, described Private First Class Leo Simon, who, although wounded in the head on the 22nd of July, requested permission to leave the field hospital and return to his lines on the 23rd of July. Although he could no longer wear a helmet because of his bandages, he went back into the lines carrying his heavy machine gun, arriving in time to cover his company's attack. That night, Simon was wounded again during a Japanese counterattack, but held his ground and killed a large number of the enemy. Later, he was wounded again attempting to rescue an injured comrade. Nonetheless, he got his wounded friend and himself to safety. Although many Marines were wounded, their units moved toward the complex mosaic of ridges above them, where Imperial Japanese Army troops awaited them. On the night of the 22nd of July, the enemy hit Woody's battalion with mortars and a bayonet attack. At 2200, word came back to headquarters that Woody's Charlie Company had been cut off and needed medical supplies and ammunition. Since the company's corpsmen had most likely been killed and could not be found, Senior Corpsman Carroll M. Garnett was sent to the lines and started taking care of the wounded by crawling along the lines and tending to those with injuries, while the Japanese continued their attack. Woody's comrade, Smitty, had suffered a horrible bayonet wound across his belly, and his intestines were protruding. Garnett cleaned and then dressed the wound as best he could, and then gathered the wounded in one area so that the litter bearers could take them back to the rear for further medical treatment. The Japanese onslaught was eventually repulsed during the early hours of the morning of the 23rd of July. Suffering no wounds, Woody remarkably had survived another day on Guam. Then, during the 23rd of July, Chamorro scouts told 1st Battalion, 21st Marines, the Japanese were massing their forces at Mount Tenjo to the north. At 2200, the enemy attacked Woody's lines again, but then withdrew after 30 minutes. The night of the 24th of July, the Japanese again attacked at sundown at 2230, continuing their assault until 0545 on the 25th of July. They penetrated 1st Battalion lines in two places, but the enemy forces were thrown back after an hour of hard fighting. Unfortunately, Fratricide once again sidetracked the Americans as 1 battalion of the 21st Marines was bombed by friendly planes. In describing such unfortunate events, the 3rd Mar Div's operations officer dryly remarked, "Pilot error, resulting in strafing or bombing of our own troops, did not improve the troops' confidence in close air support. Dealing with your dead buddies was tough, but dealing with them when they were killed by your own men was tragic." Nonetheless, fratricide is an untoward but inevitable aspect of warfare. During the battles, 3 categories of men handled the dead and wounded. The first category was corpsmen, who provided care for the wounded on the spot or in aid stations, like Garnett. The second category was litter bearers, who carried wounded who could not walk back to an aid station. The job was dangerous in that litter bearers had to stand up on the battlefield and move slowly and were thus obvious targets. The third category was body bearers, whose duty was to remove the battlefield dead. Commanders wanted the fallen removed from the field and properly buried. Removal was necessary to keep morale from degrading and to prevent disease. Also, Marines have a mission to never leave a man behind, dead or alive. Sometimes removal of the dead could present difficulties. During a mortar attack, one of Woody's buddies on Guam had been knocked unconscious and his left arm mangled. Litter bearers passed by thinking him dead. Soon body bearers put him on a stretcher and carried him back to a large tent morgue. They placed him in line with other dead and left. Later he regained consciousness and wanted to scream. His arm was causing him incredible anguish. As he lay there suffering, he noticed many remained silent, and not realizing they were dead, thought they were bravely sucking it up and refusing to yell. Thinking they had scorned the pain, he stopped whining and felt like he too could keep calm until the orderlies came. Due to the heavy casualties, the body bearers returned to the tent and started moving men out to make room for the cadavers they had brought. This action by these men seemed somewhat illogical, but this is how Woody recounted the story. After they removed several, the wounded man yelled, "What about me, guys?" The body bearers jumped out of their skin hearing Lazarus speak. They ran to him, lifted him up, and moved him several hundred yards to the first aid tent. There, the corpsman stabilized him, and then he was transported to a hospital ship where the doctors amputated his arm. His fighting days were over, but at least he had returned to the world of the living and not accidentally been buried alive. Meanwhile, Marine commanders selected the high ground overlooking Agana Bay as their main objective. Now called Nimitz Hill, during the battle the Marines called it Banzai Ridge. From the ocean, one goes a mile inland and over multiple layered 1,000-foot rise in elevation to reach the top. The bulk of the Japanese lay scattered throughout the hilly summit. Yard by yard, the Marines advanced up the heights, working around its grooves and gorges. It took days to inch their way up the terrain. In many areas, it was so steep and slippery, Marines needed both hands to climb. They slung their rifles over their shoulders as they moved up. Along the way, the Japanese rolled grenades down on them with harrowing frequency. Woody's battalion had been positioned on the front lines on Fonte Ridge, yet another name for Banzai Ridge. They had to clamber up a steep bluff to get there from their line of departure. The precipitous ascent required engineers to construct a lift of pulleys and lines to haul up food, water, and ammunition, as well as to bring down wounded. When at the top, Woody and his men entrenched themselves in foxholes and remained there for a few days, fighting off harassing attacks. Reviewing the front lines with field glasses, Woody's battalion executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Roland R. Van Stockham, noticed a squad opposite their position in a ravine, moving quickly and hunched over. At first, Van Stockham thought they were Marines, but then he saw small branches garland their helmets instead of the camouflage cloth Marines wore. He was observing Imperial Japanese Army soldiers. Days later, he appreciated they were there to ascertain the best place to make Marines pay for their invasion. For a few days, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. When the sun set on the 25th of July, the Japanese line, still strong, did not seem different from previous nights. Little did Woody and his comrades know that in a few hours they would experience one of the war's biggest banzais. Many in his unit would die, and it was uncertain whether Woody would live another day. Chapter 17. Banzai Attacks on Guam. I observed with assumed innocence that no man was safe from trouble in this world. Joseph Conrad, Heart of Darkness. On the 25th of July, eyes were open and minds sharp once the Marines entrenched themselves on the heights above the beach. Woody was up front in an outpost as night fell. Many dangers came with evening because the Japanese proved both adroit and active in night fighting. They possibly made some attempts that night to sneak up and infiltrate the American lines to kill sleeping Marines in their foxholes, their usual modus operandi. But by and large, they probably only conducted reconnaissance probes to maintain an element of surprise for the counterattack they were about to launch. To protect the men from such infiltrations, Marines had strict passwords for moving around and changed them daily. If someone approached another, one would have to either use the names of baseball teams or cars to recognize the other as friendly. If one said Yankees, then one would have to answer Indians. If one said Ford, the other would have to answer Chevrolet, and so on. If one did not give the correct answer, then he was often shot. Sometimes the last word spoken by a Japanese approaching Woody's unit was, "Me Marine." One evening, Woody needed to urinate, so he crawled out of his foxhole to do his business. When he returned, he was commanded to halt and give the password. This evening, the password was a baseball team, and Woody did not know the team, so he had forgotten it. But he yelled out, "I don't know, but I'm Willie," the nickname his buddies called him. "Don't shoot me." Luckily, he was allowed to return to his foxhole. Sometimes during the battle's chaos, when a Marine did leave his foxhole and could not be identified, he was shot by his own troops. Van Stockham had a similar situation happen to a friend who, upon getting out of his foxhole to urinate, was mistaken for a Jap, quote-unquote, because he wore an Imperial Japanese Army-issued raincoat and was shot in his privates. Nonetheless, all these safety measures were enough to protect most from becoming casualties. When not policing their lines, they continued to probe for enemy weaknesses in the front, often doing their best to deploy their armor. Right up until the day after the Japanese attack, Woody and his buddies used tanks that had navigated the difficult terrain to blast enemy positions. The tanks were cumbersome and cannot be used freely due to the difficulty in attacking higher ground. Until they seized the high ground, they could not use tanks with freedom of movement. Before evening fell on the 25th, most tanks had pulled back into defensive positions. During the night on the ridgeline under pelting rain, the Marines experienced a serious counterattack against the northern beachhead, the same beach where Woody had landed. It had been expertly prepared. Toward midnight, the enemy began probing for weaknesses in Marine lines. The 3rd Mardiv reported the probing attacks at first were so small and unrelated that it was not realized that this was the prelude to the enemy's supreme attempt to drive our forces into the sea. Before the banzai, the Japanese assigned to the attack had gotten drunk on sake, Japanese rice wine. The attitude of the enemy had indicated many of them were drunk, insanely so. A number of canteens containing liquor were found on the enemy dead, and empty sake bottles were strewn in front of the regiment's lines. Japanese on Guam often fought in a drunken state, since the island housed the alcohol depot for the Imperial Pacific Forces. What may have started as another evening in the trenches shifted to heavy mortar fire onto the Marines' left flank of Fonte Ridge, accompanied by a massive banzai that hit them around midnight. The Japanese massed their forces, whipped up their troops to an emotional frenzy, stealthily probed the American lines for weaknesses, and then, led by sword-wielding officers, conducted one of the largest charges of the Pacific War, screaming, throwing grenades, and shouting. This assault was one of many and would worsen through the night. This was Takashina's audacious move to push the Marines back into the ocean. After the initial hit, the Japanese tried to capitalize upon the advantage of the surprise, and at several points they pushed through Marine lines. After the initial shock, the American line suffered several openings, and small bands of enemy crept down the Asan River Valley into the 21st Regiment's area, moving toward the 3rd Mardiv's artillery's command post. Several hundred reached the rice paddies and fought hand-to-hand with Marines. One section of the line received 7 attacks during that night alone in the Japanese effort to break through. Since flares failed to illuminate the infiltrating Japanese, ships broke protocol and shone their searchlights over the battle lines. The Japanese attacked with an initial wave of at least 4,100 men on the 9,000-yard front. Due to the massing of forces and the obvious direction of their attack, the Marines killed more of the Japanese than the Japanese did Americans. Marines quickly learned this night attack was indeed more than a mere reconnaissance in force. Reinforcements rapidly plugged the holes in the broken lines. The night of the attack, after finishing his guard duty and beating back small attacks, Woody stated a comrade named Clevenger replaced him. Woody then returned to the rear. Around 23:30, the 1st Battalion, 21st Marines Command Post at the bottom of Fonte Ridge heard a cacophony of machine gun fire and explosive burst coming from atop the cliff. Reports poured over the airways, many of them mixed and confused. One forward observer stumbled down the cliff to the command post, declaring the enemy had attacked in force and all hell had broken loose. Woody's neighboring 3rd Battalion reported, after probing in the dark, Nips launched a terrific attack in force. Men started to fall everywhere. Mac Drake of B Company fought off the Japanese for 3 hours as the enemy attacked and then overran his lines. Although wounded in the face and arm, he refused to be evacuated. He remained fighting until before dawn, when his squad leader ordered him to seek medical attention. After receiving first aid, he took part in the counterattack at dawn. His actions accounted for 10 enemy killed. Woody's best friend from boot camp, Private First Class Ellery B. Bud Crabb, serving in a pioneer unit, was moved up to counter the assault with a water-cooled 30 caliber machine gun. As Japanese descended on his position, Bud and his comrade who fed the machine gun its ammunition belt did their best to spray the enemy. Someone told Bud later his gunnery took out 20. According to one study, over 400 Japanese dead lay in front of the 1st Battalion of the 21st Marines lines, the lines Woody, Drake, and Bud held. Drake and Bud's experience mirrored John Bassilone's on Guadalcanal. Basilone killed so many Japanese during their assault that their bodies piled up upon each other almost 6 feet high, so that subsequent enemy in the rear had to crawl over the dead bodies of their comrades to continue the attack against John. Another machine gunner on Guam, like Basilone, killed 80 Japanese and stacked them up as a barricade against the next charge. Despite the large number of Japanese casualties, the enemy almost annihilated Woody's company. Woody said, "You wondered why and how they kept coming, and if there would ever be any end to them. We just had to keep firing and killing them until we had killed enough of them to break their main resistance." Yet many in Woody's lines fell, and the front's integrity broke down. Woody's regimental journal noted the Japanese started breaking through the Marines' first line of defense by 0100. Upon receiving alarming reports about this attack, Woody's command tried to get his C Company and the other 2 companies, A and B, fragmentation hand grenades from the ammunition dump in the rear. In anticipation of such an attack, they should have already been there. To the consternation of many, after a painfully long delay, the wrong grenades arrived. They were smoke grenades and useless. Things were getting dire on the front lines and many were dying. Woody frantically fired away at charging Japanese as flares illuminated the threats. Guns were blazing everywhere. Sometimes men shot in the direction of yelling Japanese in the waves of shadows. Japanese screams were heard giving orders or shrieking in pain mixed with the sound of Marines yelling to plug holes, hollering for corpsmen, and shouting out their fierce wish to kill the yellow bastards. Woody observed, "No one can imagine how the noise of battle creates the most bizarre combination of sounds that no one has ever heard other human beings make. Banzai! Where are you? Over here! Corpsmen! I'm hit! Kaboom! To your right! Watch out! Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat! Banzai! Ping! Ah! Help me! Holy fuck! Fuck you! Ching ching ching! Stupid nip! Brrrr! Banzai! Sanni kire! Cut 1,000 men! Vump! You die Marine!" One could say Woody heard all things in heaven and in the earth, and heard many things in hell. In addition to the sounds, the smell of cordite, sweat, decay, and smoke permeated the air, while the taste of adrenaline seeped into the mouth, making their tongues and lips dry. Woody's battalion commander, a real go-getter, Lieutenant Colonel Marlowe C. Williams, did not know what was going on as reports flooded in that men were dying, positions were overrun, and ammunition was needed. Looking at his executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Van Stockham, Williams said, "Van, get up there and see what's going on." Van Stockham said that with this order, the most hazardous mission of my Marine career commenced. He grabbed his radio operator and started to scale the cliff where the battle raged. Artillery rounds rained overhead, sent by the batteries behind Van Stockham, trying to stop the Banzai. Simultaneously, Japanese mortars cascaded onto the CP in the front lines. In the confusion, Van Stockham looked around to locate his radio man, but he had gotten lost in the mayhem and was nowhere to be found. Van Stockham continued forward, alone. Just before dawn at 0400, the Banzai pushed through the Marines' rear echelons. It was nothing like what the Marines had already seen. One leatherneck, Charles Meekham, described the thick enemy crowd charging them, illuminated by flares, as resembling brown maggots wriggling through the grass. In some places, the Japanese infiltrated so quickly the fighting descended to hand-to-hand combat. Alvin Shively, after almost being stabbed to death and shot with a pistol by an opposing officer, threw the man down and beat him to death. With this human wave, the lines got mixed and bodies were bouncing into one another. The battalion said at 0330 the enemy had penetrated between B Company and C Company, and by 0400 were overrunning the battalion's command post in rear mortar positions. The 3rd Mardiv noted that when the main thrust at 0400 hit the Marines, the Japanese shouted strange words, with one English speaker yelling, "Wake up, American, and die!" Right at the battle's apex, Van Stockholm arrived at the front. He saw the enraged company gunnery sergeant, Albert Hemphill, pick up a discarded samurai sword and killed a wounded enemy soldier near him who was trying to rise and fight. He chopped away several times before the man finally lay dead. Screams, shouting, firing, and explosions echoed over the ridges. It was apparent that the Japanese objective was to reach the beach in the rear in order to destroy our artillery and the supply dumps. They had penetrated the lines at several points. Van Stockholm borrowed a company radio and reported to headquarters that their line had held barely. However, the rudimentary radios were not designed to handle the jumble of traffic generated by the attack, and it was doubtful Van Stockholm's message got through. The attack's main thrust hit B Company head-on, commanded by Captain Donald Beck, which had already been reduced from 200 to 50 men. Beck had suffered injuries on the 21st of July, but stayed with his men anyway. Against heavy odds, he held the lines and called in mortar and artillery shells to stave off the Japanese, who had used their knowledge of the terrain and overpowered most of his company's positions. But he and a few of his men survived the onslaught. The enemy streamed through the gaps, following a draw to the cliff. The right flank of A Company on the left and the left of C Company on the right pulled back to counter the breakthrough. Tanks parked in the rear killed many Japs, quote-unquote, with their machine guns as the enemy reached and overran them. The enemy's rush upon the tanks resembled a horde of ants. Savagely they swarmed over the vehicles, disregarding the machine gun fire, and frantically pounded, kicked, and beat against the turrets in an attempt to get around them and continue their wild rush down the draw to the rear areas of field hospitals, supply depots, and staging areas. Most even forgot to use the demolition charges attached to their belts. One Japanese tripped as he ran, igniting his mine and blowing his body into 1,000 pieces. An officer, crazed as he was, slashed at the tank with his sword, breaking it and dying under a hail of bullets. There was much chaos, and the lines between defending Marines and attacking Japanese became blended and tangled, looking like snakes wrestling each other. Woody's regiment noted the situation was not clear, and Bravo Company's captain, Beck, noted, "This banzai did away with my company." The Japanese wave made it to the beach and bypassed the 1st Battalion's command post at the cliff's base. Senior corpsman for Baker and Charlie Companies, pharmacist mate First Class Carol Garnett, was one of the first to recognize the banzai. In a black comedy of errors, he challenged a misidentified enemy platoon element nearing his position, and in answer received a flying grenade. He dove into a trench, avoiding the blast. This alerted the Marines nearby, giving them invaluable seconds to prepare for the attack. He arose and returned to the command post hundreds of yards to the rear, covered by the now engaged Marines. Shocked, he found the men there in a state of non-alertness, sleeping in their cots and ignorant their lines had been cut. Cursing and kicking, he tried to get many to rise, claiming 5 sleepless nights will make the bravest groggy, even during the battle's cacophony. Frantic, he left them and tried to get to Colonel Williams' command post, but his adjutant, thinking Garnett had gone mad, declared, "Take it easy, Doc. Everything is all right." Garnett, disgusted, left the adjutant and retired to the command post's rear, attempting to avoid the coming Japanese when a flare went up. As he looked over his shoulder, he felt relief thinking he saw Marines, but on peering closer, he recognized them as Japanese when they were no further away than 15 paces. He could not believe how fast they moved. Still hoping they might be Marines, he shouted at them and then heard this distinctive crack and knew a grenade had been struck on the helmet to activate it, a Japanese procedure. American grenades had a pin to pull, and Japanese ones had a pressure fuse. Garnett jumped in a trench as it exploded nearby, and a grenade splinter hit him in his right buttocks. He then ran to an aid station hundreds of yards behind the moving front, now bleeding from his ass, and yelled at everyone to get the hell out of there. In disbelief, Dr. Williams A. Buckham said, "Take it easy. Everything is all right." Garnett shook his head and thought, "Here we go again." No one believed him, although the sounds of battle came closer. Suddenly, a Nambu machine gun opened up over their heads. Everyone grabbed their weapons and returned fire. Finally, all knew he had spoken the truth. Garnett crawled back from the Japanese as he and the Marines developed a defensive line and fought back against 50 to 60 Japanese attacking them. As he retreated, an enemy officer charged Garnett, but before he could slash Garnett dead, a sergeant nearby shot and killed him. The Japanese had pushed some to the sea and were spreading out and attacking. Garnett looked for his carbine until he realized it had been strapped around his shoulder the entire time. He now took it and returned fire. Due to this corpsman, many had warning to protect themselves and they fought back, and he later would receive the Bronze Star with V for his heroics. But not all were so lucky. Far behind the lines, the Japanese slaughtered several unarmed medical staff and wounded in aid stations. Woody's regiment realized what Garnett had been yelling about, noting at 06:15, "Command post surrounded and reinforcements needed." The Japanese continued their advance, but the Marines rallied, counterattacked, killed many, and drove others back. Woody's regiment reported elements of the 9th Marines arrived in the nick of time and were driving the Japs away from the command post toward the rear of the right flank. Many Japanese, seeing their attack had lost momentum and that they were cut off, blew themselves up with grenades. The path of the breakthrough in the section could be traced the next day by the litter of dead Japs down the draw along their line of advance. One Japanese column attacked the command post of the 3rd Battalion 21st Marines. Cooks, bakers, clerks, and mess attendants grabbed their rifles and repelled the attackers. Another group tried to blow up the artillery, but were caught by daylight in front of the division's field hospital. In addition to the corpsmen, ambulatory cases turned out in underwear and pajamas to fight with weapons they could get hold of. Bed patients fired right from their cots in the tents. Japanese lost most of their officers in the first assault and could not move up reinforcements because they had none. They reached the artillery positions and supply dumps below Banzai Ridge, but it was a Pyrrhic victory, as their advance lost momentum and the Marines killed almost all of them. Captain Beck kept his men busy on the ridge fighting off the Japanese flanking attacks. Even though surrounded, he rallied his depleted force, defended his command post, and kept radio communication with his commander. The reports he sent enabled his battalion commander to locate the breakthrough and localize it. During this chaos, Beck's men suffered even more casualties. Even so, they took a heavy toll from the enemy. One report claimed 200 dead were later found within Beck's command post area alone. Later, after the battle, 2nd Battalion Commander, 9th Marines, Lieutenant Colonel Robert E. Cushman, Jr., said he needed a bulldozer to go over the battlefield to bury 800 dead Japanese near their lines because they had started to reek of decomposition. After a full night and tough morning of hard fighting, the Marines retook their positions, and 1st Battalion, 21st Marines noted by 0630 the enemy charge had been broken. Woody's battalion closed the breach the Japanese had opened. In the lull of battle, Woody's comrades found Clevenger dead in his foxhole. He fought to the end, taking the initial thrust of the attack. Death had stalked with his black shadow before him. Taking the brunt of the attack, Clevenger had no chance of surviving. Woody's battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Williams, received the Silver Star for his actions that evening. He kept control of his men under this assault, and with mortar and artillery fire falling within his position at the risk of his life, he repeatedly moved along his lines, encouraging his men. After the engagement, 43 enemy dead and several machine guns were found within his command post. Garnett had not been exaggerating about how close the enemy had been to his outfit. His battalion had killed hundreds of the attacking Japanese within and behind its lines. After the attack waned, the Marines claimed victory, having all but annihilated the attacking Japanese, though it had taken hours of fighting. Later in the day, many Marines came to Garnett and thanked him for the initial warning, which gave them enough time to gather their wits before the attack. The adjutant himself even apologized for having doubted him. Garnett and his comrades gave examples of the bravery displayed all along the front during the battle on the 25th to 26th July, especially when they knew they were under attack. Lieutenant Colonel Cushman, Jr., later the 25th Commandant of the United States Marine Corps, a Navy Cross recipient for actions on Guam, commented, "In the large picture, the defeat of the large counterattack on the 26th of July by many battalions of the 3rd Marine Division, who fought valiantly through the bloody night, finished the Japanese on Guam." Van Stockham said it more dramatically, "In absorbing this blow, our Marines had broken the enemy's back." It is unknown how many enemy participated in the attack. It probably numbered over 5,000 according to accounts. The wild screams of the charging Japs gave the impression of a wild banzai, but it was far from the type of unorganized suicidal charge. This was part of an assault in force planned with care to drive the Marines from their beachhead. By noon of the 26th of July, the Marines had repelled the banzai, leaving the Japanese unable to attack, and what was left of their units pulled back. A 3rd Battalion of the 21st Marines near Woody noted, "Nips are in flight to the north." As Cushman observed, this banzai was Guam's decisive battle. The front line of the Marines of the 21st and 9th Regiments that turned back the Japanese covered the main thrust of the Japanese, and although they gave up some territory, they held their front. In the Guam battles of the 25th and 26th of July, 1944, destiny favored Woody. That same night of the 26th of July, a few miles away on Orte Peninsula, the Japanese launched another attack of 3,500 men. They first got drunk and prepared for their assault. Like their brother soldiers who fought Woody, they were so intoxicated that the Marines facing them described the ruckus they made as akin to a pack of animals on New Year's Eve in the zoo. When they attacked between midnight and 0200, many did not have rifles, so they charged with baseball bats, sticks, broken bottles, and pitchforks. They yelled, screamed, and charged in a dance-like frenzy, the jolliest of banzais. The surge made it into the Marine lines, although many perished as artillery and mortar fire sent arms and legs in the air like snowflakes. The enemy screamed in terror until they died. Observers described this Japanese tactic as veritable war hysteria. In 3 hours, U.S. artillerymen fired 26,000 rounds. That bombardment ended the other large banzai on Guam, convincing most the end of the Japanese was near. Most likely, United States Marine Corps Major Frank Hoff included this second charge when he notes the banzai during the 25th to 26th July was twice as large as the one on Saipan. However, more fighting was necessary, although it was largely mopping up, with small units engaging one another. Many Japanese who had not died in the charges either retreated to caves, bunkers, or defensive lines, or took their own lives, again refusing to retreat or surrender. Hoff described the charges. The Jap attack of the 26th of July was an extraordinary performance, even for the standards of those unpredictable little men. It combined the best, or worst, features of virtually every attack they had ever put on during the entire Pacific War, plus a few new wrinkles apparently dreamed up for the occasion. There were banzai charges and infiltration, sharp power thrusts and sneaks through the gullies that separated units. There was high courage and hysteria, fanaticism and stupidity. The whole was supported by artillery, mortars, tanks, flares, whiskey, and sake. There is evidence that the attack was carefully planned, that the enemy fully expected it to be decisive. The initial phase can justly be termed successful on several accounts. Yet the whole petered out in the abject futility as even the Japanese have been able to achieve. Huff's description sums up the different elements that comprise this mad dash against the Marine lines that many today lump together as the banzai on Guam. It was a broken wave hitting many sectors. It killed many, and the few little victories the Japanese did achieve could not sustain their advantage. Huff's conclusion mirrors Cushman's and Van Stockham's in that after the 26th of July, the Japanese were clearly defeated in military terms, but still not done fighting. Chapter 18. Battle's End for Guam. No battle plan survives first contact with the enemy's main body. Field Marshal Helmuth von Moltke. The morning after the banzais of the 25th and 26th of July, dead and dying Japanese littered Woody's regiment's front. Most of the moribund Japanese, although in extreme pain, still tried to resist. Many Marines were drunk with rage and felt no compassion. After seeing several buddies injured or killed, or witnessing them get blown up or stabbed by wounded Japanese whom Americans were trying to help, many decided the only secure Japanese was a dead one. Emmett Hayes found an officer alive, and instead of taking him prisoner, he took out his knife and cut his throat. Despite orders from Nimitz and the Joint Chiefs against taking body parts, a few Marines still walked around with them as trophies. But there was a world of difference between the level of decency expected and enforced by the American officers and NCOs and the barbaric behavior encouraged by Japanese officers and NCOs. Even after experiencing these Japanese human waves of death, in the heat of the battle, many Marines did not think much about the destruction surrounding them. Woody did not focus on death when he fought on Guam, although he witnessed deaths daily. He felt he had a unique purpose in life and wanted to return to his girlfriend, Ruby. During the battles, he did not feel anger or hatred toward the opposition. How can you feel anger toward someone you don't know? But he did feel that since they were his enemy and would not surrender, they had to be killed. They really wanted to kill us. I didn't know why they wanted to kill us. We needed to kill them. Later, Lieutenant General Graves Erskine said, "After we got into the war, I must confess that I didn't feel guilty helping to kill the Japanese. It was my duty to do this, and I finally sort of developed a feeling, I guess you'd call it, just like shooting rats." Erskine stated, if any nation threatened his country and killed his Marines, he would destroy it. There was no doubt every Marine had to fight the enemy with incredible resolve, but each time Woody killed a Japanese, he felt nothing besides sadness for killing another man. In the end, he killed because if he did not, Woody knew his opponents would kill him. Furthermore, Marines killed because they were determined to win. When in combat, many things went through Woody's mind, but hesitation was rarely one of them. For instance, Woody saw up close some of those he killed. On the ridge, his position was about to be attacked when he saw one of the Japanese officers unsheath his sword and charge him. Woody raised his rifle and dropped the officer. Afterwards, in the lull of battle, Woody took the officer's sword and secured it around his shoulders. He then gathered a personal flag tied around the officer's waist and put it in his backpack. After a few days of carrying the sword, it became an irritant, and he wrapped it up and sent it to supply. He would never forget the face or the eyes of the officer he killed. Woody felt that he looked like a man possessed by something evil. Scores of thousands of others fought with fanatic tenacity, and frequently they went berserk in the final battles, allowing themselves to be mowed down in hopeless attacks, blowing themselves up with hand grenades while they were plentifully supplied with ammunition that could have been used against the foe, engaging in bizarre and almost ritualistic dances in the line of fire, charging to their deaths, screaming not only the Emperor's name, but also outlandish phrases in English like "Marines, we will kill you," or "Blood for the Emperor," or "Babe Ruth eat shit," or "Japanese drink blood like wine." In response to these declarations, the Marines' humor showed itself yelling back, "Tojo eat shit," Our blood for Eleanor Roosevelt, the First Lady. Often, though, Japanese soldiers simply screamed out in a blood-curdling manner, "Banzai!" Woody described them as madmen, recalling they yelled at his front, "Die, Marine!" One officer said that trying to understand the Imperial Japanese Army was like attempting to describe the other side of the moon. The enemy Woody faced had shown itself to be a strange combination of a skillful, deadly, and unrelenting warrior in the face of defeat, but also one that could be erratic, reckless, and insane. This schizophrenic display of warriorhood perplexed many. Historian John W. Dower explains, "The social controls that had been built up over the centuries in Japan had resulted in the Japanese as an individual reacting to the problems of life much as would be expected from a strictly brought up and constantly repressed child. Their behavior after defeat, when all restrictions had clearly gone by the board, was typical. It was strictly comparable to that of a disappointed child who, losing his temper and with it all control, smashes his toys and kicks his companions." This quote explains some of the Japanese behavior. In the face of defeat, instead of laying down their weapons and raising the white flag, the Japanese became more tenacious. Like cornered animals, instead of surrendering, many chose to die fighting, taking as many Americans with them as possible. They lashed out in imprudent ways and were slaughtered. Although a large percentage of the Japanese on Guam had been killed from the 25th to the 26th of July, there was still much fighting needed to hunt down remaining units. So it was not surprising that soon after taking care of the Banzai, Woody's company encountered some stiff resistance. One of Woody's NCOs, 28-year-old Gunnery Sergeant Albert D. Hemphill, led his men, including Woody, against a Japanese force of 300 hidden in caves on the 28th of July. These Japanese had held up the Marines and their tanks. Hemphill jumped into action, snaked 35 yards to the Japs' flank, and shot one soldier. When another tried to shoot him hiding under an enemy corpse, he called for a grenade from a nearby Marine. That leatherneck threw the grenade to Hemphill and afterwards was shot through the forehead. Hemphill took the grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it at the sniper, killing him with the explosion. Then he led a group that took out a machine gun position that had pinned them down, and in doing so killed another 3 Japanese. Noticing a machine gun nest, Hemphill instructed bazooka men to fire on it, which they did, silencing the gun. Although he received shrapnel wounds to his back, he continued fighting. He became a one-man wrecking crew. As this was done, the tanks advanced and engaged the Japanese, blasting the caves. Some of the Japs were so stunned they climbed out of the holes and threw grenades at the tanks, causing little damage. Marines mowed them down. Woody's outfit attacked numerous caves. It took an hour and a half working with the tanks to silence them all. One tank, only 15 feet from a hole of a cave, fired 3 shots directly at it with its 75mm cannon before hand grenades stopped popping from its entrance. 2 days later, telephones deep in the cave were still ringing. It apparently had been a command post. So Hemphill, Woody, and Marine tanks succeeded yet again to take out a tenacious enemy, rendering his cave defenses useless. Hemphill received the Silver Star and Purple Heart for his heroics. Flamethrowers were used as the Marines took the fight to the Japanese, although Woody did not use his. On the 26th of July, the Marines pushed forward the attack. Close behind the advancing lines, a curious group of unarmed people disembarked from American ships and set up aid stations. They did not bring medical supplies or ammunition. They were far from being armed with the lethal weapons of war. Instead, they brought shaving gear, toilet articles, chocolate candy, and cigarettes. These people who brought such Santa Claus-like gifts were National Red Cross members, and they set up tents in the rear. They delivered news to Marines of their babies born, of mothers recovering from illnesses, of sisters being married, and so on. The Red Cross was an excellent purveyor of news going to the front and sending news back home. Also at these tents, they brought magazines bearing news from home and around the world, and even played records on phonographs of mostly jazz music. They helped the men coming out of the lines rest their nerves, conduct a good shave, and feel like a little piece of home was there behind war's nightmare. After experiencing this for a few hours or a day, the Marines freshened up, reloaded with ammunition, and returned to the front. Every day as they advanced upon the enemy, the Marines either fought under a relentless tropical sun that baked their steel helmets and sweat-drenched shoulders, or under a torrential rain that soaked everything and lent the air a heavy humidity that made breathing difficult. As the U.S. took over more of the island, civilians promulgated their happiness about their liberation. Living under Japanese occupation had shown them only cruelty. There was absolutely nothing the Japanese had done to improve the lot of Guam's inhabitants. Woody's regiment even found evidence of the atrocities when it came upon 30 beheaded civilians. Ironically, the Japanese decision to confine Guam's inhabitants into concentration camps in the southeast had the unintended effect of protecting them from the combat. Nonetheless, many died in the camps or during the forced marches to them. After several weeks of fighting, the Marines freed the civilians from the camps, and they returned home. Lefty Lee, who by now had returned to his unit, remembered being at one camp after liberating it from the Japanese. It was horrible how the Japanese had treated these people. The Japs were sadistic killers. Knowing this made it much easier to shoot them, Lefty said. Civilians greeted the Marines returning to their supply lines through villages and towns with cheers, hugs, and flowers. The dark days the citizens had experienced under the Japanese caused them to welcome the Americans with almost pathetic enthusiasm. The Marines had liberated their island in the most literal sense of the much overworked term. Palacios Flores exclaimed, "Freedom, freedom, freedom! Free from the brutality and force, free from death, free from starvation and homelessness, free from suffering." Chamorros gave their liberators heartfelt gratitude. Knowing they helped them gain back their freedom boosted the Marine spirits. Even in 1994, the praise for their liberators knew no bounds. In that year, Lefty returned for the 50th commemoration of Guam's liberation. Although their plane landed at 11 p.m., hundreds of cheering people lined the terminal hallways and streets outside the airport. As Lefty walked off the plane, an elderly woman grabbed him with tears in her eyes and exclaimed, "You saved my life. I was in a concentration camp and I would have died within a few days had you not rescued us. Thank you, thank you, thank you." Lefty returned her hug and declared, "If I had to have returned to the plane right then and fly home, the whole trip would have been worth it for that one hug and thank you." Survivor Edward L.G. Aguillon said, "For 3 years we lost our liberty and freedom and lived in a military state. We lived in constant fear of being beaten, tortured, or killed for even the slightest offense. We had to scrounge for food or make the best of meager crops to feed our families while we labored to supply the Japanese with the best of what we had. We were witness to senseless executions and death of friends and family members. We were victims of physical and mental cruelty. We were forced out of the homes we built and saw our church desecrated and used as a social hall. 60 years later, I still suffer from the physical punishments I endured by the occupiers. No one can truly know the deep pain and constant fear that we had suffered unless they themselves lived through a brutal occupation." Guam citizens, American nationals, who survived the few thousand deaths the Japanese inflicted on them, had their dignity ripped away from them, lived as slaves, and suffered immensely living under the daily threat of death. Aguillon described the conditions under the Japanese, which consisted of constant oppression, no rights, rape, poor food, fear of death, execution, and no hope. So, when the island came under U.S. control again, the citizens practically worshipped the Marines. On the flip side, the Marines loved the Chamorros. Captain Beck wrote he was glad they were able to free them from Jap domination. They were a fine people, and all very loyal to the U.S. I have found them to be very kind and interesting. Although most of the population had been freed after a few weeks of fighting, the Marines still had to search out enemy rogue elements. It was taxing walking several miles through the jungle and along hilly trails in the tropical heat. Daily life was full of sweat, blisters, and fatigue, and they suffered sunburns, bug bites, leg rashes, and enemy fire in order to secure the island. After WWII and fellow Marines destroyed most of the Japanese on the shore and the ridges, they pursued broken-up units to the north and south. Tanks were used to take out pillboxes near the rifle range attached to the old Marine barracks. On the 29th of July, Japanese cut off from their units and defeated on the peninsula started to kill themselves by hurling themselves from cliffs. Private First Class George E. F. Tang said, "I could see the Japanese jumping to their deaths. I actually felt sorry for them. I knew they had families and sweethearts, like anyone else." To the north, the Marines followed a disorganized enemy, and when they found caves full of Japanese, their tanks blasted them into dust. By the end of July, the 3rd Mardiv entered the destroyed city of Agana and reclaimed it for the U.S. Marines conducted broad sweeps of the entire island. They sometimes covered 2.5 miles a day through jungle, something one commander noted strained the men since 1,000 yards would have been, in his opinion, satisfactory. The island sweeps physically pushed the Marines, but in conducting them, they had the Japanese on the run. They found Japanese groups who, lacking ammunition or guns, still attacked with empty rifles, clubs, and bamboo sticks. As night fell, they huddled in foxholes and nervously waited in the dark, anticipating banzais. The eerie noises of frogs pierced the darkness. Thinking the Japanese were preparing a sneak attack, Marines fired into the night in the direction of the sounds, probably killing a few amphibians and wasting a lot of ammunition. Captain Beck had received replacements and took his company on several of these sweeps. During one of the mopping-up actions, his Protestant chaplain, John P. Lee, went along. While on this patrol, Beck's men found a lot of Japanese and were killing them right and left. Some of the men used some pretty strong language, which embarrassed Beck, being a devout Christian and having the chaplain in tow. Ironically, one of the scouts was a 25-year-old Baptist preacher from North Carolina. He was in there killing and shouting like a madman. He holds Bible class in the evening twice each week. He's certainly a fine lad. Some Marines, although steeped in religious indoctrination, had learned to enjoy killing. One of Beck's replacement lieutenants, Richard Tischler, said the mopping up was tough. They often found the Japanese hiding after they had run away from the Marines, and they had to kill them right where they found them, usually in a shallow cave. They had to worry most at night because the Japanese would try to infiltrate and drop a grenade on them, but that did not happen frequently. By and large, the Japanese army at this stage was hungry, confused, and losing. The U.S. Army's 77th Infantry Division, less one regiment held in reserve, arrived ashore on the 28th of July, relieving the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade by assuming defense of the beachhead. Desmond Doss, the medic who was the hero of the film Hacksaw Ridge and a Medal of Honor recipient, was a member of the 77th. These soldiers patrolled on the right flank of the 3rd Mardiv, chasing the enemy to the north, receiving accolades from the Marines and Army commanders alike. A tank battalion accompanied the 77th, which was most welcome, and along with the 1st Provisional Brigade and the 3rd Mardiv, they pushed north to clear the Japanese out. Both the M5 Stuart light tanks and M4 Sherman medium tanks supported the ground troops. Unlike the 27th Infantry Division on Saipan, the 77th made an excellent account for itself. The 27th's commander, Major General Ralph C. Smith, had been considered so poor that his superior, Howland Mad Smith, relieved him. On Guam, The dog faces helped the Marines, effectively using their tanks to provide close support for ground troops and to thrust their way through areas of heavy jungle. On Guam, both Army and Marine tankers were used to fire upon Japanese strongpoints, upon enemy fire from houses, and upon roadblocks set up to halt the Americans' northern advance. In addition, tanks, including bulldozer tanks and tanks with their turrets reversed, were employed to push through enemy-infested jungle that could not be easily penetrated by infantry alone. After the July 28th combat death of Takashina, the Japanese 31st Army's commanding general officer for all the Marianas, Lieutenant General Hideyoshi Obata, who was stuck on the island while making an inspection tour when Saipan's invasion began, took over. During the rainstorm on the 25th and 26th of July, it was Takashina who launched the counterattack mentioned earlier. After the banzai, he withdrew and in retreat was caught in battle and killed. With the death of their commander and many officers, more Japanese slipped away into the hills and the jungle to continue guerrilla warfare into the following year. Takashina's superior and successor, Obata, did not have much more success once assuming command. He also ordered counterattacks rather than holding actions, and he organized retreats, both tactics expending his men since Marines pursued him relentlessly. By August 8th, Marines had pushed within 1.5 miles of the northern coast, and the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade had taken Guam's entire northwestern tip. That night, even Radio Tokyo conceded that 9/10 of Guam had fallen to the American troops. Taking up his last headquarters, Obata took 55 Chamorro men who had built his bunker complex and executed them to prevent them from escaping and telling the Americans where his command post was. On the 11th of August, Obata issued his last order, admonishing his troops to fight to the end, and then killed himself. The day before Obata's suicide, Major General Geiger declared the island secure and announced a cessation of hostilities. For his leadership, Geiger received the Distinguished Service Medal. The citation read in part, "His meticulous attention to detail during the preparatory stages of the campaign and his fine judgment and inspiring leadership during the assault phase of the operation cannot be too highly emphasized. Geiger played a vital part in an historic campaign which was outstandingly successful, and his distinguished services are worthy of reward." As weeks passed and Japanese numbers dwindled on Guam, Marines still had to exercise caution because the Japanese hid everywhere, conducting guerrilla warfare. The Americans found Japanese lashed to treetops, sniping at the Marines as they advanced. These snipers could be killed, but often not before shooting a few Marines. While marching forward into a new zone, the Marines frequently spotted dead Japanese hanging limply from tree trunks and branches, like macabre Christmas ornaments, freshly shot by a skillful American marksman. In review of the battle, a 3rd Mardiv report summed up the Japanese. The enemy offered pointless bravery, inhuman tenacity, cave fighting, infiltration, often indistinguishable from straggling. There was the will to lose hard. The 3rd Mardiv then noted that in contrast, it exercised speed, training, initiative, coordination, and the will to win quickly. On the 11th of August, Admiral Nimitz and Commandant Vandergrift steamed into Apra Harbor on the battlecruiser USS Indianapolis and set up the command post from which Nimitz directed the Pacific Fleet for the rest of the war. After Nimitz took up quarters on Guam, he received a letter from Chamorro elders. "Dear Sir, on behalf of the people of Guam, we take this opportunity to express to you and our common nation our heartfelt thanks for the recapture of Guam by the forces under your command. The recapture of Guam was opportune. Had it been delayed longer, the native inhabitants would have barely withstood the ill treatment and atrocities received from the Japanese. What kept us up throughout the 32 months of Japanese oppression was our determined reliance upon our mother country's power, sense of justice, and national brotherhood. We rejoice the recapture of Guam and are extremely grateful for the timely relief we are now getting. In closing, we request our note of appreciation be transmitted to the Honorable President and to the people of the United States of America." The elders were not hyperbolic. Everywhere Japanese rule came to an end, their brutality only increased, and their disregard for any post-war repercussions for their behavior was utterly ignored. Not only were they brutal with foreign citizens, but also with their own, as seen on Saipan and Tinian. Everyone on Guam now benefited from the resources America offered, and the island knew it was now under a rule of law that honored justice and human rights. In fact, Guam citizens were soon wearing GI-issued boots and clothes and receiving plenty of food. Their heartfelt thanks to the U.S. Armed Forces and FDR for returning peace was a gift they would never forget. Supposedly, even as of the time of this writing, they have the highest percentage of people serving in the U.S. Armed Forces of any other territory or state. Services of Thanksgiving were held throughout the island after having been outlawed during the occupation, and many thanked God for their freedom. The price tag for Guam was daunting: $900 million, $12.8 billion in 2019 money. So these campaigns were waged with not only precious lives, but also with financial power. The cash flow for the war came through taxes, war bonds, and the U.S. government's monetary policies. Soon B-29 bombers were flying in force from Guam to Japan, laying waste to her cities, infrastructure, and factories. These battleships of the skies flew at a high altitude where they had little to fear from fighters and flak. They did nonetheless experience casualties, often from mechanical problems or on bombing runs at lower altitudes, where their aim was more accurate, but they were more vulnerable to enemy fire. Like Fisk Hanley's B-29 that was shot down on the 27th of March 1945 over Japan, he and only one other crew member exited the plane and survived the attack. Frustrated with not being able to shoot the majority of them down, Japanese pilots sometimes rammed them. Using their own planes as weapons was one of the best aerial attack procedures, and sometimes the only way the Japanese Air Force could bring down these bombers. But the Japanese had ever fewer planes and pilots as time passed. They were neither able to produce new aircraft models capable of effectively fighting the technologically advanced American airplanes, nor train the pilots required to man the machines they could produce. The extent of the foolishness of kamikaze warfare was best exhibited in these suicide flights that cost Japan its desperately needed aircraft and pilots. After the Americans secured Guam, thousands of Japanese were still on the island. Many stole food from the Americans instead of fighting them. The majority refused to surrender and died of starvation, dysentery, or suicide. This part of the invincible Imperial Japanese Army of 1931 to 1942 was a defeated, ragtag group with no supplies. The remains of the Imperial Japanese Army on Guam shriveled up on the vine. Many resorted to eating geckos, frogs, grass, and for some, dead comrades. But despite their efforts, most died horrible deaths. Often death in war is not glorious, but pathetic and pitiless. A few hid in the jungle, trying to survive just one more day. Woody's regiment noted in October it encountered some Japanese armed and others not, but all in poor shape. Woody went on patrols from the 11th of August until the 3rd of November, 1944. As late as the 18th of January, 1945, U.S. elements were engaging, fighting, and killing Japanese, although the enemy could barely resist on Guam. In taking Guam, the Marines suffered almost 8,000 casualties with 1,880 dead. For every one Marine who died on Guam, the Marines killed more than 10 Japanese. The Marines brought 60 of their war dogs with them to Guam. 20 of them were killed or went missing. These dogs not only stood guard to let some get shut-eye without worrying about infiltrators, but also ventured into hideouts to see if any Japanese were waiting in ambush, many paying with their lives. U.S. human casualties on Guam numbered half of those on Saipan. 8,000 on Guam to Saipan's 17,537. But this was simply due to the size of the Japanese garrison. It was 62%, 18,500, of Saipan's 30,000. Although the Marines benefited from several positive factors on Guam, including a heavy 13-day pre-landing bombardment, helpful civilian population, and excellent planning and coordination among the Navy, Marines, and Army, they actually suffered a higher percentage of KIAs than on Saipan. The kill ratio Japanese to American was 10.2 to 1 on Guam and was 11.4 to 1 on Saipan. Possibly this kill ratio difference resulted from the Banzai on Guam being better organized and more of a counterattack than a wild, desperate rush at the end of the battle like on Saipan, resulting in U.S. servicemen able to kill more enemy per every death they experienced than on Guam. Also, Banzai Ridge the Marines assaulted, that was only 1 mile in from the landing beaches, took the Marines 6 days to seize, fighting uphill the whole time, unlike on Saipan where no particular area held up the Marines that long in a difficult attack. These were just a few reasons why it was slightly more difficult to kill enemy soldiers on Guam than on Saipan. After the island was secure, the Marines on Guam settled into a mundane existence. Patrols lasted a few hours and they always had hot meals, secure tent cities, and dry beds to go home to. The focus was no longer on Guam, but on the next battle. WWII, Vernon, Beck, Garnett, Hemphill, Lefty, and others understood they were headed to a new island, but where? No one knew. The whole operation in the Pacific and where we were going was secret, and besides, I was a corporal. They didn't tell me anything, Woody said. They continued to blow holes with explosives for heads, burn them, and cover them up. They fired their weapons, trained, and discussed lessons learned as they searched for the best tactics to vanquish the enemy. Using flamethrowers, they conducted simulated attacks on pillboxes. A dirty weapon might jam or rust, which got friendly soldiers killed, so they repeatedly broke down their weapons, cleaned, oiled, and then reassembled them. They continued to load on ships, debark on Higgins boats, and practice assaulting beaches. In addition, Woody, as a demolition man, practiced operating, refueling, and repairing flamethrowers. This required knowing how to mix the diesel and gas to the right 50-50 blend, how to recompress the air tanks using large metal canisters, and how to break down the weapon and reassemble it without problems. In addition, as a demolition man, he learned how to operate and repair the bazooka, as well as how to make and use pole charges with simple TNT and dynamite blocks, using both electric and non-electric blasting devices. Woody learned how to demolish almost anything. His instructors were strict. The Guam attack brought out the need for men trained in handling these special weapons because many were injured or killed from being unfamiliar with the use of these instruments under hostile conditions. War creates incredible stress, and when dealing with a rifle, making a minor mistake usually does not cost someone his life. However, a small mistake with explosives or flamethrowers meant the death of the operator and all around him. Working with such tools was unforgiving and needed a zero-defect behavior if one wanted to survive and ensure his buddies did too. After Guam was secured, Woody did not work all the time. On the weekends, they had time off and swam in the bays or explored the island. They wrote letters, careful not to say anything that would worry their families. Mail call was a big deal. Receiving letters from loved ones was bittersweet because of the loneliness that came with not being together. During one day, when they had free time and were not writing or reading letters, Woody and one of his boot camp best friends, Ellery B. Bud Crabb, met up with a married couple who had everything taken by the Japanese. Their home had been demolished and their land destroyed. Feeling pity, Woody and Bud gathered some of their rations and gave them food. The couple was so happy that although they did not have much, They later invited Woody and Bud to their home to have a dinner of rice and beans. They talked of freedom, how good America was, and how thankful they were that men like Woody and Bud had the courage to come and kill the nips who were so evil and give them back their dignity. When the woman said some hateful things about the Japanese, her head hung down and tears dripped from her eyes. Her husband put his arm around her and said, "It'll be all right now, honey." He then slowly gazed back at Woody and Bud and said, "One of the most sincere thank yous I have ever received in my life," Bud said. Their heartfelt thankfulness gave the Marine service meaning. In return, the couple did what they could to return these Marines kindness. What little they had, they gladly shared. Being with citizens helped with feelings of homesickness. Knowing that they helped better people's lives gave them a sense of satisfaction that helped to compensate for serving far away from home. While liberating others and helping them taste freedom, Woody thought of his own American dream, namely marrying Ruby and starting a family. It was one thing that sustained him during moments of melancholy. "I cannot remember being up and down. I was never down. I did miss my home, brothers, and girlfriend. I just settled in and did my duty." He did feel lonely and missed Ruby, writing her, "If I knew I was going to be away from you for so long, I would have kissed you many more times." He would also joke about war, hoping to ease the worry, writing her, "I can run faster than any Jap, and I'll be all right as long as I see the Japs first." After one mail call, Woody received a letter from Lefty's mother that she had received his package and that Lefty was alive and in a Hawaiian hospital. A few weeks later, Lefty returned to Guam and found Woody at his encampment. He had received news from home that his missing letters had been sent to his loved ones with a note from Woody. Lefty did not know Woody at this time, although serving in the same company. He wanted to thank him for sending his letters home, so he entered his tent, asked for Woody, and thanked him for his consideration. Woody was glad Lefty was alive. "When we found a helmet without a body, it usually meant someone had died. I was glad the letters I sent away weren't the last piece of news the family received from their son." Lefty and Woody shook hands, and a friendship was born. On the 6th of January, 1945, Lieutenant Colonel Marlowe C. Williams, commander of the 1st Battalion, 21st Regiment, held a ceremony for his men. He later would say of the battle, especially noting the massive bonsai that his battalion mainly destroyed, "We had a job to do no matter what the odds or obstacles encountered, and it was done in the performance of duty." At the foot of Nimitz Hill, Lefty received his Purple Heart from Lieutenant Colonel Williams. Such ceremonies were held throughout the islands, and hundreds received decorations. After Beck received his Purple Heart, he wrote his wife, Ruth, "I hope this is the last one of these that I will ever get awarded." He had received shrapnel in his left ankle and right arm on 2 occasions and felt lucky to be alive. In another letter he wrote, "They, the Marines, can have their medals. Just so I get home with my dog tags is all that matters to me." When one died, one of the dog tags stayed with the body and the other was sent to the registry. Beck wrote his wife describing his wounds. One might wonder about Ruth's disposition when reading Beck's candid letters. Did she appreciate his honesty or have nightmares? To be fair to Beck, the Commandant had sent a telegram to Beck's wife notifying her that he had been wounded, but without providing details. For days the family wondered whether he had lost a leg, his eyesight, or something worse. Beck continued writing in his letter to Ruth the following: "I received your letter yesterday, and you mention of a telegram from the Commandant in regard to me being wounded. I hope it hasn't caused you undue alarm, because the wounds were not that serious. My first wound, which was just above my left ankle, resulted just after hitting the beach. Shrapnel tore through my trouser legging and about 1/4 inch deep into the flesh. One man in the same boat was killed and 5 others wounded. I pushed inland about 300 yards and was there only a short while when a shell burst about 3 yards from me. Shrapnel hit my helmet and pack. Small pieces hit me in the right arm and drew just a very little blood. There is not even a sore there now, but no doubt small fragments are still in the arm. Just a piece went through my legging, and shoe on the right foot and didn't tear my sock. That was also a close one. There are other incidences when I had a few close ones, but I can tell you about those later. It happens to a lot of people, so why get excited about it? Often people read about wounds for the Purple Heart, but rarely do they know what those wounds are. Reading Beck's description of how he received wounds and the circumstances around them, one can see war's strange arithmetic with how he was saved by inches. Although to assuage the family's worry momentarily, the family also knew others were receiving word their sons had given the last full measure, as evidenced by people wearing black ribbons around their arms or putting gold stars in their windows. Just as Beck hoped he never received another Purple Heart, the family hoped they never again received a telegram from the commandant. For his survival, Beck relied on a crusty old 6'4" gunny, Albert Daniel Hemphill. This hardcore Marine inspired his men and had a profound effect on them, especially Woody. He wanted you to know his name, and he made sure you didn't forget it, Woody said. Hemphill was a China Marine from the Old Corps, one of the few and highly regarded men who, between 1900 and 1941, were stationed in China to protect American citizens as well as political and business interests. He had a huge tattoo from his belly button to the bottom of his neck. The story he told was that one night, when he was drunk and passed out, the men carrying him back to base decided to stop at a tattoo parlor and give him a surprise. Being generous fellows, they picked a big and colorful tattoo for him. He woke up sore and hungover, but took a liking to his body art. It was a sexy majorette, with baton and all. This salty old Marine often walked around without a shirt, showing off his muscles and how he could flex them to make the majorette dance. He was a Marine's Marine, and the men loved and respected him for his toughness, knowledge, and humor. His Guam actions display that he led by example. The 3rd Mardiv newspaper wrote of him, "His men swore Hemphill was the best combat NCO in the Corps." He instructed Woody how to operate equipment and to be an effective NCO, since Woody had become a corporal by October. During this time, Woody did not always behave as a Marine should. While they trained, he and his men received 2 beers a week per man. The officers were allowed hard liquor, but the enlisted men were not permitted to drink, and there was plenty of alcohol on Guam since the Marines captured the Imperial Japanese Army liquor depot. One day, as Woody and his buddy Hal Wagner were on guard duty, a truck with what looked like whiskey boxes came into view. It drove slowly enough that Woody and his buddy decided to run behind the truck so the driver could not see, jump on the vehicle's bed, and liberate a box. Woody vaulted up and grabbed the box while Hal Wagner remained on the lookout. In the Corps, stealing could be punishable with office hours, non-judicial punishment for minor offenses, or with a court-martial for a dischargeable offense. Woody jumped off the truck with his goods, hit the muddy ground, and fell over. His comrade helped him up, and they ran to a nearby hill, opened the box, and prepared to enjoy a few drinks. A serious offense because they were on guard duty. However, to their disappointment, it was hard candy, pogey bait. They took the contraband back to their tent and shared it with their boys, disappointed they had risked so much for so little. America sent its youth over to destroy the Empire of Japan, and many were just kids. Very deadly armed and trained killers, but at times extremely immature. Guam, like Tinian and Saipan, became a huge base for the U.S. After taking Guam, Seabees built 100 miles of roads in 90 days, expanding the infrastructure from ports to numerous bases throughout the island, as well as fuel storage facilities, training ranges, barracks, port facilities, 5 hospitals, warehouses, utilities, communications, recreation facilities, and a new Pacific Fleet headquarters. They built runways for B-29s, each 8,500 feet long and 200 feet wide. Guam had the best Mariana deep-water harbor. Before VJ Day, the U.S. placed over 200,000 servicemen there. America was building a highway of death to Tokyo. Seabees worked incessantly, sometimes sleeping in their machines. They fought groups of Japanese using rifles and pistols. Their mottos were "Can Do" and "Construmius Batumus." We build, we fight. One officer explained they smelled like goats, lived like dogs, and worked like horses. Although the battles for Saipan, Tiananmen, and Guam, had they been asked what they would rather be doing, most would have replied they would have preferred dancing to Glenn Miller, drinking beer, and being with their girls. Yet once put into combat, they fought skillfully, tenaciously, and courageously. Woody and his comrades were proud of what they had accomplished on Guam, but also felt foreboding at preparing for the next island. Nonetheless, most wanted to be with their brothers in arms no matter what. They would take great risks to accomplish their mission and protect one another. These boys would fight to the death for one another, and that motive made them invincible. Although they prepared for some unknown island and to face an enemy they knew intimately and rightly feared, they were happy to be with their brothers. The War Department noted in 1944 that in contrast to the Japanese who marched off hoping to die for the emperor, American servicemen went to war with the intention of causing the enemy to die. Losing the Marianas shocked the Japanese. Americans' toughness surprised them. The Japanese indoctrinated their soldiers with how individualistic, luxury-loving, soft, feeble-minded, and poorly equipped the Americans were. They claimed Yanks were emotionally unstable. They viewed Americans as cowardly weaklings who could not match the Japanese feverish devotion. They called themselves brave soldiers, yet they have no desire for the glory of their ancestors or posterity, nor for the glory of their family name, the Japanese authorities said. They were told, as soon as the Americans are fired upon, they do not remain in their places, but invariably run into the jungle. To Japanese surprise, the Marines fought with courage, superior firepower, and tactics. Underestimating the enemy is a fatal error, and one the Allies had made early in the war. The Japanese have been caricatured as weak-eyed, buck-toothed, backward little men. Their image underwent a radical remaking as they devastated the Pacific Fleet and conquered Allied possessions in 1941 to 1942. The image morphed into fearless supermen who were unbeatable. But overestimating the enemy can be as dangerous as underestimating him. Giving the Japanese too much credit did incalculable harm in affecting the mental attitude of American troops sent out to meet them on the battlefields. Many Allied troops felt hesitant to attack, breeding a sense of initial inferiority, while others, after fighting for a few weeks or months, surrendered when they could have fought on. After Midway and Guadalcanal, Americans finally could see themselves vanquishing the enemy. At Guadalcanal, Marines learned they could outthink, outshoot, and outfight the Japanese. The Japanese defeat in the Marianas brought it home to American leaders and fighting men that the end of the Japanese Empire was now near. On the other hand, Japanese leaders seemed incapable of acknowledging that the tides of war were reversing. In fact, Imperial headquarters announced to the public after losing Midway that instead of losing that battle, they actually had won it and sank many U.S. ships, changing the course of war. To celebrate the so-called victory, the enthusiastic people of Tokyo staged a flag procession and lantern parade. Naturally, the Japanese press received all its information from the military hierarchy, spewing out carefully crafted lies about the war status and the character of Americans. When defeats could no longer be ignored any longer, Japanese leaders invented illogical arguments to mislead their people. For example, after the Gilbert and the Marshall Islands' successful campaigns in 1943, Superintendent of the Imperial Japanese Army Air Academy, Major General Saburo Endo, gave a radio address. "We must continue with unwavering confidence in victory, never thinking we have lost. Only with this frame of mind can war bring victory. The honorable defeats at Attu, Macon, and Tarawa were but victories. However, the arrogant enemy, relying on material resources, has not even begun to feel defeatism. Americans have begun a new operation and have intruded into the sacred imperial household by stepping on imperial land with their dirty shoes on. If we have the required air strength, the enemy counterattack will be like a summer insect flying into the fire. Endo was misleading his listeners that America's material might was giving her a false sense of security. According to Endo, as the Americans overextended their reach in the Pacific, especially coming into the Japanese sacred realm, they were setting themselves up for failure. Since he ran the Army Air Academy, he felt he and his trained pilots would ultimately lead Japan to victory. Endo's address was one of the thousands made by Japanese leaders, and as the war progressed, they would become more fantastic in their lies and promises. When large numbers of Japanese soldiers died, they were praised for choosing death over surrender in the sacred war, creating the perception of a moral victory. An ancient poem, Umi Yukabai, was often recited over the radio, praising these deaths. Across the sea, corpses soaking in the water. Across the mountains, corpses heaped upon the grass. We shall die by the side of our Lord. We shall never look back. The Japanese press reported an army of Japanese spirits fighting the Americans, causing mental derangement, suicide, nervous breakdown, and morbid fear. Some dead were reported to have taken physical form, continuing the fight. Their spiritualism superseded realism. Defeat and retreat to smaller defense perimeters was described as luring the Americans closer, where they could be annihilated. Many believed the propaganda, and those who did not dreaded saying anything for fear of the Kempeitai secret police. Marines repeatedly took advantage of this underestimation. Woody knew after Guam there would be no easy battle, and if he thought Guam was difficult, then he had no idea what was about to hit him on Iwo Jima. Even when he and his fellow Marines entertained their worst nightmares, they never doubted the Japanese could and would be defeated. It was just a matter of time. So now the hardened veterans of Saipan, Tinian, and Guam prepared for other far-off places like Iwo and Okinawa. The Marines envisioned that they were headed directly to Hirohito and his legions, and that they would slaughter every last one of them. By now, Hirohito, like Hitler, had become a wartime symbol of a hated enemy, of depravity, of tyranny, and of inhumanity. Americans knew they needed to kill him and his regime. Chapter 19, Section A. Events leading to Iwo Jima. The weak-willed man makes mistakes. Willpower is the essence of manhood. A man's strength is determined by the strength of his will. Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi. War is the Tao of deception. Therefore, when planning an attack, feign inactivity. When near, appear as if you are far away. When far away, create the illusion that you are near. If the enemy is efficient, prepare for him. If he is strong, evade him. If he is angry, agitate him. If he is arrogant, behave timidly, so as to encourage his arrogance. If he is rested, cause him to exert himself. Advance when he does not expect you. Attack him when he is unprepared. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. After Guam, Woody and the men of the 5th Amphibious Corps knew they were headed for another serious battle. Woody never wanted to be any other place than with Charlie Company. I wanted to be with my brother Marines, and I knew if we did our job, we could win and survive. I would have felt terrible if they said I couldn't go, because my brother Marines were closer to me than my family. Also, we wanted to win the war. As Woody prepared for the next damn island, America and her allies conducted massive global operations. Rome was liberated on the 4th of June, 1944. On the 6th of June, 1944, Allied forces invaded mainland Europe in a meticulously planned operation, successfully landing 175,000 troops at Normandy in northern France in Operation Overlord. And Overlord was followed in August by Operation Dragoon, a second amphibious assault in southern France that pushed northward, killing 7,000, wounding 20,000, and capturing 130,000 German troops. Unlike the Japanese, many Germans, despite Hitler's fight-to-the-death orders, increasingly surrendered. On the Eastern Front, where Germany met Russia's forces, the Red Army battered the Wehrmacht, advancing westward with millions of troops. By the time Guam was secure, Allied forces in Normandy had broken out and were pushing the Germans back across France, Belgium, and the southern Netherlands into Germany. By October 1944, General MacArthur's troops had invaded the islands of Morotai and Leyte in the Philippines during the largest naval battle in history in the seas surrounding these islands. The U.S. deployed 34 aircraft carriers, 12 battleships, 24 cruisers, 141 destroyers and destroyer escorts, numerous PT, patrol torpedo boats, and submarines against a Japanese force of 4 aircraft carriers, 9 battleships, 19 cruisers, 34 destroyers, and support ships. The U.S. suffered over 3,000 casualties, while the Japanese lost 12,500 sailors. Japan lost all 4 carriers, 3 battleships, 6 heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, 8 destroyers, and 6 submarines. The U.S. lost a light cruiser, 2 escort carriers, and 3 destroyers. After the battle, the once mighty Imperial Japanese Navy no longer posed a serious threat. By this point in time, American pilots had demolished the Japanese air and naval forces to such an extent that they were unable to replace well-trained pilots, planes, or aircraft carriers. Nevertheless, Japan would not abandon the fight in the air. Instead, the empire improvised in a fiendishly clever way with kamikazes in the Divine Wind Special Attack Corps flying planes as human-guided missiles. It was difficult to prevent kamikazes from hitting targets and causing damage and loss of life because the only defense was shooting them out of the sky sufficiently far from the intended goal that they could not reach the target in their descent. For a steeply diving suicide plane, a ship is practically helpless. Kamikazes began to appear in battle starting in the autumn of 1944 at Leyte Gulf. Almost 2,300 kamikazes would be launched in the following 9 months, often encouraged and blessed by Buddhist and Shinto priests, exhorting their flocks of suicide bombers to abandon the cares of this world and adopt a policy of prostration at the feet of a homicidal dictator, Hirohito. Admiral William Bull Halsey said the kamikazes were the most feared weapon he ever faced. Kamikaze personnel often talked about meeting again in a heavenly bliss at the Yasukuni Shrine to regale each other about their exploits in a Valhalla-like manner, with Valhalla being a hall of heroes killed in battle. No amount of training prepared the Allies for kamikazes and banzais. They were always shocking. Nimitz said, "Kamikazes took the Navy by surprise since design suicide had not been a part of American air doctrine. There was a hypnotic fascination to a sight so alien to our Western philosophy," observed Vice Admiral Charles R. Brown, skipper of the cruiser USS Kalinin Bay from 1943 to 1944, and skipper of the USS Hornet from 1944 to 1946, and commander of Carrier Strike Group 1. He continued, "We watched each plunging kamikaze with the detached horror of one witnessing a terrible spectacle rather than as the intended victim. We forgot self for the moment as we groped hopelessly for the thought of that other man up there." Historian Lee Mandel said, "These suicide aircraft attacks added a new dimension of terror to an already extremely dangerous, stressful environment. Historian John Toland put it another way. It was blood-curdling to watch a plane aim relentlessly at your ship, its pilot resolved to blast you and himself to hell. For Americans, kamikazes expressed an insane martial spirit, and Japanese families rallied around these men and supported them. Kamikaze flight instructor Major Hajime Fuji requested from his command to be allowed to fly with his students on their one-way missions. His command refused him, explaining he had a wife and 2 young daughters to take care of, whereas most of the kamikazes he trained were single and, if married, were without children. Fuji's wife, Fukuko, saw how much this tormented her husband, so one day when he was away on duty, she killed their daughters and herself to release him for the mission he so passionately desired. Liberated from the burden of taking care of his women, his command then granted his wish to fly his plane into an American ship. A few months later, Fuji flew his aircraft, along with another kamikaze, into the USS Drexler off the coast of Okinawa, sinking the vessel and killing 158 Americans. He had fulfilled his greatest quest for his life. The thought of training men to glorify their own deaths was foreign to Americans, but the Japanese never stopped improvising ways to conduct straight-to-heaven attacks. A Japanese officer explained that no one in the Imperial Japanese Army thought of death as suffering, but in a divine way felt martial deaths allowed their spirits to be further purified. Kamikaze Haruo Araki wrote in his will to his wife, Sigiko, "Tomorrow I will dive my plane into an enemy ship. I will cross the river into the other world, taking some Yankees with me. I will forever protect this nation from its enemies." Haruo believed the gods would give him eternal life, which granted his death meaning. He was convinced his spirit would be purified and go to the eternal realm. These beliefs gave Japanese confidence to face death with courage, especially kamikazes. As Imperial Japanese Navy Captain Rikibe Inoguchi, Chief of Staff of the First Air Fleet, explained, "We Japanese base our lives on obedience to emperor and country. We wish for the best place in death, according to Bushido. Kamikaze originates from these feelings. By this means, we can accomplish peace. From this standpoint, the kamikaze deserved the consideration of the whole world." Although Inoguchi's request for respect for Japanese spiritual feelings for kamikazes is difficult to accept, their missions were indeed feared and hated. Ships could do little to prepare for suicide attacks other than to learn when they were coming and produce as much anti-aircraft fire as possible. As shown throughout the war, neither radar detection, nor seaplane search, nor American fighter interception, nor the picket line of destroyers and other vessels posted between the fleets and the attacking planes were sufficient to keep these planes from finding targets. In November 1944, the U.S. Navy began bombarding Iwo Jima, which was the first piece of Japanese real estate America would invade. That same month, the first B-29 raids from the Marianas on Japan's pre-war homeland islands began. 1 month before, Americans started to push their advance for the Philippines, Leyte Island. By January 1945, the U.S. 6th Army invaded Luzon in the Philippines, and carrier forces bombed Japanese-held Indochina, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. From 25th October 1944 until the end of January 1945, for the price of 378 kamikazes sent into battle for the Philippines, Japan sank 22 warships, including 2 escort carriers and 3 destroyers, and damaged 110 ships, including 5 battleships, 8 fleet carriers, and 16 light and escort carriers. Success encouraged repetition, so the Japanese sent kamikazes at Iwo Jima when battle broke out. Almost 2,000 kamikazes would hit ships off of Okinawa a few months later and sink 26 and damage an additional 164. No one knew how many were earmarked for Iwo, but the Navy knew they were coming. Marines on Guam, however, did not know much about Japan's aerial suicide attacks because, as a general rule, a combatant is aware of little outside his part of the war and what is occurring in his immediate surroundings. This is a timeless observation of human nature during warfare. They practiced their amphibious operations and fighting then inland. They diligently trained themselves and the newly arrived replacements. On the 14th of October 1944, Woody was promoted to corporal. In November, Woody's regiment received technical training in the improved M2-2 flamethrowers and bazookas and continued to refine their techniques. During this time, Woody had developed a reputation with some as a hothead and as full of himself. Since he had a temper and was a flamethrower operator, they nicknamed him Zippo Head. He did not like the name. Bill Schlager, the son of a Marine who knew Woody, said, "My father, Alexander, coming from Wyoming, just didn't click with Woody coming from the hills of West Virginia. Don't get me wrong, they would defend each other in combat, and my father obviously did this for Woody. But in general, my father grew to dislike Woody, thinking he was too cocky, and those types get you killed. My father knew this since he had been fighting in the Pacific since 1942. Most military units split up between different cliques, and Woody's and Schlager's disagreements were normal for most young men. Everyone does not get along with everyone in the Marines, but in the Corps, whether friend or not, everyone trained together and learned to support each other when the bullets started to fly. Woody and Schlager were not alone in their disagreements. For example, during this time, some of the Marines started to think that the B-29 air crews had cushy jobs and did not encounter much danger like the Leathernecks. One night at the officers' club, a Marine officer started sounding off with pretty strong language that the Army Air Force pilots were lazy, sunbathed too much on the beaches, and did not really do anything dangerous. Unfortunately for this officer, Major General Erickson was right next to him listening to his rant. After this officer finished his diatribe, Erickson got on the phone with General LeMay, and the next morning at 0600, this said Marine officer was on a mission over Tokyo in a B-29. After his one air mission, this grunt Marine infantry officer never again said anything negative about the B-29 Airedales. By November, the 21st Regimental Commander felt the unit not ready for combat, noting its training was only 50% complete. Captain Donald Beck was in charge of the training for the 1st Battalion of 1,000 men and helped the regiment get up to speed. He wrote his wife on the 16th of November, "I have certainly found it hard to answer my letters here of late. We go from morning until night. Certainly will be glad when these affairs which involve the entire world will be settled." A few days before, he was philosophical to his wife when writing his son Barry on his 2nd birthday. "It is unfortunate for little boys like you to begin your life at a time when the whole world is mad with rage and men are engaged in history's greatest conflict. Let us hope these efforts will not be spent in vain, but a better world will be made so when you reach manhood, it can be lived in peace." This letter showed his son how much he loved him. It was also written for the future in case Beck died and never returned. This letter illustrated that Beck desired to make the world a better place. To secure that peace, Beck and his men had a lot of training to do. Howland Smith ordered Major General Erickson to assume command of the 3rd Mardiv from Major General Turnage, and when Erickson did so in October 1944, he found it was in rather poor condition and not functioning as a division because it was divided up into 3 regimental combat teams. While Turnage had been successful at Guam, Erickson thought he had done poorly leading his troops and setting up an organized division. There was no central 3rd Mardiv command controlling all regiments. Instead, all 3 regiments acted independently with 3rd Mardiv support behind them. Erickson felt the division should be a very highly integrated organization and it should be absolutely sensitive to the division headquarters. So Erskine reorganized the command structure. Instead of troops being divided into 4 parts, of 3 combat teams and a 4th comprised of artillery and medical support, Erskine made everything unified under his command. He brought a new staff in and relieved Turnage. In preparing for Iwo, Erskine relieved 5 out of the 9 battalion commanders because they did not cut the mustard the way I thought they should. Erskine was shaking things up. One of his officers claimed his nickname was Flamethrower, and if you did not stand up to him, you were a dead duck. Anyone showing fear of Erskine could be dismissed. Junior officers had to know everything about their unit's weapons, or there was hell to pay. He wanted hard, driven men under his command who could tell him the unvarnished truth. In December, Woody and his men trained to effectively react to a chemical warfare attack, going into chambers to ensure they knew how to use their mask if hit by gas. They continued to practice in their Higgins boats and Amtraks for ship-to-shore movement. By the 31st of December, the regiment's commander, Colonel Hartnell J. Withers, noted it was 80% ready for combat. At that time, Woody trained for hours using C2 explosives. He and others worked over open ground, attacked mock pillboxes, and blew them to smithereens. He used barrels of that stuff, learning how to blow things up. Depending on a structure's size, Woody used 1 to 8 blocks. 8 were usually in a satchel or on the end of a wood pole. He would put a fuse in a block, timed for 10 seconds, pull the fuse lighter with primer cord, and then either throw or stick it into the bunker and run for cover. Pole charges were 8 feet long on a 2x2 piece of wood. The men practiced repeatedly. If the blocks were hit by bullets or shrapnel, they did not detonate. They only detonated by fuse. During training, Woody's commanding general conducted forced marches and personally led them. At 46, the 6-foot-tall and 200-pound Erskine carried the same gear and frequently led the division in humping. "I wish he would slow down," Woody said. "He was so tall that for every step he took, I had to take 2. He really believed in conditioning." Hiking was the best way to toughen up a soldier, in Erskine's opinion. "The reason I stayed in the service is because I have a great love for the Marine Corps, and I think I can train troops better than any other." One of Erskine's battalion commanders, Lieutenant Colonel Cushman, Jr., supported Erskine's self-assessment, saying, "Erskine was rough. He was not nasty, but he was rough and tough, demanding." Erskine implemented changes in training. Training was more realistic in terms of taking risks with live ammunition, I would say, because we set up a series of combined exercises with artillery and air and lots of live ammunition. Erskine put his knowledge about war and preparation into practice with his 3rd Mardiv. If his men did well, he rewarded them with more responsibility and trust. But if they did not, he sometimes would first look like he was going to have apoplexy, and then he would quickly relieve these men of their responsibilities. The days on Guam were not, however, just filled with training. Woody's regiment also had a wonderful base with volleyball and basketball courts and a softball diamond. After training, they had movies and live shows to entertain them. After working hard all day, they enjoyed free time in the evening to blow off steam and build camaraderie. Many of the men would go out to the reefs and collect lobsters and crabs or went fishing, and during the dinner preparation, they would boil up and or cook what they caught and have wonderful seafood dishes while drinking some beer. During the evenings, the regiment played music over the loud PA, public address system, improving morale. Daily, the Marines had 3 solid meals, clean clothes, often freshly washed, and facilities for bathing. By the 31st of January, the commander, Colonel Withers of the 21st Regiment, confidently wrote, "This regiment is completely ready for amphibious operations against the enemy." Many looked up to Withers. He was not an imposing figure, standing 5'7", but his good looks, clear blue eyes, and bright blonde hair caught people's attention. He had entered the Corps in 1920 and held every enlisted rank. In 1926, he graduated from the Naval Academy and was appointed a 2nd lieutenant. For years in the Corps, he served as a legal aid and intelligence officer in various billets, honing his craft of critical thinking. He fought in Nicaragua and Haiti, and he helped form the 1st Marine Tank Outfits and commanded the 3rd Tank Battalion on Bougainville and Guam. On the first day of battle on Guam, he left the steel walls of his tank to direct a bulldozer in its breaking down an embankment, with complete disregard for his own safety, although continuously under enemy machine gun, mortar, and small arms fire, so his tanks and troops could move forward off the beach, earning him the Silver Star, signed by Lieutenant General Howland Mad Smith. He was a man with battle experience and knew whether or not his men were ready for combat. Sadly, not only did the Marines train for the next fight against the racist, fascist Japanese at this time, but they struggled with their own racism on Guam. Tensions between Caucasians and African Americans grew from 2 sources. 1, the U.S. practiced segregation, and many in its population thought blacks inferior. 2, the military itself was segregated, with most African Americans in their own units relegated to non-combat roles due to the misguided belief that they were substandard fighters. These social dynamics created a nasty situation on Christmas night when several armed black sailors carrying knives and clubs invaded a camp of white Marines. Many were injured in the brawl. A month-long court of inquiry was held, and both Caucasians and African Americans were convicted and punished. During this time before segregation was ended, both the military and society saw a slow march to create a more just American society, both outside and inside the borders of America and the areas she controlled. Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi and the Iwo Jima defense. During the war's early years, the Japanese were uncertain where America would strike. Controlling so much of the world's surface, there were many possible points of attack its enemies might try. General Douglas MacArthur had surprised the Japanese repeatedly by attacking in unexpected places, which left large numbers of isolated Japanese stranded, impotent, on islands. As Americans fought the war closer to Japan's home islands, the likely points of attack became obvious. Americans looked for harbors for their fleets, airfields for their bombers, and staging areas for the coming invasion of Japan proper. The location of Iwo Jima on air routes to Japan made it a clear target, so Japanese leaders prepared in advance for an effective defense of the island. There would be no surprise attack. Only the exact date for invasion was unknown. In 1944, 8 months before the Battle of Iwo, Hirohito chose Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi to prepare Iwo Jima's defenses, 650 miles off of Japan's shore and part of Tokyo's metropolis. He was one of the most skilled generals Japan produced. When called upon by his emperor to fight against the U.S., Kuribayashi did his best to make Iwo a costly piece of real estate for Americans to acquire. And Kuribayashi's best was very good indeed, turning what the U.S. commanders thought would be a short campaign into a several-week slugfest. Before the battle, Japanese built a fortress on Iwo Jima, the likes of which America had never seen before, and the likes of which few armies had ever attacked. They did this on a hot, sulfurous island with limited supplies. They stayed filthy, since there was inefficient water with which to wash, and rarely had they any downtime. At night they crawled into their bedrolls and dank tunnels and did not enjoy much in the way of entertainment, unlike their American counterparts. Rats and insects infested the tunnels, and body lice covered the men. Yet they remained committed to their task. Kuribayashi, commanding officer of Iwo Jima, was an innovative leader. Born into a samurai family on the 7th of July in 1891 in Nagano Prefecture, he attended the Imperial Japanese Army Academy, finishing second in his class. Unlike most Imperial Japanese Army generals, he spent time in North America. He was taller than the average Japanese man of his generation, standing 5'9" and weighing 200 pounds. In 1928, as a captain, the Imperial Japanese Army posted him in America for an educational tour, a great honor for Kuribayashi and a rare privilege for an officer. For 3 years, he traveled the U.S. and studied at Harvard University. Like Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, although Yamamoto never finished his class, whereas Kuribayashi did. While at Harvard, Kuribayashi took courses in English, American history, and U.S. current affairs. Although he attended this Ivy League university, it seems he did not apply himself because he finished at the bottom of his class in English, earning a D+. It's possible his duties gathering intelligence hurt his studies. He also attended the U.S. Army War College. He enjoyed Shakespeare and Carl Sandburg's Lincoln, watched tackle football, and met many Americans. He also acquired a Chevrolet Key automobile, learned how to drive, and then took a 1,000-mile cross-country trip. Because of these experiences, he was convinced that the United States is the last country in the world Japan should fight. Its industrial potential is huge and fabulous, and the people are energetic and versatile. One must never underestimate the American fighting ability. He also trained with the U.S. Army at Fort Bliss, Texas, and knew the caliber of the American fighting man. The base commander, Brigadier General George Van Horn Mosley, gave Kuribayashi a signed photograph of himself, writing, "I shall never forget our happy association together in America. Best wishes to you and Japan." Promoted to major in August 1931, he remained in North America for 2.5 more years, serving as a military attaché in Canada at the Japanese legation until December 1933. Besides being a military man and a world traveler, he also loved his family and wife dearly, although it appears he enjoyed comfort women while based in China. When not at home, he wrote letters to them and even spent time drawing pictures of what he experienced for his son and daughters. He was always gentle with his women in the family and rather harsh with his son, a boy who would grow into an adult to carry on the samurai tradition of his ancestors of the Matsushiro clan. He was a traditional Japanese man, raising his men to be warriors and his women to be supportive wives and mothers. Many have an imperfect understanding of the samurai culture. The literal meaning of samurai is those who serve. These men were poets, leaders, politicians, warriors, fathers, and husbands. There were different sects, but in general it was a Spartan mentality in life. Kuribayashi's grandson, Yoshitaka Shindo, explained, "To be samurai, one must be strong and learn how to fight. Yet to be samurai, one must demonstrate strength for the sake of others. And at the same time, one must be kind to the people who should be protected. Happiness of others must coincide with the happiness of oneself. One must hold the right conviction and the right beliefs, so in the view of others, his actions would not bring shame on himself or those he serves or commands." With such beliefs, Kuribayashi carried out his duties as an officer, rising through the ranks. Returning to Japan from Canada in 1933, he served in the Main Ordnance Military Service Department of the War Ministry. Then in August 1936, he took over the 7th Cavalry Regiment of 500 men and commanded it until August 1937. At the time, he obtained the rank of colonel and became divisional chief of the Remount Administrative Section, Military Service Bureau of the War Ministry, which brought him in touch with Imperial Japanese Army supply and mobilization capabilities. His specialty within the ministry was horses. He was tasked with increasing the number, size, and strength of horses and became the chief organizer for horse husbandry. Although there were 1.5 million horses in Japan in 1937, he needed to increase this number. He took possession of 7,500 stallions for breeding and coordinated the transfer of thousands of horses to China to support the over 1 million troops engaged there. For example, when Emperor Hirohito ordered the aggressive takeover of Chinese cities at Beijing and Tientsin in July 1937, he deployed 209,000 troops with 54,000 horses. During this time, most supplies and artillery pieces transported for armies were moved by horses. It was a critical job for militaries during operations. Hitler, for example, had sent 625,000 horses in support of his 3.5 million soldiers when they invaded Russia on the 21st of June, 1941. Although no detailed numbers were given, during Kuribayashi's tenure at his post until March 1940, he met with success in every area. He produced stronger and more horses. Many of these horses helped General Matsui conduct his invasion of China and takeover of Nanking in 1937, an event that held such widespread news attention, Kuribayashi could not have been unaware of it. Knowing America's capabilities and what the Imperial Japanese Army could deploy in case of war, Kuribayashi explained to his superiors before 1941 that U.S. peacetime industry could transform overnight to produce munitions that could overwhelm anything Japan could muster. He told his command about the danger an enemy like America posed, but they didn't get it. Soon after leaving the Remount Administrative Section, he was assigned as Chief of Staff for General Takashi Sakai's 23rd Army stationed in China. During this time, they conducted war games and under secret orders planned the Hong Kong invasion to coincide with the attack on Pearl Harbor. In preparing the attack on the city, Kuribayashi helped with plans that gave attention to assaulting pillboxes, knowledge he would put to good use later on at Iwo Jima. Moreover, he was responsible for disseminating the instructions from an imperial conference which took place in Tokyo on the 5th of November 1941, which implored forces under his and Sakai's command to behave themselves. Since the eyes of the world would be watching, the Japanese government wanted its troops invading southern China to not repeat the excesses committed by the Japanese soldiers on the Chinese mainland. Of course, Kuribayashi knew what his government was asking him to command his troops to do. They were not to practice the Nanking-like crimes they had gotten used to doing to the Chinese. Indeed, Kuribayashi's subordinate, commander of the 38th Division, Major General Sano, did pass on the order to his regiments to treat any British and other Allied prisoners they might take in Hong Kong with humanity and justice, especially the Indian auxiliaries whom the Japanese felt were forced to fight for their colonial masters. However, Sakai, Kuribayashi, and Sano would fail miserably on passing this directive to troops under their command in such a way that they would obey it, as has already been discussed in detail in Chapter 5. As historian Philip Snow observed, it was one thing to urge moderation on the relatively educated officer caste, quite another to implement it in the line troops, who for the most part were ignorant, xenophobic, and brutalized by a training intended to turn them into mindless fighting machines. Moreover, one could argue it would be difficult to change the behavior of most of these men who had already become accustomed to raping and killing people whenever they went on campaign, if for no other reason than that they had no theoretical, moral, nor ethical codes that forbade the behavior. Snow continued. So the rank-and-file troops under Sakai and Kuribayashi had learned in the course of the Second Sino-Japanese War to perceive the Chinese masses as less than human. And it would seem that in the heat of triumph, the habits of a decade were hard to break. Events would unfortunately prove Snow's observation in spades, and the military success at Hong Kong necessary to inflict those atrocities on the population was largely implemented by Kuribayashi. 1 hour after Pearl Harbor was assaulted, the 23rd Army lurched toward the British Crown colony of Hong Kong on the southern coast of China under the operation code name of Harasaku, holler work, hitting it from the rear and pushing the 12,000 British, Canadian, Indian, and Chinese troops toward the sea. Although Churchill publicly encouraged the garrison to fight to the end, he knew his command could not offer any relief to Hong Kong. The Allied troops were mortally exposed if a nationalist army to the north did not attack quickly. It was hoped that they could hang on long enough for the Chinese under Chiang Kai-shek's general Yu Hanmu, commander of the 7th War Zone, the 12th Army Group, to hit the Imperial Japanese Army, 23rd Army, from the rear. In order to launch a proper attack to help the beleaguered defenders of Hong Kong, Hanmu needed until January. It was unclear whether the British could hold out all of 1 month, which the Chinese nationalists needed in order to help them. The 23rd Army was comprised of 3 divisions, the 18th, 38th, and 104th, numbering 48,000 men. Kuribayashi issued orders and coordinated several units as Sakai's chief of staff when the attack was launched on the 8th of December, sending initially 15,000 men across the border. He was in charge of the Hong Kong capture operation. He played a prominent role with the 38th Division as it penetrated the peninsula. As the Japanese troops poured into Kowloon Peninsula, Chinese families hid their daughters in basement hovels, in attics, or in closets, and then locked the other family members in their tiny homes. Women sulked out of sight of the troops and wore dingy black as a form of protective coloring. To reduce their attraction still further, they hunched their backs, dabbed their faces with mud, and wore sanitary pads irrespective of the time of month. Since the city had an estimated 1 million refugees because of the wars Japan had unleashed throughout China and Manchuria, the citizens knew what awaited them. As a result, General Sakai had his staff, i.e. Kuribayashi, post a reassurance proclamation throughout the Kowloon Peninsula, where Kuribayashi was probably the most senior-ranking officer, which declared, "We protect Chinese property. The war in Hong Kong is a war against the whites." As his troops' actions would soon prove, these were hollow words. Later, Kuribayashi helped conduct the amphibious assault of Hong Kong Island on the 18th of December after his forces had pushed the Allied troops off the mainland in full retreat to the Isle. The British troops thought they could hold out for months on the Hong Kong Island, but as events revealed, their hopes were unfounded. Preparing for the attack on Hong Kong Island, Kuribayashi issued orders to various military units to coordinate its assault to hit the beaches. As a result, ramp boats gathered on the shores of the mainland, and Kuribayashi oversaw the orders to carry at least 10,000 men in an amphibious invasion against the Isle, traversing a mile of ocean of Victoria Harbor. In total, they had 3 Daihatsu ramped landing craft that were 47 feet long and could carry 70 men, 18 Shohatsu landing craft that were 35 feet long and could carry 35 men, and 200 collapsible boats that were 13.6 feet long and could transport 20 men each. They wanted to make sure these assaults were successful, unlike a few others from the 15th to 16th December, when the Japanese landing parties were caught by searchlights during a night crossing and soundly repulsed. Even with these failures, the landing for the 18th of December was still thrown together and the planning insufficient. The Japanese admitted later it was a bore-like blind rush without adequate intelligence about the British or cooperation with Japanese artillery. Nonetheless, the landing proceeded and the Japanese sent their battle-hungry troops across the channel in 2 waves totaling 7,500 men, and they made their landfall at the districts of North Point and Sao Kaiwan. When the landings occurred, Kuribayashi learned how the British pillboxes' crossfire caused confusion and death, but ultimately the Imperial Japanese Army overcame them. Penetrating into the island, the battle later came against the Stanley fortifications by the village. In reducing this defense, Kuribayashi was impressed with how difficult it was to locate weak spots and prevent crossfire. The British utilized crossfire near Stanley Village's narrow entrance by firing a 2-pounder anti-tank gun supported by several machine gun positions and a searchlight beam. They destroyed 3 Japanese tankettes, types 94s, and cut down several soldiers. This experience influenced how Kuribayashi designed Iwo Jima and its defenses, having learned from attacking difficult ones himself. And Kuribayashi's unorthodox and rebel ways were on display at this battle when he defended Colonel Tahichi Doi's aggressive spirit and disobedience to direct orders at the beginning of the battle, and visited wounded men in field hospitals. Almost an unheard of act by a Japanese senior commander. Within a week after landing on the island, the Japanese had deployed at least 20,000 men to destroy the British colony. By the 25th of December, known as Black Christmas to the Allied troops, Hong Kong was in Japanese hands thanks in part to Kuribayashi's work. As the British raised the white flag over Victoria's barracks, the Japanese marched in shouting, "Banzai! Banzai!" Kuribayashi had helped deliver a devastating blow to the British in Asia and helped deprive Chiang Kai-shek's China of a window to the world. The British suffered 3,445 casualties and the Japanese 2,118. Since Hong Kong had become a symbol of British determination to restrain Japan, as well as a more subtle symbol of British support of Chinese resistance, this victory for Japan had huge psychological as well as military significance. However, the battle took much longer and produced many more casualties than the Japanese had anticipated. Sakai's planning for the battle, most of which was done by Kuribayashi, was inadequate at best. The Japanese benefited by having heavily outnumbered the British forces. Kuribayashi learned from this experience when he had his own command later on. Kuribayashi stayed with the 23rd Army for 18 months of occupational duty during the oppression of the Chinese in this region. He climbed the ranks to lieutenant general by 1943, and in June he left China and took charge of the most elite of forces, the Emperor's Tokyo Division, Imperial Guards. In April 1944, he was appointed to defend Iwo. In May, the Army officially selected him for the island's command. On the 27th of May, he was given a private meeting at 1:45 p.m. with Hirohito, an uncommon honor for a commoner. The family remembered when Kuribayashi returned home from this sacred encounter, he was excited. It was described as one of the most amazing events in his life. This meeting conveyed to Kuribayashi the importance of discouraging the Americans from setting foot on Japanese main islands. The emperor explained, "Only you among all generals is qualified and capable of holding this post. The entire army and nation will depend on you." The importance of what Kuribayashi was to do was further evidenced by a meeting with Prime Minister Tojo, who admonished him to perform well. Soon thereafter, he bid his family goodbye and departed. The day he left his wife, Yoshi, and he knew he would probably never return home. As a wife of a samurai, she did not show emotion. She would not dishonor what a samurai must do. Yet their 10-year-old daughter felt the energy. Perhaps she noticed the sword the emperor had given her father remained on its stand in the home. Kuribayashi had always taken it on other campaigns, but when he left for Iwo, he did not carry it. Shocking many around her, she threw a fit. She did not want her father to leave and clung to his legs. Kuribayashi consoled his daughter. With this unhappy family behind him, Kuribayashi left to take up his command. His wife probably wondered if she would ever see him again. A few days later, on the 8th of June 1944, as the American forces were about to invade the Marianas, under orders from Tojo, Kuribayashi officially took charge of the defense of Iwo Jima. Kuribayashi knew that defending Iwo was one of the most important responsibilities of the war. Before praying to his ancestors and begging for their blessing and guidance on this mission, he wrote his brother of his resolve to fight to the end. "I will fight as a son of Kuribayashi, the samurai, and will behave in such a manner as to deserve the name of Kuribayashi. May my ancestors guide me." These were not hollow words for Kuribayashi. In the Shinto religion, everyone was taught from birth that the kami, or spirits of the household clan, the imperial ancestors, and legendary heroes intimately influenced one's life. They had to be placated, respected, and revered. If not, evil would befall the warrior. In addition to their ancestors, Japanese also worshipped numerous Shinto gods. For Kuribayashi and most of his men, the Iwo Jima defense was a religious experience full of ritual, evidencing reverence for their ancestors, sun goddess, and god-man ruler, the emperor. Kuribayashi wrote his wife before the battle that his soul would be placed in the Yasukuni shrine and would live on with other warriors since he would soon die. Kuribayashi's grandson, Yoshitaka Shindo, explored these beliefs. What makes Japan dear to the heart? It is the knowledge that the energy, the work, the fruits of the labor of past generations live in the soil, the rocks, and the buildings of the land. The cause was indeed to die for the emperor, but the emperor was symbolic of those things dear to the Japanese since he and his royal line have been around for 2,600 years. The gods we worship are symbolic of larger feelings about nature, our world, and culture. To be Japanese is to focus on the nation, past and present, as a nation full of loved ones, and those loved ones include kami, gods, spirits. One might say sacred energy, our inner voice. Worshipping our ancestors' souls and dying for them and the emperor make a Japanese Japanese. Not to focus on these spirits and the emperor would be shame on oneself and family. This religious fervor stiffened Kuribayashi's resolve. Responsibility to those warriors past and present put pressure on Kuribayashi to fight to protect his culture, ancestors, family, gods, and emperor. One of his guiding forces to defend Iwo was his conviction that he was protecting his divine country, a country that admonished all to honor the gods and serve loyally their descendants, the emperors, creating a martial religion for a race of warriors. Most Japanese on Iwo had similar beliefs to Kuribayashi. U.S. Marines faced an island of thousands who believed they owed a sacred duty to their divine monarch and legions of Japanese dead. They derided Americans for going into battle without spiritual incentive, strictly relying on material superiority. The majority believed there was an inherent spiritual power in Japanese civilization that would grant them victory. Fleet Admiral and Supreme War Council member Aisuke Yamamoto believed the gods would ensure victory and claimed in 1935 that in war, Japan would be victorious because of the Shinto spiritual force. But for all the talk about religious superiority, America's material power worried Kuribayashi. Chapter 19, Section B. To meet the U.S. material might, Kuribayashi's innovative way of defending the island departed from orthodox strategies favored by most of his colleagues and caused consternation among subordinates. He generated opposition, and so he confronted it by sacking 18 of his subordinates, including his own chief of staff. He did not tolerate insubordination, nor questioning the new strategy, although he had received orders to meet the Marines at the shore, an order he himself refused to obey. He felt those rules on how to defend islands outdated and ineffective. One may appeal to genius, which is above all rules, which amount to admitting that rules are not only made for idiots, but are idiotic in themselves. And in order to break with the old rules of defending at the beach, Kuribayashi needed to train his men in new and more effective tactics. At first he felt many of his soldiers untrained recruits, led by officers who were superannuated scarecrows. He would need to harden them into warriors. He had conflicts with naval commanders, most notably his highest-ranking subordinate, Rear Admiral Tokinosuke Ishimaru. He secured a truce with Ishimaru, giving him some material to build a beach defense, since Ishimaru believed in the prevent the landing of the enemy strategy that proved unsuccessful on every island battle to date. Kuribayashi negotiated terms whereby half of the munitions and material supplied by the Navy would go into building pillboxes on the beach, while the rest would be for the use of the Army. Yet, Kuribayashi had reached an agreement at Imperial Headquarters in August 1944 that once they shifted to a ground operation, units and artillery pieces would revert to his command. He might have to wait a few hours once battle began to have full control, since the Navy was responsible for defending the island within the ocean battle space, but since Kuribayashi wanted to wait to start the active defense until after allowing Marines onto his island, he felt the diversion from his command strategy would not last long. Even with this diversion, Kuribayashi believed he would inflict a higher kill ratio on the Americans than any other commander. This innovative approach created a defensive strategy rare among his fellow generals who relied upon banzais. Kuribayashi harnessed his soldiers' fanatical fighting spirit to a sound strategy. He rose at 03:30 every day and oversaw the construction of his fortress island and micromanaged everything with the aim of instructing his men on how to inflict the maximum amount of death on the soon-to-arrive Marines. He crawled through tunnels, gave advice to improve defenses, and directly trained soldiers, even helping individual soldiers with their shooting. He constantly walked the island, learned its terrain, and offered instruction at unannounced inspections, taking interest in all details relating to his soldiers. The Tokyo radio described him knowing Iwo so thoroughly that even should he be asked where a certain hole made by the rats is to be found, he would answer quickly, without any hesitation. Not surprisingly, others felt he was too much of a slave driver and despised his harsh discipline. One may wonder how Kuribayashi and his men felt being on a death mission. Simply, they felt by protecting Iwo, they defended loved ones. Kuribayashi's grandson, Yoshitaka Shindo, explained, "Human beings draw great strength when they know they're protecting something sacred. It unites them and gives them a cause that's worthy to die for." The men went to their jobs on Iwo with joy and determination. It was to keep mainland Japan intact and keep our collective spirit surviving. I don't think they felt forlorn. Kuribayashi used this sentiment well, and his men labored around the clock to build his fortress. Before ever reaching the island, Kuribayashi thought about how to defend islands and reasoned by reading reports from lost battles that the existing strategy was not working. As he took command, he received a report on the 29th of June from Saipan and its lack of success defending the beaches, supporting his new strategy. Studying previous battles, Kuribayashi concluded that beachhead defense and mass banzais were ineffective. As a result, he devised a plan to fight from underground fortifications, tunnels, and pillboxes. He would build defensive positions, many of which could survive the battleship's big guns. To execute this defense, he needed a unique type of warrior. First, he forbade banzais. Soldiers would not waste lives this way. Second, to prepare the tunnels and fortifications that would be his defense's backbone, he needed engineers. In March, the 1st Company of the 9th Engineers stationed in Manchuria was making preparations to deploy to Truk Island. Using his contacts and skills as an administrator, he was able to divert 300 engineers from going to Truk. They created the foundation of his new strategy. He obtained an additional 700 engineers from various commands and mobilized the 1,233 engineers from the Navy already on the island. As a result, 10% of Kuribayashi's force were engineers who became his new strategy's guiding force, building an underground fortress. When Kuribayashi took command of Iwo in June of 1944, he felt he could hold the island long enough to provide the Navy an opportunity to blindside the U.S. fleet and inflict a terrible blow on the Americans. "When our enemy comes here, we can contain him," he told Major Yoshitaka Hori. "And then our combined fleet," he continued, "will come and slap his face. That is to say, our role here is a massive containing action." Hori informed him that much of the fleet was destroyed and they would not receive naval support. Kuribayashi was shocked. Admiral Nimitz's defeat of the Navy in the Marianas was kept from commanders in the area. As a result of this Imperial Japanese naval loss, Kuribayashi realized there was no hope of resupply, reinforcement, or returning to Japan. He sent his personal effects back home, now fully knowing he would never return. To maintain morale, he did not tell his staff about this naval defeat. This realization of inevitable defeat should not have come as a surprise to him, although it appears it did. Before leaving, he met with Tojo, who encouraged Kuribayashi to do something similar to what was done on Attu in Alaska in May 1943. At Attu, Imperial forces suffered 6,950 deaths, many in a massive banzai at the end of the battle. Only 28 Japanese POWs were taken. It was a major amphibious attack of U.S. Army troops trained by then Major General Smith and his Chief of Staff, Colonel Erskine, both Marines. Using Attu as an example, Tojo indicated to Kuribayashi to go out in a blaze of glory. Even with such a send-off, Kuribayashi must have harbored hope of returning, even if it seemed remote. With the newly learned knowledge that no Imperial Japanese naval ships would coordinate with him in the defense of the island, Kuribayashi had even more of a sense of urgency to prepare his men for battle. During the first 2 months of his command, Saipan, Tinian, and Guam's Japanese forces were defeated. He felt at the rate they were marching across the Pacific, the Americans would attack Iwo in October 1944. Consequently, he demanded that his soldiers work under his engineers around the clock, digging trenches and tunnels, and constructing pillboxes. He created a new motto: "Every soldier is an engineer." All his men's activities were devoted into making the island a fortress. After being on Iwo for a few weeks, Kuribayashi knew that without naval support, he could not hold the island. He did not, however, let the lack of naval support deter him from his mission to control the island as long as possible. He wanted the Marines to recognize as they neared Japan's home islands, they would pay a high price for every square mile of Japanese territory. By studying the Mariana campaigns, Tarawa, Roy, Namur, Normandy, and other U.S. amphibious invasions, he knew how to inflict heavy casualties on his approaching enemies. Soon after arrival, he received a visit from American bombers. On the 16th of June, he found himself taking cover from a U.S. air raid. He wrote, "A massive bomb landed next to the dugout, setting off a huge explosion. I was convinced that my dugout would be blown to bits, but as luck would have it, I didn't even get a scratch. For the duration of the ferocious raid, the only thing I could do was wait in the dugout in a state of extreme anxiety and pray." In 3 raids that month, the Americans destroyed over 100 airplanes, and during the attack just described, 40 soldiers died. These events sapped the morale of the Japanese. They also made Kuribayashi more frantic to get his fortress built underground to avoid the air power that would daily hit the island as the Japanese air forces dwindled away into nothing, leaving Kuribayashi's personnel vulnerable to air attack. He was preparing for a battle that would end in a defeat, but he hoped his nation could negotiate a peace as a result. He might be able to extract peace from the Americans if they felt the cost for continued warfare too high. He also thought if he could fight tenaciously enough, he could delay bombing attacks against Japanese cities, especially Tokyo. He, like many, believed that by defending Iwo, he protected his men's families from bombing raids by constructing a Japanese wall there at Iwo. He wrote his wife, "If the island I'm on gets captured, there'll be an increase of several hundred enemy planes, and the air raids on the homeland will be many times more savage than now. In the worst case, the enemy may land on the beaches of Chiba and Kanagawa prefectures and penetrate near to Tokyo." Kuribayashi knew the importance of his command and the force against whom he was defending. After October, Kuribayashi realized the Americans were not moving in his direction as quickly as anticipated. Instead of coming to him, they diverted west hitting Peleliu. As a consequence, on the 15th of November, he issued a new order directing that soldiers spend half the day on building trenches, bunkers, and tunnels, and spend the other half training. He emphasized two things. First, morale must stay high and commanders must ensure good attitudes. Second, coordination between companies must be practiced. Each unit should know how to work next to the units on their flanks, and Kuribayashi made sure company-level exercises improved these tactics. By the 1st of December, his fortress was taking on massive proportions, so he realized that for his men to know how to use it, he shifted the activity schedule once again. Men now dug tunnels, built bunkers and pillboxes 30% of the day, and trained for 70% of it. In inspecting his fortress, however, he realized he needed to go deeper. So on the 23rd of December, he switched the men's focus from building shallow tunnel and trench systems to now deep underground rooms and passageways 10 meters into the earth. U.S. Navy guns could not penetrate fortifications this insulated. When not digging, they emphasized cover and concealment, marksmanship, and anti-tank activities. Kuribayashi continued to refine the routines to perfect his men's behavior. Constant practice leads to brisk, precise, and reliable leadership, reducing natural friction and easing the working of the machine. He took inspiration from Colonel Kunio Nakagawa in his Peleliu defense, by which tunnels, pillboxes, and the natural terrain were utilized to inflict casualties. Nakagawa had not fully developed a strategy like Kuribayashi, because by the time he realized he should use it, many of the defensive positions had already been built on the beach and the Americans had arrived. Nonetheless, Nakagawa's use of interior defenses were superior to beach defenses. For their defense, Hirohito gave the Peleliu garrison Gokasho words of praise from the emperor for their gallant and tenacious fighting, no fewer than 10 times. Having a defense in depth and letting the Marines land without revealing their positions was key to killing more of them, Kuribayashi reasoned. His defense was like a jujitsu move of using the momentum of the opponent's attack to bring an enemy into one's body and then flip him onto the ground. When the enemy is close, he cannot hit the jujitsu practitioner, and if he is off balance, he can be twisted to the floor. Distance was a factor in this new defense. Kuribayashi knew he had to get Marines close to him before unleashing his firing positions. He adopted an all-around defense in depth, utilizing rugged ground in the interior of the island. His tactics were a distinct improvement over the tactics on other small islands. Kuribayashi had the correct comprehension of reality and refused to be awed by precedent. The American delay in attacking gave Kuribayashi 8 months to prepare the defense, and he profited from it. This 8-square-mile island eventually housed a network of 11 miles of tunnels and thousands of pillboxes and bunkers. The 3rd Mardiv reported, in the zone of action of one Marine division, 800 pillboxes of various types were found in an area approximately 1,000 yards square. Most pillboxes and emplacements were so well camouflaged that pre-invasion photo interpretations revealed only a fraction of the number actually existing. The island held at least 15,000 cave entrances and pillboxes. The Japanese sources give some interesting facts. They verify there was around 11 miles of tunnels, 11.2 miles or 18.1 kilometers. A little over 8 miles, 8.02, were made for living and hiding quarters, 1.99 miles for communication networks, 0.62 miles for firing positions, and 0.62 miles for storage areas. The Japanese report given by Kuribayashi's command noted there were 5,000 areas, including pillboxes and caves, which his troops could use to fire at the Marines, using concealment and defense. Kuribayashi had built this complex within 8 months of arriving, and he had planned an additional 6.2 miles to actually complete the Iwo Jima underground castle, had the Marines waited much longer to pay him a visit. This network housed 22,000 troops who learned to live troglodytic lives for months. The tunnels boasted large supply depots with trucks, tanks, hospitals, and command posts. They had miles of telephone cables, and because they ran underground, it was difficult to sever communications between the Japanese units during battle. Some of the areas traversed almost 100 feet underground, far below where shells from battleships' big guns could penetrate. One brigade headquarters, located near the little village of Motoyama, could hold 2,000 troops. It was 75 feet deep and had a dozen entrances. In addition to everything described, millions of cockroaches and ants also resided in the tunnels, crawling over the men as they slept. Because there was no regular bathing, parasites covered them. Kuribayashi shared in their deprivations, writing, "These caves are airless and humid, and they really are truly awful." But since the island received regular attacks, it was safer to live underground than above it. Miles of tunnels were made by breaking earth with pickaxes and removing dirt, sand, and rubble in woven bamboo baskets. In some areas, the geothermal heat was so intense, the soles of the troops' rubber shoes melted, and the sulfur gas gave them headaches and made breathing difficult. Sometimes they wore their cumbersome gas masks for protection from the sulfur fumes. Dressed in only loincloths, they would work in 5 or 10-minute shifts because of the intense heat, sometimes measuring 176 degrees Fahrenheit. Kuribayashi turned his men into super moles, excavating the hard Komhak rock, working in, one could argue, the bowels of hell. Muscles and men's backs ached and rippled under the workload. They were on half rations with food and water because the island could not support 22,000 troops. Kuribayashi made do with what he had, although it meant inflicting privation on his troops, many suffering from malnutrition, dysentery, and poisonous sulfuric gas. He wanted no distractions, so he officially, quote-unquote, refused sex slaves. It does seem that for some of the officers, they did bring their women, but that will be discussed later. Since there is no record of him opposing his troops using sex slaves in China, he actually ordered them for his troops by the thousands. He probably did not allow a lot of comfort women on Iwo Jima simply because there was not enough food and water for them. He would build a formidable fortress, pushing his resources to the limit. Lieutenant General Smith said as of 1945, Iwo was the most heavily fortified island in the world. To vanquish the highest number of heathen Americans, Kuribayashi felt he had to put his men through living hell. The ability to endure privation is one of the soldier's finest qualities. Without it, an army cannot be filled with genuine military spirit. Ironically, Kuribayashi had to inflict some of the harshest training in recorded history on his men, and this, unfortunately for the Marines, made them used to deprivation and conditioned them to know how to fight on the island using every advantage the sulfur pit offered. They learned how to met out overwhelming violence against the Marines who were unprepared for Kuribayashi and his warriors. The months of grueling labor Kuribayashi put his men through hardened them for defensive combat. Correspondent Dick Dashiell observed, "The quality of Jap soldier which fought so bitterly for Iwo Jima was Nippon's best, as Marines who were there will verify quickly and grimly." However, Dashiell's statement is false. Historian Dan King notes Iwo was Japanese Alamo. Only one actual Imperial Japanese Army regiment was on the island. The remainder of the units were slapped together from old reservists and inductees. That Kuribayashi's men fought so well was remarkable because Kuribayashi's troops were a diverse patchwork of all segments of the military and society. Many were not trained warriors, but came from outfits of communication, searchlight, transport, and so on. Some were new recruits without any training, while others were hardened China veterans. On average, Kuribayashi got the dregs of old men and youngsters, since Hirohito was hoarding his best units for the invasion of the mainland. 60% of Kuribayashi's force came from the traditions and culture of the army, while the others stemmed from the Navy, numbering 7,500 in the 27th Air Flotilla under Ishimaru's command. As usual, bitter fights erupted between the two services, a common occurrence in any military inter-service rivalry. Even so, both soldiers and sailors became physically tough, digging tunnels daily, but there was little ammo for rifle practice in order to help them to learn fully their defensive tactics. Admiral Spruance, Turner's and Smith's direct boss and commander of the Fifth Fleet, noted that in view of the character of the defenses and the stubborn resistance encountered, it is fortunate that less seasoned or less resolute Japanese troops were not committed. Knowing this about his men, the use of cunning, which Kuribayashi's strategy's foundation was built on, becomes obvious. As the military philosopher Karl von Clausewitz writes, "The weaker the force that are at the disposal of the supreme commander, the more appealing the use of cunning becomes. In the state of weakness and insignificance, when prudence, judgment, and ability no longer suffice, cunning may well appear the only hope. The bleaker the situation, with everything concentrating on a single desperate attempt, the more readily cunning is joined to daring. Released from all future considerations, and liberated from thoughts of later retribution, boldness and cunning will be free to augment each other to the point of concentrating a faint glimmer of hope into a single beam of light which may yet kindle a flame." In light of this reality, Kuribayashi molded his randomly cobbled together group into a disciplined and focused army, and they all worked daily to perfect the cunning required to give them the advantage against their enemy, the faint glimmer of hope that Clausewitz talked about. Knowing they were going to die, many prayed for the battle to give them relief from the conditions under which they worked. One Japanese survivor said, "There is a saying that the way of the warrior is to die, and we so wanted it to be a battle based on that ethos." Even so, the fortifications and tactics they were learning gave concrete evidence that Kuribayashi was doing everything he could to give his men the advantage in combat. And moreover, these tactics relied heavily on his troops learning how to inflict the maximum amount of harm on the Americans by using methods that would depend on, one might add, Machiavellian sneakiness. The troops' fighting song was, "In the lonely mid-Pacific, our sweat a fortress will prepare. If the enemy attack us, let him come, we will not care. Until the hated Anglo-Saxons lie before us in the dust, officers and men together, work and struggle, strive and trust." Kuribayashi shared in their misery. He ate their food and lived in their caves. Often he would not take extra water or food, although he could, because he wanted to show his troops he knew their deprivations. He shared his rooms with his officers and lived underground. He wrote his wife Yoshi, "To put it in a nutshell, we're living in caves in a barren wasteland, so, depending on how you look at it, our life is hell." At night, he declined to remove his uniform due to the constant threat of bombings. Men set their watches to his daily routine, which started early in the morning before sunrise. An orderly brought him a cup of water to wash the dust from his eyelids. What was left over would be reused throughout the day. Kuribayashi tolerated no waste. When he saw an officer rubbing himself with a towel soaked in water, he said he deserved to be executed. Then he calmed down and gave him a lecture saying, "On this island, a drop of water is as precious as a drop of blood." As the battle neared, Kuribayashi was increasingly cut off from Japan. With each month, the sorties from airfields dwindled as planes failed to return from missions. Ships bringing men and supplies declined as U.S. submarines sank them. No fewer than 1,500 Japanese troops drowned in the Nampo Chateau attempting to reach the Bonin Islands, and at least half of Kuribayashi's tanks were sent to the ocean's bottom before reaching his command. And besides struggling to increase and train his manpower, he continued to grapple with the unstable island he was charged to captain, as the volcanism was active and unstable. The aptly named Iwo Jima, literally Sulphur Island, was a volcanic island that shot up steam from holes riddling its terrain and had numerous boiling sulfur springs sprinkled throughout the landscape, making men's lives miserable. It was a waterless, barren land except for scrubby vegetation. Kuribayashi's adjutant, Major Yoshitaka Hori, said it was as vulnerable as a pile of eggs, and it would be better for everyone if they sank it to the bottom of the sea. It looked like a pork chop, with the meaty end to the north and the handle pointing down to the south, ending in the extinct volcano center cone of Mount Suribachi, Japanese for cone-shaped bowl, which rose 556 feet above sea level. It was an ugly, smelly glob of cold lava squatting in a surly ocean. Although Hori and Kuribayashi had their misgivings about defending Iwo, they would make the Americans pay for every foot of the godforsaken island. Iwo would be a maze of death, one of only two places during the Pacific War, the other being Angkor, where the Japanese inflicted more overall casualties on the Americans than Americans inflicted on them. Kuribayashi set a goal for his men to kill 10 Marines before they died, and every man will resist until the end, making his position his tomb, he ordered. To prepare his soldiers for this unconventional style of fighting, Kuribayashi composed 6 courageous battle vows, which were distributed in January 1945. His stern code of Bushido read as follows. 1. We shall defend this island with all our strength to the end. 2. We shall fling ourselves against the enemy tanks, clutching explosives to destroy them. 3. We shall slaughter the enemy, dashing in among them to kill them. 4. Every one of our shots shall be on target and kill the enemy. 5. We shall not die until we have killed 10 of the enemy. 6. We shall continue to harass the enemy with guerrilla tactics, even if only one of us remains alive. These vows were basically a collection of slogans outlining a soldier's proper state of mind in which to face battles. Often during morning assemblies and other occasions, soldiers recited these vows together like religious mantras. One man who collected the bones of fallen Japanese after the war claimed Kuribayashi's men regarded the vows as an article of faith, and even after their bodies rotted, were still reluctant to let go of them. Marines found copies of these vows all over the island, in bunkers and in pillboxes, in caves and tunnels, and on the beaches and on the dead. A few weeks into the battle, correspondents with Dick Dashiell found these vows, and while discussing them, one who had just arrived at the front said, "It looks as if the Japs were living up to their vows." His colleague, a hardened veteran, snorted, "Stick around. It's only the beginning." Kuribayashi also composed a set of instructions for soldiers of the Courage Division. Preparations for battle. 1. Use every moment you have, whether during air raids or during battle, to build strong positions that enable you to smash the enemy at a ratio of 10 to 1. 2. Build fortifications that enable you to shoot and attack in any direction without pausing, even if your comrades should fall. 3. Be resolute and make rapid preparations to store food and water in your position so that your supplies will last even through intense barrages. Fighting defensively. 1. Destroy the American Devils with heavy fire. Improve your aim and try to hit your target the first time. 2. As we practice, refrain from reckless charges, but take advantage of the moment when you've smashed the enemy. Watch out for bullets from others of the enemy. 3. When one man dies, a hole opens up in your defense. Exploit man-made structures and natural features for your own protection. Take care with camouflage and cover. 4. Destroy enemy tanks with explosives and several enemy soldiers along with the tank. This is your best chance for meritorious deeds. 5. Do not be alarmed should tanks come toward you with a thunderous rumble. Shoot at them with anti-tank fire and use tanks. 6. Do not be afraid if the enemy penetrates inside your position. Resist stubbornly and shoot them dead. 7. Control is difficult to exercise if you are sparsely dispersed over a wide area. Always tell the officers in charge when you move forward. 8. If your commanding officer falls, continue defending your position by yourself if necessary. Your most important duty is to perform brave deeds. 9. You should be able to defeat the enemy even if you do not have enough food or water. Be brave, O warriors, even if rest and sleep are impossible. 10. The strength of each of you is the cause of our victory. Soldiers of the Courage Division, do not crack at the harshness of the battle and try to hasten your own death. 11. We will finally prevail if you make the effort to kill just one more man. Die after killing 10 men, and yours is a glorious death on the battlefield. 12. Keep on fighting, even if you are wounded in the battle. Do not get taken prisoner. At the end, stab the enemy as he stabs you. Kuribayashi's philosophy was simple. Every soldier must be a focused killing machine without regard for himself or his comrades' welfare, and obey all his orders without question. He made sure his men knew a lesson must be taught to the Marines, and to the world for that matter, that massive casualties would result if an enemy attempted to take any Japanese territory. Most would posit that if a leader motivated his troops by telling them they were all going to die, it would not cause them to fight more effectively. However, Kuribayashi knew his men, and when he explained their goal was to do more than any Japanese soldier had been commanded by killing 10 Americans before taking their last breath, on Guam the soldier was only ordered to kill 7, they realized how seriously their commanders and nation viewed their mission. They took his new oath of violence and revenge to heart, knowing their deaths were inevitable. In the end, Kuribayashi's instructions for his men clarified that they should never show any mercy for the Marines. Take no prisoners and kill them all was a motto he wanted his men to accept, a motto they would indeed embrace full-heartedly. Kuribayashi's orders were not mission statements of how to win the battle, but rather orders to inflict such damage on the Americans that they would conclude the cost to defeat and occupy Japan was too high. They were not mission avowals on how to achieve victory, but rather on how to not be defeated for as long as possible. Kuribayashi clearly understood the historical consequences of culture idealism and harnessed his soldiers to a more practical standard. This shrewd general knew that only in their radical sacrifice could they perhaps 1. Buy more time for Japan to build out defensive works in the homeland, 2. Wear down the Americans, 3. Offer some possibility of securing a semi-favorable cessation of hostilities that might preserve Emperor Hirohito and some of the territorial gains made by the empire, and 4. Save Japan from a dishonorable defeat. Kuribayashi and his command embodied military philosopher Karl von Clausewitz's dictum, "War is merely the continuation of policy by other means. Der Krieg ist eine bloße Fortsetzung der Politik mit anderen Mitteln." He believed exacting the maximum bloodshed from the U.S. forces on Iwo would work in Japan's advantage in negotiating an end to the war. Once Kuribayashi understood the political conditions he faced, what the current war for Japan hoped to achieve and what it could achieve, it appeared easy for him to chart a certain course. He obviously had great strength of character and strong lucidity and firmness of mind to steadily carry out his current plan and to get his men to buy into it fully. For most armies of the day, especially those in the West, asking them to go on a one-way mission, which would lead to death, would invariably lower the morale of the troops, corrupt their discipline, and, in short, undermine their fighting spirit unless an overwhelming belief in the greatness and infallibility of their commander outweighed all other considerations. However, Japan's culture afforded Kuribayashi men able to be formed in such a way as to buy into the enormous exertions and great hardship and ultimate cruel death all his men faced, following his will and orders. Guadalcanal Medal of Honor recipient and Brigadier General Red Mike Edson, the famed Raider leader, warned the public a year earlier on the 4th of January 1944 that a strategy espoused by Kuribayashi was the norm. Edson cautioned that the entire Japanese strategy was built on the premise of inflicting casualties, not on achieving battlefield victory. He said, "I think the American people should realize the psychology of the people we are fighting to make the campaigns as costly as possible because they don't believe we can take it. They are willing to take large losses in the hope that we will be ready to quit before we can lick them." Although U.S. newspapers picked up Edson's analysis, most Marines did not understand the extent to which the Japanese would take this strategy, and Kuribayashi and his men continued to perfect this modus operandi of causing the most harm despite the realization that defeat for them was the result, never a victory. Commanders like Edson knew they needed to defeat the Japanese and show them Americans would not waver in their resolve to make Japan surrender unconditionally, regardless of the cost. But just as necromancers approach the morning light with horror at the conclusion of their witching hour, Kuribayashi refused to entertain the thought of unconditional surrender, although that might happen if they continued to suffer defeats. He knew his emperor and high command expected him to lose, but they wanted him to do so in a manner that would frame the loss as a Pyrrhic victory for the heathen Americans, whom he called devils. Little did he know that Marines pride themselves in being called devil dogs, Teufelhunde, after the nickname Germans gave them during World War I for their crazy war cries. The people Kuribayashi respected and called friends, when in America he now demonized as Chikiku Bigun, namely devils, brutes, and liars. To prepare his men, Kuribayashi not only gave orders to condition them that they were going to die, but he also did things to ensure they knew what he expected of them, such as blocking their emplacements' exits. After entering pillboxes, many of which were sealed from the outside, the men defending Iwo realized that such pillboxes were to be their tombs. Once inside, they were never leaving. To this day, many are still in those pillboxes, buried under sand and vegetation. Some estimate there are over 11,000 undiscovered bodies on Iwo. From a military perspective, maybe sealing them inside also camouflaged their dwellings, since many structures were buried underground. So this might have been a tactic to prevent Marines from identifying the structure and or attacking them from a vulnerable rear. There were thousands of cave dwellings and pillboxes organized into a phantasmagoric labyrinth. If many of his soldiers had no way to escape the fortifications, then Kuribayashi probably locked in thousands into these concrete sarcophagi before one Marine put a boot on shore. His men went contently, like a quiet ghost with a clean conscience, sitting inside the bars of a snug family vault. This conditioning of his men traces the extreme form of command of Japanese officers who seem to be consumed with one unachieved, revengeful desire. From the commanders on Saipan and Guam to Kuribayashi on Iwo, a desire burned to fight bravely and sacrifice themselves and their men, even when it definitely appeared that defeat was a foregone conclusion. Kuribayashi was hopelessly holding up hope in the midst of despair. He was one of the most ruthless commanders of all time, ruling his island with absolute authority, proving indeed that some dying men are the most tyrannical. Kuribayashi conducted his battle with skill, knowing that within weeks he would die fighting or commit suicide after almost all his soldiers lay dead. He wrote, "What a pity I have to bring the curtains down on my life in a place like this because of the United States." His leadership encompassed intelligent design and fantastic fatalism. He was logical and brave in the face of defeat. What has thus far been described of this man, one could argue, was a result of an excited or perhaps of a diseased intelligence. As he realized he would soon die, Kuribayashi wrote his wife and told her that when the Americans landed on his island, he and his men must follow the fate of those on Attu and Saipan. Then he wrote his son Taro, "The life of your father is like a flicker of flame in the wind. It is apparent your father will have the same fate as the commanders of Saipan, Tinanin, and Guam. There is no possibility of my survival." To reiterate to his wife that he would indeed never return, on the 21st of January 1945, just shy of a month before the Marines would land on his beaches, he wrote Yoshi to stop praying for his survival. "I don't care where my grave is located. My ashes will not be returned home, and my soul will remain with you and the children. Live as long as possible, and please take care of the children." Although fatalistic by then, Kuribayashi's energy and drive never let up in building out his island defense. His diseased intelligence now hungered for the day he would meet the Leathernecks in battle. Chapter 19, Section C. Marines prepare for Iwo Jima. As the Marines finished up their preparations to attack Iwo, many wrote letters home, not knowing when they would be able to do so again. Captain Beck sat down on the 8th of February and wrote his quote-unquote darling wife, "I believe we can say tonight that the war news is very favorable on all fronts. I just heard over the radio that the Russians are only 7 miles away from Berlin." In January he wrote, "The Army is closing an excellent job in the Philippines." Beck regularly listened to the radio and read Time or Life magazines. However, although things were looking good in Europe for the Allies and the Philippines were about to fall to MacArthur, the end for the Pacific War looked distant. Beck wrote, "In just a few days we will have been 2 years out here. As soon as conditions permit, I intend to ask for leave. It doesn't look like they will ever rotate us officers." Beck knew they would soon be hitting the beaches of another island still far away from the Empire's heart. In helping his wife, Ruth, realize he might be away from her and their son Barry longer than he thought, he wrote, "What makes it tough is the fact that there are a very small percent who actually see or fight the enemy, and those who do are the ones who should be given a break. But they keep the Marines and Army fighting men out here as long as they please, and the Navy, who really never have to fight, goes back after 18 months. Well, that's the way it goes, and there's no need of me beating my chops about it." Beck felt he had put in his time at Bougainville and Guam, and he yearned for his family. On the 12th of February 1945, the 3rd Mardiv formed at the docks at Guam and boarded the troop ships earmarked for Iwo Jima in Operation Detachment. 2 days later, Hirohito could have stopped this campaign. Prince Fumimaro Kono pleaded with him to surrender immediately. That would have saved a tremendous number of lives and averted great suffering among the Japanese, their captive nations, and the Allies. Hirohito dismissed Kono, saying, "If we hold out long enough in this war, we may be able to win, but what worries me is whether the nation will be able to endure it until the end." As a result, the next battle was still on, and Woody's Sea Company set sail on the 16th of February on the attack transport USS President Adams. Some joked with each other, and one character said over the loudspeakers, "Just a pleasure cruise," as they left port. Battleships, cruisers, destroyers, aircraft carriers, and numerous planes squired them into the open sea in pursuit of their next victory. Below deck, the men were packed in like sardines, with bunks stacked 5 to 7 high. Along the way, they daily got a few hours above deck to do calisthenics. Other than that, they stayed below and lay on their bunks and daydreamed or conversed with their buddies while living in their cavernous hot hole. "I wish they had a few fans back then," Woody said, "but they didn't. It was hotter than hell." In their free time, they went topside to try to find shade and look at the ocean and watch the sun playing off the water. Rabbi Roland Gittleson was impressed at how politely the men treated one another. Men facing the most uncomfortable present and the most frightening future of their lives were wonderfully human toward each other. In total, the Navy sent 800 ships to Iwo Jima full of such men, from troop ships and supply vessels to battleships and aircraft carriers. The sun was high in the sky as fleets of airplanes circled above, providing cover. The ships delivered death to Japan in aircraft, naval gun bombardment, and amphibious troops as they voyaged along through seas so wearily, lonesomely mild, that all space in repugnance to our vengeful errand seemed vacating itself of life before our urn-like prow. Men attended religious services. In fact, several, to cover their bases, so to speak, attended different religious services, visiting the chaplains of all faiths and collecting different icons. Crosses from Protestant ministers, crucifixes from Catholic priests, and mezuzahs from rabbis. One Protestant chaplain read, "Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil." Ephesians 6, verse 11. Such words of solace helped calm many, and for the faithful, the thought that God provided protection made many hopeful they would survive. Describing one's enemies as Satan's agents was effective to help religious men justify their killing. Since time immemorial, armies have demonized their foes to psychologically acclimate to the thought of killing them. Some chaplains prepared for battle physically, not just spiritually. One chaplain strapped on a Colt .45 pistol. Seeing stunned Marines nearby, the priest said, "Yes, prayer is good, but this thing is quicker." The priest was not alone. Rabbi Gittleson, with the 5th Mardiv, effectively second in command of the division's chaplains, trained with a pistol and wore one during Iwo. A common misconception was that the Geneva Convention prohibited medical personnel and chaplains from bearing arms. Americans had little hope the Japanese would honor the Geneva Convention, and so almost all medical personnel and chaplains armed themselves for self-defense. Many chaplains believed God would protect them, but religious belief could only go so far in building up confidence to meet every situation, especially when fighting the Japanese, who did not themselves fear death. Although it is often said there are no atheists in foxholes, several Marines had no faith, including Woody at this time. Some became believers and others lost their faith. John Lorillo explained that after what he had seen, he could never again believe in a merciful or just God. "When I saw someone reading his Bible or praying, I just thought he was wasting his time at this stage in my life," Woody said. He was apathetic about God and divine intervention. Aboard an LST, landing ship Tanks, Coast Guard correspondent Vic Hayden exclaimed he did not believe for 1 minute that old crap about there being no atheists in foxholes. He then looked around and told people he was going to set up the Foxhole Atheist Society to protest. And Jerry Yellen, a Jewish-American P-51 pilot, said that after all the death he had seen, he could never believe in God and found religious belief a waste of time. Men found many of their comrades who were the most religious were among the first to die. Marine veteran Eugene Sledge saw a dead man missing half his face, and with one gazing eye he described as staring at him. He imagined the deceased having an imaginary conversation saying, "I prayed like you to survive, but look at me now." So, although many were religious, there were many who felt shocked out of belief by what they saw their fellow man do to others, while God, it seemed, would not intervene to make things right. Was he aware of the massive carnage and destruction? Could he hear the desperate prayers over the din of battle? Which country did he favor? Some theologians argue these problems of war and death are a result of free will, the power to act on one's own discretion. Yet, ironically, we all have free will, because we have no choice. But even with the prayers and lucky charms, many Christians and Jews had trouble reconciling what they had been taught about a peace-loving God once they witnessed battlefield realities. Was the carnage, suffering, and death of good, God-fearing men part of God's plan? Many prayers went unanswered, causing some to doubt what they learned as children. Many questioned or discarded their beliefs. The author's uncle, Frank Rigg, a U.S. Army officer who fought the Japanese on Angwar with the 322nd Regiment of the 81st Division, hated the Japanese and lost his belief in God after what he observed in battle. He claimed only the weak-minded and unobservant need God. Saipan and Marine veteran Charlie Tooth rejected his Catholicism and echoed my uncle's belief, saying God had died a long time ago and that he must be a very miserable deity to allow even a fraction of the cruelty that goes on in this war. What about the Japanese soldiers' religion? Most Japanese seem to not lose any faith in their Shinto gods. But this may have been because some Japanese gods practiced revenge and hate in our war gods like Hachiman Daimoijin and Takamikazuki Nankami, or Hirohito, a man god who ordered this carnage in the first place. These gods acted in contrast to the peace-loving Christian God and his son Jesus. Love your enemies. Or, whomsoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. Matthew chapter 5, verses 39-44. And this man, Jesus, and his teachings, many Westerners believe exemplified divine behavior, although Christian Americans were doing everything but turning the other cheek to get slapped or loving the nips at this time. In contrast, it seems Japanese religious belief was more in line with reality. Admiral Yamamoto, the embodiment of the warrior class, loved his emperor and believed his people to be a chosen race, selected by a far-seeing providence to fulfill an ineluctable destiny, filled with death and destruction ordained by the gods. He believed they helped Japan win the war against Russia in 1905 and would do so in the future, and that men dying in battle would become gods themselves. Many Japanese were in a stage of religious development similar to the ancients who worshipped Ares, the Greek god of war, Mars, the Roman god of war, Thor or Odin, the Norse gods of war and revenge. And Japan's leader, Hirohito, furthered the human tradition of deification, as did ancient Egyptian pharaohs like Tutankhamun or Ramses II. They were revered as the offspring of a sun god named Ra, and as did Greek leaders like Alexander the Great, son of Amun Zeus, or Roman emperors like Caligula, Nero, and Domitian. In all cases, these men were not only seen as gods, but also were their nation's supreme military commanders. Transcendentalist Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote, "That which dominates our imagination and our thoughts will determine our lives and character. Therefore, it behooves us to be careful what we worship, for what we are worshiping, we are becoming." Religious commentator Sam Harris could be describing the average Japanese belief in Hirohito and these Shinto gods when he wrote, "The only demons we must fear are those that lurk inside every human mind: ignorance, hatred, greed, and faith. which is surely the devil's masterpiece. The preceding quotation is an oversimplified metaphorical view, but the fact remains the Shinto religion seemed to reinforce the imperial soldiers' will to fight tenaciously and either die for a merciless empire or commit suicide rather than surrender. Shintoism also reinforced the belief that if they died honorably, they could become gods themselves, eternally to protect their families and clans. In short, the war was Saisen, sacred war. Harris continued, as long as it is acceptable for a person to believe that he knows how God wants everyone on earth to live, we will continue to murder one another on account of our myths. And Japanese myths motivated Japanese soldiers to kill without remorse and die with reckless abandon. As the Marines approached Iwo Jima, the Japanese went to shrines, offered prayers to their gods, and clapped their hands to summon their divinities' attention and ward off evil spirits. Many gazed north and bowed toward the imperial palace. One soldier's final message to his family read, "As one who has given life in order to serve the emperor, I was always ready for my corpse to lie in the field of battle. It is my long-cherished desire as a soldier." Thousands donned their thousand-stitch belts, senenbari, to spiritually ward off bullets. These 3 foot long and 6 inches wide belts were made by their womenfolk who had brought these senenbaris around their neighborhoods, asking 1,000 women per sash to each put in a stitch in order to create belts that would defend their men from the enemy. Before the Marines set out from Guam, most leathernecks did not know where they were going. For operational security and to prevent the Japanese from knowing that Iwo was next, few were told that it was the objective. Only after they were aboard ship did they learn about the island. Looking at the map of Iwo Jima, Woody recalled, "Really, as a farm boy, I can remember thinking 2 miles was nothing to me, the width of Iwo. I ran that far back when I was a kid growing up in the hills of West Virginia. Since the island was 2 by 5 miles, I really didn't think it was going to be that hard." Many Guam veterans thought Iwo would be easy to conquer, with its 8 square miles, 1/3 the size of Manhattan, since they had just conquered a 60 square mile island, Guam, in 3 weeks, and without heavy casualties. However, unbeknownst to all, it was going to be one of the toughest battles ever. Why it held strategic significance to the U.S. was beyond the ken of most. They reviewed maps in the train of Iwo, learning of their mission, while sailing into hostile waters. Woody's officers told them that because men were killed trying to take Japanese prisoners on Guam, they should under no circumstances take POWs. The problem was again Japanese treachery, in this case the feigned surrender. "Kill them all," was the word given to the Marines. Lieutenant General Smith told Nimitz his men had taken the Japanese lesson of no surrender to heart, and they will die to the last man. They never will be taken prisoner. The practice certainly was not counter to the wishes of the Japanese in any event. Their desire was to die as warriors, not live as prisoners. Woody and his comrades thought they would not have to practice such draconian measures since they got word they would be held in reserve and not depart the ship. Woody heard the battle would only last 5 days. His company would be committed only if things got really bad. Woody expected to hang around on the ship for the entire time, like they did during Saipan when the 3rd Mardiv was held in reserve but never called to battle. It was stressful because although they were in reserve, they could be sent into battle at a moment's notice. Once anchored in position miles off Iwo's coastline and waiting to perhaps join the battle, the tension and boredom among the men of the 3rd Mardiv could cause a lot of friction between the Marines. For the invasion, the Marines of the 4th and the 5th Mardivs would hit the beaches first on the 19th of February. Woody figured that after they secured it, we'll return to our base at Guam for further training. By the 13th of February, Japanese patrol planes had spotted almost 200 ships headed north toward Iwo from Saipan. Kuribayashi alerted his troops to occupy their battle stations. On Iwo Jima, preparations for the pending battle had been completed and the defenders were ready. By the time of the invasion, planes and naval guns had bombarded the island on and off for 249 days. Fisk Hanley, who was on the Reunion in 2015, his B-29 had hit it on the 24th of January, 1945. Fleet Admiral Nimitz observed no other island received as much preliminary pounding as did Iwo. Raids by U.S. Army, Air Force, and Navy carrier planes had ended the use of Iwo as a Japanese airfield by the 25th of December 1944. One raid on the 8th of December 1944 dropped 800 tons of explosives on the citadel. Several planes unloading their bombs on the island received furious gunfire from the fortified peak of Mount Suribachi, prompting bomber crews to nickname it Mount Son of a Bitchy. For 72 days leading up to the battle, the U.S. intensified its attacks on Iwo Jima. Aircraft carriers alone sent 2,700 sorties over the island, dropping 5,800 tons of bombs, and B-24s from the Marianas flew 2,807 sorties, releasing 7,720 tons of bombs. Aerial reconnaissance photographs showed 5,000 craters in 1 square mile alone. During these attacks, the Japanese ack-ack guns were only able to bring down 10 B-29s and 4 fighters. Kuribayashi hated these raids. All he and his men could do was hold our breaths, praying to God and Buddha in our bunkers. The U.S. even bombarded Iwo with a few tons of napalm. The island was further softened up, pulverized, for 3 days by intensive naval bombardment prior to the 19th February landing. Battleships, cruisers, destroyers, minesweepers, and gunboats probed the defenses, removed obstacles, and fired on targets. Some ships were from World War I, like the USS Texas, a battleship built at the same time as the RMS Titanic. She had already seen action in Operation Torch, the invasion of North Africa in November 1942, and in Europe with Operation Overlord, the invasion of Normandy in June 1944. She was not as fast as the new battleships, but she had big guns and was still powerful. Her battle-hardened gunnery crews were experienced at taking out land targets. By the 15th of February, the USS Texas and her other warships had pummeled the island with almost 22,000 shells, with more on the way. Even today, in her permanent museum berth in La Porte, Texas, one can see a map near her war room marking where in the world she fired her shells. At Iwo, ships like the USS Texas shelled the island relentlessly. One intercepted broadcast from Iwo's command back to Imperial headquarters said, "We are doomed. The enemy is firing on us from both seas." So many shells and bombs hit the island that if the tons of iron fragments were gathered together, a thick steel blanket would cover the entire island. When ships hit positions with 16-inch shells from 1,000 yards away, the explosions must have truly sounded like hell's bells announcing Armageddon. If one stands outside near one of the battleship's guns while firing, the percussion will burst his eardrums, and the concussion force will knock him off the ship. When a shell lands near or on target, the destruction is impressive. Japanese veteran Takahashi Toshiharu was on the receiving end of this action. The guns that were trained on the island all spurted fire at the same time. On the island there was a huge earthquake. There were pillars of fire that looked as if they would touch the sky. Black smoke covered the island and shrapnel was flying all over the place with a shrieking sound. Thick trees were blown out of the ground, roots uppermost. The sound was deafening, as terrible as a couple of hundred thunderclaps coming down at once. Even in a cave 30 meters underground, my body was jerked up off the ground. It was hell on earth. A Marine witnessing this display of firepower looked at his buddy and asked, "Do you think there will be any Japanese left for us?" Observing the bombardment from sea, Life and Time correspondent Robert Sherrod wrote he could not help thinking, "Nobody can live through this." Then added, "But I know better." Although no previous target to Iwo had received such a volume of preparatory shelling per square yard of terrain, Kuribayashi had designed his island fortress so well that as a percentage, no other Japanese-held island to date had gone into battle with so many of its defenses intact. So Sherrod was more right than he could have ever imagined. To counter this bombardment, Kuribayashi attempted a meager counterattack by sending 2 kamikaze Zero fighters armed with 60-kilogram bombs that had been housed in a concrete structure at Airfield No. 2. As they flew past Suribayachi, naval AA guns fired upon them, and the 2 planes, shredded in pieces, fell into the ocean. Navy frogmen cleared the way with a flotilla of LCIs, events of the 17th of February. As with other islands, underwater demolition teams, UDTs or Navy frogmen, cleared the offshore waters on the 17th of February to remove obstacles that would prevent the landing at Iwo. Kuribayashi had given strict orders not to fire on the Americans until the Marines were on the beach en masse. In a rare violation of his orders, several 5-inch trigger-happy Nipponese gun crews, hidden deep inside Mount Suribachi under Rear Admiral Ishimaru, along with other units, fired at the support vessels for the frogmen, mistakenly thinking they represented the main landing. They hit the cruiser USS Pensacola with numerous rounds, killing 17 and wounding 120 of her sailors. Japanese gunfire further eviscerated the 14 gunboats, LCI-Gs, supporting the frogmen. Again, these LCIs, landing craft infantry vessels, were 158 feet long, 23 feet wide, and weighed around 350 tons, carrying a crew of between 25 to 60 men. On this day, the gunboats had roughly 60 men each, since they were there to defend the frogmen operation and not carry troops. To give one a perspective, these ships were between 1,000 to 1,200 yards away from the beach, being hit by weapons capable of hitting targets miles away. 5-inch guns can hit targets within 13 nautical miles, for example. Enemy fire sank landing craft LCI G-474. LCI G-473 became disabled from the hits it took and had to be towed out of battle. LCI G-441 took several shell strikes, losing 40% of its crew in combat, but its captain, Lieutenant Junior Grade Forrest W. Bell, engaged the enemy and kept fighting, later receiving the Navy Cross for his actions. The Japanese killed or wounded 30% of LCI G-466 crew, and LCI G-449 suffered 60% dead and injured. Most of the ships were on fire or flooding, but their officers and men kept them in the fight by counter-flooding compartments, keeping the ships under steam, and returning fire with their cannons, rockets, and machine guns. Most of these boats had 2 40mm guns, 4 20mm guns, 6 50 caliber machine guns, and 10 Mark 7 rocket launchers. On LCI G-449, Navy Lieutenant Junior Grade Rufus G. Herring bravely captained his ship near Yellow Beach 1, where WWII would land a few days later, and directed counterfire against positions on the beach. He and his crew had participated in the battles of Saipan, Guam, and Tinian, so they knew each other well and were very familiar with their ship's capabilities. The second round of shells from the Japanese shore batteries that came at him and his men shattered his vessel and knocked out most of his guns, hitting his LCI with 5-inch shells, large mortars of 37mm and 25mm, and machine gun fire. In less than a minute, 2 large fires spread throughout the ship, and Herring's crew had suffered 20 dead and 19 wounded. Some dead bodies were on fire. His pilot house was shattered, and one of his crewmen was seen still seated in his chair behind the radio, but now headless. The decks of his ship were covered with spent shells, shrapnel, blood, guts, and body parts. Although Herring had lost consciousness twice, had almost lost his left arm that had been practically severed off at the shoulder by shrapnel, surviving a blast most likely by a 37mm shell blowing him out of the conning tower and onto the lower deck, had lost partial use of his right foot due to shrapnel wounds, had lost hearing in his left ear, perforation of the left drum, had lost copious amounts of blood, and had lost 60% of his crew, taking the brunt of the onslaught by the Japanese shore batteries, he never relinquished command and continued to shout orders to put out the fires and carry on the fight, and when unable to fight any longer, to successfully steer his vessel out of the line of fire using his one good arm. Out from his torn flesh and muscle on his wounded shoulder protruded a large shell fragment, looking like he had grown a dorsal fin. The doctors later wrote just of his arm-shoulder injuries. The wounds included a large avulsed wound of the deltoid area, a deep 4-inch laceration along the posterior left axillary border, a 3-inch laceration of lateral aspect of left arm, another over the 5th metacarpal dorsal aspect left hand, and other lacerations and punctured wounds. In layman terms, he was fucked up. Leaning against the ship's rail, Herring took the helm since the helmsman had been a casualty, maintaining communication with the engine room, and piloted his ship away from the battle to safety, saving what remained of his men and LCG 449. He did not give up the ship. Once he safely had his ship moored next to the 450-foot mine layer USS Terror, had received 2 medical officers and 2 corpsmen, and had witnessed his men being taken care of, he lost consciousness again. For his heroics, Herring would later receive the Medal of Honor. When the Japanese opened fire on the gunboats, giving away their positions, they exhibited their only instance of breaking fire discipline earmarked for invasion forces, except for anti-aircraft units that continually tried to take down planes. On this day, the U.S. Navy deployed 14 LCIs, and many of its gunships, as just described, took direct hits and much damage. The flotilla suffered 202 casualties, with 47 of them being KIAs or MIAs. 25% of the sailors of this tiny fleet became casualties. The U.S. Navy would lose more ships and men than on D-Day in Europe, assaulting Iwo this day. Even so, every ship did its best to support one another and fight back against the positions inflicting damage on them, evidenced by the fact that these 14 ships fired a total of 9,000 rounds of 40mm shells, 12,000 rounds of 20mm shells, and 350 rockets against the Japanese on the beaches. Seeing their little brothers taking such punishment, the fleet started to move its battleships and cruisers in close to the beach. After the U.S. Navy located those enemy guns and calculated distances and placement, its big ships unleashed a fury of shells. The USS Nevada, a survivor of Pearl Harbor, instantly began counter battery against the weapons firing at the gunboats. Nevada and many others fired back with a vengeance and snuffed out the concrete casements one by one. This was one of the few errors against Kuribayashi's orders his men made. This error, although killing several sailors on the unfortunate gunboats, saved thousands of Marines' lives, since the Japanese guns would have taken a very heavy toll of men and supplies from the outset of the ship-to-shore movement. In fact, this was unquestionably the most significant role ever played by the bold underwater swimmers and their close-covering gunboats in the course of the Pacific War. Moreover, unlike the almost 3 dozen Amtraks that were sunk assaulting Guam, it was estimated that only 5 Amtraks were sunk assaulting Iwo in the early waves, another benefit of having located and destroyed these Mount Suribachi guns. While these sailors and frogmen did not know it, they had become attractive bait, and when the Japanese bit, they allowed the Navy ships to make the beach a little easier to assault, although there was still more danger awaiting the Marines than any of their commanders had imagined. The frogmen also collected intelligence on the beaches, and verified for higher command that the Japanese most likely would not flood the beaches with burning oil, as was feared. After Kuribayashi's garrison finished with its attack on the 17th of February, and the Americans withdrew, The Japanese propaganda on the radio stated, "The brave defenders of Iwo Jima have repulsed the Marine Corps' landing after the heaviest concentration of fire in the war. The Marines have turned tail and run." As usual, the Japanese civilians were fed misinformation. Meanwhile, the truth was that Marine leadership wanted more shelling. Pre-invasion naval gunfire. One of the controversies of Iwo was the amount of U.S. Navy pre-invasion gunfire. Major General Harry Schmidt, commanding the landing force, asked for a week to 10 days of bombardment, but due to the supply of ammo and the pressures of other engagements, Naval Commander Rear Admiral William H.P. Blandy provided only 3 days of shelling. Schmidt's boss, Lieutenant General Smith, claimed that had the Navy done a longer bombardment, casualties would have been lower. Smith wrote, "We had to haggle like horse traders, balancing irreplaceable lives against replaceable ammunition. I was never so depressed in my life." Blandy, not realizing how well Kuribayashi had prepared the island, decided, "The weather has not permitted complete expenditure of the ammunition allowance, and more installations can be found and destroyed with one more day of bombardment. I believe landing can be accomplished tomorrow as scheduled." Moreover, the Navy was aware if they stayed in one place, the danger to their fleet increased dramatically, so they limited their time in static positions. Additional naval bombardment might have decommissioned more pillboxes and fortifications, and according to historian Ronald Spector, would have shortened the fighting ashore. But what is difficult to know is whether a longer bombardment would have been more advantageous than getting troops ashore sooner to attack the gun positions firing on the Marines. The Navy had no way of knowing the extent of the underground fortifications, their exact locations, nor how deep underground and how well reinforced they were. The U.S. Navy had studied the effect of bombardment on strong fortifications, and the limitations were well understood. Although a 16-inch high explosive shell from a battleship had a terminal velocity of 1,500 feet per second and could demolish structures above ground, it had doubtful penetrating power. As for planes, historian Samuel Eliot Morrison said, aside from a lucky hit, about all that aerial bombardment could do was to blast off camouflage and reveal hidden targets. Kuribayashi had purposely designed his defenses to minimize the effect of bombardment. The defenses were such, by and large, that the only way that they could be taken out was the way they were taken out, by infantry and demolitions. Combat engineers of the 5th Mardiv destroyed 5,000 cave entrances and pillboxes in their zone of operation alone. The 3rd Mardiv reported that the pre-invasion naval shelling resulted in only a small percentage of the Japanese installations on Iwo Jima being neutralized. Smith summed it up that the shelling had hardly scratched the fortifications the Japanese had prepared. Another reason for a shortened period of pre-invasion bombardment was the departure of Task Force 58 from Iwo to go to Japan's shores to strike her from the sea. Admiral Spruance, the 5th Fleet's commander and overall charge of the Iwo operation, led this attack and wanted it to be impressive to show that Japan's mainland could be hit from the sea and not just from the air, as was being done by the B-29s. For Task Force 58's raid to be impressive, Spruance took with him several battleships originally allocated for Iwo, thus depriving Marines of shelling before the invasion. The raid was a vain and costly exercise by the Navy to prove sea power's worth. Moreover, naval commanders wanted to save ammunition for airfields on Japan's mainland that would be used to hit the approaching U.S. fleet occurring after the landings. This operation would have ships at Iwo return to Japan to neutralize any air interference that might have developed from Japan's homeland against American forces at Iwo. These maneuvers supported operations at Iwo by providing a screen against aerial attacks from Japan against the invasion force. In the end, though, even if the Navy had pounded Iwo more, it would not have had much effect because the enemy was so entrenched. Moreover, the proposals for more bombing focused on the landing areas and not the middle and north where most casualties would occur due to fighting the toughest defenses that had not been touched by pre-landing bombardment. 9 months earlier, when the Japanese lived on the island's top side, bomb attacks did kill more. But Kuribayashi learned from this experience and took his men underground. While extra days of bombing and shelling might not have made a substantial impact on the defenses, it would have depleted the supplies and deprived the enemy of sleep, which could have affected the Japanese once operations began. Most soldiers in the island survived the preliminary bombing unscathed and were ready to fight as the Marines hit the beaches. Regardless of what more pre-invasion bombardment might have done, the decision was to land the troops with fewer days of bombing than the generals desired. Kuribayashi commanded approximately 22,000 mostly Japanese troops. There were 1,600 Korean laborers who, on the whole, fought well. His troops' morale, health, and discipline were excellent. His engineers took advantage of the terrain and fortified Iwo to near perfection, putting blockhouses, pillboxes, and other emplacements where they would be most effective. Kuribayashi had hundreds of major installations constructed to shelter the big guns and had blockhouses built with 5-foot-thick concrete walls, some with 50 feet of earth above them. Mount Suribachi had a 4-story complex and a hospital inside of it. Kuribayashi made expert use of the terrain and planning the fortifications to stymie the Marines. Besides having these fortifications manned with soldiers with rifles and machine guns, he also had 361 artillery pieces of 75mm or larger caliber, a dozen 70mm mortars, 65 medium 150mm and light 81mm mortars, 33 naval guns 80mm or larger, and 94 anti-aircraft guns 75mm or larger. In addition to this formidable array of large caliber guns, the defenses could boast of more than 200 20mm and 25mm anti-aircraft guns and 69 37mm and 47mm anti-tank guns. A downpour of steel would hit the Marines when battle started. Often they did not know the locations from which it came. Historian Robert Burrell noted Kuribayashi's genius was his use of indirect fire, firing projectiles that did not rely on a direct line of sight on the beaches. Kuribayashi's men had calculated azimuths and elevations for mortars and artillery shells so they could fire from concealed positions behind ravines, hills, bunkers, and trenches to hit the beach without ever having to observe the beach during combat to see where their munitions landed. To thwart Marine tanks, Kuribayashi installed scientifically laid minefields, dug anti-tank ditches, built massive stone walls to block terrain suitable for tanks, and strategically placed anti-tank guns. He partially buried 40 tanks throughout the defensive line, sacrificing their mobility for stationary firepower. By doing so, he made the tanks into pillboxes. The Japanese used mortars proficiently and had huge rocket mortars, including one that was 320mm, weighing almost 700 pounds. Japanese artillery used smokeless powder, which made locating guns difficult. Nimitz said, Iwo Jima appears to have been close to optimum in size and density of defense. Observers who had inspected German fortified areas in both World Wars testified that never had they seen a position so thoroughly defended as Iwo Jima. The night before invasion, Chaplain Rabbi Gittleson on the USS Duel conducted a joint religious service with a Christian chaplain, broadcasting over the public address system, reaching thousands. In a confident voice, he said, "Men, I'm going to be speaking in these next few minutes quite as much to myself as to you. We're in this thing together. The same fears and doubts and high hopes which fill your hearts tonight are in mine." He spoke about spiritual weapons they had while they fought with their physical ones. He discussed the love their wives, parents, and significant others had for them, and the pride they all had for the U.S., the Corps, and for themselves. "It's you and I who will win this campaign with our tanks and planes. You may fire the shot that will break the enemy's back. You may, by your own example of courage, give strength to 50 other men, and they to 500 more." He concluded by discussing the faith they had in themselves, each other, and in God. a power that makes for righteousness and ensures the triumph of righteousness. Services like these were being held throughout the fleet, and the men listened in quiet contemplation. It gave many strength. Although in the days leading up to battle there had been bickering and anti-Semitism among some chaplains, during the Iwo campaign the religious leaders unified under the threat of mortal harm. Most set aside religious differences and united in a pursuit of a common enemy who intended to kill every last Marine regardless of his beliefs or skin color. In this religious climate, Lieutenant General Holland Smith prayed to God for guidance. He anticipated his Marines would suffer horrendous casualties to capture the island, but he underestimated the extent, thinking only 1 in 4 would be killed or wounded. Weeks before the battle, he wrote the Commandant, Lieutenant General Alexander Vandergrift, that Iwo wasn't worth the heavy casualties his men would suffer. Such a dire calculation was disconcerting. Smith hoped to God that something might happen to cancel the operation altogether. Racked with anxiety, he turned to Scripture. My only source of comfort was in reading the tribulations of leaders described in the Bible. Never before had I the spiritual value, the uplift, and the solace a man on the eve of a great trial receives from the pages of that book. Although a Methodist, he wore a St. Christopher's medal blessed by the Pope around his neck. Apparently he liked to cover his bases. Although a self-proclaimed fatalist, Smith was right to worry because this would be a tough battle, and his Marines needed all the support they could receive, both from his fellow Marines and from the heavenly forces he hoped were on their side. At Iwo Jima, Smith was the commander of the recently created Fleet Marine Force Pacific, which left the immediate control over the operations to subordinates. He only conferred with military officials in the planning and execution of Iwo. Major General Harry the Dutchman Schmidt, commander of the 5th Amphibious Corps of 75,144 Marines, was the commander at Iwo and the brains behind the operation. After the war, he became irritated with how some credited Smith for directing the battle. I was the commander of all troops on Iwo Jima at all times. Smith never had a command post ashore, never issued a single order ashore, never spent a single night ashore. Isn't it important from an historical standpoint that I commanded the greatest number of Marines ever in a single action in our entire history? The Marine success on Iwo owes much to Schmidt's intelligence, judgment, and experience. Smith provided a useful role, but Schmidt and his exceptional staff deserved maximum credit for planning and executing the battle. For his leadership, Schmidt later received a Distinguished Service Medal. This confusion about roles stemmed from the fact Smith was commanding general of all Marines in the Pacific, giving him a superior position to Schmidt in the Corps, although he was not directly running the Iwo operation. Ironically, the Fleet Marine Force Pacific Command was given to Smith as a way of kicking him upstairs to deny him future battlefield command after he sacked an Army general during the Saipan battle, creating a maelstrom in Washington, and created the sufficient pressure to motivate Nimitz to remove Smith. Nimitz wrote in one of the fitness reports about Smith, his usefulness has been to some extent impaired by wrangles and disharmony that might have been avoided. Although he was one of the fathers of amphibious warfare, Smith was relegated to a role with little responsibility for conducting the Iwo battle, although much of the doctrine of amphibious warfare used during World War II was created under his direction. Nevertheless, the night before the invasion, during all the services and prayers, men like Smith and Schmidt studied the maps in their command centers, discussed details, and then anxiously awaited for the guns to start pounding the shores in the early morning hours, signaling the start of battle. As soon as a relatively secure beachhead was cleared, both generals would join their Marines on the fields of combat, with Smith returning at night back to the ship. Chapter 20. Iwo Jima landings begin. Victory at Iwo Jima was never in doubt. Its cost was. Major General Graves B. Erskine. Everything in war is simple, but the simplest thing is difficult. Major General Karl von Clausewitz. D-Day for Iwo started on the 19th of February 1945, which dawned with ideal weather for an amphibious landing. A light northerly wind floated fleecy clouds lazily over the island. A calm sea raised no surf on the beaches. Seeing the Armada, bearing almost 250,000 servicemen and Marines headed to their shore, many Japanese shuddered with awe and fear. Tsurugi Akakusa said the hundreds of ships ringing the island looked like a huge mountain range had risen up out of the sea. Controlling this armada was Vice Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner, who commanded Task Force 51, the Joint Expeditionary Force. A 1908 Naval Academy graduate, he served in the Navy his whole adult life, including commanding numerous ships. He even spent time in Japan in 1939. He knew the Navy and was meticulous with details. He had helped execute many battles leading up to Iwo, such as Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Saipan, and Tinanin, and some nicknamed him the Alligator due to his mastery of amphibious operations. The Japanese were defeated in battles in which he commanded, and he now controlled one of the largest amphibious forces in history. Lieutenant General Smith, who worked closely with Turner during many operations, described him, "Turner is aggressive, a mass of energy, and a relentless taskmaster. The punctilious exterior hides a terrific determination. He can be plain ornery. He wasn't called Terrible Turner without reason." Erskine also respected Turner, writing, "I think a hell of a lot of Kelly Turner. I think he was a wonderful admiral in every way. He may have had his faults, but nevertheless Kelly would make a decision. It might not be exactly what you wanted, but he'd make it, and I think that's one of the greatest accomplishments of a commander." The mutual confidence and good working relationship between Turner, Smith, Erskine, and others was commendable, but it was not always respectful or calm. The men could experience tense moments. For example, during the preparation for Saipan, Turner had a heated discussion with Blood and Guts Erskine and threatened to relieve him of command because he wanted to retain control of the Amtraks, especially the armored ones. Turner argued that since Amtraks were boats, the Navy should control them. The Alligator exclaimed that he was tired of Erskine dictating how to use naval resources. Unconvinced, Erskine replied, "To hell with that," because Amtraks were a tactical vehicle, and Erskine planned to have Amtraks in the first wave to land on the beach because they had the ability to go inland and use their cannons, machine guns, and armor hulls to cover later waves. Thus Amtraks were a marine asset. With his cold green eyes glaring through Turner, Erskine concluded, "You may run a hell of a lot of people in the Navy, but you don't run anybody in the Marine Corps." Eventually, Erskine won this dispute, and the Marines kept control of the Amtraks. Erskine recalled, "Turner got so mad at me one day that he got up and threw the goddamn 6-inch operations order at me." As Erskine recalled this, he laughs. Blood and Guts Erskine had pledged to himself and the Corps that by God the Navy was not going to take control of those Amtraks. Later, after these arguments, however, Turner and Erskine ended up having a couple of drinks and being friends again. Erskine continued to fight with others in the Navy and Turner about the Amtraks, but he kept control of them because the uniform the guy was wearing who drove those Amtraks was a Marine Corps uniform. Erskine's boss, Lieutenant General Smith, entered the fight as well when he learned Turner was trying to control Marine operations ashore. Howland Matt Smith challenged Terrible Turner, saying, "I don't try to run your ships, and you better by a goddamn sight lay off my troops." Whereas Erskine's debate methods were full of logic and allowed dialogue, Smith's discussion tactics, true to his character, were curt, brash, confrontational, and politically incorrect. Unlike with Erskine, Turner probably did not have a few drinks with Smith after this exchange. The historical record shows, though, that both Smith and Erskine won their arguments. Marines and tactical vehicles stayed under the Corps' control for the entire war and thereafter. Yet in general, though, for all these confrontations, apparently always right before battle and when the assault started, Turner worked well with Marines and left them alone to do their jobs, and Erskine and Smith made sure he did. On the 19th of February, Turner, the devil man whom the Japanese vowed would never return home alive, arrived at 0600 at the command center and took control of the task force. 45 minutes later, Vice Admiral Turner, as commander, Joint Expeditionary Force, gave the command, "Land the landing force." Shortly after daylight, the heaviest pre-H-hour World War II bombardment began, with H-hour being the landing time. Chaplains aboard transports offered up invocations. One had cards printed with Sir Jacob Astley's prayer before the Battle of Edge Hill in 1642. "O Lord, thou knowest how busy I must be this day. If I forget thee, do not thou forget me." Lieutenant General Smith handed out the prayer on his ship, the USS El Dorado, and on the eve of their Gethsemane, gave many Marines much comfort. At 0803, naval gunfire was halted to prevent it from hitting carrier planes. In total, 1,200 planes were deployed that day against the island. After a wave of planes finished their runs, the ships resumed their bombardment at 0825. The gunfire pattern was adjusted so planes could strafe the beaches for the last 7 minutes before H-hour, when the big naval guns shifted aim 200 yards inland. In total, 8,000 more shells landed on the beaches in less than half an hour in the final push to clear the beaches just before the Amtraks went ashore. Near Woody's troop ship, hundreds of Higgins boats circled, timing their landing to coincide with the cessation of the last thunderous bombardment. Large fiery columns of dust, rock, and metal rose as shells from the naval ships exploded. Berthed 5 miles off the coast of Iwo, Woody saw the dive bombers flying over the island, delivering their payloads, and battleships and cruisers firing their 8-inch and 16-inch shells at enemy targets. One officer said a 16-inch shell weighed as much as a car, and then said thousands had hit the island. A smart-ass private responded, "Sir, that is an awful lot of Buicks they have coming at you." Once the bombardment stopped, the Amtraks launched for the shoreline, followed by the Higgins boats. Unlike earlier campaigns, these Amtraks had extra armor to protect the troops. At Saipan and Guam, casualties occurred because Japanese fire caused hull penetrations. The extra armor was just one example of why the Pacific War was one of innovation and improvement. From assault squads to Amtraks to M1 rifles to advanced bombers and atomic bombs, Americans were developing new weapons due to hard lessons learned from earlier engagements. Earlier that day, by 0730, control parties had established a line of departure 3,500 yards off the beaches. After the bombing, the landing craft stopped circling above the line of departure and started for the shoreline. In one Higgins boat, a sardonic coxswain wrote inside of the front ramp, "It's too late to worry." A leatherneck nearby saying, "Happy D-Day to you, happy D-Day, dear Marines, happy D-Day to you." As the men readied themselves to land on another goddamn Jap island, a giant force of B-29s from Saipan suddenly appeared out of the clouds and dropped hundreds of bombs on Iwo, sending Earth hundreds of feet into the air in long vertical lines towards the heavens, giving one a visual domino effect. One could clearly see the plane's circled arrowhead squadron symbol on their tail fins. At 0830, the first assault wave of 68 armored Amtraks left the line of departure and landed at H-hour, 0900. Over the next 23 minutes, the assault waves landed on schedule, and at 0945, artillery and ammunition were loaded in ducks, 2.5-ton amphibious trucks. With them arrived craft carrying Sherman tanks. As the landing craft headed for the island, enemy shells hit around the boat, splashing seawater 30 feet in the air and shrapnel in all directions. Men kept their heads low and held their weapons close, often covered in plastic bags to protect them from getting wet. A dry rifle was always better than a saltwater-soaked one. Many Marines' faces looked odd, covered with zinc oxide, flash paint, an early form of sunscreen and protection from burns from fires if an Amtrak was hit. Cheeks and noses were an eerie white, resembling ancient Celtic warriors. One Marine said in mock hysteria, "Someone lied to me. The natives on this island ain't friendly." A sign greeted the men on the beach reading, "Welcome to Iwo Jima," that frogmen days before had left. As soon as the 4th and 5th Maldive Marines reached the landing zones, they disembarked and hit the beach at a run, but were slowed by the volcanic cinders. Many had to scale steep, sandy terraces 20 feet high and 20 yards from the shore. Although there were veterans among them, Iwo was the 5th Maldive's first battle. A few Amtraks reached the first terrace, but many bogged down in the soil, and the Marines struggled to establish an organized landing zone. For the first time in the Pacific, the Navy employed a rolling naval barrage. Such a barrage was an artillery or naval gunfire barrage that fired ahead of advancing troops to pin down the enemy before friendly troops reached enemy lines. The barrage rolled or advanced ahead of the friendly troops, then lifted, stopped when those troops were at the enemy's position. On Iwo, the rolling barrage softened up the area 200 yards ahead of the Marines as they hit the beach. As they advanced, the barrage once again adjusted 200 yards ahead of their lines. The initial waves moved several hundred yards inland while the Japanese held their fire as ordered and did not engage, although thousands of eyes watched the Marines. The tactical conduct of Kuribashi's men can only be described as outstanding. Dozens of caves were dug into the slopes of Mount Suribachi and on the northern flank of the beach facing the landing zone that spanned a width of 3,500 yards. The cave entrances had been positioned at such angles to protect against flamethrowers and explosions. Inside the mountain there was a vast complex complete with a hospital and steam, water, and electricity facilities surrounded by plastered walls. Almost 2,000 Japanese lived inside this one complex. Hardly any died during the bombardments, hidden deep within a human ant mound. However, pre-landing bombardment had damaged some Japanese communication lines, making it difficult for them to organize their defense. And the Marines had a secret communication advantage, the Navajo Code Talkers. The program was Philip Johnston's brainchild, an engineer who grew up the son of a missionary on a Navajo reservation. He realized the Navajo language had a complex grammar structure, was not yet a written language, and was spoken only in the American Southwest, making it ideal for radio communications the Japanese could not crack. It was also much faster, with a 3-line message capable of being coded in Navajo, sent, and decoded in 20 seconds, in contrast to the 30 minutes necessary for a machine translation. Marines recruited Navajos for the program, starting them in boot camp in May 1942. The movie Wind Talkers from 2002 immortalized these men. The 5th Maldive had 6 Navajo Code Talkers working around the clock, transmitting over 800 messages in the first 2 days. Like Sam Holliday, who was on our trip in 2015, did for the 4th Maldive. Holliday's grandfather had been a medicine man and taught him to wear the traditional Navajo pouch with 4 sacred stones and yellow corn pollen wrapped in a leather binding around its neck to provide protection and calm his nerves. On Iwo, Holliday became a medicine man for the Marines, providing secret ways to ensure life and defeat enemies using his native tongue and cool head. The presence of these Navajo Code Talkers and their activities were kept secret to avoid tipping off the enemy who might capture some. These Code Talkers so confused the enemy listening in on their traffic that Japanese cryptologists never broke the code. And these brave Native American leathernecks proved invaluable to communications in operations. Possibly one effective but outlawed weapon the U.S. could have used before invasion was poison gas. Gas would have traveled into the trench network, killing the Japanese. Because it is heavier than air, it may persist unseen for days in low places and be deadly to any soldier from either side who might walk through it. General of the Army George C. Marshall explored the use of gas on Iwo. After consideration, Fleet Admiral Nimitz felt the U.S. should not be the first to violate the Geneva Convention, despite the fact that, ironically, an attempt was made in 1925 to outlaw gas via Geneva Protocol, but neither the U.S. nor Japan signed it. Ultimately, gas was not used because Roosevelt's policy prohibited it. Earlier in the war, he issued 2 declarations to Japan and Germany stating the U.S. would only use gas in retaliation for an enemy who first used it. If gas had been used on Iwo, it would have started a chain reaction, and gas would have been used in other battles for the war's remainder. No one knew how long the war would last, but all parties remembered the terror of World War I gas warfare, and most likely all parties to World War II desired to avoid the repetition of utilizing it. Years later, Nimitz lamented it was a shame the U.S. did not use it on Iwo, because it would have saved lives. The presidential declaration just mentioned was an executive decision, not a treaty provision, settling the matter by prohibiting the U.S. from using gas first. No one knows how many Japanese would have been killed or incapacitated if gas had been used on Iwo Jima. If a total of 91,000 were killed by gas in World War I, half of whom were Russian and poorly equipped, not having mass, where it was employed and where millions fought, the likelihood of gas killing or incapacitating a majority of Iwo's defenders was low if it was not sustained for several days. Gas would have killed some, especially if it was deployed using the element of surprise, i.e. a night attack, but the Japanese were prepared for gas and had trained for it, especially since many had participated in gas attacks against China, while the Americans lacked experience fighting with gas. Woody's battalion noted all enemy dead had gas masks and small amounts of decontaminating powder, indicating that gas discipline of the enemy was good. Thus, even if gas had been used, Kuribayashi had prepared his men to weather such an attack. Had gas been deployed, the Marines still would have had to conduct some hard-fought engagements to win against the survivors if they attacked soon thereafter. Considering the inefficiency of gas in killing during World War I and the Japanese preparations, the majority of the Japanese garrison would likely have survived a short gas attack. As a tactical matter, gas is difficult to manage on the battlefield given considerations of weather, wind, terrain, and enemy protective measures. Yet, if the U.S. had been willing to resort to using widely disparaged weapons like gas, they could have saturated the entire island for days, which could have had devastating results, causing the Japanese to live in their masks underground where the gas would have remained trapped. That could have truly been deadly. Yet it was not used because the U.S. wanted to preserve a semblance of not being the first to resort to such despised and illegal weapons. On the other hand, had the Japanese been able to deploy chemical weapons against the Marines, they might have used them as they had against the Chinese. In fact, Woody's boot camp instructors knew Japan had used gas in China and felt the Marines would face it, so they trained for it. Woody's regiment remained vigilant for chemical warfare. Japan might have used gas had Kuribayashi been equipped with it, because Japan had tried to use chemical weapons at Saipan. Thousands had died in China succumbing to Japan's use of chemical warfare, especially a virulent strand of bubonic plague. Under Hirohito's orders, Japan used poison gas and released among Chinese civilians fleas and rats infected with the Black Death. In March 1939, Hirohito sanctioned one attack that used 15,000 canisters of gas in the largest chemical attack of the war against Chinese forces. Japan was the only nation outside of Italy to use such weapons in World War II, and the League of Nations adopted a resolution condemning the Japanese use of it on the 14th of May 1938. The Japanese did not use chemical agents at Saipan because a U.S. submarine sank the ship carrying the men and their supplies before it had reached the island. For the defense of their home islands, Japan had prepared to use gas and bacteriological warfare, so it stands to reason that Kuribayashi simply did not use gas at Iwo because he did not have it and or because he feared it would have caused too much fratricide due to the island's small size. One can speculate how Nimitz and Roosevelt would have reacted at Iwo had Americans already been hit by chemical warfare, but the Japanese probably would have used it only if they could have guaranteed surprise and prevented retaliation. The Japanese were undeterred by legal, ethical, and moral ramifications of using such weapons, whereas the Americans often struggled with these issues, evidenced by the refusal to use gas and debates about using atomic bombs. As Atlantic Monthly correspondent Edgar Jones wrote in July 1945, "The Japanese will do anything to kill their enemy. Therefore, for moral, tactical, and legal reasons, the U.S. did not use gas at Iwo, thus forcing Marines to fight over hostile terrain against a murderous garrison that was almost fully intact. Marines, already overburdened with personal equipment and weapons, could watch with a small measure of relief as their gas masks were collected or abandoned later on." America's twin allies were disease and starvation. Historian Dan King noted the 22,000-man garrison under Kuribayashi had been depleted somewhat, not by bombings, but by illness. The number could have been less than a few hundred or 1,000. Even if this were true, 20,000 to 21,000 men was still a larger force than Marine leadership expected. If left unchecked, dysentery can wreak havoc on troops, especially in confined spaces, and quarters on Iwo were crammed, particularly inside the tunnel system. Sanitation was a problem when squadrons of flies could travel between latrines and mess halls, spreading disease. Tunnel-dwelling soldiers suffered from dysentery, died, and were buried in the earthen works besides the latrines to mitigate fetid smells in the cave dwellings. Although disease killed some troops, there were still plenty to fight the Marines. On the whole, a well-equipped, superbly trained, and disciplined garrison awaited the Marines on February 19th. The entire island was heavily contested, with main and secondary lines of fortified positions. Arriving on Iwo, Marines faced scaling steep burns of volcanic sand, sometimes 20 feet high, and at what seemed like 45 degrees. Climbing the berms was like running up a hill of coffee grounds. There was no traction, and boots sank to the shins. If one tried to dig a foxhole, immediately after taking a shovel full of volcanic soil out, it filled in. The Marines in the initial wave at first did not receive any fire. The island looked strangely abandoned. A Marine commented, "There's something screwy going on." Most had the sensation you have when you think someone is looking at you, and you turn around, and you are right. Thousands of hidden eyes watched the Marines, and the Marines knew it, but could not see where they were. The Japanese were coiled to strike. Marines landed on Iwo's southeastern shore where Kuribayashi predicted. After Marines massed on the beach, Kuribayashi unleashed his men. Hidden artillery, pillboxes, and snipers delivered a storm of metal upon the crowded troops. Kuribayashi brought his enemy into his jujitsu hold and threw him down hard. The violent force and utter surprise of the amount of fire shocked hardened veterans. A Marine captain said, "The honeymoon is now over," while another, radio man John Larillo, said it was raining death from the sky. From a nearby Japanese shipwreck that the Americans had destroyed in an earlier raid, a sniper took out Larillo's Navajo code talker, Paul Kanlakani, with a perfectly placed headshot. As the Marines hugged the ground, the earth heaved and shook as hundreds of heavy shells came falling down. It was as if Iwo had come to life under the surface, taking in deep breaths. In war, according to von Clausewitz, surprise is extremely difficult to obtain, writing, The principle of surprise is highly attractive in theory, but in practice it is often held up by the friction of the whole machine. Its success is often due to favorable circumstances beyond the control of the commander, and it is frequently at the mercy of chance. Well, with Kuribayashi, the surprises were not left up to the mercy of chance, and he achieved all of his shocks by careful planning and training at a level few commanders have ever reached. Kuribayashi planned for the Marines to arrive en masse, to push them against the sea, and then to exterminate as many as possible. The Marines did exactly what he wanted them to do for his plans to work that first day. His counter to the landings with the machine of his men resulted in death with more than customary bitterness for the Leathernecks. Kuribayashi's strategy required many victims, and that first day exceeded its quota. The island's unforgiving landscape continually pushed Marines back to the ocean with its miniature black volcanic cinders on steep inclines. Sometimes, with a new step a Marine took, the berms brought him back several feet, forcing him to move his legs faster and stand up, which exposed him to the hellfire. The island's terrain gave attacking Marines no cover. Each man carried not only his own weight, but also a weapon, ammunition, and supplies that could weigh between 40 to 70 pounds. The extra weight compounded the difficulty of scaling the ever-shifting natural volcanic walls on the beach. A few rookies followed their leader, a veteran named Ernst Lunsford, trying to get off the beach. We had no idea if this was a bad battle or not. One of the guys yelled, "Hey Lunsford, is this a bad battle?" Lunsford shouted back, "It's a fucking slaughter." Maybe 2 minutes later, boom! We got hit with a mortar. I ducked and something dropped on my back and rolled off. It felt like a coconut or something. I looked down and saw that it was Lunsford's head. Those were his last words. A fucking slaughter. Nearby, 2nd Lieutenant Benjamin Rosselli Jr. had his left foot almost blown off by a mortar barrage. As comrades bandaged his leg, another mortar flew in and landed right on them, killing 2 of his friends and spraying his good leg with shrapnel. As he and 1 other Marine hugged the ground next to their comrades' lifeless bodies, another round came in and exploded. Boom! Shrapnel tore into Rosselli's shoulder and blew his comrade's right leg off. Rosselli remained in his position as his buddy silently crawled down the terrace, the stump dragging behind him. Alone, Rosselli started thinking of his parents and of home when a curtain of shells started moving up from the beach to the terrace in which he was hunkered down in. Kaboom! Suddenly, Rosselli was lifted into the air and slammed back to the ground. He looked at his watch as his arm suddenly received numerous pieces of shrapnel ripping through his wrist and tearing his timepiece off. In the place of where his wristwatch had been, there was a gaping red hole oozing blood. This is what it feels like to be crucified, he thought to himself. Kuribayashi had achieved incredible surprise against the Marines, and it was confusing them and lowering their morale. This Japanese commander proved von Clausewitz right. Only the commander who imposes his will can take the enemy by surprise, and in order to impose his will, he must act correctly. At this stage of the game, Kuribayashi was acting correctly and maintaining the upper hand against the Marines, taking the fight to them instead of the other way around. By the end of the first day, 548 Marines had been killed, 18 were missing due to probably being blown to smithereens, and 1,775 were wounded, but with only modest progress. Lieutenant Cyril P. Zerlinden, a veteran combat correspondent who had seen action at Tarawa, Saipan, and Tinanen, said the ghastliness of Iwo's carnage was far greater than anything he had seen. Nothing any of us had ever known, he said, could compare with the utter anguish, frustration, and constant inner battle to maintain some semblance of sanity. Lieutenant General Smith, who had confronted many Japanese opponents, said of Kuribayashi, "I don't know who he is, but the Jap general running the show is one smart bastard." As the skies buzzed with aircraft and shells, a fighter plane crashed into the ocean, killing Marines in a landing craft. Another plane got hit over the ocean, and the pilot jumped out of the burning aircraft, but his parachute failed to open. Another plane unloaded its payload on its targets, got hammered by anti-aircraft fire, flew out into the ocean, and just when one thought it had made it to safety, the plane exploded into a ball of fire. The sky whined and hissed with planes seeking targets. Well-placed artillery rounds hit whole boatloads of men, which disappeared into the deep waters right off the beach. The drop-off into the ocean was steep, and the water was a dark Pacific blue. If an LVT or an LCVP got hit, it disappeared below the waves, often taking to a watery grave most of the heavily loaded Marines aboard. Wounded men on stretchers on the beach were shot to pieces or blown up into nothing while waiting evacuation. One Marine, lying next to a dead buddy, asked the chaplain to pray for his friend. After the chaplain finished, the Marine, writhing in pain, asked, "Now, sir, please say one for me." Marines assigned to unload explosives received enemy fire, causing the explosives to detonate, fusing them together into a fireball. Along the beach, bodies floated in the surf. Stepping on a landmine when landing on the beach, Sergeant Charles C. Anderson, Jr. lost both legs and an arm. He was evacuated to a transport. In one of the war's tragic ironies, his father was the ship's captain. "I'm feeling pretty good, but I wonder how Mom will take all this," he said in a soft voice as he died in his father's arms. The beach became so clogged with the dead that bulldozers and Sherman tanks had no choice but to roll over them in order to get off the beach and engage the enemy. Tank Commander Bill Dobbins said the bone crunching was one of the hardest things he ever did in combat, although he knew they were dead. The Japanese knocked out many tanks soon after they entered battle. The Japanese used smoke grenades to blind the tanks and surrounding Marines and then attacked them with prepared charges, killing themselves as they ran into the tanks holding the charges like footballs. In a field full of dead Marines, Sherman driver and Corporal Leighton Wilhite almost got taken out by such a crazed Japanese suicide runner. As this enemy neared his tank carrying a mine, its 30mm machine gun opened up and hit the kamikaze sprinter 25 feet away, exploding the mine and blowing it and the nip, quote-unquote, into a rainbow of debris that covered the tank. Later, Wilhite and his buddies scraped off flesh, bone, and the skull of their attacker from the tank's outer skin. Wilhite was lucky. Several other tanks were not able to ascertain an attacker was close until he nailed their tank, blowing one section of the steel beast into bent metal, fire, and shrapnel, wounding or killing some inside and others nearby who were using the tank for cover and support. Smith noted, "Our tank suffered heavily." For these reasons and many others, casualties accumulated at such a pace, Marines lacked enough stretchers to carry the wounded off the battlefield. They resorted to using blankets and ponchos to drag the dead and wounded back to the beach, carving tracks through the soft sand as if they were pulling men through powdered snow. Many corpsmen, who usually would go into battle to aid those who needed it on the front lines, just remained on the beach due to the heavy stream of wounded coming or being brought back to them. On seeing a Marine blinded by a blast and having lost both hands stumble back to where he thought the beach was, a corpsman got up and ran to him. Others witnessed this poor Marine waving his bloody stumps in the air while tripping over the uneven ground. Zigzagging, the corpsman braved enemy fire and got this Marine to safety. One can only imagine what was said between the men. "Doc, I'm hurt pretty bad, right?" the Marine probably asked. "Hey, buddy, don't worry, we'll get you taken care of," the doc most likely answered, putting the leatherneck's arm around his shoulder and getting him away from open ground and from the heat of battle. Robert Sherrod was a veteran correspondent who landed on Iwo on D-Day. As he surveyed the beach the next morning, the sight was awful. Whether the dead were Japs or Americans, they had died violently. Legs and arms lay 50 feet away from anybody. I saw a string of guts 15 feet long, far from the nearest dead. One Marine, suffering a horrible gut evisceration, repeatedly but unsuccessfully tried to fold his own entrails back into his abdomen. Dazed, desperate, confused, The Marine slipped on his own innards and fell down in the process. Sherrod said on Iwo, "There was more hell in there than I've seen in the rest of the war put together." It reminded one battalion medical officer of a Bellevue dissecting room. Often, the only way to distinguish between Japanese and Marine dead was by the legs. Marines wore canvas leggings and nips, khaki puttees. Otherwise, identification was impossible. For the Marines, even veterans, their pounding hearts filled with fear and awe. Shells continued to tear up earth all around them, whizzing in all directions. The air was full of the sharp cracks of bullets as they rushed forward into the lines of men like an angry nest of wasps, knocking many to the earth with a powerful thud as bone and flesh met the blanket of the earth. The thunder of guns and the rattling of machines made everyone's ears ring. Even the bravest Marine must have been distracted by such a landscape of sensory overload. Many found themselves strangely isolated in this hellish environment, with no recourse save their inner strength to keep them going and their common sense to tell them what to do. And the plain and simple action they needed to do was to get the hell off the beach. By the end of D-Day, 30,000 Marines had been ferried to the island. The Marines had committed 6 infantry regiments, 6 artillery battalions, and all are part of 12 support battalions. 3 CB battalions landed on D-Day, transforming the beaches into organized departure points from which the Marines could move from the beach. Each tank battalion, circa 56 tanks, had a company of flamethrower tanks, circa 14 tanks, which would be quite effective where the terrain permitted their use, but they were spread sparsely across an entire division. 600 aircraft flew support missions, dropping 137 tons of fragmentation bombs and more than 100 napalm bombs. Marines were well short of their planned objectives for the day, notwithstanding the great amount of pre-invasion bombardment and aerial bombing, as well as artillery firing from the beach and the heroics of infantrymen. The 4th Mardiv was bogged down near the taxiway of Airfield No. 1, which they had been tasked to take that day. Assigned objectives were not being seized in the allotted time, although its men, like Gunnery Sergeant Keith A. Renstrom, fought like the devil to gain ground. Friction, military philosopher Karl von Clausewitz wrote, causes countless minor incidents, the kind you can never really foresee, and they combine to lower the general level of performance so that one always falls far short of the intended goal. Friction caused many to fall short of their objectives. Another name for the phenomenon is the fog of war, which explains why nothing goes according to plan and why in war the simplest task becomes difficult. An old saying is, the plan goes out the window when the first shot is fired. One of the Marines who landed on Iwo Jima's Red Beach 2 that first day and experienced this friction was Gunnery Sergeant John Basilone, a hero of the Battle of Henderson Field on Guadalcanal. During the battle for this island in 1942, he commanded 2 sections of machine guns that fought valiantly for 2 days, repelling Japanese assaults until only Basilone and 2 other Marines were left standing. He fought, moving through hostile ground to resupply his machine gunners. After 3 days without sleep or food, his rifle ammunition exhausted, he fought the enemy with his pistol. Japanese forces in his area were virtually annihilated. Basilone was credited with killing 38 Japs, quote unquote. President Roosevelt approved a Medal of Honor for him for his heroic actions. The Marines returned Basilone to America on a war bond tour to raise much-needed money for the war effort in 1942, and he could have stayed safely away from combat for the rest of the war. Instead, he refused and at his request was sent back overseas to rejoin the fight as a machine gun section leader with the 5th Mardiv. When enemy fire pinned down his unit on Iwo, Basilone outflanked a fortified blockhouse and single-handedly destroyed it with grenades and demolitions. Afterwards, he continued on toward Airfield No. 1, helping a tank trapped in a minefield while huge projectiles landed around Basilone, sending immense plumes of debris, earth, and bodies into the air. One of the enemy weapons that Basilone probably was experiencing right then had not made it into the U.S. commander's plans, and they did not know how to deal with them, namely, massive mortars. The Japanese employed a 675-pound mortar, 320 millimeters, called a spigot mortar, nicknamed the Screaming Jesus or the Screaming Mimi because of its high-pitched sounds. Others described the shells as giant ash cans as they floated through the sky. These titans of mortars exploded with such force they sent parts of equipment, machines, and men 100 feet in the air, flipping the debris in every direction. At the airfield's edge, near a Japanese defensive line, Batts alone may have been killed by one of these mortars. It seemed he was blown up by some projectile, although his official casualty record states he died from gunshot wounds. On his left arm, one could almost see his tattoo, which read, "Death before dishonor." During a burial detail, Corporal Leighton Wilhite had the honor of burying John. Before they placed him in the ground, a corpsman said, "Hey, Marine, do you want to see your hero?" He then unzipped the body bag Basilone was in, and Wilhite saw Basilone's peaceful face. But his whole body cavity was blown out, and his entire middle section of vital organs was outside his body. I had to turn away my eyes, it was so horrible to look at. This was very different than gunshot wounds. Basilone was posthumously awarded the Navy Cross, the second highest decoration, by Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal, for his heroics on Iwo Jima. Thus he has the nation's two highest awards for combat bravery. He also earned a Purple Heart for his death in combat. Marines encountered at this stage a rain to death of dreadfully destructive spigots, artillery rounds, and mortars of different sizes. Eugene Sledge described this warfare. To be under a barrage of prolonged shelling simply magnified all the terrible physical and emotional effects of one shell. To me, artillery was an invention of hell. The onrushing whistle and scream of the big steel package of destruction was the pinnacle of violent fury and the embodiment of pent-up evil. It was the essence of violence and of man's inhumanity to man. I developed a passionate hatred for shells. To be killed by a bullet seemed so clean and surgical, but shells would not only tear and rip the body, they tortured one's mind almost beyond the brink of sanity. After each shell I was wrung out, limp and exhausted. One of Erkson's battalion commanders, 2nd Battalion, 9th Marines, Lieutenant Colonel Robert E. Cushman, Jr., echoed Sledge when he said, "I hated high explosives. I never had much fear of small arms, but high explosives, its effects are so terrible, and I'd seen so much of the effects, it scared the hell out of me when that stuff went off nearby and when it was incoming. On Iwo, they had those spigots. You never knew where the hell it was going to come down. So I had my own personal fear of that kind of stuff." One Marine described these bombardments as big fat shells gliding down to splatter guts and brains and volcanic ash into a ghastly mulligan stew of death. In an environment where there were many things to be afraid of, it seems that artillery shells and mortar rounds presented Marines with their most feared, hated, and indefensible weapon, driving many to the brink of insanity, and a few actually over its precipice. There is a reason they call it shell shock, and not bullet shock, or flamethrower shock, or tank shock. The living crossed the landscape on Iwo Jima of not only sand and natural walls, but also one full of their comrades' body parts and enfilade from all directions. The Japanese had them in a perfect cross-section of fire, hitting them from the heights of Mount Suribachi to the south, from the well-concealed pillboxes and trenches in the middle, and from the cliffs and high terrain to the north. It was a living nightmare. And then night fell. There is something definitely terrifying about the first night on the beach, Lieutenant J.G. Lucas admitted. No matter what superiority you may boast in men and material, on the first night you're the underdog and the enemy is in a position to make you pay through the nose. That first night the Marines dug in, expecting a banzai. However, it never came. Kuribayashi performed something more useful and wise than banzais. He ordered harassing mortar and artillery fire. Shera described it as a nightmare in hell. The Japanese also sent special trained raiders to infiltrate Marines' lines. A landing barge carried 38 raiders who were spotted and killed. One Japanese attack set off a massive explosion in an ammunition dump, destroying critically needed 81mm mortar shells. Enemy artillery hits included the 1st Battalion and 23rd Regiment's command post, which killed the battalion commander, regimental operations officer, and others. A fuel dump was blown up at 0400. Only 18 hours into the battle, 2,312 Marines have been killed or wounded. During a briefing at the White House on the casualty rate, Roosevelt was stunned. FDR met regularly with his military leaders and had for years received daily briefings from around the world. It was the first time in war, through good news and bad, author Jim Bishop explained, that anyone had seen the president gasp in horror. This was worse than anything the Americans had suffered anywhere in World War II. There was no doubt that Marines were in the bloodiest battle since Gettysburg, where 50,000 casualties occurred. The red harvest of combat is never easy for a U.S. Commander-in-Chief to swallow. Iwo was indeed bloody, but it was not yet as bloody as the attack on Oahu on the 7th of December in 1941, which included Pearl Harbor. Almost 600 men died on the first day on Iwo, but 2,403 Americans died in one day during the attack on Oahu. Nonetheless, the 7th of December was only a day. The battle for Iwo looked like it had no end in sight and would cost more lives than the Oahu attack ever did. Marines did what they had been trained to do: move forward, close with the enemy, and kill him. This was easier said than done because the Japanese remained hidden and are well protected in tunnels and fortifications, frustrating Marines who wanted to fight them in open combat. When Lieutenant James P. Meridas moved forward and jumped into a crater, he was surprised to find a defender left behind by his troops. They started to fight hand to hand, and Meridas wrestled the Jap's bayonet away, turned it against him, and amidst wild grunting and screaming, stabbed him repeatedly and killed him. "That's one less we'll have to take care of," he yelled back to a comrade. But there were many more to take care of, more than what commanding generals had anticipated. As with Saipan, the intelligence experts had underestimated the Iwo forces. They were off by 45%, pegging the enemy garrison at only 12,000 to 13,000 soldiers. They extrapolated this figure based upon the amount of rainwater the island received and the number of cisterns there. They had no way of knowing Kuribayashi had severely rationed water for his men, who suffered from continued thirst and were allowed only 1 canteen per day of polluted water. In military operations, enemy opposition often surpasses all expectations, and Kuribayashi did not disappoint. The incorrect estimate meant Marines would be taking more casualties than expected, with good men like Rosselli, Lunsford, Anderson, and Basilone suffering wounds or dying everywhere. Moreover, intelligence had little, if any, knowledge of Kuribayashi's maze of death. This is evidenced by how some U.S. commanders viewed the operation like a pushover, predicting Marines would secure Iwo in a few days. Sherman tank driver Leighton R. Wilhite remembered his commander telling him the island had only 2,000 enemy, and control of the entire island would take at the most a week to accomplish, since the Japs had to be weak and undersupplied. Major General Schmidt's private estimate was less aggressive, being 10 days, but it too was wide of the mark. Woody's commander Donald Beck was told there were 15,000 Japanese on the island, and that it would take the Marines 6 days to seize. On Turner's flagship, the USS El Dorado, Brigadier General William W. Rogers, as Major General Schmidt's chief of staff, held a press conference a few days before battle in which he predicted the Japanese would do what they always had done: defend the beaches and follow up by a nighttime counterattack. He estimated the battle would last 5 days. Expectations were simply wrong. The Navy and Marines were planning on a massive assault that would roll over a typical Japanese defense. Victory was assured, it was just the cost and time that were not. What was clear afterwards was that most, if not all, of the American commanders at Iwo had underestimated in several respects. the length of time, and the size of the force necessary to defeat the enemy. And most importantly, they were surprised by the innovations in the tactics and strategy of the general they faced. The erroneous estimates about Kuribayashi and his garrison are troubling. Certainly, on almost every island the Marines had taken so far, the Japanese had practiced the doctrine of defense at the water's edge, and most had bonsais. However, that was only half true for Saipan and Peleliu. Kuribayashi fully removed his forces to the center of and underneath the island, bordering on something novel. He truly knew the knowledge basic to the art of war is empirical. So the U.S. in some respects practiced the faulty strategy of fighting the last war, or in this case, the last battle. They planned for much that did not happen. For example, on the 6th of December 1944, Japanese paratroopers attacked an Allied airfield at Leyte and inflicted a lot of damage. The 4th Mardiv's air officer cited this event in pre-invasion plans, noting it caused considerable loss of planes and personnel at a critical phase of the operation. He then noted that since the main reason for taking Iwo was to seize the airfields, it was highly probable the Japanese might do the same once America seized the island. Thus, the Marines needed to develop a SOP, a standard operating procedure, to fight an airborne attack, and he laid out a detailed plan. It is indeed wise to practice the adage, better to be prepared for a situation and not have it than to have a situation and not be prepared. However, it seems that in all the records of Iwo planning for the 4th and 3rd Mardivs examined, nothing was mentioned about what should be done if there were far more defenders than expected, a mistake made at other islands, and if all of them fought from underground, like many had at Peleliu. This intelligence failure here cost many lives. In this respect, not using gas, probably the most effective weapon against tunnel rats, was the wrong decision if saving as many as possible and securing a quick victory were the goals. As a result, the island would have to be taken with assaults that penetrated the surface. The Americans received enemy fire, but had a difficult time locating their adversary, who pulled back into camouflaged tunnels, holes, caves, and pillboxes after firing. Few Japanese were ever seen, and no POWs were taken that first day. On Iwo, WWII found the Japanese were excellent at concealment and camouflage. They were much better at this than us, WWII explained. They would hide in a buried drum, pop out, shoot at us, and then return to their hideouts without us ever seeing them. The Japanese not only fired from drums, but also from caves, hidden pillboxes, and hilltops. Mines were also a constant worry. The engineers wrote, the enemy made much more extensive use of mines on Iwo Jima than in any other operation in which the 3rd Mardiv has participated. Engineers could not use their metal detectors because the loose sandy soil retained enough metallic characteristics to render equipment useless. So men had to poke around carefully with sticks and bayonets to locate these mines, slowing the attack. One report noted that also the prevalence of steel shell and bomb fragments made the magnetic mine detector, SCR-625, useless. After all, the U.S. had bombed the island with hundreds of tons of ordnance. Moreover, engineers found on the island a new weapon, terracotta mines made of vitrified clay, which eluded metal detectors because of their non-metallic exterior. So for many reasons, locating mines was tedious and dangerous, and Marines failed to locate and detonate many. From the area in which WWII would eventually land up to the first airfield, a distance of a few hundred yards, engineers would clear 1,000 mines. In addition to the terracotta mines, the minefield on Iwo concealed another nasty surprise. The Japanese buried several armed torpedo warheads within the large minefield between the landing beaches and the southern end of airfield number 2. Such warheads, normally designed to sink battleships and aircraft carriers, were used to create large explosions, vaporizing the advancing troops for a radii of several hundred feet and leaving large craters. Several Amtraks weighing 36,400 pounds were blown into the air and flipped over by several such mines, often killing the entire crew. Iwo was becoming the worst combat zone in a war filled with horrors. Just offshore, Woody's division waited in reserve, not knowing how the onshore assault progressed. They thought they would be held in reserve for a few days and then return to Guam. Suddenly, on the night of the 19th of February, an announcement blared over the loudspeakers. "Now hear this! Now hear this!" They were told they were going to battle. Major General Schmidt decided the 3rd Mardiv would land the next day. This changed everything. Reserve Marines aboard the troop ships gathered their gear, cleaned and rechecked their weapons, wrote final letters home, and prayed. Woody did not pray because he didn't know God at this time. He believed in himself and his Marines, and that gave him strength. Most surmised if their division was being committed after one day of battle, then things had gone very poorly for the others. Woody boarded his landing craft at 0500 on the 20th, after the traditional last meal before the invasion of eating steak and eggs at 0330. Woody joked and said he was relieved they did not feed them beans. Their gunnery sergeant gave them a warning once they boarded their boat. "So listen, bastards, if any of you need to use the head or puke, then you do it off the side of the ship or in the bilge pump in the back. If you don't, I'll shoot you myself." It was nerve-wracking descending the rope ladders in the dark and pitching seas. Woody said, "My scariest moment was getting off the ship by rope ladder. There was no light, and we were carrying a backpack that weighed 60 to 70 pounds, and we had to go down that rope ladder 40 or 50 feet. I knew if I fell in the water, it'd be the end of me. I couldn't swim very well." Woody had a fear of water since he almost drowned as a child. In fact, if his head went underwater, he had the hardest time controlling himself. He could swim on the surface, but he hated having his head underneath. As a result, Woody held on for dear life when he went down the ropes for a boat he could not see because of the dark, but could definitely hear as its tiny hull smashed against the mother ship with resounding thuds as heavy seas rocked the vessels. The landing craft formed up in circles with the line of departure far offshore and waited for the order to hit the beaches, an order that never came. There was no Dramamine to prevent seasickness. Engine fumes were heavy. For hours they bobbed up and down, waiting word from the command post on the beach that the landing area was cleared and ready for the reserve regiments. Troops on the beach had barely advanced at all, and wounded littered the coastline, unable to be evacuated. Debris of destroyed tanks, landing craft, destroyed supplies, and dead were strewn across the landing zone. Congestion on the shoreline prevented further landings, so Woody's boat continued to rock up and down in the high seas, circling around and around. When someone had to urinate, the group had to rotate inside the Higgins boat for him to go to the bilge pump in the stern's corner. Some got so sick they sank down and squatted. Sounds of battle continued to echo across the waves, and the men waited for the call to hit the shore. After circling all day in the heavy seas with 12-foot swells and pouring rain, they returned to their ships, unloaded onto the long single-filed metal ladders, and climbed back aboard, being informed they would land the next morning. A few lost their footing on the ladders and fell into the ocean. Since it was dark, it was difficult to pull them out, and they slipped beneath the waves, pulled down by their gear. No one in Woody's boat had any problems except for a few bruises and cuts, leaving the boat for the ship. Due to the rough seas, a few ships' davits hoisted boats out of the water. Luckily, in breaking this rule against raising loaded boats by davits, none of the ropes broke due to the weight. Skippers felt they saved men's lives taking this risky action by not losing any more overboard. Lefty was so tired he went up to the forecastle, lay down, and fell asleep. Woody did likewise. He also was deathly seasick and ill from someone regurgitating on him. He found a place on the ship, curled up, and went right to sleep. I can't even remember taking off my pack. I don't remember anything until they woke us up the next morning. Throughout the rest of the night, the continuing thud of artillery rounds and the staccato snaps of small arms fire echoed everywhere. The scene along the horizon was like a macabre 4th of July firework display. Each flash was either a white or green flare lighting up the landscape to reveal infiltrating Japanese or it was a yellow and white flash of flame of exploding mortars, artillery shells, and grenades. It was a panorama of flashes of gold, red, and orange, illuminating a landscape of body parts, blood, and guts. Correspondent and Associated Press journalist Sergeant Dick Dashiell, assigned to Woody's 21st Regiment, said that during the day, from his ship, they saw Marines with flamethrowers and satchel charges crawling up the terraces and hills to destroy pillboxes and spider holes. We could see there wasn't a lot of progress being made because of the sand. Also, we were taking a lot of wounded aboard our ship, so we knew it wasn't going well. The wounded told stories of disbelief, shock, and anger. The fight was more difficult than anyone had imagined. Chapter 21. Woody's Landing on Iwo Jima. There are only two kinds of Marines on Iwo Jima, the lucky and the unlucky. 3rd Mar Div Marine. Each day on Iwo, we learned a new way to die. Iwo Jima Marine Veteran. On the early morning of the 21st of February, Woody and his fellow Marines again ate their traditional steak and eggs breakfast. I think we were the only Marines to get 2 straight meals of steaks and eggs before hitting a beach in the Pacific. Even so, it didn't make us feel special. Woody and his buddies boarded their crafts, and by 0930 left for Yellow 1 and Yellow 2 sectors in the landing beach's middle. The seas were rough, and the rope ladders used to bring the men into their craft slackened as the boats rode over the crest of the waves, and then became taut as they dropped to the trough. Gunnery Sergeant Albert Daniel Hemphill and Gunny Durrell B. Burkhalter descended the landing net in order to hold it steady in the boat for Woody's platoon. As they climbed down, a large wave, bigger than any of the others, went swirling by and the boat pitched downward. The rope ladder tightened and slingshotted the 2 NCOs into the angry sea. There was nothing we could do, claimed Woody. Our equipment was strapped to our bodies and we could hardly move. Hemphill was shot over the Higgins boat into the sea while Burkhalter was thrown down between the ship and the craft. Luckily for both, Navy personnel fished them out. The 2 gunnery sergeants were both so shaken by their ordeal that they were unable to make the landing. They came ashore a few days later, and their men did not let them forget their mishap by busting their chops. After the morning's excitement loading the men on the landing crafts, things settled down and the boats headed for the island. The gunnery sergeants had been lucky. Men going down the rope sometimes lost their footing and skipped between the ship and the craft just as the craft crashed up against the ship's hull, crushing the Marine like a wanton boy would a fly on his arm. One man had this almost happen, but luckily his buddy rescued him in the nick of time. When Private First Class Patrick J. Milligan slipped from the rope ladder with 75 pounds of combat gear, he fell between the attack transport and the landing craft. Heavy swells tossed him about and banged him against the vessel. As he struggled to grab onto something, the weight of his gear pulled him under. Sergeant Huron J. Lucas saw his friend dying, threw off his pack, and jumped into the water. Grabbing a shoulder strap, Lucas hauled Milligan to the side of the ship and wrapped his legs around Milligan's body as he held onto the cargo nets. Marines in a nearby Higgins boat pulled Milligan to safety. Milligan would survive to fight another day. Woody's heart pounded in his chest as he looked at his landing craft and lowered himself on the rope ladder. He felt his pack straps dig into his shoulders as he took each descending step into the craft that would take him to the hellish battle. His boondockers were firmly tied, helmet was fastened tightly around his chin, canteens were full of water, and pockets were heavy with ammunition. The Navy started landing the 3rd Mar Div's 21st Regiment at 12:30 and finished by 1600. The sky had been full of U.S. planes bombing targets and defending against 32 kamikazes. Nonetheless, a few got through and damaged the aircraft carrier Saratoga, the escort carrier Laguna Point, and the anti-torpedo net tender Keokuk. One plane attack sank the escort carrier Bismarck Sea by the time Woody made landfall. Within a few minutes after taking the kamikaze hit, a tremendous explosion blew out Bismarck C's stern, and she rolled over and sank, taking 218 crewmen to a saltwater grave. Marines around WWII found it disconcerting to see kamikazes dropping from the sky, plunging themselves into their targets and transforming ships into giant explosions of smoke and fire. A plane also hit LST-477 off Kanami Iwo, which carried equipment and tanks to support WWII's division. 3 men were killed, 10 men were wounded, and tank equipment was damaged. Maybe the island was safer after all. LST's landing ship tanks were 382-foot-long ships manned by a crew of 98 that could carry 220 troops and numerous vehicles. They could bring supplies and men right to the beach and unload them through their bow doors. Many kamikazes were dive and torpedo bombers with 3 to 2-man crews. Although these kamikaze planes needed only the pilot, the crews refused to leave their group because they had trained, lived, and fought together on the one hand, and because they had to die in combat in order to fulfill their religious destiny on the other. They all went to the Katori Junja Shinto shrine to pray for their success, which involved their deaths, then boarded their planes and went on their straight-to-heaven missions. Pilots told one another they would see each other again at the Yasukuni shrine. Family members came and watched their sons depart on their final missions. One father prayed holding his Buddhist rosary as his son lifted from the airfield. Later, some of these suicide planes were rocket-powered. These unique craft, dropped from an airplane, were called baka bombs, with baka meaning foolish or stupid in Japanese. The devotion of the young, poorly trained pilots to their emperor and country knew no bounds. WWII's approach to the island on the 21st of February was uneventful, except for the sounds of war becoming louder as he got closer to the shore. On the way, thoughts of home and war often swirled in the men's heads. Many wondered what they would see once they hit the beach. Others worried they would let their buddies down. They understood they had to weed out the enemy in order to win and go home. Most hidden guns that had sprayed the landing craft the first days of battle had been located and silenced by naval gunfire, allowing the craft to arrive largely unopposed. As they moved forward from the landing zone, however, they rammed into Kuribayashi's well-designed defense. They had to flush the enemy from trenches, holes, caves, and bunkers so the Marines could confront them. It was laborious since there were thousands of cave entrances. To locate the enemy, they deployed dogs to enter caves and sniff out the Japanese. One scene was laughable and frustrating at the same time when a fox terrier came up to a group of Marines. The dog was carrying a grenade, rolling it around and flinging it in the air. The dog's playfulness sent the group of Marines in all directions. Undeterred, the terrier picked up the grenade and jumped in a foxhole with several Marines in it, forcing the Marines to spring out of the hole and find other cover. Thinking his masters were playing a game with him, the dog retrieved his grenade and trotted after them, refusing orders to drop it. After much yelling and pointing of the fingers, the dog dropped the grenade. As a Marine reached for it to take it away from the dog, he would quickly and playfully snatch it away from his human caretaker and run away toward other Marines, scattering them. The leathernecks tempted the dog with food, but he would not abandon his new toy. Eventually, the only technique was to ignore the dog, and eventually he abandoned his toy grenade. Someone quickly then grabbed it, and many had discussions with one another about future dog training. The men laughed, but also shook their heads. There were other ironic scenes during the landings. Some Marines landing at Iwo had the legend "Rodent Exterminator" stenciled on their helmets, cloth covers. Marines partook in black humor with a common send-off. Every Japanese has been told it is his duty to die for the Emperor. It is your duty to see that he does so. When the 3rd Mardiv's men disembarked on Iwo, the scene on the beach was appalling. Sunken ships, destroyed jeeps, landing craft, and dead bodies littered the shore. Woody found chaos reigning everywhere, and bodies were stacked like cardwood on the beach. As soon as Lefty set foot on the sand, he saw an arm lying on the ground to his left and a torso to his right. Later, he described the place as a real butcher shop. The air had a sweet smell of blood in it, Lefty said. It's hard to explain, but you can smell blood, most likely due to the metallic scent attributed to iron-rich red blood cells. One journalist said it was the first time he had seen dirt muddied with blood. As Private First Class Charles G. Fisher's Higgins boat hit the beach nearby Woody and Lefty, a Japanese soldier had somehow stealthily snuck up close enough that as the front ramp lowered and Fisher was about to disembark, a grenade suddenly appeared at the open bow. Seeing the danger, Fisher yelled for two of his comrades to jump away, which they did. The explosion missed them, and other Marines nearby must have found the enemy and immediately killed him. One Marine complained, "What the hell did the first 10 waves do?" A smart-ass neighbor answered, "Die, you dumb bastard." That's what they did for us. The landscape gave testament to what happened to their comrades the past few days. The 21st Regiment had entered the horror of war and were told to walk inland through the battle's flotsam until they reached their front lines. At its zenith, a Marine had fallen every 50 seconds. It reminded one of what Dante, Milton, or Joyce have described as perdition. James Joyce writes, "Imagine some foul and putrid corpse that has lain rotting and decomposing in the grave, a jelly-like mass of liquid corruption. Imagine such a corpse a prey to flames, devoured by the fire of burning brimstone. And then imagine this sickening stench, multiplied a millionfold and a millionfold again." Joyce did not know it, but he was describing Iwo's battlefield. Woody and fellow Marines had passed through the gates of a foreign world few ever experience, of unbridled violence with no quarter asked for and no quarter given. Medal of Honor recipient Douglas Jacobson said, "I was no virgin to battle, but this wasn't in the books." The smell of death made many sick. The fate of many could have been summed up by Herman Melville. All men live enveloped in well lines. All are born with halters round their necks. But it is only when caught in the swift, sudden turn of death that mortals realize the silent, subtle, ever-present perils of life. Many, unknowing at this time, were dead men on leave. Often such sights make men question their beliefs about a merciful God. Eugene Sledge wrote, "I shuddered and choked. A wild, desperate feeling of anger, frustration, and pity gripped me. It was an emotion that always would torture my mind when I saw men trapped and was unable to do anything but watch as they were hit. My own plight forgotten momentarily, I felt sickened to the depths of my soul. I asked God, why? I turned my face away and wished that I was imagining it all. I had tasted the bitterest essence of war, the sight of helpless comrades being slaughtered, and it filled me with disgust." Some veterans calmed themselves, strangely so, with the thought that they were already dead. Feelings of confusion reigned in their minds, and the difficult process of trying to understand the chaos created a sensory overload that put most on edge. Woody's commanding general, Graves Erskine, understated, as the 21st Marines were committed to battle, that they were put in a very hot sector and had a pretty rough time. A few hours after hitting the beach, they received heavy fire from a cave by Airfield No. 1 in the center of the line. It pinned down units, and they had a difficult time finding a way to silence the Japanese squads in that cave. In this region, caves and pillboxes intermixed themselves along the terrain of small ravines and gullies, making it difficult to find the enemy hidden in the earth. Demolition man Private First Class William C. Nolte, attached to Able Company, 1st Battalion, strapped on a flamethrower, navigated around the heavy fire, and worked his way to this cave's mouth. Firing up his torch, he moved his flame into the cave and held down the trigger for 10 seconds of fire that engulfed the opening and traveled down the cavernous halls. Later, Marines counted 30 charred Jap bodies, quote-unquote, in the cave. Another flamethrower nearby, a former lumberjack, would yell out, "Timber!" every time he flamed an enemy position. The first few days, 21st Marines were attached to the 4th Mardiv, commanded by Major General Clifton Cates, and helped this division secure its gains and support its badly mauled units. It remained under Cates until Major General Erskine arrived there 3 days later and officially took it back over on the 25th of February. During the night of the 21st and during the day of the 22nd of February, dark clouds moved over the island, unleashing a rainstorm. Now the powdered volcanic ash became an abrasive slush. It infested everything: ears, socks, mortar tubes, and rifle barrels. Besides fighting the Japanese, the Marines fought the elements. Keeping weapons clean to fire is one of the priorities in battle, and this kept the Marines busy. Nights were filled with counterattacks and defense against infiltrating Japanese, and the landscape was full of mortar, artillery fire, and flares. Ships' guns and mortars fired illumination rounds to light the battlefield. Marines had barely slept and lived on sea rations, water, and adrenaline. Sea rations are individual canned, pre-cooked, and prepared rations used when fresh food was unavailable. Combat fatigue settled in, and morale fell. Shadows, more numerous than the enemy, kept them alert. Iwo Jima had 3 airfields. By the 21st of February, the 3rd day after the invasion and the day Woody and his 21st Regiment landed, the Marines had still not secured Motoyama Airfield No. 1, the southernmost airfield closest to the landing beaches, despite countless attempts. By night of the 3rd day, 800 Marines had been killed. North of Airfield No. 1 lay a major line of defense across the island, a complex network of tunnels, pillboxes, and partially buried tanks housing artillery, mortars, light machine guns, and rifles. Around it lay a graveyard of destroyed Zero fighter planes and Betty bombers housing numerous snipers. Although the Marines used tanks and tried to overtake the area, they failed. The 21st Marines, 2nd Battalion, where Woody fought, wrote, "Progress has been extremely slow today due to a number of pillboxes that held us up. Some were knocked out, but a number remain. Couldn't use tanks due to terrain." Due to the ash and sandy conditions, the Marines' tanks often bellied out in the silt as their tracks sank into the soft surface. When maneuvering on solid, flat terrain, the still monsters were lethal, but Iwo's terrain caused difficulty for the Shermans navigating the ashy beaches. The spiderweb of pillboxes and interlocking fire from defensive positions cut down advancing Marines and armor attacks. The 3rd Mardiv noted after battle that 49 Sherman tanks were deployed and 15 damaged beyond repair. Consequently, Marines repeatedly had to resort to other means to penetrate the pillboxes. While Marines tried to secure the first airfield, the Japanese continued to attack. A battalion next to Woody wrote that it feared another counterattack as they already were fighting 800 Japanese on their left flank and dealing with a counter-landing of 200 enemy to their rear. On the 22nd of February, on the shore Woody had landed the day before, Yellow Beach 1, Beachmaster Navy Captain Carl E. Squeaky Anderson worked with Marines unloading supplies. That evening, the Japanese attacked with mortars. Chaplain Gittleson observed Anderson yelling over a loudspeaker at his men to dig holes and get cover. After the mortars stopped, Anderson got back to work. Much to his surprise and disgust, Anderson could not get his Marines to leave their holes and to unload supplies. Yelling, cursing, and even threatening to report them for insubordination, he could not get the scared men to emerge from their foxholes. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Sneering into his loudspeaker, he said, "And you guys call yourselves Marines." Immediately, every last man came out and resumed his duties. Out of all the beaches Anderson had commanded in the Aleutians, the Gilberts, the Marshalls, and the Marianas, Iwo was the toughest beach I have ever seen. While this unloading was underway, Woody's unit moved into place where the original attack force had been pulverized. The shelling was so intense, and the carnage so dramatic that Lefty Lee could not take it any longer. He broke down. Many tried to motivate him, but he just shut down. Lefty felt like his heart was going to push out of his chest. He went to the corpsman, who took him out of the line. He tagged Lefty and sent him to the rear. "I don't remember if I was escorted or walked back alone," said Lefty, "because I was so out of it." His nervous system had taken all it could, and he was now as helpless as a child. Woody said some were so shaken they couldn't walk back to the first aid stations without help. The next day, Lefty was sent to ship USS Bayfield, where he was treated for combat fatigue and shell shock. All Lefty remembered of several days thereafter was being sedated. The division registered these men as non-effectives. Some with such diagnosis later returned to their units, but Lefty's case was so severe he would never come back. Not only were men's bodies being ripped apart, but also their minds. On the 5th of April 1945, the Marines informed Lee's parents he was suffering from combat fatigue, but receiving medical treatment. During World War II, potentially every man had a breaking point when exposed to the rigors of combat, and just a few hours on Iwo was enough for Lefty to reach that point. Others joined him, and by February 26th, the Marines logged 657 cases. More would succumb to such mental breakdowns during the coming weeks, and thousands more would follow in Lefty's footsteps before the island was secured. Soon after the killing started, news of this horrific battle appeared in newspapers and radio broadcasts back home. Correspondent Dick Dashill's father, Professor John Friedrich Dashill, the founder of the University of North Carolina's Department of Psychology, wrote his daughter Dorothy, Dick's sister, about this conflict on the 22nd of February. "Do you know the news, I wonder? This morning the radio announcers were telling that the 3rd Mardiv has joined the 4th and the 5th in that awful battle for Iwo Jima. And that battle is the bloodiest in the long whole history of the Marine Corps since 1775. So I am just awfully anxious about Dick. Better write him at once. Write anything long or short. Anything that a tired and battle-worn and maybe wounded man would get some comfort from. This is it. This is the great ordeal for which all his training has been shaped. This morning I hung out the big flag that Mother had given Father. I hung it out at the side porch, you know, and it has been swinging in the south breeze. But as I hung it, I wasn't thinking much of Washington and his birthday. That served simply as a pretext for the display. I was thinking of a modern man who has always been just as public-spirited and just as patriotic as Jefferson or Paine or Franklin. For we've had great Americans all through the century and a half of our national history. We've got them today, and by golly, we've got them in the 3rd Marine Division." Although the battle had only gone on for a few days, people in the States knew there was something special about it. Tens of thousands of mothers and fathers like Dick's felt awfully anxious about their boys going into harm's way. If about 80,000 Marines cycled on and off Iwo, hundreds of thousands of parents, grandparents, siblings, and others worried about their fighting men. Professor Dashill looked at what America was doing at Iwo with her projection of power to defend her freedom, and this created a sense that sending off their boys to fight was very American and worth the angst. Professor Dashill knew that since higher-ups felt the need to deploy his son's division, it must mean the battle was worse than imagined. He was confident, since the 3rd Mardiv was made up of men like his son, modern men full of patriotic fervor, that the U.S. would prevail. In the meantime, 4th Mardiv had been badly mauled and needed reinforcements from the 3rd Mardiv. Destroyed jeeps, broken weapons, dead bodies, and discarded gear were strewn along the lines. Major General Schmidt sent the 21st Regiment, the freshest troops, to relieve the 23rd Marines of the 4th Mardiv. He placed them in the center of the northeastern front, in position to crack the main line of resistance at its only vulnerable point. The men of the 21st spent days trying to reach and cross the airfield number 2. The strips were heavily mined, and every inch was swept by a crossing fire from a jumble of rocks and ridge lines and from atop the plateau. Anti-tank projectiles were so thick that tanks were unable to lumber across. Only riflemen, assisted by almost point-blank support from the tank's 75mm guns, could turn the trick. But getting tanks into some positions was impossible. After Woody and fellow 21st Marines entered the battle near the first airfield, they bogged down in a sector where both Americans and Japanese fought intensely, but without any change of the lines. It was akin to two boxers in a corner of the ring exchanging powerful body blows, but without any movement of their feet. The regimental report noted the Marines moved extremely slowly due to numerous pillboxes and emplacements. Casualties mounted with alarming speed. Time and Life correspondent Robert Sherrod wrote that the dead, both Marines and enemy, had one thing in common. They all died with the greatest possible violence. Nowhere in the Pacific War had I seen such badly mangled bodies. Many were cut squarely in half. They would move forward but were knocked back. Before Lefty was removed from combat, he observed, "Japs were madder than the devil in this area and they were throwing everything at us." After 2 days fighting in this area, most officers of Woody's company, Charlie Company, of the 1st Battalion, 21st Marines, were either killed or wounded. After 3 days of fighting, there were only 3 of 13 company commanders left in the 21st Regiment. Even battalion commanders were at risk. Soon after arriving on the island, 1st Battalion Commander Lieutenant Colonel Marlowe C. Williams, Woody's original battalion commander, pushed the attack forward. On the 22nd of February, he continuously exposed himself to enemy fire in the vicinity of the front lines to better control his units and exploit their gains. Although he took a bullet to his torso, he refused to leave the field for a period of 2 hours until he had assured himself that his executive officer was thoroughly acquainted with the situation and ready to assume command. For his heroics, Williams received the Bronze Star, 4th highest medal for valor. He was replaced by Major Clay M. Murray, who did not last 24 hours. Crouched in a shell crater with Captain Beck, Murray rose up right as a Nambu machine gun sprayed his area, hitting him in the shoulder, neck, face, and left hand with 7 rounds. He was immediately removed from the island. The Marines struggled to locate their enemy. "It was now you hear your enemy, but you would never see him," Woody said, when describing the difficulty of observing from where bullets hit his buddies and the ground. Locating the Japanese was especially difficult because they fired weapons using smokeless gunpowder. Although enemy positions had been pounded, all that beating did not seem to have made a dent. This day, Woody's regiment suffered many casualties while crossing the eastern part of Airfield No. 1. During the first days, the Marines in this regiment killed several enemy and saw them interspersed among dead Marines. At this stage, retrieving dead Marines was entirely too dangerous, not only due to ongoing combat in the area, but also due to Japanese booby-trapping dead Marines, so they left them unburied along with fallen Japanese. Every morning during those first few days, however, when daylight appeared, they noticed the killed Japanese had been removed during the night. They did not understand how the Japanese retrieved their dead, especially since the units sent up flares throughout the night to prevent sneak attacks. "We were fighting, in some respects, a phantom army," Woody said. "You rarely saw them during the day unless you killed them or blew them out of their holes and trenches. But even so, by morning, the Japanese had removed all their casualties and left the Marines there to rot. It was an uneasy feeling. Seeing only one's own dead on the battlefield gave the impression one was losing the battle. The Japanese trained to ensure this, knowing the psychological impact. Whether they mutilated the captured and dead Marines so that living Marines would find them later, or removed their dead to give the impression that only Americans suffered, Japanese burrowed into the minds of Americans and caused them anxiety. The Japanese soldiers' creativity in making war a living horror film, sowing fear, hatred, anxiety, and disgust, was unparalleled. After a few weeks, however, the Japanese no longer retrieved their dead as the Marines moved progressively into their lines. By the morning of the 23rd of February, Woody's unit had not made progress throughout a cold, rainy night. Correspondent Dashiell explained, "The 21st Regiment pushes towards the center half of the island. There is little concealment. Suddenly, 3 Nip machine guns chew noisily. A score of Marines crumple, a look of bewilderment on their faces. Others dive for the dirt, hitting the ground with their chests almost before their feet have left it." This sketch confirms a grim reality. Locating the enemy usually took a few paying the ultimate price to reveal a firing position. Dashiell's reports are frequently used, and his role on the island was important, since he represented over 100 men who served at the front as journalists. These men carried in one hand a rifle, and in the other a Hermes typewriter. Dashiell also had a Colt 45. He and his men helped document the heroic acts of several men while in the deployed areas and shared in the combat, deprivation, and hardships in order to inform the public of what was going on in combat. Historian Bennis Frank wrote that the combat correspondent program could not have worked in any other but in an elite organization, such as the Marine Corps, which was magnanimous enough to allow this group of mavericks, individualists, and offbeat characters to come in and write about its activities. Dashiell performed well, and after Iwo, General Erskine wrote him a letter of commendation. "This award is given to Dashiell for meritorious service while serving as a combat correspondent from 19th February to the 16th of March 1945. Landing with the first elements of the division on the 21st of February, Sergeant Dashiell, despite the fact that he was allowed complete freedom of movement to obtain material and with complete disregard for his own safety, voluntarily joined those groups involved in the most dangerous fighting in order to gather first-hand material for his news stories. He was constantly exposed to enemy machine gun, mortar, and small arms fire. He voluntarily left positions after they became comparatively secure to observe individuals and units involved in heavier fighting. His courage and professional skill resulted in the production of outstanding news stories, which, widely circulated in the U.S., acquainted the American people more fully with the combat phases of the fierce Battle of Iwo. Much of what has been learned of Woody's unit and experiences came from Dashiell's documentation. To get his stories, he went into the hell of combat. He wrote, "I was with 2 other Marines at the top of a crag trying to sight an enemy machine gun position when a number of enemy riflemen opened up on us, and we were forced to slide down the hill on our backs and stomachs to get out of their range of fire." Since he was a Marine first and a journalist second, putting his life in danger to memorialize his comrades was a given. But the manner in which he did his job and the 1,000 pages of articles he wrote were a godsend for historians and for patriots who spout the phrase of never forgetting those who sacrificed so much for freedom. Out of the 366 reports Dashiell penned, 83 were done on Iwo Jima during the battle. He wrote these articles in foxholes, abandoned, naturally Jap dugouts and pillboxes, and even under the wings of wrecked planes. When completed, he dispatched them to a communication ship or other vessel that was returning from the island that was available. Once on board, a censor and his command had to sign off on them for public consumption. Once approved, they were flown to Washington and distributed in various newspapers. Dashiell was a unique man. He looked like a nerd wearing glasses and embodying an air of deep thought. He was not impressive physically, as he stood 5'10" and weighed 170 pounds. Fellow 3rd Mardiv correspondent Bill Ross called him skinny, scholarly, and soft-spoken. He came from a tradition of education and continued this trend in his family. However, he was not all about books. Behind the unassuming figure lurked impressive athleticism and physicality. He was a star University of North Carolina football halfback from 1934 to 1936, and every year helped his team to winning seasons, returning 40 punts for a total of 473 yards. As of 1993, he held the fourth best average for punt returns in the University of North Carolina's football's history at 11.8 yards per return. He also held the record for the longest punt of 96 yards. He was called Slippery Dick and wore number 79. Dashiell also came from a strong military heritage. His great-great-grandfather James Dashiell fought in the colonial wars in the mid-1700s. His great-grandfather John Dashiell served in the Revolutionary War. His grandfather Reverend John Thomas Dashiell fought for the Union during the Civil War. His other grandfather, Milton Emery Jones, also served for the Union. Dashiell's family's Civil War history is presented here to point out something interesting about America. Dashiell had grandfathers who fought against the grandfathers of his commanding officers, namely Vandergrift, Erskine, and Smith. Now, in just 2 generations, America had built an economic powerhouse, won the Spanish-American War and World War I, and slogged through the Great Depression. Now America was sending these grandsons out shoulder to shoulder to fight against a common foe which posed one of the greatest existential threats to her democracy. So great was his heritage, while Dashiell fought in the Pacific, so did the destroyer USS Dashiell, DD 659, named to honor his great-uncle Robert Brooke Dashiell, an 1881 graduate of the Naval Academy who later became an inventor of important ordnance mechanisms and an authority on dock construction, and held the office of Assistant Navy Constructor in 1895. The USS Dashiell saw action at Tarawa, Saipan, Guam, and Okinawa. With this military pedigree, Dick entered the Corps in August 1943 at 28 years of age, and many considered him an old man. He had tried to enter cadets class, the officer training program, but failed the color blindness test twice. When drafted, he opted for the Marine Corps. When he was being processed, a clerk said he would never make it through boot camp because it was too tough for a guy his age. Before college, though, he had attended 1 year at Culver Military Academy in 1931, which gave him a basic understanding of military rituals and discipline. Moreover, he figured his football career enabled him to handle the physical part and had experienced the discipline of meeting deadlines and figured I could meet the mental stress which I knew awaited me. Paris Island, of course, was a shocker, but I had not expected a bed of roses. He graduated boot camp and became a correspondent. Dashiell soon thereafter joined the 3rd Mardiv to replace the correspondent Sergeant Solomon Israel Bleckman, son of Rabbi Nathan Bleckman of Mamaroneck, New York, who died during the liberation of Guam on the 21st of July, 1944, doing his best to cover all the units in the front lines to make sure he got the stories correct, being hit by shrapnel and machine gun fire in his abdomen. He initially survived the wounds and was taken to the ship USS DuPage, but died soon thereafter and was buried at sea in Apra Harbor. He would receive the Bronze Star with V for his bravery, receiving the rare endorsements for this lowest medal for valor from the likes of Commandant Vandergrift, Fleet Admiral Nimitz, and Major General Harry Schmidt, the most highly endorsed Bronze Star this study has documented. It was indeed a special award for a correspondent. His citation read in part, "Fearlessly making his way forward among the forces who were blasting the enemy's formidable defenses in an advance over the perilously rugged terrain, he repeatedly exposed himself to the devastating Japanese machine gun, mortar, and small arms fire as he gathered authentic material for his news reports." So Dashiell had huge shoes to fill, and on Iwo he would prove that he could do so, performing, like Bleckman, some of the most hazardous work any journalist would have to do in order to get the story right. In many respects, the Corps was lucky to have such talented writers amongst its ranks, and this desire to document its heroics by brave men like Bleckman and Dashiell is part and parcel of why Marines have become legendary. When Dashiell wrote his reports on the 23rd of February, while his and Woody's 21st Regiment advance to the north was stalled by defensive positions, the 5th Mardiv's 28th Marines fought to take the key Japanese strongpoint, Mount Suribachi. This was a moment documented in arguably the most famous photographs of the war, when the American flag was raised by a group of Marines atop Suribachi. Associated Press photographer Joe Rosenthal's photograph of the flag raising received the Pulitzer Prize. The volcanic mountain had to be taken because its high ground dominated the island. From that vantage point, Japanese soldiers with artillery and other weapons could see for miles and fire down on the Marines, including those on the landing beaches. Taking the mountain was daunting, but it had to be done in order to secure the island, including the airfields further north. The enemy well understood the importance of Suribachi and fortified it extensively. The Japanese were in several hundred emplacements, principally pillboxes, blockhouses, covered guns, and grottos around the base of the mountain, giving way to intricately constructed tiers of caves along the slopes. Tanks, flamethrowers, rockets, and demolitions were used, and after 3 days of hard fighting, the mountain was encircled. During the beach phase, Marine carrier pilots provided close air support and found many targets. Some requests to bomb targets were carried out in less than 15 minutes, and seldom did Marines have to wait more than 30. The Marines laid down their brightly painted placards with arrows to indicate where planes needed to drop their ordnance. The thrilling news that the Marines had seized and now held the high ground on Suribachi was signaled by raising the flag atop the mountain. The stars and stripes could be seen by Marines and Japanese fighting below, by sailors in the fleet, and by airmen flying missions. Woody heard the ship's foghorns and men cheering echoing through the air that morning as Old Glory was raised over Japanese soil at 10:20 on the 23rd of February. The first time an enemy flag had unfurled on Japanese land in 4 millennia, marking a pivotal event in history. Woody witnessed men shooting their rifles into the air, and at first he did not know why and felt they had gone mad. But then he saw the flag, and he too fired in the air, like an idiot. He said, "The flag raising changed the whole attitude on the island. It lifted our spirits, and we felt we had a strong momentum going into the next phase. Once that flag went up, there was a lifting of the spirit that just, well, you just can't describe it. We were going to win." Woody said it may have helped him build up his courage later to attack pillboxes. Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal was on his way to the island when the flag went up. He commented to Lieutenant General Smith, "Holland, the raising of that flag on Suribachi means a Marine Corps for the next 500 years. In a radio broadcast, Forrestal said it was the high point during a difficult week. Smith wrote the flag raising was a vision of triumph and had an electrifying effect on our forces. We were in the mood for victory, and this glorious spectacle was the spark." Later, during an interview with Don Pryor, broadcasted live to 30 million Americans and picked up by Columbia, Mutual, and Blue Networks, Vice Admiral Kelly Turner said on his flagship, the USS El Dorado, "To me, the most impressive incident of the whole campaign so far was the raising of the flag on the top of Suribachi volcano Thursday morning. It affected me very deeply, and I'm sure that General Smith felt the same way about it." Lieutenant General Smith, who was being interviewed with Turner, chimed in, "I certainly did. The flag raising was the most outstanding feature of the operation so far. The assault and capture of that extinct volcano rising 556 feet with sheer cliffs around the sides. Its capture was carried out in the face of the most tremendous difficulties, and I'm sure that only men imbued with the highest spirit of the offensive, love of country, and esprit de corps could have taken it." Turner continued, "I hope the American flag always flies there, that it's never allowed to come down. And I think that Iwo Jima surely deserves a place, probably a whole verse, in the Marines' battle song. Don't you?" Not missing his cue, Smith answered, "Yes, I do." Turner then answered a question whether this was the toughest operation in the Pacific War with, yes, in many ways. But the toughest part of the fighting in this campaign, however, is on shore. Turner was not being dramatic. Indeed, some of the most brutal fighting in World War II was taking place. U.S. commanders knew this Japanese general was killing more Marines than any Imperial Japanese Army commander to date. They were under no more illusions that the battle would be quick and easy. It would take much longer than a week or two. Turner put on a brave face and continued, "We knew it would be difficult, but it has gone ahead just about as we expected." Smith supported Turner's statement, saying, "Yes, it's been difficult in every way on shore, as we knew it would be." He then described the extensive defenses, but then, surprisingly said, "We had anticipated just such a defense." Was this posturing for the media? Probably so, knowing they were talking to a journalist and the parents of these men fighting and suffering injuries or dying on Iwo. If it had gone according to plan, as these commanders claim, then why had the reserve division already been committed to battle? For men on the island, events were not going as expected. The fog of war was at work and Marines were dying faster than anyone thought possible. For example, soon after taking the flag raising, a Marine entered the command post of the 28th Marines, the regiment responsible for putting the stars and stripes on the mountain, and asked about his brother. With wondering eyes, a few told him his brother had been killed. The shocked Leatherneck sat on the ground and held his head in his hands and cried for a while. After a few minutes, he pulled himself together, wiped his tears away, looked at the men and said, "It sure made us feel good to see the flag go up there." As he walked away and returned to his unit, everyone started to realize that casualties were becoming a real problem on the island. Woody witnessed on average 20 men disappear from his company per day, either from death or from being pulled from battle due to wounds and or combat fatigue and shell shock. As Smith and Turner were being interviewed, Woody's company was probably down to 22% of its original strength. In light of the heavy casualties, the flag raising was a focal point for Turner and Smith that gave the U.S. clear evidence America had turned the momentum of this battle. The flag was visible proof that control of the island was changing hands. Turner said, "We're on the offensive and not the defensive. We plan to use Iwo Jima as you would a gun captured on the battlefield. We'll turn it against the enemy." Plans were in the works to turn the first airfield into an offensive weapon as a runway to start sending planes to attack Japan's mainland. What must be remembered is that, notwithstanding what Turner and Smith said in the flag raisings, many additional days of difficult fighting faced Marines before Iwo would be conquered, and Woody was part of that offensive drive to accomplish Turner's and Smith's objectives. Although the top of Mount Suribachi had been conquered, there were still countless Japanese inside the mountain and further north who had to be hunted and killed or sealed in rocky tombs. Japanese veteran Tsurushi Akakusa pointed out, "The Marines may have raised their flag, but we still held most of the island." It took 6 more days to secure the mountain, but going forward, it would be the Marines and naval gunfire officers on the top of the mountain observing the Japanese and directing fire at them. A key advantage of capturing the mountain was to stop Japanese firing from it onto the 3 divisions as they moved north. Immediately after Marines seized Suribachi, they saw the devastating psychological impact on the Japanese. A suicide ritual all over the Pacific was for a defeated Japanese soldier to lie down with his rifle muzzle in his mouth and squeeze the trigger with his big toe, or to hold a live grenade next to his head or heart and commit jiketsu. In one cave, Marines found 150 Japanese who had committed jiketsu because they had lost Suribachi. Before the Marines landed on Iwo, the Japanese flew a flag with the characters of Namu Hachiman Daibosatsu on it, meaning, "We believe in the merciful God of war." Well, no God of war showed mercy to these Japanese warriors. Along the coast, the Marines fought northward, trying to outflank the Japanese in the center, with the Marines killing more Japanese than Marines being lost, but progress was difficult. Although the Marines were doing well, mistakes occurred elsewhere, and it was a chaotic battlefield. Attacking aircraft destroyed a friendly tank in the area where Woody fought by dropping a napalm bomb on it. The 24th Marine 2nd Battalion next to Woody documented that artillery was falling in the lines of the battalion's E Company, but the Marines could not determine whether it was friendly or not. Moreover, the same company was being attacked by its own tanks. The tank officer was informed, and apparently his tanks pulled away, but this demonstrates Marines had not only a significant job in killing the Japanese, but also they had a huge responsibility to communicate and keep track of their neighboring units and weapon systems to know what was going on to minimize fratricide, something unavoidable in war, which has long been called organized chaos. Chapter 22. The Pillboxes. Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?" And I said, "Here I am, send me." Isaiah 6, verse 8. On the 23rd of February, after a heavy artillery barrage softened up the enemy ended at 0835, 3 battalions, including the 1st Battalion, 21st Marines, attacked an open field near Airfield No. 1. The enemy had meticulously prepared defenses. The defending positions were so extensive that as soon as one center of resistance was penetrated, the attacker was forced to face another. When their attack stopped, the 1st Battalion of the 21st Marines had advanced all of 50 yards. The battalion report noted, "Jumped off an attack but were unable to advance due to extremely heavy resistance." The commanding officer of the 1st Battalion, 21st Marines had been wounded. The gap left in the line by the uneven advance of different battalions forced the 26th Marines to relinquish all the hard-fought gains they had made the day before on the 22nd of February. Under merciless Japanese fire, forward observers and battalion commanders called in fire support. Some tanks tried to enter the battle, but had a difficult time maneuvering because of the ash. In short order, direct hits knocked out 5 that C Company's commander, Donald Beck, had requested to support his men's attack. Marines lay grotesquely on what had become their byres, and the cry for corpsmen rang out over the battle's chaos. Woody's platoon leader, Lieutenant Howard F. Chambers, reported to his company commander, Captain Beck, that his unit had been reduced by 50%. While the men in the 21st Regiment discussed what to do, the Japanese rained down mortar, rocket, and artillery fire on Woody's outfit along the entire front, causing many casualties. Woody's regiment of an original 3,006 men had suffered already 427 casualties. Witnessing all this violent death put an icy chill through Woody's veins. In all the pandemonium, Woody and his comrades were lucky to have Chambers as their platoon leader. He never asked his men to do anything he would not do himself. Chambers was born on the 9th of September 1919 in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. After he graduated high school in 1938, he attended Till College, where he lettered in football for 3 years and was the team's captain and known as HUD. After taking an interception back for a touchdown while playing defensive tackle one game, he became a big man on campus for this and many other athletic accomplishments, becoming one of Till's football immortals. He was a stocky, 5'10" and 1/4 inches, 190-pound linebacker with blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, and good looks. He would have played football for 4 years, but during his senior year, the season was canceled due to the war. Enjoying the Greek system, he led his fraternity, Lambda Chi Alpha, as president for 3 years. In his student yearbook, it was proudly noted that it was rare he had held this position since a sophomore, writing, "He rivaled FDR for third-term fame as Prexy of the Lambda Chi's." Showing promise as a leader long before the Corps, besides being the college football captain and his fraternity's president, He also served on the Interfraternity Council for 3 years and was its president for 1 year. Was vice president on the student council his junior year. Was the vice president for the student union also during his junior year. Was class president of his class's junior year. And was a who's who in American colleges during his senior year. HUD enjoyed staying busy and taking control of groups and situations and proved he knew how to interact with diverse people and lead them. He received a Bachelor's of Science in Economics, graduating in May 1943. After graduation, he started his career in the Marines, rising to the top once again, finishing 58 out of 213 graduates in his Officers Training Course class on the 25th of August, 1943. He served in action on Guam in July 1944 and trained with Woody and his 1st platoon for 6 months before Iwo. He knew his men. The enemy had the advantage of protection, an excellent defilade or fortifications from which they fired at Chambers' pinned-down Marines. Correspondent Dashiell described it as being a network of camouflage pillboxes housing numerous Nambu machine guns, spraying the Marines with withering fire. Dashiell wrote, "Hellish Jap crossfire chewed up Marines and pinned others to the ashy ground, which Jap mortar shells churned with leather-neck flesh." At this juncture, many Marines looked into death's black eye socket. Captain Donald Beck, commanding C Company, Woody's company, in the 1st Battalion, 21st Marines, described the scene as such. Large pillboxes constructed from concrete, thickly cut clay blocks, and pieces of scrapped aircraft, covered over with 4 to 5 feet of sand, were located among sandy ridges where tanks could not maneuver and where supporting overhead fire had proven ineffective. Against this terrain, Beck had to move forward and attack. But it troubled Beck exactly how he was to do so. When discussing this situation, 1st Platoon Leader, 2nd Lieutenant Chambers, told Beck, "Every time my men try to move forward, they're hacked to pieces. And if machine guns were not stopping the Marines, then mortar shells did so. A mortar shell hangs and explodes, catching 2 leathernecks in the legs and another in the face." Flamethrower Joseph Anthony Rybakevitz, attached to Beck's unit, described another officer's death. "We both were looking around a big rock trying to find where the enemy was. He looked, then I looked. He looked again and was shot in the chest and immediately killed." The Marines knew this type of activity was dangerous, but they could not fight an enemy they could not locate. Combat photographer and Dashiell's foxhole buddy, Staff Sergeant Joe Franklin, peeked around some rocks to see where the enemy was, but found none. A sergeant nearby must have figured everything was clear, so he crept away from his cover and stuck his head right by Franklin's. Wham! He took a bullet that passed along his temple region and laid both eyes out on his cheeks, but he was still alive with the bullet missing his brain. He rolled over on his back with those blobs of jelly on his face, yelling in pain, "I can't see! I can't see!" In war, one must never forget that if you can see the enemy can see you. Even in this murderous environment the day before, Beck's company had taken out 25 pillboxes after it had walked into a trap of crisscrossing fire. A less hardy band probably would have been destroyed, but under the leadership of Beck, the Marines fought frantically and not only escaped the trap, but exterminated more men than they lost. During the morning, Woody's company confronted some Japanese with grenades. "It was sort of like a baseball game," said 2nd Lieutenant Charles Mike Henning. "Only we weren't trying to catch what the Japs threw." Henning was nicknamed Ox because he stood 5'11" and weighed 215 pounds, all muscle. In several hours of combat, led by Woody and Sergeant Lyman Southwell, who were described by Ox as crack shots with grenades, they took out 50 Japanese. Henning said, "I don't know how many nips they got, but it was plenty." It was deadly combat, though, and Woody's company lost an additional 18 men. Southwell explained, "There was only one thing to do, and that was to fight. I guess you know we did." Seeing the situation for what it was, Captain Beck gathered his officers to discuss options. Beck had been with his Marines on Bougainville and Guam. He had distinguished himself on Guam under the punishing Banzai and earned a Purple Heart and a Silver Star. He was no combat neophyte. Beck's commander, Major Clay M. Murray, described Beck as the bravest man he had ever known. Another superior, Lieutenant Colonel Ronald Van Stockham, said Beck had the coolest nerves under fire he had ever seen. Whereas some crack up when a grenade went off near them, Beck could go through the hell of battle and continue to make calm, rational decisions. According to von Clausewitz, when the clash of arms began, the preeminence of the moral forces of war rules the day, often coming in the form of a commander's need for resolution, self-control, and coup d'oeil. And Beck exhibited all of these powerful characteristics. With the cool calculation of a scientist, Beck gathered the facts about his situation. The area was clearly one of the most bitterly defended and best fortified sectors of the entire despicable island. Chambers and numerous men tried for hours that morning to break the Japanese lines, but failed, suffering casualties. He felt uneasy asking anybody to do the job to attack positions in their front. It was murder, he said. Yet Chambers and Beck knew doing nothing was not an option. Gazing, peering, squinting, and scowling at the lines they knew they needed to assault, they devised a plan. Iwo veteran Al Ragliano described the dilemma. Giving orders which may lead to the death of a comrade is difficult. Officers in high command did it, to be sure, but it's vastly different to send thousands of men into battle, far easier, in fact, on one man in command than to say, "Steve, you and Hulitsky, move out and stop that damn machine gun." The personal touch was unfair, yet a necessary cruelty. Could it be this executioner-like responsibility that urged, indeed demanded, my growing up? Chambers and Beck knew some of their men would die carrying out their orders, making their blood and pulses shudder. They debated their options while crowded in a shell crater to protect themselves from grazing fire. So many officers had become casualties or were dead that only 2 other officers of C Company were there. By mistake, First Sergeant William R. Hose-Nose Elder ordered Woody to attend the meeting since he thought non-commissioned officers like Woody were supposed to be there too, especially because he was a demolition and flamethrower expert. The highly valued new flamethrower M2-2 was called the perfect weapon for Iwo, and they were supplied 24 per battalion, 81 per regiment. Out of the 7 flamethrower operators assigned to the Special Weapons Unit attached to Charlie Company's headquarters, Woody's recollection is that the other 6 had been killed or injured in roughly 2 days of fighting. Knowing Woody was trained with the flamethrower, Woody recalls Beck asking him whether he thought he could use it to take out the pillboxes. Woody reports he was heard to say he would try. Woody later claimed, "I figured, what the hell? I might as well join my comrades wherever they are." People around him must have viewed him as a dead man walking. Beck recalled it differently. Writing about this event after it happened, Beck radioed for another demolition sergeant to replace the one who had become a casualty in order to punch through the Japanese line. In fact, there were still another 4 active demolition men attached to or nearby Woody's company. Marquez Kenneth Cookson, William Nolte, Joseph Anthony Rybakevitz, and Nathan Pittner. Woody, overhearing Beck's conversation, quickly volunteered. In yet another version, Woody told correspondent Dashiell in 1945 that his platoon commander, Howard F. Chambers, had asked him if he could take out the pillboxes, and Woody responded with the response that he would see what I can do. While later memories conflicted, the central fact is that Woody volunteered to attack the pillboxes. In war, everything is uncertain, and calculations have to be made with variable quantities. After the war, Beck stated that the only way to destroy this Japanese line of defense was to use flamethrowers and demolitions. Beck had almost died that day by a sniper's bullet that hit his pack, ripping through its lining and the handle on his metal spoon. Had the bullet hit a few inches closer to Beck, he would have been killed or wounded. Since danger is the common element in which everything moves in war, courage, the sense of one's own strength, is the principal factor that influences judgment. It is the lens, so to speak, through which impressions pass to the brain. Beck was in the front lines and always close to the action. His judgment was influenced by knowing firsthand what was going on. He had courage, and he needed it in order to make proper decisions about how to respond to what the enemy was doing to his men. So courage is not simply a counterweight to danger, to be used for neutralizing its effects. It is a quality on its own. 2 days prior to this meeting, Charlie Company had attempted to advance without success and lost a lot of men. Woody said, "I wanted to eliminate those pillboxes because they had interlocking fields of fire, meaning if you tried to escape from one, another one would get you. I stayed focused on my job. I needed to concentrate on that if I wanted to live." One of Napoleon's maxims in battle was never do what the enemy wants you to do. The Japanese wanted Woody's comrades to stay entrenched. Woody and his Marines needed to change that and move forward. His captain estimated 50 pillboxes held up their advance. Over the next 4 hours, Woody secured a small victory against one of the toughest defenses the Marines ever faced. Beck wrote the Japanese on Iwo were well led and did not conduct large-scale banzais, which attributed to the enemy being a powerful fighting force until the very end. Under Kuribayashi's leadership, Iwo was the second out of almost 80 island battles where the Japanese inflicted more casualties on the Americans than the Americans did on the Japanese. He waged a campaign of unprecedented bloodshed and endurance. Throughout the Pacific theater, for every American who died in battle, U.S. forces killed 10 Japanese, a more acceptable price for most Americans. At Iwo, that average was reduced to only 3 Japanese killed for every Marine killed. This kill ratio created controversy in the U.S. Woody needed to improve upon this average on the 23rd of February, using flamethrowers and demolitions to help destroy a defense that had frustrated whole battalions for days. Destroying the pillboxes would require intense fighting using some of the best weapons the Marines had. Liquid fire from flamethrowers followed by explosives. And in this section, the Japs were everywhere, as Lyman D. Southwell, one Marine assigned to protect Woody, declared. Fire came from sand piles, ditches, tunnels, pillboxes, everywhere. I never thought I would get out alive, Southwell said. Southwell suffered a close call a few days later, almost being killed by a bullet through his helmet. He did not realize it until the next morning when he combed his hair and felt a whelp on his scalp. Then he analyzed his helmet and almost passed out, noticing a hole in his steel pot. After volunteering to attack the pillboxes, Woody went to the supply depot at the company headquarters and obtained a flamethrower and demolition charges. He grabbed a 12-pound pole charge filled with 15 blocks of TNT. First Sergeant Elder, in charge of headquarters logistics, watched him gear up and start off on his first attack. He witnessed Woody come back for more flamethrowers over the next few hours. Knowing what he had to do, Woody was nervous and scared, but I couldn't let my Marines down, he said. In the general area, there was a group of corpsmen and Navy doctors working silently over the torn and bleeding men who had been evacuated from the lines Woody was marching toward. The stretcher bearers were bringing back a stream of wounded. At one of these stations, Dashiell remembered a wounded Marine screaming at a doctor, "Don't take my leg off! Don't take my leg off!" As medical personnel gazed at mangled muscle and bone that used to be a thigh and shin, making their faces grow twisted as they heard his pleas. To protect him, Woody was assigned 2 men armed with Browning automatic rifles, barmen, 2 M1 riflemen, and 1 demolition man. Sometimes Woody says he picked the 4, and other times he says Beck assigned them to him. It seems there was also a Marine with a bazooka who, if he could, would try to blow the concrete structures with a clear shot, which would enable Woody to move in to deliver the coup de grace. In interviews Woody gave in 1956 and in 1966, he mentioned that a bazooka man fired at the large pillbox he took out. Without these men, Woody alone had no chance of getting close enough to using his flamethrower against the pillboxes. Any chance of success required a coordinated team approach, executed with a high level of skill in dangerous and stressful conditions. Failure of skill or nerve on the part of any team member could cause the mission to fail. The bar and riflemen would lay down suppressing fire against the pillbox's slits and enemy soldiers on the flanks of these structures so Woody could get into position to use his flamethrower on the concrete monsters. After the pillbox was flamed, the demolition man, and sometimes this was Woody too, would use a wooden pole to place a charge in the pillbox. The charge was designed to kill any soldiers inside who were still alive and render the structure useless. According to the action reports, Woody did both these acts at least twice. And using a pole charge provides a bit of a standoff and also makes it very difficult, maybe even impossible, for the defenders to toss the explosive back, as they might if it was just a satchel charge. Kuribayashi's tunnel system was constructed so that if the soldiers were killed in a pillbox, bunker, or cave, other soldiers could often later get inside and use it to kill Americans by traveling through interlocking underground burrows. The Marines wanted to make sure that the Japanese could not use positions after the original inhabitants had been killed. As Woody notes, his special unit members were trained to either burn it or blow it, or in this case, do both. This was an effective tactic to destroy the thousands of pillboxes and caves, and Woody was one of hundreds of Marines destroying pillboxes. To destroy them in this sector, Woody's responsibility was to keep the flamethrowers and explosives of the Special Weapons Unit for Charlie Company prepped for fighting. When these weapons were not being used, Woody and fellow Special Weapons Unit comrades were riflemen and used as infantrymen. But when they were needed for demolition work, they put down their rifles, strapped on a Colt .45 pistol, and picked up their flamethrowers to bring hellfire to the battle and incinerate the enemy. While the battle raged, the New York Times ran an advertisement for a chemical company supporting flamethrower technology, showing a GI blasting away Japanese defenses with the heading, "Clearing out a rat's nest." After Beck and Chambers briefed Woody on his mission, Woody in turn explained to the men in his charge how they should provide cover while he worked his way into position to attack. While the enemy inside a pillbox could shoot at a wide range of targets from the protection of the pillbox, Marines had only a small aperture on each pillbox to target. The pillbox fortification gave the defenders a distinct advantage over the attacking Marines, who fought in the open, exposing their entire bodies to enemy fire. Today, Woody has difficulty piecing together what he did in the fast-moving sequence of events. The evidence is unclear about exactly what he accomplished and precisely how he went about it. Looking back at his words in the article he gave in 1966, one could say that he is upon the brink of remembrance without being able, in the end, to remember. Woody, who had fought through many tough situations, felt more foreboding when confronted with taking out the pillboxes than he had during other engagements. This stress alone may account for how someone has so few vivid memories of one of the most significant events in his life. One truism about what we now term post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, which Woody experienced, is that men who suffer from it often avoid anything that might trigger painful memories. Although Woody made it through the day without being physically wounded, he still suffered from witnessing comrades being injured or killed and from personally incinerating soldiers. There is nothing more horrible than the smell of burning human flesh, Woody said. Many wonder how one could not recall such heroic acts afterward. The answer to this question is complicated and probably related to brain chemistry as well as distortion of past events, since we tend to remember only the good we do. First, as the stress hormones are released in the bloodstream, a human's ability to remember diminishes. Stress can even cause long-term damage in the brain, especially when hormones called glucocorticoids, the most prominent being cortisol, are released. Cortisol impedes the ability of the hippocampus to encode and recall memories. These stress hormones hinder the brain from encoding memories by diverting glucose away from the brain and delivering it to the muscles. Historian Richard Frank explains, during that time, extreme physical and emotional stress pummeled participants in an endless series of kill or be killed moments while they witnessed countless killed or maimed. They endured on mere shards of sleep. This combination shredded the brain's ability to retain and to organize memories, not to mention the brain's conscious or unconscious work to suppress terrifying memories. The body has that which ends up being a physiological mercy mechanism that reduces one's worst memories. Woody had been in situations that would make anyone afraid and emerged displaying strength. The assault on the pillboxes took him to a new frontier of bravery, but it was highly stressful, making it difficult to recall every detail as it happened. Many had fallen while attempting to knock out fortifications like those blocking Charlie Company's advance. With no escape from the terror of having to go out and confront the enemy strongpoints would make the most experienced warrior fearful. Dante wrote, "One ought to be afraid of nothing other than things possessed of power to harm us," and the Japanese had plenty of power to harm Woody. Second, if Woody had not accomplished as much as others reported he had, then he may have gone along with their story and only remembered, quote-unquote, what others said. Also, he may have exaggerated what he did, and later, when called upon to prove it, he may have developed techniques to divert people from suspecting anything might be amiss. To the contrary, this idea departs from his initial interviews before the Medal of Honor was awarded, when he reported his accomplishments with confidence to journalists on Guam in 1945. Surprisingly, the one person who supposedly saw everything, Woody's platoon leader, Lieutenant Chambers, never provided a written report about Woody's actions on the 23rd of February. Captain Beck, in his report, cited Chambers as a source proving Woody had destroyed the pillboxes that Beck believed Woody had incinerated. But Chambers' refusal to endorse Beck's report shows he most likely did not agree with how Beck had remembered their conversation. Although Chambers was asked by a general several times to submit a report for Woody, Chambers refused to do so. As a result, there are many problems with documenting what Woody did. Historians know the essence of what the Marines accomplished under harrowing conditions north of the first airfield, but the details of precisely how they did it and who performed the brave acts must be recreated from a variety of evidence by the historian's deductive reasoning. This includes reading statements of witnesses, after-action reports, news stories, contemporaneous investigations by reporters and the military, and old letters and notes written while events were still fresh in people's minds. Historians must examine the terrain where the events occurred, along with analyzing fortifications and handling weapons that were used or the same type as those used from that time. As historians reconstruct events from long ago, it is necessary to also look for corroboration from different sources to try to determine whether sources are reliable. If the person who is being studied is alive, historians must examine what he has said and question his motivation and behavior throughout his life. As a result, much of what is written here about these events leading to Woody's Medal of Honor is pieced together from evidence in such a way that the resulting account is the most probable description of what happened. The memories, albeit imperfect, bonded with contemporary and investigative sources, help create a clearer picture of what happened to Woody and what he did on one of the most important days in his life and in Marine Corps history. During the attack on the 23rd of February 1945, events occurred quickly, and Woody needed strength, skill, and laser-like focus to accomplish his mission, while several enemies tried hard to kill him. Some of what happened Woody recalled as transpiring in a dream-like state. After Beck's briefing, the short, 165-pound hillbilly from West Virginia, Woody, lost no time starting his mission. He went to the depot and hoisted the Flamethrower's 70-pound tanks onto his back and picked up the 15-pound wand or gun attached to the tanks. All in all, with his pistol, helmet, and other gear, Woody entered battle with at least 100 pounds of equipment. If he carried the pole charge with explosives rather than handing it to someone else, then he carried another 12 pounds. This was the load carried by a young man fearful he would not amount to much due to his small size. Once engaged in the attack, he would have laid the pole charge down, burned the structure, then returned with the pole charge to blow it up. After getting his gear together, a row of full tanks awaited Woody's return as he departed for battle. In earlier drafts for this work, he claimed Vernon Waters was there helping him, but the documents prove he was in a different company at this time. At that point, Woody had no idea how many flamethrowers he would have to use to accomplish his mission. He would have a better idea of how many tanks he would need after he took out the first pillbox and surveyed the enemy's lines. That meant working his way through enemy fire in broad daylight to get close enough to the fortification for him to fire his flamethrower at the small slit in the pillbox and neutralize it, allowing his battalion to advance. After dropping his empty weapon, he would have to run back to the supply depot to put on another 70-pound fully tanked M2-2 flamethrower, grab a new pole charge, and then run back to rejoin battle. And that was if everything went right. Countless things could go wrong. Marine correspondents observed flamethrowers were among the most important and vulnerable men on Iwo. As Woody and his men neared the front, they walked toward the sound of battle on better ground than the volcanic ash-covered beaches. As they approached the combat line, they saw their brother Marines spread throughout craters created by artillery rounds or prone on their stomachs firing at the enemy. The sounds of men engaged in killing one another echoed everywhere. Carrier planes flying close air support continued to locate targets, rain down their bombs, and strafe enemy positions. As many as 1,600 sorties were flown in a day to support the Marines' advance. Luckily for the Marines, the Japanese Air Force was unable to send planes against the Americans, leaving the U.S. with almost full air supremacy in the battle space. For Woody, an unknown number of Japanese fired at his unit from inside the pillboxes, including the one he was about to attack. As Woody neared the line of departure, Private First Class Wesley Strickland pointed out 3 pillboxes for him to start worming to around 60 yards away. In this theater of death, Woody crawled toward the concrete structure with the mad clangor of arms rattling away. As he did so, his bar and riflemen started firing toward the pillbox opening. But their fire against the concrete and steel emplacements were like BB shot on a cement sidewalk. He crept toward a point that was slightly higher in elevation from where he could approach the pillbox on a gradual slope. Private First Class Alexander Schlager followed Woody with his demolition charge strapped to a wooden pole to administer the coup de grace after Woody's attack. They moved from crater to crater to get closer to the pillbox. Around them, the sounds of battle echoed, and a mortar round exploded near the crater in which they hid, sending a cascade of sand down the sides of the embankment, loosed by the shock waves of the explosion. The men trying to protect Woody could do nothing about the homicidal mortar shells which continued to rain down. The environment baffled and intoxicated Woody. He had entered a region of human emotions nobody wanted to explore, and few survive. As the Marines approached these pillboxes, trenches, and spider holes, the gunners inside the first pillbox tried to depress the muzzle of their machine gun to get Woody into their crosshairs. They missed him, hitting the sand just in front of his face, sending sharp particles into his cheeks with stinging force. Bullets stitched up the ground. Men behind him unleashed fire at the slit where the machine gun was shooting, forcing the Japanese to take cover back from the gun. As Woody edged forward, an enemy soldier suddenly materialized, apparently out of a buried oil drum. Their eyes met and both were startled. Woody said, "I could see the surprise in his eyes. We were so close." Before the enemy could aim his rifle, Woody turned his nozzle and engulfed him in a circle of flame. Poof! He was gone. The effect of a flamethrower hit is gruesome. Engulfed in intense heat, many bodies lost their moisture and ignited. 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit does a lot of damage. The flesh quickly incinerates, revealing glistening bones. Flamethrower fire was spotted instantly, attracting counterfire since the Japanese targeted men with special equipment such as radios, fully automatic weapons, crew-served weapons, or demolition equipment. They especially hated flamethrowers, whether operated by a Marine or shot from a tank. A mortar round exploded outside the trench Woody used for protection. He was approximately 40 yards from the pillbox and taking small arms fire. Bullets careened off the tanks on his back with whining sounds. Woody kept moving. He capered closer to the structure, cutting all manner of fantastical steps. As Woody left one crater, Schlager grabbed his demolition charge and stood out of the crater, exposing himself. He immediately took a bullet to his helmet, knocking him back into the crater from which he and Woody had just emerged. Woody peeked over the lip of the crater, expecting to see a dead Schlager, but fortunately, the bullet had gone through the top of his helmet, missing his head. Even so, the force of the impact had stunned him such that he was unable to move. Woody had to finish the pillbox without him. In a 1966 interview, Woody gave another version of this story. Instead of Schlager, it was Southwell who was with him, and instead of the first pillbox, it was the third pillbox. Southwell, a sergeant and drill instructor, outranked Woody and suggested they both jump out of the crater and split the target. "You go one way and I'll go the other," he said. Woody had no objections. "Ready?" said Southwell. "Ready," answered Woody. "Let's go," Southwell yelled. As the 6'1" Southwell emerged from the crater, a bullet smacked into his helmet. The impact straightened him up and bowled him over backwards. Another slug ripped into his helmet, driving him back even faster. As he tumbled backwards into the crater, he grabbed Woody's shoulder out of instinct to break his fall, and both of them toppled backward and landed with jarring force in the bottom of the shell hole. "Are you hurt?" Woody asked. "I don't know. Am I alive?" Southwell asked, stunned. "You look it," Woody replied. Southwell took off his helmet, viewed the damage, shook his head, and thanked God he was alive. The men then re-engaged the enemy. Regardless of which comrade was stunned, these stories demonstrate how chaotic and confusing battle can be, and how memory of combat can be confused or contradictory. Woody has mixed up Schlager and Southwell with the same event. Both cannot be right. Today he believes this event happened to Schlager, and it was right before he hit the first pillbox. When Woody got close to the first pillbox, he placed his finger on the triggers ready to fire. Woody rose up on one knee, hit the forward trigger to light a match with his left hand, and then pulled the rear trigger with the other, releasing the compressed air that would push the mixture of fuels out through the nozzle of the wand, igniting it as it left his weapon. The distinctive woof whoosh sounds ushered from the flamethrower as the crackle and roar of the fire left his weapon. He rolled his flame toward the aperture, moving his wand from pointing toward the ground to pushing it up level with his hip. The fiery serpent of flame fell hissing to the ground as Woody moved closer and closer to the position. He moved toward the first pillbox, pumping the flame toward the front of the structure. Sometimes 50 feet of sand covered the top of the pillbox, so direct hits from above would not do much. Only the flame could silence it. As soon as he took up his position, his protection force diverted their fire from the pillbox to avoid hitting Woody. They refocused firing at other emplacements to the right and left of the assaulted pillbox in order to suppress the enfilading fire from those positions which could kill Woody. Each man knew his role and followed through. What the men did is a testament to Marine training and the ethic of the Corps focusing on teamwork. Although these men had never worked together before, they took care of each other, saw what needed to be done, and made sure they did their part. "We were Marines," Woody said, "and thus we simply told each other what we needed to get done, and then we got it done. Although I didn't know the men sent with me, I knew I could depend on them." In describing what Woody faced, reporter Robert Scherer does a nice job writing about one blockhouse. Its outer walls were reinforced concrete, 40 inches thick. The vent did not open toward the sea, but slantwise toward the upper beaches. The 120mm gun inside could fire on the beaches and some of our ships, but could not be hit except from a particular angle. There was no sign that it had been touched by anything but a flamethrower. Beside it lay the bodies of 8 Marines. The apparent cost of taking what was only one of several hundred similar positions, nearly all of which had to be knocked out by men on foot with explosive charges or flamethrowers. Scenes like Scherer described dance inside Woody's head as he began his mission. They had traversed a landscape with the skeletal remains of numerous other pillboxes covered with blood and corpses. The Japanese knew he was coming and saw what he was delivering. When he got up to within a dozen yards of the first one, he emptied his flamethrower. As Woody turned the first pillbox into a burning oven, the acrid smell of burnt flesh and spent ammunition filled the air. Some Marines hated the Japanese so much they described the smell of roasting flesh as the sweetest that they had ever smelled. Ignited ammunition in the pillbox created a raucous noise from multiple small explosions. According to one report, Woody blew up at least 2 pillboxes with demolition charges. So in this case, he would have had to remove his tanks, take up a pole charge that he had brought with him or that Schlager had dropped, and return to the pillbox he had torched, and then stick the C2 explosives on the end of a long wooden pole into the pillbox opening and blow it sky high. Woody stuck pole charges through narrow openings of emplacements of the pillboxes he attacked on 4 occasions. During 2 of them, 2 of the charges failed to explode, so he worked his way back to the pillboxes and squirted flame into them, meaning he had to again strap the tanks that still had enough mixture remaining or obtain new tanks and then re-engage the structure. Woody emptied his tanks on the first bunker, which probably held 2 to 4 men, and then used his pole charge against it, leaving a smoking, crumbled structure. He then most likely hit the ground and crawled back to his lines, all the while his protection force covered his escape. As he retreated in a low crawl, sweat poured down his face and sand and gravel crackled under his knees and elbows. Once past his lines and into a secure zone, Woody stood up and ran back to his supply area. He checked his gear and then hoisted a new flamethrower on his back to go out yet again for the second enemy position, accompanied by his security detail. While resupplying, his security men remained in place on the line, awaiting his return. During this first attack, Southwell said that although he and his comrades provided cover for Woody, they had a hell of a day and were low on ammunition, so they could not provide as much covering fire as they would have liked. And everybody had to hug the ground, Southwell continued, so we didn't have such good fighting positions. Woody accomplished much of what he did without the optimal suppressing fire such action required. Suppressing fire is not necessarily to kill or injure the enemy. Rather, it is intended to keep the enemy ducking for cover to give friendly forces the opportunity to move without getting hit. As Woody and his Marines neared the second target, the Japanese sprayed the area with machine gun and rifle fire. Around the pillboxes, Japanese popped up from tunnels or oil drums hidden in the earth and fired or lobbed grenades at surprised Marines. It was a haunted house-like defense, with enemy around the pillboxes appearing suddenly from nowhere. Woody said the Japanese would disappear as soon as you thought you had them. They were fighting a totally different way than on Guam. There I could see my enemy. Here they were phantoms. At least I knew if I could get close to the pillbox, there were enemy in there to kill because they never stopped firing at us. Like mist on a mirror, often the Marines got a glimpse of Japanese soldiers before they vanished into the land using caves and tunnels like gophers or prairie dogs. The defender here clearly had the advantage. The ground he occupied was better known to him than it was to the attacking Marines, in the same way as a man can find his way around his own room in the dark more easily than can a stranger. He can find and round up all the component parts of his forces more quickly than can his assailant. Regardless, the Marines continued to move forward, often stumbling through dark rooms and foggy hallways. Although the sun was high in the sky a little past noon, the enemy was difficult to see, but the effects of his fighting were heard and seen everywhere. Wind blew throughout the island inland off the rough seas, blowing smoke, debris, dirt, and putrid smells of death over the island's surface. Marines peeked over their hideouts as they looked for their next target. When Woody crawled into position to take out the second pillbox, according to Woody, a group conducted a banzai, targeting him. They knew why he was there and were determined to kill him before he took out another emplacement. They probably witnessed what had happened to their comrades in the first pillbox and wanted to spare their remaining comrades a similar fate. Seeing them charge, Woody turned his flamethrower, spraying fire on them. They were unable to get one bullet in Woody before the flame hit them. Woody remembers they went from running full speed at me to almost slow motion. Once that flame lapped them up, they seemed to freeze. Their clothes were on fire and they just fell. In 1966, Woody claimed there were 3 men in this charge, but in interviews with the World War II Museum and with this study, he has often claimed there were 5 or 6. Even if only 3 screaming determined Japanese charged him, that charge was sufficient to make anyone's hair stand on end. Woody responded to this counterattack of men who probably had escaped their bunker through sally ports. Dashiell reported Woody having exclaimed that his flamethrower stopped frantic Japs who ran out of their hiding places and tried to get him with rifles, bayonets, and grenades. The very few Japanese Iwo survivors claimed they feared napalm and the flamethrowers more than any other weapon. As American researchers discovered, if a flamethrower got close to any structure, the defenders were doomed, and they knew it. One Japanese soldier who witnessed such attacks said his comrades were chickens being fried. One U.S. veteran wrote that once the intense flame hit the enemy, their bodies flared up like pieces of celluloid. Once killed by flame, removing their bodies from the battlefield proved difficult. The blackened corpses were gross, and as you tied radio wire around their limbs to remove them from the front lines, their legs and arms would rip away from their bodies because the heat had destroyed the integrity of joints, just like pulling a leg off a well-baked turkey. Woody thus left behind grisly evidence of his kills, and the air was foul with the stench of rotting and charred boiled bodies. In this chaos, as the dead Japanese lay in a haze of blazing fluid, Woody returned his attention to the pillbox. As he focused on this next task, the Japanese on the ground turned into black, bubbling pools of flesh. Their skin and subcutaneous fat sizzled, baked by 3,500 degrees of searing heat. Having neutralized this security force, Woody neared the second pillbox and pumped his flame into it until once again the familiar, nauseating smell of burning flesh permeated the air. Woody thinks it was at this second pillbox when he first noticed the structure had been sealed from the outside. Those men, once in there, were never leaving. Destroying the pillbox was the toughest thing Woody ever had to do in combat, and the fear he experienced while completing his mission was unlike any he had ever felt. When asked how he dealt with the fear, he laughed and said he remembered shaking his head at what he was doing. He had escaped death in one form or another, only to be delivered into now a worse situation, facing, one could argue, the king of all pillboxes. The third fortification he had to take out was far larger than the first and second pillboxes he had just destroyed. It was a sizable concrete structure with several Japanese manning it. Discarding his tanks after destroying the second complex, and probably also blowing it up with a pole charge, Woody returned to headquarters supply to get another flamethrower. At this point, Woody remembered feeling like he was in a dream. He knew what he had to do, knew that death surrounded him, but had a weird feeling he would survive and see his girlfriend Ruby again. When asked if he was scared, Woody said of course he was scared. At first. After that, you don't care anymore. You don't give a darn whether you get hit or not. Just keep moving, or rather stumbling forward. He became fatalistic, and indifference replaced his fear. This allowed cool thinking and quick reaction. Holocaust survivor and psychologist Viktor Frankl notes, apathy, indifference, was a necessary mechanism of self-defense. Hatred of the enemy was also a motivator. Woody had had a lot of Japanese trying to kill him, had fought off bonsais, had witnessed the Japanese desecration of corpses, and, most importantly, had seen his buddies wounded or killed. Woody said, I suppose the only thing that kept us going was the incentive to avenge the loss of our buddies who were killed. After a while, you feel there was only one thing you wanted to do in the world, to get the guy who got your buddy. After being in combat for only a brief amount of time, most Marines learned how to hate and do so with passion. In the midst of this chaos, Woody strapped on his third backpack of tanks, grabbed his 15-pound wand, turned toward the pillboxes, and returned to the storm of battle. In this section of the island, there was no solid ground, pulverized as it had been into gravel and sand. One did not sink into it like on the beach, but one did wobble on it somewhat as he ran. Everywhere, the growl of missiles, mortars, and shells pierced the air. Nearing the large blockhouse, which was probably around 300 to 500 square feet and buried in a sand dune, Woody could not get a good line of fire. Destroyed and badly damaged vegetation or small trees and bushes lay everywhere, obstructing his approach. This enemy blockhouse was Woody's main objective because it was the one really giving us fits. Supporting Marines fired away at the slits about 8 inches wide and around 4 feet high along the whole face of the pillbox. But the Japanese inside laid down murderous fire against those in sight, and Woody, with large metal tanks strapped to his body, was their obvious focus. He was scared, but he did not ever think about dying, although everywhere he went, bullets flew around him as the enemy tried to kill him. Woody said, "You probably didn't think about being actually killed because that would cause you to quit, and I wasn't going to quit." Military philosopher Karl von Clausewitz could have been describing Woody when he wrote, "Courage in face of personal danger is also of 2 kinds. It may be indifference to danger, which could be due to the individual's constitution, or to his holding life cheap, or to habit. In any case, it must be regarded as a permanent condition. Alternatively, courage may result from such positive motives as ambition, patriotism, or enthusiasm of any kind. In that case, courage is a feeling, an emotion. These 2 kinds of courage act in different ways. The first is the more dependable. Having become second nature, it will never fail. The other will often achieve more. There is more reliability in the first kind, more boldness in the second. The first leaves the mind calmer, the second tends to stimulate, but it can also blind. The highest kind of courage is a compound of both. It appears Woody, indeed, had both kinds of courage. Regardless of what was motivating Woody, the Japanese knew they could not let Woody get close to them. He was one of the most feared, hated, and targeted Marines for those hundreds of Japanese facing him from inside and around those pillboxes. Watching the Japanese fortification carefully and looking around the area to see what approach he should take, Woody noticed smoke curling out of the top of the structure out of a pipe, most likely coming from the weapons they fired inside or from smoke or debris generated by grenades or bazookas hitting the outside of the structure and being drawn in by the suction of air caused by the explosions. According to Woody's 1966 interview, he recalled, "I motioned for the bazooka man to fire a round at the center pillbox. He did, and I could see it hit just below and to the left of the slit. Some of the white smoke from the explosion was sucked into the concrete opening, and I noticed a wisp of it curling out the center top of the pillbox. This told me that there was an opening of some kind on the top." Woody saw several rifles and 1 Nambu machine gun firing. He remembers rounds striking his tanks and ricocheting off the metal skin as he used different trenches to approach the structure. "The bullets coming off my tank sounded like a jackhammer," he said. He moved forward with an oddly crab-like gait, and the Japanese gunner could not depress his machine gun any lower to hit him. Woody had maneuvered himself out of the field of battle. "Had I gone the other way, he would have zeroed in on me and killed me." Also, while here, a number of grenades threw by the enemy landed near Woody, but did not reach him. According to some reports, he tried several times to get flames into the pillbox, perhaps using the wall of fire he projected partly as a screen and partly as an offensive weapon. The larger structures the Japanese had built often had burn alleys inside these constructions to divert the flame away from the men and to house defensive chambers to protect them when hit by fire. The Japanese knew the Marines attacked with flamethrowers, so they engineered responses to these weapons, and this pillbox probably had such characteristics, making Woody's job even more challenging. According to witness George Schwartz, Woody used 2, possibly 3 flamethrowers since he had a hell of a time with the massive bunker. The Japanese even used their own flamethrowers against the Marines, so they knew their capabilities and destructive power. In the initial attack, Woody did not have success. He had worked himself into a fury, trying to dispose of the threat. Frustrated and determined, Woody decided to perform a maneuver for which he had never trained and that most people would never attempt. As the Japanese directed massive fire against the lines where Woody fought, Woody zigzagged toward the pillbox. In response, the Japanese threw grenades at him to push him back. He worked his way to the rear of the pillbox with Corporal Tripp, telling him, "Stay put and keep me covered." Tripp moved his M1 into a better firing position, shunting the bamboo pole charges to one side. Then, to the amazement of everyone, Woody climbed up the side of the pillbox onto its roof. Once on top, Woody found the ventilation pipe he had spotted earlier. The aperture was the same circumference as the nozzle on his wand, so he stuck the tip into the pipe and pulled the trigger, unleashing a firestorm into the bunker. He heard the flames rushing down the pipe and spilling out with a roar as they reached the greater air volume inside. The whole structure erupted into flames as tongues of fire shot out from inside the compound. Those not killed by the searing heat died soon thereafter due to the inferno sucking up the oxygen, suffocating them. Roasted flesh, once again, permeated the air. While Woody stood atop the bunker, pumping the structure with the flaming diesel and gas mixture, it seemed like the whole battlefield reached a fever pitch of violence and gunfire. Yet somehow, no bullet hit him. After he was sure everyone in the bunker was dead, Woody crawled off its roof and worked his way back to retrieve another flamethrower. As he left the structure, a mortar round landed and exploded near him, but Woody escaped harm again. He was constantly moving so that the Japanese could not home in on him. The mortars landing around were probably intended to bracket Woody so they could kill him, yet they failed to do so. Upon leaving the bunker, Woody ordered a Marine, likely Tripp, with a demolition charge to blow up the structure. Woody reckoned that up to 17 enemy were in the third pillbox, as well as in his 1966 interview with Bill Francois. But in 1956 he estimated 21, although other primary sources do not corroborate these figures. Schlager said he counted 8 inside. If Tripp had placed demolitions inside the bunker, then how could Schlager have counted the dead, assuming the blast destroyed the structure somewhat, if not totally, and probably blew the bodies to pieces? Woody's attack may have silenced at least one Type 92 heavy Nambu 6.5mm machine gun, having a 3-man team and capable of firing 400 to 500 rounds per minute. Nearby, hundreds more enemy soldiers waited for Woody and his brother Marines. If there were so many Japanese in this structure, that meant there were hundreds more in nearby rifle pits, trenches, spider holes, pillboxes, and tunnels. The Marines had to kill many more to secure this area. Flamethrowers not only delivered incineration, they also poisoned and suffocated enemies. Researchers working on the flamethrower found studying the toxicology of flame attacks in poorly ventilated enclosed spaces like those found in Japanese bunkers that 3 events happened at the moment of the flame attack, quite aside from the penetration of the flaming fuel itself. There was a sudden jump in temperature, lethal concentrations of carbon monoxide, and low levels of oxygen. They discovered that 70% carbon monoxide in the blood resulted in unconsciousness and frequently in death, and that this accumulation was obtainable in a flame attack within 2 minutes. Furthermore, only 0.1% carbon monoxide in the air was sufficient to maintain this lethal blood level, and it was present in bunkers for 7 to 10 minutes after a flame attack. Also, up to 15 seconds after a flamethrower attack, there was no oxygen in the pillbox under attack, which resulted in the defenders falling into unconsciousness almost instantaneously. Woody's flamethrower brought a plethora of fatal attributes to kill those underground. If the flames, lack of oxygen, or carbon monoxide did not kill the enemy, then the pole charges used against them afterwards did. Although Woody escaped unharmed from knocking out the enemy fortifications, his team did not get away unscathed. According to Woody, enemy fire fatally wounded 2 men covering him. Only much later, after returning to Guam, did Woody learn they had died. They probably were Corporal Warren Bornholtz and Private First Class Charles Fisher. A sniper shot Fisher in the chest while moving into the attack, and Bornholtz received head and neck shots during combat. Had Woody known of their deaths, he had no time to mourn. He had more pillboxes to destroy and infantrymen to protect. 2 other men were quickly assigned to cover him. To appreciate Woody's heroics, one must consider the environment in which he found himself. While attacking this structure, he heard thousands of rounds of gunfire, much of it directed at him. Every few seconds, artillery or mortar rounds exploded. Airplanes dropped their ordnance on and strafed enemy positions. Ships fired at targets far away from the Marines that the shells would not hit them too. Anti-aircraft guns defended the fleet from attacking kamikazes, sending columns of fire to the heavens. Wounded screamed in pain, calling for corpsmen, friends, God, and mothers. The howls of desperation rebounded throughout the landscape. Others passed information by yelling instructions over the din of battle. As Woody explained, few can truly comprehend the absolute terror and chaos of war. As any combat veteran knows, the sound of even a small group firing weapons and taking fire with mortars and artillery in the background is overpowering. The movies and TV never get this right. To give one an idea of the amount of gunfire expended during this battle, during the Battle of Peleliu, which took place from September to November 1944, the Marines and Army expended on average 1,539 rounds of ammunition for each Japanese soldier killed. That figure does not include the tremendous amount of enemy counter gunfire. If the same ratio of Peleliu is used for Iwo, the Marines fired almost 34 million bullets at the Japanese on the island. During the 36-day Iwo campaign, that meant around 1,300 bullets, both Marine and Japanese, were fired every minute. Around 28,000 tons of infantry cartridges were shipped for the troops at Iwo alone. The noise of gunfire was overwhelming. These numbers do not take into account the mortars, grenades, and other instruments of war exploding as well. Woody's battalion used 8,525 grenades during the campaign. In such an unforgiving environment, with the loudest tumult one can imagine, Woody remained focused for hours while he strategized the best way to silence concrete monsters blocking his company's advance. Unlike situations where a combatant goes into a fervid rage or a focused trance, Woody's feats manifested an ability to think clearly under protracted and acute stress. Returning to the aftermath of destroying the large pillbox, in one of the reports from 1945, it seems many of the Japanese nearby tried to escape. They probably had anchored their defense to this pillbox, and once it was gone, they knew they were vulnerable. Woody reported that he killed some fleeing the area. Scenes such as those surrounding the circumstances in which Woody found himself occurred in other areas. Another Medal of Honor recipient and member of the 3rd Mardiv, Private Wilson D. Watson, after killing 4 Japanese with a grenade in a pillbox and pushing the advance forward like Woody, caught the enemy massing on the opposite side of a ridge to counterattack his unit. Commanding the high ground after scaling to the ridge's top, he spotted the enemy and opened up with a bar and killed 60. Woody was not alone in pushing forward the attack, and in doing so causing confusion among the Japanese, whose uncoordinated actions allowed the Marines to inflict harm on a fleeing enemy. As Woody was incinerating pillboxes, many Japanese, on seeing what was in store for them, made a dash to the rear. The Marines had a field day as they killed them one by one. Some hopelessly rushed toward the leathernecks while wielding sabers. Woody's activity with his flamethrower made some panic, reveal their positions, and then attempt to flee. But in so doing, they made themselves vulnerable, and the Marines slew them. By now, Woody's uniform was dripping with sweat, his legs burned from exhaustion, and he became almost blinded from the flames that spewed from his weapon. He was moving and crawling to the next targets on second-nature impulses. Woody had already spent hours with the flamethrower in hazardous duty, but he never allowed himself to think he would not survive. He was lucky because the life expectancy of most flamethrowers was measured in minutes, not hours or days. The after-action report for Battalion Landing Team of 2nd Battalion, 21st Marines stated that the casualty rate for flamethrower operators was 92%, but that no question existed that the weapon was valuable and necessary in the destruction of emplacements and neutralizing caves. Yet Woody persevered, still healthy and fighting. He attempted fate and won thus far. As Woody returned to headquarters supply for a 4th time, Marines present must have shaken their heads in disbelief seeing him still alive. First Sergeant Elder and Corporal Alan B. Tripp witnessed him going back to the headquarters command post 6 times for resupply. Woody focused on his mission. He barked commands to his detail to protect his backside. He then strapped on his 4th tank, looked at the slope he had descended, viewed the 3 smoking pillboxes he had just taken out, and then looked for the next target. His security detail tried to keep the Japanese from honing in on him and killing one of the best hopes the company had of minimizing casualties and breaking through to the north to secure the airfield. Woody's remaining attacks against pillboxes are difficult to describe. Even the description to this point may be out of sequence. The chaos of battle can present problems for those who were present to recount the events in order. Woody is bothered that he cannot remember the details. In fact, he has no memory of getting new flamethrowers. A journalist interviewed Woody in 1966 when his memory was fresher, but he still struggled to recall details. This journalist, Bill Francois, described Woody's conundrum. Once again, the tanks were empty, and Williams unbuckled the flamethrower, let it fall away from him so that he could return more quickly to his own lines. He was conscious of the overwhelming fatigue whenever he had to run a short distance in order to reach the protection of a crater or dune. Bullets tried to cut him down. Mortar rounds reached for him, their throaty roars muffled in the depth of the sand. As weariness engulfed him, the terror of those sounds diminished. The passing of time went unnoticed. Another flamethrower, heavier, each one heavier than the last. Elbows and knees rubbed raw. Vague, momentary spasms of fear as some new danger threatened. Red fireballs engulfing, penetrating, destroying. Corporal Williams had slipped into a merciful void. After he destroyed the third pillbox, he could recall no chronology of events. Time had ceased for him. Now, did time cease for him because his memory was wiped clean by stress and fatigue, or because some or all of the later reported events did not occur? The problem here is probably more that Woody's humanity was stressed beyond the knowledge of others who have never experienced such extreme pressure, making one struggle with later describing what really happened, or filling in holes one wished to explain. Not only did Woody admit in 1966 he had no memory of the 4 remaining pillboxes he thinks he took out, although in 1945 he did, but also the other primary sources are also unclear on this point. Yet while Woody originally in 1945 claimed to have destroyed 7 pillboxes in total, no single eyewitness submitted a statement he saw all 7. Captain Beck later claimed Woody's platoon leader, Chambers, pointed out 7 destroyed pillboxes, and Beck assumed Woody had destroyed them. Woody's Medal of Honor citation does not state the number of pillboxes destroyed. Thus, in conclusion, what remains unknown is how the 4 additional pillboxes were destroyed and whether or not there were indeed 7 eliminated by Woody's hand. Without question, Woody destroyed at least 3, maybe 4 pillboxes. Perhaps the 4th pillbox was described by William J. Narrow, who was covering Woody. Corporal Narrow testified Woody was subjected to considerable small arms fire while he zigzagged through the communication trenches to get behind one structure. According to Dick Dashiell, this is maybe where Woody gave the Nambu gunners the business from the rear. Marines supporting Woody killed a number of the enemy on their own, especially those who made a break for the Jap lines from their bypass trenches. Narrow put that number at up to 25 enemy soldiers bypassed in spider traps and perfectly concealed trenches. Schlager, who had recovered from nearly having his head blown off, shot dead a lone charging soldier armed with a samurai sword. It took 3 bullets to stop him. Lieutenant Chambers was so close to 2 Japanese that he killed them both with his Colt 45 pistol. Dashiell recounted that while another flamethrower worked over a pillbox, 2 Japanese ran out. Immediately, one was cut in half by supporting fire from surrounding Marines, and the other, seeing what just happened to his buddy, killed himself with a grenade. Leaving the remains of the pillboxes, Woody completed his operation without a single wound, reporting, "Darn if I know why I didn't get bumped off that day." Many must have stood in awe of what Woody and his team had accomplished, especially climbing on top of one pillbox to flame it. He was a madman when he did it, a raving maniac through sheer fright, rolling, crawling, dodging, flaming, and killing over the battlefield. But a madman probably would not have survived. Woody also displayed intervals of cool calculation, however emotionally charged he was at times. Dashiell wrote, Woody killed an uncounted number of Japs. Woody said to Dashiell he counted 21 dead during one part of the operation, yet no one was likely to achieve an accurate count of those killed given the charred and blasted state of the remains. However, more important than the number of enemy killed was that neutralizing the deadly fortifications helped enable thousands in his division who were exposed to enemy fire break through those defenses and move forward. He was part of an overall small operation led by his brave platoon leader, Lieutenant Chambers, who broke through 32 emplacements and moved the front 300 yards north, closer to Kuribayashi's headquarters and to ultimate victory. Due to Woody and his supporting crew's deeds under Chambers' leadership, their battalion reported in the afternoon that the main resistance had been reduced and battalion was able to advance. Tactical successes are of paramount importance in war, because only with them can an army give birth to great strategic victories. Until the island was secured, Marines and airmen would continue to die, and the bombing campaign with B-29 Superfortress bombers based in the Marianas flying unescorted to Japan would be more dangerous. Iwo would give the Army Air Forces an island on which to base fighters that could escort the B-29s on missions over Japan, permitting the B-29s to approach their targets at a much lower level where they were more accurate. Major General Curtis LeMay, commander of B-29s in the Pacific, said, "Without Iwo, I couldn't bomb Japan effectively." Others in C Company also accomplished acts of valor the day Woody took out the pillboxes, receiving medals for their bravery. For instance, Chambers earned the Silver Star for his role. Frequently advancing forward the front lines to supervise tank and demolition personnel, Chambers skillfully coordinated the attack of his unit, his citation read. Woody's company commander, Captain Bett, received the Bronze Star with V for combat on the company level. The V for valor indicated he earned the Bronze Star in combat. His citation read in part, "His excellent coordination of mortar and artillery fire, in addition to his personal direction of a tank platoon, enabled riflemen to assault and take several emplacements. He led his company forward 300 yards, completely eliminating the enemy." Beck's, Chambers, and Woody's courageous actions, supported by others, were directly instrumental in neutralizing one of the most fanatically defended Japanese strongpoints encountered by their regiment, and aided vitally in enabling their company to reach its objective, to move forward, secure the first airfield, and start attacking the second one. Stiff Japanese opposition in this section had held up the Marines for days. Despite the U.S. onslaught of bombers and naval gunfire for at least 2 months before the battle, artillery, mortar, and small arms fire had stopped the Marines dead in their tracks. Lieutenant General Smith, who had released Woody's 21st Regiment for this duty, called the area that Beck, Chambers, and Woody helped break the very heart of the defense belt Kuribayashi had prepared. As shown on many occasions, American assault troops often charged with more elan when supported by flamethrowers, and Woody, by his example in destroying the pillboxes, increased his fellow Marines' morale and eagerness to attack that day. One of Woody's platoon leaders, Lieutenant Charles Wesley Mike the Ox Henning, said that one of his men, maybe Woody, went absolutely mad with the flamethrower that day and helped save thousands. The reason Woody had a few platoon leaders was because he was made available by Charlie Company's headquarters to go out and support each of the 3 platoons when needed to bring more firepower to the given sector of the front. As Karl von Clausewitz wrote, "Destruction of the enemy's force is only a means to an end, a secondary matter. If a mere demonstration is enough to cause the enemy to abandon his position, the objective has been achieved. But as a rule, the hill or bridge is captured only so that even more damage can be inflicted on the enemy." Woody's action allowed the Marines to move forward to inflict even more damage on the Japanese. In breaking this defense, 3rd Mardiv Commander, Blood and Guts Major General Erskine, sent a report to his units on the 25th of February. "Your determined, relentless assault and skillful use of your weapons in 2 days' advance against highly organized enemy positions and his fanatical defense demonstrated a superior degree of offensive spirit. The commanding general is proud of you and commends all hands. We can and will go any place the Jap can go, dig him out, and kill him." Erskine's analysis described what Beck, Chambers, and Woody had done. These Marines ascertained where the enemy fire originated, placed destructive weapons fire on the areas there, and then obliterated that resistance. The offensive spirit Beck, Chambers, Woody, and others showed had such an effect on their commanding general that he took notice of it in real time as the battle evolved, knowing his men's acts yielded more land and combat success. Progress was slower than Erskine desired, but in the end, when his men met opposition, they prevailed in breaking a major line of resistance. Destroying pillboxes, according to Lieutenant General Smith, was a Herculean task, and Beck's company helped achieve it. Although the Marines had broken through a major defensive line, the Japanese defending that area showed unshakable devotion to duty and sustained bravery for numerous days, holding their post and fighting until the end. One must consider what went through Japanese minds as they watched Woody destroy one pillbox after the other, knowing he would be coming back for them. They had probably killed and injured many Marines, manning their posts under horrendous conditions for 5 days. What medals might these Japanese have earned had they survived? British Brigade Major John Masters fought the Japanese in Burma under the victorious multi-ethnic army led by British General Bill Slim, and wrote that Imperial Japanese Army soldiers are the bravest people I have ever met. He continued, in our armies, any of them, nearly every Japanese, would have had a Congressional Medal of Honor or a Victorian Cross. It is the fashion to dismiss their courage as fanaticism, but this only begs the question. They believed in something, and they were willing to die for it, for any smallest detail that would help to achieve it. What else is bravery? In the Imperial Japanese Army, medals and accolades were awarded differently than in the U.S. However, one could argue that during the first few days, Kuribayashi awarded the equivalent of 4 medals of honor, or jobun, meaning the soldier's feat was reported to the emperor, an exceptional honor. Once Kuribayashi documented a man's heroic acts, he wrote up a kanjo. The kanjo was sent to the emperor, where it was read to him. Once this happened, it became a jobun and was reported to the newspapers. To illustrate what a soldier had to do to get this award, on the 19th of February, 2nd Lieutenant Sadao Nakamura, a platoon leader, immobilized 20 Amtraks and 1 tank dozer, hit 3 LSM ships, landing ships medium transports, and killed 30 men with a 47mm cannon. Located at the northern end of the landing beaches, he operated a rapid-firing piece by himself. Kuribayashi wrote his kanjo on the 20th of February, sent it to Tokyo, and soon thereafter it was read before the emperor, officially giving Nakamura a jobun. Kuribayashi also wrote Nakamura personally and said, "He did well." Nakamura would prove historians Jedder A. Isley and Philip A. Crowell's analysis correct when they wrote, "The Japanese enjoyed a superiority with their highly accurate and mobile 47mm anti-tank and anti-boat weapons compared to anything the Marines could put in the field." The day before Woody stepped off and his Medal of Honor attacked, his unit was attacked by Captain Masao Hayachi, 12th Independent Anti-Tank Battalion's cannons. In a few hours, Hayachi destroyed several tanks with rapid-fire artillery pieces, the 47mm cannon yet again. After his cannons had been rendered useless, he led a charge against the remaining Shermans. Clutching to his chest, a charge with the fuse lit, he splayed himself against a tank and blew himself up. On the 24th of February, Kuribayashi wrote a kanjo for Hayachi, and it was soon read before the emperor, making it a jobun. Citations were very rarely given to individuals in the Imperial Japanese Army, showing Kuribayashi's uncustomary care for his troops. In defeating such brave men, Woody and his fellow Marines had excellent leadership on the battlefield. Commandant Vandergrift shared with his forces before the battle a report that speaks to the importance of leaders having the confidence of their men and inspiring them to actions in the face of a dangerous enemy. The most important single thing in battle is to find men who will share responsibility with their commanders for accomplishing a job. Issuing orders is the easy part. Seeing that they are carried out calls for every ounce of energy and initiative an officer or non-commissioned officer possesses. One of the most difficult things in the world is to get men to move forward. Woody shared responsibility with Beck and Chambers, all of whom understood the mission and led the Marines moving forward. Beck and Chambers did exactly what Vandergrift's report claimed was necessary for battlefield success. Beck explained, pillboxes were often difficult to reduce due to buried embrasures. However, our flamethrower could always do the job. Beck's Marines faced an enemy who showed great skill, tenacity, and bravery. Woody fought tough, well-armed, and well-prepared troops on as well-defended a battle space as any. At Iwo, Woody, Beck, Chambers, Erskine, and thousands of other Marines earned their place on the right side of history, gaining a victory for the Allies at one of the most brutal battles of World War II. Chapter 23, Section A. The attack on Iwo continues. The law of war. Thou shalt not establish a habit pattern. There will be security on Iwo Jima when the last Jap has been killed. Sergeant Dick Dashiell. After Woody and his men finished taking out the pillboxes, Charlie Company, no longer pinned down by deadly fire, started moving northward with other companies to capture the second airfield. After Woody threw off his last empty flamethrower on the 23rd of February, he took up his M1 rifle and grenades, joined his platoon, and led a squad of 6 men. He must have shaken off what he had just done as one would a bad dream, and started to scan the horizon for the next target. Everything he had done was part of his mission, and he did not give much thought to what an incredible achievement it was. To a greater degree than was necessary, taking Iwo Jima was the throwing of human flesh against reinforced concrete. After Marines had broken through the defensive line near Airport No. 1, they encountered intense opposition on the rising hills on the Motoyama Plateau north of the first airfield and en route to their next objective, Airfield No. 2, defended by Colonel Masuo Akida's 145th Regiment. This was Kuribayashi's most powerful unit. It manned the strongest area of the general's defense and had undergone years of combat experience in China. While Woody and his team were occupied with the pillboxes near Airfield No. 1, another Marine in his regiment, Corporal John Flock of Fox Company, 2nd Battalion, 21st Marines, helped secure the left flank above it. He fought the line of defense to the right of Woody. Vlock took over his unit when their leader shifted to another outfit. Due to casualties, the platoon had gone from 45 to 19 men. Facing what he and his men called Hand Grenade Hill, they encountered over 200 grenades flying around them within a period of 15 minutes. As a former crack amateur and semi-pro baseball player, Vlock, without hesitation, picked up several of the grenades and pegged them back at the Japanese before they exploded. Witness Private First Class Cecil Matheny commented, "Vlock is the guy who's mainly responsible for taking that hill. He was a wild man, but he kept his head. He kept the boys right up on the skirmish line." Vlock exposed himself to fire, stood up, and screamed commands. Matheny continued, "You see, we had gotten in front of these Japs almost before we knew it. They were so well concealed, even their pillboxes, that we'd had never known they were there if they hadn't opened up. But Johnny didn't let us get caught with our breeches down. He snapped us right out of our stunned surprise and had us going just as though we had been there for hours. Seeing some allowing fear to stymie action, he stood up on a mound and yelled, 'Come on, you fellows! The only thing that can happen to you is you can get killed.' With that declaration, his men took the hill. The 3rd Mardiv in the center fought their way to the northeastern part of the island and moved directly into the face of the heaviest enemy defenses. It attacked the hills designated 362C and 382. The area between the hills was referred to as the amphitheater, but the Marines called it the meat grinder. They fought the Japanese in ankle-deep sand with rifle butts, bayonets, and knives. The survivors opened a gap in the main enemy line. Sounds of men screaming and barking orders were heard between the deafening sounds of mortars and gunfire. Lieutenant General Smith told correspondents, "The fight is the toughest we've run across in 168 years." Nearby, Forrestal, now a deeply concerned and worried Secretary of the Navy, concurred. Woody's squad moved to Hill 283. On the 24th of February, he was ordered to dig in north of this position in preparation for attacking the second airfield. When he told his men to move out, one of them, Private Thomas E. Scrivens, refused. Woody yelled, "Come on, Scrivens, "Get moving." Scrivens said he could not. Woody became disgusted and lost his ability to be rational, considerate, and compassionate. Seeing a Marine break down and refuse to keep fighting alongside his brothers infuriated Woody. He pulled his rifle to his shoulder and said, "Scrivens, I mean it. If you don't get moving, I'll shoot you myself." Reconsidering, Scrivens realized Woody would not let him drift behind the lines when his squad needed him, so he decided he could advance after all. Woody believes he was so angry he might have shot Scrivens had he not taken his place beside his comrades. No one knows what would have happened if Scrivens had not obeyed. If he believed Scrivens was unable to carry on due to combat fatigue, Woody might have sent Scrivens back for treatment. John Larillo saw many such cases since he was a radio man and behind the lines, and said they had a frantic look in their eyes as if they were being chased by the devil. If Woody thought Scrivens able to obey, but chose not to, he could have written Scrivens up for disobeying a lawful order, which could have meant some minor non-judicial punishment by his officer, or even referral to a court-martial where Scrivens, if found guilty, would have faced a fine, reduction in rank, or even brig military jail time. Scrivens was entitled to consideration of the extenuating and mitigating circumstances, including his prior combat record, as well as the stress of being in some of the toughest fighting for days with little rest. Soon, though, he would be removed from combat on the 1st of March due to shell shock and combat fatigue. Woody kept him in the game for a few more days, but eventually Scrivens succumbed to the strain. If Woody had shot Scrivens, he would have been in a world of trouble. Woody would have faced serious charges at a court-martial. While the Axis powers in the Soviet Union lacked respect for justice, due process, and the rule of law, Americans took these issues seriously. Japan, on the other hand, did not. The Japanese general commanding forces fighting British General Bill Slim's Allied army in Burma issued an order telling his men if they performed well, their names would be sent up the chain of command. But if they performed poorly, their officers were to exercise summary discipline with their swords, i.e., decapitate them. These were not hollow words. When an officer failed to carry out orders in Nanking in 1937, his superior beheaded him. Disobedience of a superior's lawful order or deserting one's duty in battle were general court-martial felony offenses in the Articles for the Government of the U.S. Navy, called Rock and Shoals, applicable to sailors and Marines. A properly convened court-martial could impose a sentence of a fine, reduction in rank, imprisonment, or death for one found guilty. Woody, as a squad leader, had no authority to be judge, jury, and executioner, and everyone was taught that at boot camp. Even minor punishment, no more than 20 days confinement, required action by a commissioned officer who was entitled to order a general or specific court-martial. Even a summary court-martial, which could sentence an enlisted defendant to no more than 2 months in the brig and could order a man discharged, required a trial before 3 qualified officers with a court reporter and gave the defendant an automatic appellate review after the trial. Woody had been taught that Scrivens, for disobeying an order, could be reduced in rank, 2 years confinement, dishonorable discharge, and other accessories of sentence. Woody may not have remembered the exact consequence of disobedience, but he was taught that it typically entailed dire repercussions. On the other hand, if someone was suffering from combat fatigue or was somehow mentally or physically unable to carry out an order, that was a valid defense and charges should not even be referred to a court-martial, as was the case with Lefty and Scrivens. This was not a system that allowed capricious, summary executions by a low-ranking NCO or condoned drumhead courts, but rather a system that guaranteed the accused a speedy and fair trial. When Woody acted as he did, he was treading on thin ice. As it turned out, both Scrivens and Woody were able to fight and continue to make a contribution and to finish out 24th of February with honor. War placed such stress on the combatants they did things they later regretted when they had time to reflect. In 1957, Scrivens went to Woody to apologize, but asked, "Do you think you really would have shot me?" Woody answered, "Yes, I would have." Woody explains he would react differently as a mature adult, knowing all he does now, but after the horror he had experienced, being stressed out and sleep deprived, a high school dropout with no medical training and no real scientific understanding of the psychological effects of extended periods of combat on the ability to continue to function, he was appalled one of his men would abandon comrades in time of need. Woody remembered seeing some crack up and never resume fighting, but they were not going to be him or men under him. Woody saw several men give up, and the possibility he might feel similar despair scared him. I kept repeating to myself, "I'm not going to die. I'm not going to die." I would never let myself think I was not going to make it. I had to get back to that girl in Fairmont who I wanted to marry. That is what kept me sane. These phrases, repeated in his self-talk, motivated him to move forward and remove the icy chill from creeping into his heart to create doubt and fear. Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl recognized this phenomenon as the psychosocial concept of logotherapy, which holds that those who find meaning in life live the most productive ones and can survive horrendous events. Those who survived Auschwitz usually did so because they looked forward to seeing a loved one, enacting revenge, or writing a book. They had a reason to live. Woody's main reason was to get back to Ruby, and that goal kept him sane. Marines like Woody had choices unlike Holocaust victims. However, both groups faced death under cruel circumstances on a minute-by-minute basis. Frankl observed that people who face life-threatening situations condition themselves mentally for something else in order to deal with the death often staring them down. Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche said, "He who has a why to live can bear with almost any how." Why did Woody do what he did? Japan had attacked his country and threatened his people, family, friends, and way of life. He did it to protect his buddies, because by killing more Japanese, he reduced the danger they presented to him and to those around him. Defeating the enemy did not mean wealth, power, and ruling over conquered people. It did not mean the freedom and license to rape defenseless women like many of the Imperial Japanese Army soldiers he was killing had done all throughout China. It was the chance to return home to his beloved Ruby and live in freedom. This goal bore fruit in his behavior with profound results. It gave everything he did meaning. And maybe Woody also fought aggressively because he did not want others as well as himself to think he was a coward. Transcendentalist Henry David Thoreau said, "Public opinion is a weak tyrant compared with our own private opinion. What a man thinks of himself will determine his fate." Woody's fate was to love and be loved by Ruby, and to get that, he had to fight like a tiger to survive. Society and women do not tolerate cowards very well. Woody and fellow Marines became fiercely determined warriors because most latched on to some reason to live, not die like the Japanese. They also wanted to eliminate the enemy forces. Woody said, "We felt no mercy for the Japanese." Radio man John Lorello said, "The Marines made us into animals. We had to fight those little barbaric animals called Japanese, so our leaders had to make us into big, vicious animals." And they indeed succeeded. As Lieutenant General Smith wrote, "The Japanese were tough, but my Marines were tougher." He continued, "To accomplish our task on Iwo, we had to produce men who were tougher than the Japanese, who could beat them at their own game, whose patriotism transcended that of the enemy, who also could reach the heights of Bushido, but in the American way, which is based on cool reason and methodical efficiency instead of blind obedience to the dictates of fanaticism." Another example to describe this American Bushido was exhibited by one of Woody's witnesses, Sergeant Lyman D. Southwell, while Woody was getting Scrivens back on the line to attack the Japanese. Running headlong once again into a line of pillboxes, Southwell and Woody's company faced a dire situation yet again. This time, instead of relying on flamethrowers, Southwell's platoon had a Sherman tank. Moving with the Iron Monster, Southwell volunteered to direct its fire against the enemy positions. Ascertaining that the tank's telephone was out of order, tanks actually had a phone on the outside for troops to use to speak to men on the inside, Southwell boldly exposed himself to the enemy fire to beat upon the ports of the tank and attract attention. In doing this act, he placed himself in full view of the enemy with complete disregard for his own safety. But had he not, the tank would have attacked in the dark. The insane Southwell actually remained in his exposed position and directed the tank to fire on 5 positions, which were all eliminated with his instruction, enabling his platoon to continue the advance. For his bravery, Southwell earned the Silver Star. His citation was signed by Lieutenant General Roy S. Geiger. When one observes how Woody, Southwell, Basilone, Flock, Schlager, Chambers, Beck, Williams, Murray, Erskine, Smith, and others performed on Iwo, one can say they were grinding the Japanese down, overpowering their defensive positions, and beating them. Although the Japanese were extreme, the Marines matched their commitment and surpassed them in combat. After taking out the pillboxes, Woody still had a lot of fighting to do. He had more psychological challenges still to overcome in addition to war's physical trials. Woody said taking out the pillboxes was the hardest thing he had ever done, but a close second was fighting at night. Every minute during the blackness set nerves on edge. It was like walking through a dark house knowing that behind every door or under every bed was a demon ready to jump out and attack you. Woody explained, "I never slept very well for the entire month. If I was not fighting the Japanese at night, I was dreaming about fighting the Japanese at night, and that naturally woke me. I was either fighting a nightmare or dreaming one. What Japanese did and could do at night scared me more than anything else." The Imperial Japanese Army, like the Imperial Japanese Navy, trained for night combat. Night infiltrations and minor counterattacks were constant. Day and night, men appeared from overrun caves and tunnels, necessitating a continuous mopping up of seized ground. At night, the U.S. Navy fired star shells illuminating the landscape to prevent a banzai or an enemy unit from sneaking into Marine lines. The starbursts illuminated weird forms along the horizon, sometimes showing the Japanese moving along ravines and hill crests like little devils running through hell. All they needed were pitchforks. At night, a command post behind the lines loudly played music of Glenn Miller, Benny Goodman, Tommy and Jimmy Dorsey, the Andrews Sisters, and the Ink Spots. The sounds of the bands waft loud and clear among the ravines and cliffs. Hearing this dance music must have convinced the Japanese the Marines were, indeed, crazy. On the other hand, many on both sides loved American music, despite the efforts of Japanese leaders to persuade their people to shun American culture. Gene Jones said, "I'll never forget how sweet and beautiful that music was, how marvelous and comforting. Out across the shattered landscape, across the bodies of dead Marines, we heard swing music, dance music, languorous and poignant. We had won so little ground and lost so many men and were so tired, but we all listened to the music. It meant so much to hear those tender sounds amid the killing." Earlier, when Lefty was in combat, he heard Billie Holiday's "I'll Be Seeing You" and thought of his girl, Marion Hingle, which gave him hope. The Marines needed hope because by the 25th of February, 1,600 Marines had died and 4,500 had been wounded. By the 25th of February, Woody's regiment alone had suffered 518 casualties. To inspire his men, Woody's divisional commander, Erskine, landed on the island on the 24th of February with the 9th Marines and the division's artillery, and fought with his men, remaining with them for 4 days. He was in the heat of battle. Our headquarters was not over 500 yards, I don't think, from the front line. We'd frequently get a spray of machine gun fire. While in his command post, Erskine's signal officer was talking on the phone when suddenly he grabbed his carbine and shot 2 attacking Japs, quote-unquote, right before they entered the area. This was common among Marine generals, to be close to the troops. On Guadalcanal, for example, 4 Imperial Japanese soldiers reached General Vandergrift's command tent and killed a sergeant with a sword before Marines nearby shot them dead. After taking Airfield No. 1, Woody and the 21st Marines moved to Airfield Number 2, methodically taking every square foot of the island along the way by killing enemy soldiers who emerged from caves, tunnels, bunkers, and buried oil barrels. Dashiell described that walking by one cave when he, like a fool, stopped and looked in. I didn't see anything, so I kept walking. A minute later, a squad that was behind me got ambushed from the same cave. The only reason they didn't get me was they didn't want to give their position away for just one man. The small island was crowded with Japanese. It was 5,120 acres, or one-third the size of Manhattan. Kuribayashi's 22,000 soldiers could have put 4 men on every acre if spread evenly. America would land over 80,000 Marines, sailors, and soldiers, plus many thousand tons of equipment and supplies on Iwo, keeping the main attack force on the island around 45,000 to 50,000 as the dead and casualties were rotated out and replacements rotated in. At the start of the battle, around 11,500 Marine replacements were earmarked for the entire Pacific theater, and some feared they would all have to be used at Iwo. Ships with at least 150,000 sailors surrounded the island, providing Marines with essential weapons, ammunition, fire support, water, food, fuel, and medical wards. The U.S. stacked the cards well in its favor by sending a massive force to capture the island. The general rule of thumb for an attacking force to have success is that it must have a 3-to-1 superiority. The U.S. pushed this number to around 10-to-1. As Napoleon said, God is on the side of the big battalions. Karl von Clausewitz echoed Napoleon in preaching that the first rule of strategy was to always put the largest possible army in the field. However, even with the odds stacked in their favor, the Marines were still attacking a defensive position, and defense is nothing but the strongest form of combat. The Marines needed superior numbers, or they would not win. The Japanese tried to mount airstrikes of their own, but with limited success. One bomber was able to fly over the island and drop bombs on the night of the 24th of February. As the plane flew its bombing run, a crew member described Iwo in the distance resembling a bed of glowing, writhing hot coals. Radio man Yamada said it was what hell must look like. Here and there, long flames of fire stretched out and disappeared, as if fiery tongues were sticking themselves in and out of volcanic surface mouths. However, it was not lava creating the flashes, but the constant use of machine guns, grenades, artillery, and mortars. The Japanese on the ground marked their battle lines for their pilots with flares, and the bombs fishtailed down close to where Woody was. Kuribayashi thanked his command and asked for more. These bombs did not hit any Marines, but the great amount of flak fired at this plane came falling back down and caused one casualty at the 2nd Battalion 24th Marines command post, a freakish case of friendly fire. At night, Woody never left his foxhole unless he needed to relieve himself. Field sanitation broke down under the constant fighting. Under normal conditions, field armies placed their bathroom facilities away from the troops in the rear. However, during this type of combat, infantrymen on both sides could not leave their area of protection or foxhole under any conditions without making themselves targets. James Big Moon Mulligan of the 28th Marines got out of his hole to have a bowel movement, and while he was taking his shit, they shot him through his ass and belly, and he just fell over and bled out. Consequently, most did their business in their hole and then threw it up over the lip in the open. As a result, tens of thousands of men, both Japanese and Marines, defecated and urinated wherever positioned. During the nights, a Marine might use an empty grenade canister or a ration can and throw it outside his hole. Maybe during the day, if he had the opportunity to do so, he might scoop some dirt over it, but it was usually the last thing on his mind. The smell of raw sewage added to the stench of rotting corpses, making a revolting, odorous cocktail. Most worried little about keeping their waste hidden and in one place. This helped make the island's landscape inconceivably vile. During the first week's chaos, the entire battlefield was strewn with dead bodies. Fissures of sulphurous steam spewed from cracks in the ground and mixed with the aforementioned stench of human waste and decomposing cadavers. During the day, the heat turned the corpses dark, and they swelled with gas. Black and fluorescent green, blue, and hairy blowflies feasted on a smorgasbord of cadavers and laid their eggs in any openings they found along the carcasses, filling the bodies full of maggots, and the island became infested with the insects. One female fly can lay up to 300 eggs in one laying that will hatch in a single day, but hundreds of these bugs would actually land on a corpse to deploy their larvae, so the dead bodies had tens of thousands of ova within minutes of dying, since flies can smell death miles away and get to their targets quickly to do their dive bombing runs, since they can beat their wings 100 times per second to fly at 5 miles per hour. And the ova would quickly hatch maggots that immediately began feasting on the necrotic tissue. Since 156 grams, 0.34 pounds of meat can produce 231 flies, and since the muscular system accounts for 50% of a person's body mass, a 180-pound dead man can theoretically produce 61,481 flies within a day. That means as few as 100 KIAs could yield over 6 million blowflies within 24 hours. The flies became so bloated on Iwo that if swatted, they squashed into a pool of blood, the very blood taken from dead bodies. Flies landed in latrines where food was prepared and on people's faces. They flew from Japanese zones to marine areas as uninvited guests. Dysentery can be a great killer. The unhygienic situation with the flies became so bad, the island was sprayed during the battle on the 23rd of February with DDT insecticide. 2 torpedo bombers flew from a carrier and sprayed the chemical from shoreline to shoreline. Some Japanese mistook the DDT for poison gas and must have put on their mask. Behind the front lines, the number of dead Marines carried back overwhelmed divisional troops assigned to bury them, and they did their best to spray the rotting bodies with disinfectant. Woody said, "It was hard to see all those young boys, lifeless, taken back to be buried." DDT was often sprayed over the island. On the 28th of February, it was noted the entire island was once again sprayed. Rabbi Gittleson found it difficult to bury so many who were often unidentifiable. While at the cemetery one day, he had to bury a hand, a piece of foot, 12 inches of somebody's torso, bloated stumps, and burnt bodies. Yet he, along with other chaplains, dutifully gave the body parts a Protestant prayer, the Catholic last rites, and the Jewish Shema, to cover all bases for the unidentified person. They sent souls on their journeys as they tended to the ghastly business of helping the wounded and burying the dead. Tragically, sometimes the men who had just plowed the burial plots for the dead would be caught unexpectedly by enemy shells and were buried in the grave they had just dug. Due to unburied decaying bodies, the island reeked of rotting flesh. Sometimes the smell was so powerful it made Marines vomit suddenly. Some dead lay where they had fallen, and many lay close to those pinned down and unable to move for days, much less able to bury the dead. Many corpses had been burned by napalm or flamethrowers, as evidenced by their blackened and shriveled bodies, as if someone had left them too long on a grill during a cannibalistic barbecue. The smell of burnt flesh, recalls Woody, never left my nostrils. It stayed with me the whole time on the island. The odor seeped into everything, from one's hair to clothes and boots. It is difficult to put words to the smell of decomposing humans. It is dense and cloying, sweet but not flower sweet, halfway between rotting fruit and rotting meat. The Marines fought in a place so degrading, I believe we have been flung into hell's own cesspool. During their 70th Iwo Jima reunion, veterans like Sergeant William Bill Passwark Sr. explained how hard it was for them to see the dead, especially after several days. The bloated, putrid, decaying bodies still haunted their dreams all these decades later. Often when they tried to move the dead to the rear lines, the skin would roll off legs and arms when grabbed. Forensics called this gloving. Sometimes the bodies were so degraded they fell apart. Body bearer Robert Hensley of the 3rd Service Battalion, 3rd Mardiv, went out with his comrade to pick up a dead Marine. They found the fallen man face down in the sand. Hensley set the stretcher next to the body, grabbed the shoulders, and rolled him over. His buddy grabbed the legs, and as they lifted the corpse up, it had been so badly damaged in the midsection that it split in two. Hensley's comrade lost control of himself, threw down the legs, and ran screaming like a madman. I was left alone with the dead man, now in 2 parts. I just placed the legs on top of his torso and did my best to drag my fellow Marine to his final resting place. Woody stated, "Often I found myself feeling guilty, thinking I didn't like seeing those dead men and wished they would just go away because they bothered me and took me away from focusing on killing the enemy." Liquids oozed out of every orifice of the bodies when the remains were moved to graves. This landscape of corpses had an atmosphere which had no affinity with the air of heaven, a pestilent and mystic vapor, dull, sluggish, faintly discernible, and leaden-hued. A modern reader rarely understands death and decomposition, especially so on that hot island that often had daytime sunshine heating up the black sand and whose volcanic geothermal temperatures exceeded 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Exertion in that climate can lead to heat exhaustion or stroke. Woody explained, "The first few nights I got sick in my foxhole because I was suffering as a heat casualty. I was dehydrated and constantly feeling the warmth radiate up through my body at the bottom of my foxhole. It got so hot I had to put cardboard or wood underneath me to not feel uncomfortable. Now in this hellish landscape of heat and sun, add thousands of dead bodies decaying at different rates, and even Dante would avert his gaze and cover his nose. As soon as life ceases, the body begins to decay, with death working its way from inside out. Human cells use enzymes to break down molecules into compounds they can mobilize for their biological functions. In living tissue, the cells keep these enzymes in check, preventing them from breaking down the cell's own walls. Upon death, these enzymes operate unchecked and eat through the cell structure, allowing the liquid to leak out. Soon the skin starts to come off bodies, peeling in stripes across the frame. The brain liquefies very quickly. It just pours out the ears and bubbles out of the mouth. Flies quickly lay their eggs in every point of entry they can, as already mentioned. Wounds, eyes, mouths, noses, ears, and genitalia. Soon the body, now turning blue, squirms with maggots that feast on dead tissue. They gravitate towards the fat and devour it. And now the body cells rupture because they're eating themselves and pour their fluid into the body's bacteria colonies. Bacteria then multiply, creating gas, a waste product of bacterial metabolism, which the body can no longer expel as flatulence, so the bodies bloat. The dead lack workable stomach muscles and sphincters, and thus cannot expel gas, so it inflates the corpses into rotting balloons. The bellies, mouths, and genitalia get large on the dead. Testicles can swell to the size of softballs. At this stage, the eyes are gone, X's, in real life as in the cartoons. When close to a corpse at this time, one can hear the maggots feasting because it sounds like Rice Krispies. Eventually, the body will explode with a rending, ripping noise. Then the bodies collapse and sink in upon themselves and eventually seep out onto the ground. Veteran Eugene Sledge wrote, "It was gruesome to see the stages of decay proceed from just killed to bloated to maggot-infested rotting to partially exposed bones, like some biological clock marking the inexorable passage of time." 6 days into the battle, the island was covered with the sight and smell of thousands of dead, decomposing to ashes and dust to dust. Sledge wrote about the maggot-infested battlefield, saying, It's too preposterous to think that men could actually live and fight for days and nights on end under such terrible conditions and not be driven insane. But I saw much of it, and to me, the war was insanity. Woody and his comrades constantly moved through an unburied cemetery to kill the enemy, always having to crawl across the bloody byproduct of war to do so. North of Airfield 1, Woody was involved in the push to take Airfield number 2. Looking over the wide expanse of the airfield, the Japanese had full view of the next attack, and the Marines feared that, for many, this would be their last day. It was a time almost of madness as they contemplated what they had to do and felt death sneaking up on them. In fact, it was worse than being mad, because one was aware of it. As the sun rose on the 24th of February, Woody looked over the ground they had to cover to take the second airfield. Before they stepped off, an artillery barrage hit the other side, erupting the earth into geysers of rock and dust. Air became acrid with the smoke of the guns and explosions. A bitter taste set itself on the tongue as the powder from cannons and spent shells settled on the battlefield. There was an eerie, unapproachable silence when it stopped. The order to charge was given, and without hesitation, the Marines attacked, following a rolling barrage. It was one of the most amazing assaults the Marines had made, as hundreds raced across the airfield's midsection to close with the enemy. Men fell everywhere. One shell removed a man's head from his shoulders as he ran, and his headless body continued for several steps before collapsing. The men never wavered in their attack. It was one of the most resolute charges since Pickett's at Gettysburg, but with a better result. When the Marines reached the enemy side of Airfield number 2, the Leathernecks flung themselves at concrete enclosures, armed with grenades, bazookas, and satchel charges. When volcanic ash jammed or clogged weapons, they surged at the enemy, pummeling them with rifle butts, even entrenching tools. After taking Airfield number 2, the Marines continued over the ridge to the north, leaving the sands and entering a wild, barren stretch of rocky ridges cut into crags, chasms, and gullies. It reminded Sergeant Alvin Josephi of the Badlands of the American West, or, as someone said, like hell with the fire out. As soon as Woody entered this area, Japanese poured out of caves and hidden bunkers, throwing many Marines back. The Marines regrouped and charged at the Japanese, retaking the area above Airfield number 2 in a few hours of fighting. In typical Marine fashion, gallows humor sprang up everywhere. Signs went up by landmarks that read, Suribachi Heights Realty Company, Ocean View, Cool Breezes, Fireworks Nightly, or Ichimoto's Inn, under new management, soon available to personnel of the U.S. Army, we hope. After islands were secured by Marines, the Army garrisoned them. One commentator said, battle humor is grim and often not funny in the telling. In one sector, Marines laughed hysterically when a Leatherneck jabbed his bayonet at a Japanese ass as the soldier ran from a pillbox. Before the Marine stabbed him, one of his buddies shot the soldier dead. It was as if they were playing a game, who can kill him first? And everyone around chuckled. Another time, Marines surrounded a pillbox, and in the ensuing stalemate, the Marines started making catcalls to the Japs inside. Suddenly, an angry Japanese appeared with a machine gun, climbed on the structure's top, and was putting it in place to fire when erupting fire cut him down. A Marine called out, "That guy couldn't take a ribbon!" Laughter echoed throughout the area. At another battle, after obliterating a Japanese unit, Marines captured its carrier pigeon. The jarheads released the bird with a typical Marine taunt. "We are returning your pigeon. Sorry, we cannot return your demolition engineers." Seabees got involved with the humor, and as they buried the dead, one comedian placed 5 dead Japanese in a mass grave with a headstone carved into the Comcock rock, saying, "Here lie 5 nips, 1945. Names: 1. Hear no Iwo. 2. See no Iwo. 3. Speak no Iwo. 4. Do no Iwo. 5. No mo Iwo. By Jima." The burial detail obviously was made of callous men, but given the times and context, who can blame them? Gallows humor notwithstanding, the Marines still had a lot of fighting to do, and it was no laughing matter. Every day, Woody and his squad would close with an enemy trench or pillbox, and they would destroy it. When they found a cave entrance, Woody blew it closed with C2 explosives. By the time Woody and his team destroyed the pillboxes on the 23rd of February, the Seabees had used metal Marston mat, pierced steel plank roadway to get tanks across the volcanic ash on the beach, and had built enough makeshift roads to get the Shermans into battle. There were almost 150 tanks plus armored bulldozers in combat at that point. As the dozers started to cancel out the Japanese terrain advantage, they became targets themselves, but in doing so, the procedure helped nearby Marines target the enemy's firing positions and destroy them. Some thought that without these tanks, the assault would have failed. Nearly all units were equipped with tanks with small flamethrowers shooting from the machine gun ports, but the newer model, fitted with a flamethrower launcher tube in place of the 75mm gun, was especially effective. Major General Erskine noted the flamethrower tank was found to be the most effective against emplacements and caves. Unfortunately for the 21st Marines, most went to other divisions. By the 24th of February, Woody's regiment was largely supported by new tanks on loan from other divisions that delivered larger blasts of flame than Woody's shoulder pack. The Zippos, named for the popular lighter of the day, could shoot flames approximately 100 to 150 yards. Zippo tanks were often M4 Sherman tanks outfitted with a flamethrower cannon carrying 150 to 290 gallons of fuel. A Japanese Iwo veteran testified, "The flamethrower tanks were awful. I heard our troops screaming. The sounds combined to form a buzzing sound like radio static." Marine General Harry Schmidt said, "Flamethrower tanks were indispensable in the Iwo operation." A tank officer noted that the 3rd Mardiv fighting on the islands did not use panzer attacks, referring to the German General Heinz Guderian's edict and his massive waves of armor, but rather tanks supported the troops in a close-in, inch-by-inch advance. Woody agreed, saying that having the tanks as mobile pillboxes with cannons provided support in taking out Japanese positions in the middle of the island. Marines would fire tracer rounds at the pillboxes they wanted taken out, and the tank gun crews then hammered or flamed away at those areas marked for destruction. Busting bunkers became easier than it had been a few days before. According to the regimental report, a dozen tanks supported the Marines at the fringes of Airfield No. 2, although the Japanese knocked a lot of them out with mines and anti-tank cannons. They continued to reach the battlefield from the beach using Marston matting, allowing them to negotiate the pumice. With the tanks' help, Marines took Airfield No. 2, but it was still ringed to the north with lines of Japanese soldiers. The night of the 24th, Marines experienced several counterattacks, and although they repulsed them, they suffered considerable casualties. Even so, as the Marines moved northward, they left piles of dead Japanese behind them. They were sprayed with DDT and were buried where they fell. Often, Korean POWs were used to dig the graves for them. A few Japanese POWs were taken too. When one was taken prisoner, he pleaded with a Marine, "No chop head off! No chop head off!" Unlike what the Japanese had done everywhere they occupied, slaughtering POWs and defenseless citizens, the Marines didn't chop his head off or do anything else to him. The Marines sweated and labored by day, but at night, due to the cold air, wind, and rain, they shivered in their holes. One shaking Marine hated the cold nights so much he wished they were back on Guadalcanal. Woody remembered intense fighting on the northward march. When a Japanese officer wielding a samurai sword attacked Leo Jez, Leo caught the attacker's hand and part of the sword, snatched the weapon from the enemy, and then used it to chop off the officer's head. Later, Jez arrived at the aid station with his thumb almost severed away from his palm, a large gash in his hand, and a bloody sword, now his. Another Marine lay in wait on top of a bunker for a Japanese gunner to leave. Once the enemy felt safe, he crept out of the shelter. Like a cat, the Marine jumped off the bunker and onto the enemy's back, ramming the knife into his neck. Such hand-to-hand combat became commonplace as the two opposing forces commingled in close quarters. Even with such primitive combat, Marines still brought incredible firepower to the battlefield. In the first week alone, they launched over 32,000 mortar shells at the Japanese. They took small steps, but they churned forward. On the 28th of February, around the 2nd Airfield, they encountered resistance after starting their advance at 08:15. Within 100 yards, Woody's battalion was stopped and pinned down by extremely heavy fire from all types of Japanese infantry weapons, from caves, pillboxes, trenches, and dugouts. No further advance was made prior to 1800, although constant aggressive action was taken to effect a penetration of these positions. To keep the lines of communications open, Woody's 21st Regiment's radio man laid approximately 40 miles of wire during the first 6 days of combat under sniper and mortar fire to keep units in touch. Bent over and carrying up to half-mile reels of wire, they worked tirelessly to maintain communications. Woody and his men measured progress in feet and the number of Japanese killed. Woody's friend in Bravo Company, Vernon Waters, encountered stiff resistance on this day of the 25th of February, and now it was Waters' turn to show his bravery. Bunkers held them up once again. There were two mutually supporting pillboxes ahead of the unit, and Waters volunteered to take them out. With only a squad using small arms fire to support him, Waters worked his way across the expanse with satchel charges. He was a huge target, standing 6'4" 1/4", but in a remarkable feat of dexterity, he traversed 30 yards to reduce one structure by throwing explosives into it while receiving fire from the other pillbox, and then, undeterred, turned his attention to the remaining structure and blew it up as well. After taking out the second pillbox, Waters confronted a small banzai of 3 armed Japanese emerging from a cave. Waters coolly eliminated them with a hand grenade. His heroic action undoubtedly saved the lives of many and immeasurably contributed to the advance of his unit. For his actions, Waters received the Silver Star, signed by Lieutenant General Roy S. Geiger. The same day, one of Woody's and Waters' platoon commanders, Lieutenant Charles Wesley Mike the Ox Henning, led his men in action that earned him a medal too. Henning, seeing his company held up by an entrenched force defending a strategic hill, moved his men into assault positions and pressed ahead. Henning courageously led his men in an aggressive attack in the face of fierce enemy mortar and machine gun fire. He pushed 1,000 yards forward in an effort to seize the hill, but was repulsed twice. Units on both sides were stuck themselves. Henning reorganized his men, led a third attack, and defeated the Japanese while capturing a 47mm cannon and 6 25mm dual-purpose weapons. He received the Silver Star, signed by Lieutenant General Roy S. Geiger. None other than Woody's, Waters, and Henning's regimental commander, Colonel Hartnell J. Withers, led all of them from the front on this day. Lieutenant General Howland Matt Smith took note of Withers' incredible leadership in subjecting himself to the most intense fire in order to move out with his advance elements. Seeing one's commander leading from the front and practicing what he preaches inspired men like Waters and Henning to perform noteworthy deeds. By heroically leading his regiment in person, he contributed in great measure to the high morale of his men. He helped the numerous attacks by his brave Marines push forward their advantage, and they dislodged the enemy from his main line of resistance, shoving him back 1,400 yards. Withers was awarded his second Silver Star for these heroics on the 28th of February, signed by Lieutenant General Howland Matt Smith. By the 1st of March 1945, Lieutenant General Smith extended congratulations and admiration to all officers and men of the 3rd MAR Div for exemplary conduct and slashing attack against the enemy positions on Iwo Jima. Erskine added He was proud of the honor of being able to accept this praise from Smith on behalf of his gallant officers and men. Ericsson's 3rd Mardiv, in a little over a week since deployment, played one of the most important roles on Iwo. It spearheaded the middle thrust up the island, confronting the hostile main enemy battle position, taking over the main airfields and destroying key fortifications. It was the most heavily fortified part of the island. Although it may have been given this vital role because the 5th and the 4th Mardivs had suffered so many casualties the first days of battle when the 3rd Mardiv sat safely offshore and thus had rested men, it now had the responsibility of taking the island's airfields that stretched across Iwo's middle. Since Kuribayashi had placed most of his defenses in the interior, Ericsson faced a large burden for victory, a burden he skillfully bore. In comparison to earlier campaigns, Ericsson's thrust through the island's middle proved successful. In contrast, back to 1944, Army Major General Ralph C. Smith failed to lead his division aggressively when it led the charge up Saipan's middle, so Major General Howland Smith relieved him of duty. The hesitation exposed both Marine divisions' flanks. In juxtaposition to Smith, Ericsson drove his men forward, keeping the integrity of both the 4th and the 5th Mardiv's lines intact, ensuring a coordinated attack. General Smith thanked Ericsson for leading the division that broke the back of the Jap resistance on the island. Ericsson's modus operandi explored the enemy's defenses, and as soon as he sensed a weak spot, he brought all the firepower he had to hit the enemy at the spot of least resistance. When he gained momentum, he exploited the situation by committing reserves at the flanks and through the gaps. His tactics during this critical phase of the operation took full advantage of his pivotal position for the campaign's success. By seizing the initiative and moving forward past the 2 airfields and beyond the shambles that was Motoyama village, Ericsson's division cut its way through the main line of resistance into the guts of Iwo Jima. Ericsson soon met heavy resistance to the north in a terrain of rocky hills, cliffs, ravines, trenches, and tank traps covered by mortar, rifle, grenade launcher, and machine gun fire, and buried mines. Ericsson maintained momentum up a narrow front and enveloped to bypass enemy positions from the rear rather than utilizing frontal assaults up the entire zone of action. These ideas were a distinct departure from assault doctrine used in most previous Marine campaigns. WWII personally benefited from the excellent leadership. In one major action to the north, as flamethrowers and engineers from WWII's battalion worked over a cave, around 150 Japanese in a nearby cavern, seeing what was about to happen to them, ran from the frying pan into the fire. It was a brilliant maneuver, correspondent Dashiell wrote, except that 2 companies of Marines were waiting for them with such tools as rifles, bars, and machine guns. Reports about how well the Marine Division progressed made it back to Washington. In FDR's last address to Congress on the 1st of March 1945, he said, "The Japs now know what it means to hear that the United States Marines have landed." When he said this, Congress erupted in applause. He then claimed Iwo was well in hand. Everyone took note of what happened on Iwo Jima, and Americans took pride in their men. WWII's regimental executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Eustace Rogers Smoke, noted at this juncture that the enemy's strength and material continues to dwindle, but there is no indication that his defense has collapsed, and he apparently maintains control of his remaining forces and material. WWII and his regiment fought on and suffered some casualties, but inflicted 700 casualties on the enemy from the 28th of February to the 1st of March. A few days before, Lieutenant General Smith sent his praise to the 3rd Mardiv and Ericsson, and after FDR praised the Marines, WWII's company attacked around Motoyama, a small town now largely destroyed north of Airfield No. 2. The battalion noted after it jumped off in the attack at 0800, it was held up by very heavy machine guns, artillery, and mortar fire at the southern edge of Motoyama Airfield No. 3. Woody was engaged in blowing caves and tunnels shut and finding Japanese and shooting them. Marines continued to be wounded and die, but Woody's guardian angel stayed nearby. For example, one of Woody's gunnery sergeants, Durrell Buckhalter, took a bullet to the head, killing him instantly on the 1st of March. Also on this day, near Woody, Gunnery Sergeant Keith A. Renstrom's luck once again ran out, like on Tinanen, as a grenade blast peppered him with shrapnel over his face, chest, and left arm, and he was again removed from combat and sent to a hospital on Saipan. He would receive his second Bronze Star with V for actions this day, leading a platoon once again after its leader had become a casualty. In addition to Burkhalter and Renstrom, 3 of Woody's witnesses had become casualties by then or the next day. Corporal Schlager on the 1st of March from being shot in the buttocks, Lieutenant Chambers on the 1st of March from severe shrapnel wounds, and First Sergeant Elder on the 2nd of March 1945 from taking shrapnel from a grenade to his left leg. Chambers' wounds were so severe he was left for dead on the battlefield. He had been taking cover behind a tank when a shell exploded, spraying his entire body with fragments and shattering his lower extremities. When body bearers took him to the grave, he lifted a hand showing he was alive, and then the litter bearers jumped into action to get him aid. It appears he was hit with a spigot mortar that killed men both in front of and behind him. His catalog of severe injuries included his left leg broken in 2 places, his right shoulder broken, and his index finger on his right hand snapped. Shrapnel had sprayed his legs, arms, right knee, and around his eyes with hundreds of pieces of metal. His left eye contained foreign bodies embedded in the temporal side of the conjunctive, and later X-ray films revealed numerous small metallic fragments in the left facial area. His left eardrum was perforated in its anterior-inferior aspect and draining purulent fluid despite penicillin therapy. He suffered partial loss of hearing. From what he was later told, Lieutenant Henning was the only platoon leader who stayed combat effective during the whole campaign, who landed with the 21st Marines on the 21st of February, even though he too was wounded on the 12th of March. Similar to Chambers, Schlager was also mistaken for being dead. While sitting under a rock eating sea rations, he stood up and was shot in the ass. This made him hit his head against the rock, knocking him out. The body bearers came, picked him up thinking him dead, and when they dumped him out, he woke up and returned to the living. He was always thankful he was not buried alive. So many officers and NCOs have been wounded or killed in C Company by that time. Corporal Nathan G. Pittner, Jr. was the acting platoon leader for 5 days since his lieutenant, most likely Chambers, and senior non-commissioned officers had been knocked out of action. He took his responsibility seriously. He rescued several who had become wounded in action and later destroyed a Jap field piece with a satchel charge. He crept up on the weapon, which was hidden in a defilade, from the top of a ridge which had shielded it from the Marines for days. He dropped the charge on the gun and its operators, and seconds later, all that remained were scraps of Japanese steel and flesh. Pittner received his second Purple Heart for wounds suffered on the 3rd of March, 1945. His first one came from Guam, but he refused to leave the battle since it was only a bullet to his left arm. Later, on the 8th of March, he would receive a Bronze Star for removing 5 wounded to positions of safety when his platoon came under fire. Pittner's heroic action saved the lives of these men. During this time, as Lefty healed in a psych ward on Saipan, he read negative reports about Iwo and that Marines had taken too many casualties. He knew it was bloody, but there simply was no other way to take that rock away from the Japanese besides the way we did it, Lefty said. During his recovery, he often worried about his buddies. Although there were few on Iwo like Major General Cates, 4th Mardiv commander, who did not tolerate combat fatigue cases and called them yellow cowards, Lefty benefited from excellent medical care that few armies in the world provided. The Corps showed Lefty and others like him kindness when they mentally broke down. In the Imperial Japanese Army, if a soldier cracked, he was shot or had his head lopped off. Another new medical advantage the U.S. had that saved many lives was transfusions of whole blood. Critically wounded men had it in their veins within a week after it was given by donors on the West Coast and flown 6,000 miles to the battle in special ice-packed containers. Blood was more crucial in saving lives than plasma because it countered hemorrhaging. Medical men on Iwo used a total of 12,600 pints. In contrast, if a Japanese lost much blood, he died. On the 3rd of March, one of the first large planes set down on Airfield No. 1, a dirt strip which Woody and his compatriots had secured a little over a week beforehand. Some observation Grasshopper planes had been using it since the 26th of February. It was a Navy C-47 hospital plane from the Marianas carrying mail and numerous boxes of medical supplies. To the surprise of the Marines offloading the materials from the aircraft, out jumped a woman reporter from Reuters, Barbara Finch. As explosions and bullets danced around them, a Marine yelled at her, "How the hell did you get here?" First, men pushed her into a tent and then under a parked jeep nearby. Finally, when the fighting cleared up somewhat, she was hustled back aboard the plane, which then lumbered down the runway to return to Saipan. While Miss Finch left the island, Woody fought near the area called the Meat Grinder. Japanese Iwo veteran Soturu Omigari understood why the Marines nicknamed this section as such. Men didn't just die on Iwo Jima, they were ripped apart, torn to shreds, and shattered. I saw torsos with no limbs, dismembered legs, arms and hands, and internal organs splashed onto the rocks. If the original Island Defense Force had 22,000 servicemen, then by the 4th of March, some estimates put the Japanese dead at around 8,000. In contrast, the Marines and sailors had by now suffered 16,000 casualties, of which 3,000 had died and 13,000 had suffered wounds. At this point, the Japanese were running out of food and water and resorting to scavenging the Marines' trash. One battalion noted that by the 28th of February, the Japanese were sending parties out at night to get water. They were running out not only from use, but also because the Marines targeted their cisterns and destroyed them. In contrast to the dwindling forces and supplies of the Japanese, the Americans continued to land fresh troops and provisions and keep tens of thousands of men on the front line, well supplied, relentlessly bringing the battle to the Japanese. One engineer battalion produced 339,375 gallons of water in 17 days from desalination machines. Iwo veteran and water purification engineer Ed Graham, on our trip in 2015, was busy in such an outfit bringing fresh water to his fellow Marines on a daily basis. When it became clear the moment of defeat approached, the Japanese destroyed everything that bore the sacred 16-petal imperial mum crest called the Kaiku no Gomon Sho. Religiously, it was not allowed to fall into enemy hands. Everything within command posts and bunkers bearing the symbol had to be defaced or destroyed. During the war's chaos, the Japanese burned or destroyed their money and this crest, as well as documents, code books, letters, and even the crest stamped on rifles. It's interesting to note that the American flag and regimental colors were similarly destroyed before the surviving U.S. troops surrendered to the Japanese in the Philippines in 1942. When a symbol rises to represent a god or country, it cannot be abandoned to a heathen, as both sides regarded their enemy. As the Marines fought, many reassured each other that if they died, they would see each other in heaven. If possible, last rites were given to a Catholic to ensure he entered heaven, having received forgiveness for his sins. Marines were great warriors, but few considered themselves saints. Without forgiveness, many Catholics feared their sins might condemn them to hell. Having seen Iwo, that was not a chance they wanted to take. Likewise, often Japanese told one another they would wait for each other at the Sun Tzu River, the river that Buddhists believe separates the living from the dead, like the river Styx in Greek mythology. The spiritual rewards Japanese believed they would inherit by dying for their beliefs created a remarkable combat ideology. Neuroscientist Sam Harris wrote, "Without death, the influence of faith-based religion would be unthinkable. Clearly, the fact of death is intolerable to us, and faith is little more than a shadow cast by our hope for a better life beyond the grave." If a Japanese soldier leaned more toward Zen Buddhism than Shintoism, then his spiritual leaders told him that if he were to die, corporal annihilation really means a rebirth of the soul, not in heaven, indeed, but here among ourselves. So if one were to die, he had the chance to either become a god with Shinto beliefs or be reborn and reincarnated with Buddhist ones. A Japanese youth had many options to ease his anxiety. He really would never die even if his physical body was annihilated on the battlefield. On the 4th of March, a distressed B-29 illustrated the value of Iwo. Dynamite had finished bombing Tokyo, and on its return flight to Tiananmen had complications with the fuel valve. Luckily, it landed safely for repairs at Airfield No. 1, which WWII and fellow Marines had secured on the 23rd of February. All 11 crew members became strong evangelists for the Marine Corps. Before the fighting died down on Iwo on the 26th of March, more than 40 B-29s made successful forced landings on the island, potentially saving 440 crew members. Thousands more utilized the island for landings during the war. Admiral Spruance, 5th Fleet Commander, watched the landing of Dynamite from his flagship USS Indianapolis quarterdeck, the same ship that later carried parts of the atomic bombs to be flown by B-29s from the Marianas to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He felt the B-29 landing justified his urgent request to occupy the island. War correspondent Robert Sherrod stated, "To the Marines, Iwo looked like the ugliest place on Earth, but B-29 pilots who made emergency landings months later called it the most beautiful. One pilot said, 'Whenever I land on the island, I thank God and the men who fought for it.'" As on Guam, the Seabees built a large airbase on Iwo Jima, including a 5,500-foot-long airstrip, several miles of roads, shops, defense works, hangars, repair centers, armories, and supply depots. They often worked only a few hundred yards from the deadly combat, transforming the island into an unsinkable aircraft carrier. Iwo was 600 miles closer to Japan than the Marianas, allowing the fighter planes to escort bombers. Secretary of the Navy Forrestal said in 1945, "The Seabees have carried the war in the Pacific on their backs, and that they transformed Iwo into an airbase was a testament to that work ethic." P-51 pilot Jerry Yellen, who had only months before conducted strafing missions against Kuribayashi's garrison, now could land on his Iwo island on a transformed airstrip that was state-of-the-art. "However, once I opened my canopy, I realized I wasn't in Kansas anymore. The smell was horrible. You could smell death everywhere, and nearby our landing strip there were bulldozers pushing piles of dead Japanese into a mass grave," Yellen said. Dumbfounded by what he was witnessing, Yellen just gazed out from his cockpit until a Marine yelled at him, "Lieutenant, get out of the plane! We're in a war zone! We've got to get you to a foxhole!" As Yellen left his plane, he described how the Japanese cadavers were full of maggots and how tons of flies hovered over the bodies like a dark roving cloud. Yellen was there to help support the Marines' march north by taking out positions marked by the Leathernecks. Yellen said, "Those were the shortest missions I ever flew. As soon as I got airborne, I located my target and dropped my bombs." On the day Dynamite landed on the island, Kuribayashi radioed Army Vice Chief of Staff a report, apologizing for his inability to hold off the Marines. He feared the U.S. would soon use Iwo to mount an invasion of Japan. "Our forces are making every effort to annihilate the enemy, but we have already lost most guns and tanks and 2/3 of the officers. We may have some difficulties in future engagements. Now I, Kuribayashi, believe that the enemy will invade Japan proper from this island. I am very sorry because I can imagine the scenes of disaster in our empire. Although my own death approaches, I calmly pray to God for a good future for my motherland. I would like now to apologize to my senior and fellow officers for not being strong enough to stop the enemy invasion. My soul will always assault the dastardly enemy and defend the lands of the empire forever. Kuribayashi had become fatalistic and was confronting the seemingly inevitable with his command. He feared what his countrymen on the mainland would soon face, especially after personally seeing how powerful and relentless the U.S. military wave of attack was. In a rare but expected act of humility, he apologized to his commanders for not stopping the enemy, although he and his command, especially Tojo, knew that such a fate awaited him and his men even before his boots ever crushed Iwo earth in October 1944. And now Kuribayashi realized that instead of being a major dam stopping the flow of American forces, he was actually just a downed tree limb forcefully pushed aside. His hope for a Ermattung-Strategie, a strategy of attrition, although somewhat effective in killing more Marines than the Corps thought possible, still did not achieve his desire to deter the U.S. from marching forward toward Japan. America would continue to build out massive amphibious forces to attack Japan. Yet, interestingly, Kuribayashi felt heaven could be pleaded with to change the course of events. Furthermore, he felt his own death would not bring eternal rest. Instead, once dead, there would be a spiritual realm where he would continue to battle the Americans. The afterlife was the only place he could hope to defeat the Americans, because in the physical realm, the gods failed to deliver the support Kuribayashi needed. While Kuribayashi radioed this report, Woody's regiment continued to encounter his elaborate trench, tunnel, and cave systems. A Japanese would fire at them from one hole, disappear down a tunnel, and then reappear in another firing position, as Regimental Commander Colonel Withers noted. Underground, it was difficult to target the enemy, which had freedom of movement in the part of the battle space the Marines did not control. Veterans have described how blood-curdling it was being in a trench or foxhole at night, hearing the Japanese move underneath them as they moved into secret positions for the next day. On the 4th of March, another witness of Woody's actions became a casualty, taking shrapnel to his right hand, Private George B. Schwartz. This casualty may have taken place in fighting off a counterattack when Kuribayashi launched 200 men at a gap he discovered between Woody's regiment and the 9th Regiment. The Marines repulsed this incursion, inflicting 166 casualties on the Japs. Chapter 23. The attack on Iwo continues. Section B. By the 5th of March, Woody's 278-man company had been dramatically reduced, and Woody can only remember around 17 were left from his core group. Colonel Withers noted Woody's battalion was at 18% strength. The 21st Regiment reported this day was used to resupply, improve defensive positions, and conduct mopping-up operations. The toll had been so gruesomely severe that Major General Schmidt declared March the 5th a day of rest, regrouping, and replacement for the divisions. Holding their line that night, the 21st Regiment received their replacements, bringing their units' numbers back to where the Marines could offer effective combat. The force of the attack over the preceding 2 weeks had gradually diminished units, and the Marines needed to regroup. A and C companies, where Woody was, withdrew from the lines and traveled to the rear at Motoyama village. The report noted only remnants were pulled back. A correspondent with Dashiell said, "All those guys who lived through the Banzai attack on Guam are either dead or wounded. We've got only 3 company commanders left in the whole regiment." Woody explained the day of the 5th of March was anything but resting. They may not have been fighting, but they had to prepare for night infiltrations and strategize for the next attack, which was a daily occurrence. Any operations with a company that had gone from 278 to 60 seemed reckless. To function properly, Charlie Company needed more replacements. Woody's commanders made every effort to rehabilitate the reorganized troops on the line. Plenty of rations, water, and ammunition supplied to all hands. Blankets were sent up to supplement those already on the line. Before exploring what Woody did when his company received its replacements, one needs to consider what Woody is telling us when he says his company had dwindled to around 17 combat veterans. It has proven difficult to get the exact muster roll data on the men rotating out, dead and wounded, and rotating in, replacements in those who have healed. But there is an after-action report of a battalion stationed next to Woody's outfit that helps explain this situation. When his company went down to around 18% of its original strength, it barely could hold the line, much less surge forward. A breakdown of dead and wounded for 2nd Battalion, 24th Marines, adjacent to Woody's group, represents what Woody's battalion experienced. And these numbers below do not even match up on a daily basis, illustrating the chaos. 19th of February, 2 dead, 14 wounded, no replacements. Total effectives, 878. Original number, 894. 20th February, 11 dead, 48 wounded, 7 sick, no replacements. Total effectives, 802. 21st February, 17 dead, 55 wounded, 1 returned from wounds, sickness, no replacements. Total effectives, 732. 22nd of February, 1 dead, 19 wounded, 7 sick, 1 returned from wounds, sickness, no replacements. Total effectives, 706. 23rd of February, 3 dead, 15 wounded, 6 sick, no returns, no replacements. Total effectives, 682. 24th of February, 19 dead, 23 wounded, 24 sick, 2 returned from wounds, sickness, 7 replacements. Total effectives, 615. 25th of February, 0 dead, 3 wounded, 13 sick, 4 returned from wounds, sickness, no returns, no replacements. Total effectives, 601. 26th of February, 0 dead, 1 wounded, 3 sick, 4 returned from wounds and sickness, 60 replacements. Total effectives, 661. 27th of February, 0 dead, 0 wounded, 3 sick, 7 returned from wounds and sickness, 177 replacements. Total effectives, 782. 28th of February, 7 dead, 15 wounded, 7 sick, 9 returned from wounds and sickness, 20 replacements. Total effectives, 772. 1st of March, 13 dead, 1 MIA, 35 wounded, 13 sick, no returns, no replacements. Total effectives, 666. 2nd of March, 24 dead, 43 wounded, 9 sick, 6 returned from wounds and sickness, no replacements. Total effectives, 644. 3rd of March, 9 dead, 32 wounded, 11 sick, 11 returned from wounds and sickness, no returns, no replacements. Total effectives, 603. 4th of March, 14 dead, 61 wounded, 0 sick, 7 returned from wounds and sickness, 3 replacements. Total effectives, 533. 5th of March, 9 dead, 22 wounded, 1 sick, no returns, 9 replacements. Total effectives, 510. The battalion started with 894 men. With replacements, 276, a total of 1,170 had served in the battalion by the 6th of March. From its landing until March the 6th, it suffered 129 dead, 11%, and 386 wounded, 33%. Total casualties in 15 days numbered 515 men, 44%. There were 104 sick, including those with illnesses like dysentery and shell shock and combat fatigue. In total, in 15 days, the battalion lost 619 men, 53%, due to death, wounds, and sickness. There was still 3 weeks of fighting left. They would suffer 850 casualties in total, 73%, out of 1,170 original members and replacements before leaving the island. Only 45 out of the 490 sick and wounded returned to the lines. However, this unit had difficulty finding qualified leaders and replacements, giving rise to the battalion's claim that morale was falling. Commanding General Clifton Cates described the land the 24th fought over. That right flank was a bitch, if there ever was one, chewing up his men. Now, Woody's regiment had the following update by the 7th of March, 1945. Killed 14 officers and 184 enlisted men. Wounded 38 officers and 750 enlisted men. Missing in action 26 men. Non-effectives 447 men. Returned 1 officer and 88 enlisted men. From March 5th to the 6th, the regiment received 1 officer and 148 enlisted men. From March 6th to 7th, it received 24 officers and 655 enlisted men. Woody's battalion went through a lot of turnover and problems plugging the holes in their units as their members continued to become KIAs, MIAs, and WIAs, wounded in action. Woody's regiment suffered losses of 1,459 men, almost half its strength. Between returning Marines and replacements, the regiment gained 917 men, but it was well short of its need to get back to 3,006 men. Woody's C Company received replacements, but none had seen combat. Many did not know much about their weapons, and they did not know anything about fighting. Since Woody's company was to go into battle on the 6th of March, he and fellow veterans faced a dilemma. Either get some much-needed sleep before the attack in the morning, and then go into battle the next day with men who did not know what they were doing, or stay up and train the greenhorns as well as they could. They opted to stay up and instruct the men on weapons handling and tactics. In this chaos, Woody's captain, Donald Beck, had given his NCOs guidance on what to do and made sure his men were cared for. They were tired, scared, under strength, and about to go into battle again. Beck took a few moments in this reprieve to write his family. My darling wife and son, today I'm able to write a short note to you. We are in combat on Iwo, and I am all right. We're having a hard time, but should soon get their goat. This is no paradise, and I, like everyone else, will be glad to get out of here. Beck knew the Marines were getting the advantage, but he was struggling to keep everything together and yearned to get away. This letter was the last he would write on Iwo Jima. Units everywhere experienced the same dilemma, and morale was plummeting. A neighboring battalion reported on the 2nd of March it had lost so many NCOs and officers that leadership was now an acute problem. The next day, it was noted, men very tired and listless, lack leaders. When replacements showed up, often the hardened veterans looked upon them as boots. One machine gunner said half to himself and half to a buddy, "Those guys, they won't be boots in the morning." "Yeah, I know what you mean," said a scruffy sergeant with cold memories flashing in his eyes. But Woody and Beck realized the men looked to them, as veterans, to keep things together. They put on a brave face, went to each group, told them what was expected, and ensured they knew how to handle their weapons. It was painstaking and frantic work, but the 17 veterans Woody had in his group circulated among the replacements, around 140, to explain weapons, tactics, and the enemy to scared, naive newcomers. Most had not seen their 20th birthdays, and Woody was only a year older. Many died in their first hours of battle because they had not developed the skills necessary to survive. Private First Class Don Graves of D Company, 2nd Battalion, 28th Marines said, "We had some replacements from the 3rd Mardiv. One guy came to my crater where 2 buddies and I were. I had binoculars and was searching for a sniper who was hitting our position. The new replacement asked, 'Hey, can I look for the nip?' To which I replied, 'Hell no, you just got here. You'd get killed.' Then one of my buddies said, 'Hell, Graves, let the guy look for the sniper. That's why he's here, so you can get some rest.' So like an idiot, I gave him some instructions and the binoculars and sat down. A few minutes later, a shot rings out and the new guy's head slings back and he flips over. One of the nip snipers got him in the forehead, sending the bullet out the back of his head. His body fell at my feet and his upside-down helmet skipped next to me. As I looked into the webbing, I saw a picture of a young woman with an infant, the dead Marine's wife and child. I lost it. I stood up like an idiot and started yelling, 'Fuck the Marine Corps! Fuck Iwo Jima! Fuck God!' My buddy, seeing that I'd lost it, body slammed me to the ground so I wouldn't get shot. I started laughing like a madman for a few minutes. Then I stopped, picked up my rifle, returned to my post, and me and my buddies never discussed it. Anyone in battle long enough will know he suffered from combat fatigue at some time or other. You cannot help but feel bouts of insanity when you're living in a madhouse." Such scenes involving replacements happened everywhere, and Woody was about to enter combat with 140 virgin warriors. In fact, Kuribayashi wrote up 2 snipers in a kanjo on the 3rd of March for shooting many Marines. Engaging the enemy constantly from the 27th of February to the 3rd of March, Corporals Kunimori Khan and Hirikie Kanko killed 20 men each, one of whom may have been the new replacement Graves talked about since they were in his area of operation. Their kanjo was read before the emperor, making it a jobun. By then, Kuribayashi had awarded his men 4 of the Japanese versions of the Medal of Honor. As an illustration of how snipers like Khan and Kinko worked, the following story is telling. When Private James Myers in Company F, 2nd Battalion, 21st Regiment, 3rd Mardiv noticed one of his buddies lying wounded among the rocks and crevices in the island's northern part where his division had pushed through, he naturally wanted to help. Jap sharpshooters made the air whistle with their bullets. One of these snipers, working with others, had probably intentionally wounded this man, knowing his buddies would come for him. Myers took the bait. He would not leave a comrade to suffer. He crawled, he crept, he snaked along on his stomach. He heard the sniper's slugs digging into the earth, sounding like someone beating a pillow with a fist. He heard them strike rocks he hid behind, then zing away. He kept going for half 100 yards. His friend yelled for help and moved with pain on the ground. Finally, Myers reached his comrade. As he started to drag his buddy back, making himself even a bigger and slower target than before, the sniper put a bullet in his head, killing him. Soon thereafter, a bullet ended his buddy's life. Both lay there, intertwined, as if 2 brothers were holding each other in a loving embrace. Myers made sure his friend knew he would never be left alone, and if he must die, he would not die alone. The snipers marked up 2 more kills that day. Meanwhile, Woody worked with his replacements to prevent events such as had happened to both Graves and Myers. He hoped the brief training he gave would help them survive their coming baptism of fire. Major General Erikson noted that replacements were poorly trained, combat efficiency dropped, and casualties increased when they arrived at their units. These men were indeed aggressive, but did not know how to operate within the fire team framework and lacked knowledge of the proper use of cover and concealment. One battalion near Woody reported, "Replacements inexperienced and require a lot of attention. Few experienced men left on the front lines. Troops are tired and lethargical because of being constantly in attack and from the ceaseless enemy mortar and artillery fire being received. WWII was probably correct in noting 17 were all that was left of the experienced men, but that the rest required babysitting and training. As Lieutenant General Smith's operation officer wrote after Iwo, a technique or the indoctrination and integration of replacements prior to and during combat operations remains one of our most urgent problems. One man who helped with getting replacements up to speed was Corporal Billy Griggs, serving in WWII's 21st Regiment. Major General Erskine pointed him out after battle for special mention, writing, "Serving under heavy fire, Corporal Griggs displayed outstanding leadership in converting new replacements into an efficient combat team. His leadership was a valuable asset to his company." However, Griggs was rare, and many replacements needed men like Griggs to help them acclimate to combat, and unfortunately, those men were either lacking in units or dead and wounded. A strange piece of history arose at this time. If replacements were needed, especially trained ones, why did the majority of the 3rd Mardiv's 3rd Regiment remain out on the ocean in reserve? If trained Marines were needed, which the men of the 3rd Marines were, why were Greenhorns deployed instead of them? Lieutenant General Smith kept them in reserve because this regiment held the last units he had left, and he knew he would need later at the rate Kuribayashi was depleting his forces. He felt a good commander probably should not commit all his reserves when there were questions whether the enemy force had more men or capabilities than anticipated, and so far Smith and his generals have been surprised too much. Indeed, the reserve was there to counter unforeseen threats. However, a commander should always fight the battle in front of him, not the one planned for in the future, and the unwillingness or the refusal to deploy his unit caused unneeded casualties, as Graves' story illustrates. More importantly, a few weeks into the battle, the Marine command structure should have known what they were dealing with and adjusted their dispositions to the enemy's actions. As von Clausewitz wrote, all forces intended and available for a strategic purpose should be applied simultaneously. Their employment will be the more effective the more everything can be concentrated in a single action at a single moment. The Marines missed an opportunity to maximize their economy of force. Another reason why the 3rd Marines was not fully deployed, one battalion from it was indeed put into the lines, was the possibility that there was not room on the island to put more in action. Vice Admiral Turner agreed with Smith not to allow the regiment to land, stating there were enough Marines ashore. This may have been a concern at the outset, while the beachhead was the totality of the landing area. However, Smith's command found a way to land 2 3rd Mardiv regiments, the 21st and 9th, there, so it stands to reason he could have put the 3rd Regiment into action with half the island in Marines' hands now. Historian Charles Niemeyer claims that Erskine pleaded with Smith to do so, but Smith refused his request. Regardless, the 3rd Regiment languished while WWII and thousands of Marines had to make do with inexperienced replacements, and those replacements suffered higher casualty rates due to their inexperience. The 5th Amphibious Corps Operations Officer said Turner's and Smith's decision not to release the regiment was wrong and increased casualties. Likewise, Erskine protested, saying it was necessary to replace tired and worn-out troops with trained ones from the 3rd Marines. But Smith and Turner countered, "You keep quiet. We've made our decision." This strange replacement policy stemmed from an organizational innovation employed for the first time in the Marines and subsequently on Iwo Jima. 5th Amphibious Corps had attached to the divisions at Iwo 6 replacement drafts of initially 7,188 men and officers. All were recent arrivals from training. The original plan was to feed these replacements into the fighting units piecemeal, allowing the new guys to slowly integrate with the hardened old-timers. Before they ever hit a combat unit, they were to be first used in shore parties to acclimate them to campaigning. Unfortunately, this plan did not work due to the enormous casualties Marines had already suffered. Instead of this gradual integration, these men were shoved into the thick of battle, and often it appeared that progress was being hindered rather than helped by the presence of the new men. 5th Amphibious Corps Chief of Staff Brigadier General William Rogers disingenuously noted, "Those were the only replacements the Marines had, and they had to make do." In fact, on the 5th of March, a few battalions of the 3rd were actually shipped back to Guam. Sleepy, physically exhausted, and worried about his men, Woody looked up from his position to analyze the Japanese positions they were about to attack on the 6th of March. Before the attack on 0900, for which Woody's unit was earmarked, an artillery barrage pummeled the positions he and fellow Marines were to assault. Unfortunately, the Japanese were so well dug in, the artillery had little effect. This was remarkable since 11 artillery battalions had fired 2,500 rounds of 155 millimeter howitzer ammunition and 20,000 rounds of 75 millimeter and 105 millimeter shells. In addition to this awe-inspiring iron curtain of explosives, Navy ships offshore fired on their targeted positions, sending 50 rounds of 14-inch shells and 400 rounds of 8-inch ammunition into the Japanese lines. As usual, numerous planes flew close air support missions, many of them now flying from Airfield No. 1 to the south on Iwo. The earth shook, and plumes of dust and debris rose hundreds of feet into the air. After the shelling, Woody and the men of the 21st moved forward, with the goal of taking Hill 362C, one of the highest points in the north. They lobbed grenades over every rock, into every cave, and around every corner of every ravine they encountered. Woody often carried 6 grenades and used them liberally. During this attack on the 6th of March, Woody believed his friend Vernon Waters' luck ran out. According to Woody, while closing with the enemy, firing away and trying to push past a defensive position, a Japanese grenade from a Type 89 launcher, often named a knee-fired 50 millimeter mortar, hit Waters in the head and killed him. He was around 30 yards in front of Woody when the grenade exploded. Other times Woody has said he was only 6 feet away from Waters. Seeing Vernon fall over a limp, Woody ran to his friend. He shook him and tried to bring him back to life, but there was nothing he could do. Vernon, the strapping 6'4" and 1/4 inch boy from Floyd, Montana, had died instantaneously. Rage and sadness welled up inside of Woody, and he felt a burning desire to kill the enemy. He grabbed Waters' shoulders and yelled inside his head or aloud, he doesn't quite remember, "No, no, no!" Woody recalled that he and this buddy had made a promise to one another. They each carried a ring. Woody's was a 5-and-dime ruby ring from his girlfriend that she bought at a Murphy's 10-cent store, and Waters' was a ring he received from his father upon high school graduation with a lake pictured on it. They pledged to one another while on Guam that if either one of them died, the survivor would take the ring back to the family of the deceased. Although it was strictly forbidden to take anything off a fallen Marine, Woody spit on Waters' hand, rubbed the saliva on his buddy's index finger, and removed the ring. He placed it in his pocket and continued to lead his Green Marines in combat. Soon body bearers arrived, tagged Vernon, placed him on a stretcher, and carried his corpse away. Woody refused to watch. All Woody could do was now move on. The battalion noted that during this day of fighting, progress was slow throughout the day, with heavy small arms fire being received and also fire from a high-caliber flat trajectory weapon. It has been difficult to verify Woody's story about Waters. The records and a few other veterans bring out discrepancies. From archival sources, Waters died on the 3rd of March, not the 6th of March. Woody gets his friend's death out of date by 4 days, and misplaces the action that did so. Is it reasonable to give Woody a hall pass due to the chaos of combat, or is he now making up information? Moreover, the archival report wrote Waters died from a gunshot wound and not a grenade blast to the skull. Sometimes the grave registrars assumed a gunshot wound when it was shrapnel or some other trauma, but one would think a blown-up head would be clear for all to see, and a blown-up head would normally not result from a bullet, but a grenade. But there was no mention of an exploded skull. Also in the report, Waters' fingerprints were unable to be taken right before burial due to decomposition, meaning Werner had been left out in the open for 6 days before being buried on the 9th of March. So the body bearers picking him up probably did not happen, as Woody reported. And if Waters was left in the open for days, it was most likely because the unit did not move forward enough to allow the stretcher bearers to get to Waters soon after death, since he was obviously bloated and decayed by the time of burial. Also, Iwo veteran Don Graves thinks running to a dead friend in battle out of the ordinary. No one, when actively engaged in battle, would have run up to a buddy and then taken off a ring. Think about this. If you're suddenly attacked and one of your buddies got shot, you would hit the ground, find out where the fire was coming from, and then engage the enemy. You don't want any other guys to buy it, especially yourself. If any of us started messing around with a dead buddy during battle, we would have got our butt kicked by our NCO. You might try and get your buddy, if he was wounded, into a safe area, but if someone was dead, you would just leave him and fight the enemy, especially on an active battlefield. I mean, if you are taking grenades into your position, the last thing you should be thinking about is taking a ring off a buddy's finger because of some childlike promise you made. Moreover, since Water was in B Company and Woody in C Company, Graves highly doubts they were even in the same area, much less in the same skirmish line, although Woody believed Water was in his company at this time. That sounds strange to me, Graves continued. When you were the demolition and flamethrower guy for your company, you supported your own boys, not the boys in another company. Iwo veteran John Lorello also doubts the mixing of units would happen, but observed, the battlefield was chaotic and anything could happen. Rarely did I go over to different units, but there was indeed some mixing of companies. Remember, a lot of people were getting killed, and all the buddies you were fighting with the week before were usually gone the next week. However, we still try to keep our chain of command solid, and rarely did the units get that mixed up, where demolition guys from a different unit were on the line with us. Waters' B Company had been removed from the 1st Battalion on the 4th of March and attached to the 2nd Battalion to cover the gap between the 9th and 21st Regiments when lines were consolidated. So even if Waters was still alive at this time, he was nowhere near where Woody was. Another troubling testimony concerning Woody's narrative comes from fellow flamethrower Joseph Anthony Rybakevitz, who claimed to be Vernon Waters' best friend and was there the day Waters died. In fact, Rybakevitz's testimony mirrors Waters' death certificate. In Rybakevitz's story, Big Waters, as they called him, got shot in the neck and hit the earth from the bullet wound. Rybakevitz ran to Waters, got him into a secure area, and tried to get the bleeding stopped. Waters was alive and struggling to breathe. Blood was spurting out of his neck, so Rybakevitz put his arm around Waters' huge shoulders and neck and took his free fist and tried to press it with all his strength against the open jugular to stop the bleeding. But it was pointless. As Rybeck, as he was nicknamed, sat there with his friend, Waters died in his arms. He does not remember Woody being there or him taking off Waters' ring right before he died. So Woody's version of Waters' death is dramatic, but not plausible. Rybakevitz's grandson, Zach Rybeck, writes, I am convinced that this one fact, who was really there, matters, in the same way that I was to believe naming a theme could matter, could be cathartic, could heal. Another interesting point to be made is that Rybakevitz was in Bravo Company, just like Waters was in Bravo Company. Woody was in Charlie Company. During the same day's fighting, a piece of shrapnel hit Woody on the inside of his left leg. He placed his hands on the wound and yelled, Corpsman! One went to his aid. The corpsman felt around the wound and pushed against a lump of metal. He then took out forceps and removed the shrapnel. He asked Woody, Do you want this? As he held a piece of metal. Woody responded, I sure do. Woody took the piece of steel, still hot to the touch. The corpsman then poured sulfa powder on the wound, wrapped Woody's leg with a bandage, and tagged Woody with information that an aid station behind the lines would use to treat him further. Woody then put the piece of shrapnel into his pocket. "Now get back to the first aid station and have that looked at," the corpsman said. "No, I can't," Woody replied. He further explained, "The new men in my section got their first training with many of our weapons the night before. I couldn't possibly leave those guys," he told the corpsman. "I'm not going." "You know the rules," the corpsman said. "When I tag you, you have to go back." Woody reached for the tag, ripped it off, and said, "I don't have a tag on me." He was not happy with Woody. He bellowed, "You crazy son of a bitch, get back to the aid station." Another victim yelled for the corpsman. The corpsman shook his head, turned away from Woody, and left to tend to another. Woody looked down at his bleeding leg and felt he could continue fighting, although there had been a piece of metal in his flesh a few minutes before. He knew his men needed him to face the enemy. He took up his rifle and resumed fighting. He recounted to a correspondent a few weeks later, "Then a mortar shell fragment bounced off my leg while I was in a foxhole one night. Didn't hurt much, and I stayed in action." Nonetheless, for days, Woody walked with a big, long limp. Here is also a discrepancy. Woody has claimed recently the shrapnel entered his leg and a corpsman pulled it out with tongs. But in the 1945 interview about it, the shrapnel never entered his leg and just bounced off his inner thigh, bruising him. Either way, he was injured by a flying piece of metal, but we have two stories, both from Woody, about what that metal did. He did receive a Purple Heart, so it had to have been reported as a wound. Sometimes the Marines were actually generous with Purple Hearts, giving them to men who did not actually bleed, like possibly Woody, or like his comrade Scrivens, who received one for a blast concussion. Regardless of whether or not a piece of metal penetrated his flesh or only bruised it, it was remarkable Woody never really got injured. By March, Woody was one of 82,000 Marines who had fought on Iwo. Many showed courage in the face of what the Japanese threw at them, and it was a battle that took incredible concentration and physical stamina. Although Kuribayashi had developed a strategy that was blunting several of the Marine stabs jabbed at him, several thrusts nonetheless were hitting vital areas of his defense, wearing him down and slowly bleeding him white. For instance, later on the 6th of March and then throughout the 7th of March, in a light rain, Woody and his men moved close to enemy lines around 0320 before dawn and caught the Japanese sleeping. Their goal was Hill 362C. Shortly before dawn, the illumination starburst ceased along the entire front and smoke was laid down to hide the Marines' movement. Units from the 3rd Mardiv moved forward at 0500 in a rare attack in the dark. As a result, they gained several hundred yards of tough hill terrain without a shot being fired. In other areas, many of the unsuspecting Japanese were killed in their sleep because they did not expect the Marines to have penetrated so far north. Other Japanese, still in their sleep stupor, stumbled out of their caves and were killed by Marine flamethrowers. In the ensuing chaos, Woody and fellow Marines actually conquered the wrong hill, 331, thinking it was Hill 362C, with their objective still 250 yards away. In the vicious battle afterwards, with the element of surprise gone, several companies were almost annihilated in an area full of crags and ravines. The regimental report notes the men made little or no gain. One man near Woody, also a demolition man, did his best to try to move forward through the chaos. Working in the 2nd Battalion, Private Gerald H. Young attacked 4 pillboxes with satchel charges, snaking his way around their lines of fire to get to their openings and then throw 20-pound sacks of explosives into their embrasures. After he did this to the 4th pillbox and returned to his lines, a mortar shell fragment hit and killed him. Eventually, the Marines in Woody sector took Hill 362C that day. By that time, Woody knew only a handful of men around him. Just a few remained with whom he had trained in San Diego, served on Guadalcanal, fought at Guam, and landed on Iwo. Most have been killed, wounded, or suffered combat fatigue, like Waters, Marlowe Williams, Renstrom, Clay Murray, Bornholtz, Fisher, Scrivens, and Lefty. He was alone in a sea of Marines he did not know and felt orphaned. But that's the strength of the Corps. We were all Marines, and as such, we knew we could depend on one another for our lives, even though I had never seen my comrades to my left or right before yesterday. We knew we were brothers, and we were working together like one collective organism," said Woody. Woody did not strap on another flamethrower for the rest of the campaign after his exploits on the 23rd of February. Studying this battle, it is confusing that Woody never used the flamethrower again when his company was in the middle of the island and still facing numerous caves and pillboxes. Additionally, if Woody's assertion was correct that he was the last flamethrower in the company, one would think he would have been utilized all the time to burn out emplacements, since that was one of the Marines' primary weapons. United States Marine Corps veteran Lieutenant Colonel Eugene Rybeck, the son of flamethrower Joseph Rybeck-Kivitz, finds it really strange that Woody never did this again. This is indeed peculiar. If Woody is to be believed that he was the last flamethrower in the unit after the third day of being in battle, then he would have been used repeatedly with the flamethrower, since his battalion used flamethrowers 24 days out of the 34 it was on the island. They were in heavy use. Captain Beck often deployed flamethrowers to break through the numerous defenses his company destroyed. If this was the case, why did Woody not use this weapon on more days than just one? Maybe he became so scared after what he did against the pillboxes on the 23rd of February that he just let others, apparently less trained or even replacements, try their hand at taking out pillboxes with liquid fire. That Woody never engaged the enemy again with a flamethrower when he was the only one left, according to him, in the company with the knowledge of how to operate, repair, fuel, and fire a flamethrower does not make sense. Perhaps Woody did not strap on another portable flamethrower due to the fact that he had another type of flamethrower helping him, Zippo, or Satan tanks. As Woody and the 3rd Mardiv advanced through the island's middle, hitting lines of defense, flamethrower tanks often destroyed Japanese positions. When Woody and his Marines could not kill the Japanese with rifles, machine guns, grenades, or satchel charges, they called up the Zippos, and they were extremely valuable in the reduction of fortified positions and in the destruction of enemy groups concealed by rubble or brush. The large flamethrower was particularly valuable against positions or personnel in defilade and in caves and ravines because of its long range and the large volume of flame. 5th Amphibious Corps Commander Major General Schmidt wrote that these weapons were indispensable in the Iwo Jima operation. Woody watched in awe as these tanks spewed hundreds of gallons of flame into the tunnels, pillboxes, and caves. It was simultaneously a hydra of death and a mobile pillbox. Sometimes in taking out one blockhouse, a few of these tanks would use 800 to 1,000 gallons. And these tanks did their hazardous duty with much risk. As Corporal Leighton R. Wilhite's tank moved into enemy territory near Hill 362A, one of his neighboring Shermans became disabled and came under attack by the enemy in a cave entrance about 6 feet away. The tank had actually fallen about 8 feet into an underground hidden bunker, crushing several of the enemy and releasing other angry Japanese survivors who swarmed around the Sherman. Wilhite's 30mm machine gun opened up and killed all the Japs on the right side of the tank, but the left side remained vulnerable to attack and blocked from their view. Since Wilhite and his crew were unable, due to the terrain features, of offering any support to eliminate the enemy position on the left side of the tank, he, a comrade, and their lieutenant, Blake Dusty Leonard, left their tank and rendered aid to the stricken tank and its crew as they evacuated their stricken vehicle. The short, 5'5" and 1/2 inch tank driver, Wilhite, grabbed his .45 Colt pistol and fired at the enemy cave opening. He helped kill 3 attacking Japanese who emerged from the darkness of the hole. His daring aggressiveness covered his comrades, and both tanks' contingents of men, shockingly, suffered no casualties. Wilhite would receive the Bronze Star with V for his actions and daring. Lieutenant Leonard, who killed around 8 Japanese with his Tommy gun, would receive the Silver Star. Although such actions proved the attack on Iwo in general was sluggish, the Marines were nonetheless, slowly but surely, eradicating the Japanese lines of defense. Hirohito said of the fighting at this stage, disingenuously, one might add, "I am fully satisfied that naval units have taken charge of defense and are cooperating very well with the Army. Even after the enemy landed, they fought ferociously against greater forces and contributed to the entire operation." While fighting around the middle of the island, Woody did indeed find that the enemy was ferocious. Soon after this engagement around Hill 362C, Woody's company was pulled out of combat to rotate back near the landing beaches to clean up, get some food, and rest. His hair was matted with sweat. Woody's company most likely, again, attacked in force on the 8th of March. Before the advance, a 10-minute artillery barrage followed by a rolling barrage lifting several yards every 7 minutes for 200 yards occurred. Erickson believed in the rolling barrage type of World War I combat and close follow-up assault troops right behind the screens of fire. From the ocean, destroyers hammered the enemy. The 3rd Mardiv history noted, "It is unbelievable that any force could withstand such a pounding day after day. But the Jap did." Determined to go out in a blaze of glory, Naval Commander Captain Samaji Inouye ignored Kuribayashi's orders and led a 1,000-man banzai. They attacked near Woody, hitting elements of the 2nd Battalion, 23rd Marines. The Leathernecks killed 784 Imperial Naval landing sailors. The Marine casualties included 90 killed and 257 wounded. One company used 20 cases of grenades fighting the banzai, 500 Mark II grenades. The almost 800 Japanese dead from this engagement was the largest single-day enemy death toll recorded on Iwo. Woody's regiment continued to use flamethrowers and demolitions against caves and pillboxes, destroying numerous positions daily. On the 8th of March, Private First Class Warren Welch and neighboring B Company of the 1st Battalion worked his way up a side of a sandy ridge and demolished an emplacement with dynamite. Near it was another pillbox that Welch closed with and threw grenades into, making the occupants catch, quote-unquote, a fatal occupational disease of lead poisoning. After silencing these blockhouses, Welch located a Jap mortar position several yards ahead of him. He signaled its placement to his own mortar platoon, and they directed automatic fire at the enemy crew, pinning it down until the mortars wiped out the Japanese. The next day, a sniper's bullet found its mark and killed him. Welch received the Navy Cross posthumously. On this day, Corporal Joseph Rybakevitz silenced one cave with his flamethrower, then retrieved a wounded man and brought him back to safety. When he tried to bring out another downed Marine, he was wounded himself. For his actions, he received the Bronze Star with V. By the 9th of March, elements of the 21st Regiment had fought from the landing beaches at the southern end of the island to their objective on the northeastern coast. But Kuribayashi held a square mile of the island to the west, and he would defend every square inch of it to the death. Announcing their arrival on the north coast, one Marine filled a canteen with ocean water and sent it back to Major General Erickson with the CYA, cover your ass, note, "For inspection, not consumption." CBS radio reported a patrol in Erickson's division had reached the northern shore and washed the Japanese stench from their hands, cutting the Japanese defense in half. Exploits of the 3rd Mardiv were known to everyone, both on Iwo and back in the States. Erickson's men pushed through some of the toughest defenses in World War II. Splitting Kuribayashi's force was like an earthworm cut in half. Both ends were still alive and able to move, but they had lost their natural functions. It was now Erickson practicing a jiu-jitsu move on Kuribayashi, taking his legs out from underneath him and gearing up to deliver the death blow. And to deliver this blow, Captain Beck continued to deploy flamethrowers. One of them, Rybakevitz, would burn out 7 pillboxes and caves while on the island. On the 8th of March, one of the enemy emplacements encountered was set up to ambush the Marines, and it did a good job of doing so. "We were in a gully," Rybakevitz explained, "and the emplacement was slightly above us. Before we could withdraw in the narrow passage, 4 of our men were killed and 5 wounded. I gave first aid to 2 of them and somehow managed to carry them back to the dressing station. A hand grenade exploded and fragments scraped across my left knuckles, but I didn't think it was serious. Then Ryback, quote-unquote, asked the nearby barman to cover him. Now agitated, he moved up with his flamethrower and gave the pillbox a long squirt and burned it out good. The next day, the 9th of March, a doctor looked at his bloody knuckles and evacuated him. After receiving first aid and with his hand wrapped up, he returned to the front. That was the scariest moment for me, when I realized I had to go back to the fight after getting my hand cared for, Rybakevich said. On the night of the 9th of March, 346 B-29 Superfortress bombers left the Marianas and dropped 1,665 tons of firebombs on Tokyo, creating a firestorm that destroyed a sizable portion of the city, 16 square miles, and killed between 80,000 and 100,000 people. B-29 flight engineer Fisk Hanley, flying at 4,000 feet, said, "It looked like hell, and we could smell the burning flesh even at that altitude." Commanding General LeMay knew the slaughter of civilians would be unprecedented, but he wanted to destroy Japan's war-making capabilities and prevent an invasion that he knew would take the lives of hundreds of thousands of American boys. The heat was so intense that metal melted, canals boiled, and buildings and human beings burst spontaneously into flames. Temperatures reached 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, causing babies to explode on mothers' backs, and cars on streets were consumed like crumpled paper. People's heads exploded in the heat, the liquid brains in their burst skulls bubbling in eerie fluorescence. In early bombing raids at large industrial targets that hampered, but did not stop production of war material. Bombing was inaccurate at first, especially when done from high altitude to avoid anti-aircraft fire and fighter planes. Powerful jet stream winds often blew bombs dropped from 20,000 feet off course. Much of Japanese industry was dispersed, with multitudes of tiny shops and much backyard manufacturing. Only when the firebombing campaign was employed were U.S. planes able to reach the home production of Japanese war industry. Japan had intentionally decentralized as much as 90% of its war production into subcontractor workshops in civilian districts, making what was left of the war industry largely immune to conventional precision bombing with high explosives. But with the firebombings, America was destroying the capacity for Japan to wage war while also taking her revenge for Pearl Harbor, the Bataan Death March, and countless atrocities committed upon POWs and civilians. The Japanese suffered the agony it had delivered after having killed tens of thousands in bombing and incendiary aerial raids on China, especially in campaigns in 1932 and from 1937 to 1940 against Taipei, Tientsin, Shanghai, Nanking, Lanzhou, Guangzhou, and Chongqing, just to name a few. At Chongqing alone, Japan conducted 200 air raids from 1937 to 1940, killing 12,000, mostly non-combatants. The difference between its raids and those of the Americans, according to the Tokyo International Military Tribunal, was that Japan conducted its raids to deliberately kill civilians. The League of Nations Chinese delegation, represented by Wellington Ko, wrote the League of Nations General Secretary in 1937, documenting the Japanese terror bombing operations against civilians, which violated international law. Ko pleaded with the League of Nations to use its resources to condemn and end such illegal and inhuman war practices. While U.S. bombing raids against Japan killed thousands of civilians, the strategy was always to cripple the war industry and end the war. It was never designed to kill civilians, unlike Japan's goal. Nonetheless, by 1945, the majority of Americans believed that Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan deserved every bomb that fell on their countries. Freedom-loving nations brought an end to Japanese aggression from the skies by bombing campaigns against Japan to render their armed forces useless. And the Allies did this with massive firepower. The bombers hitting Japan were much larger and deadlier than anything the Japanese had used on their enemies, and many throughout the world took pleasure in knowing the Japanese felt the terror their sons had for years inflicted on others. Within a few months, the bombing campaign against Japan reduced its major cities to ashes, including Nagoya, Osaka, and Kobe. However, Tokyo suffered the worst by far. The cheering crowds that once lined the streets of these cities, clapping and celebrating the destruction of Chinese cities like Nanking or the attack on Pearl Harbor and the military successes thereafter, no longer were gleeful. Thousands of dead lined Japanese city streets and neighborhoods, and the stink of death permeated the air. Brigadier General Thomas Powers, who led the Tokyo raid, said it caused more casualties than any other military action in the history of the world. Hearing about the destructive Tokyo raid, Kuribayashi's hope to protect his family from air raids had literally disappeared. Colleagues witnessed the commander slumped, head in hands. He looked like an old man. He had prophesied, "When I imagine what Tokyo would look like if it were bombed, I see a burned-out desert with dead bodies lying everywhere. I'm desperate to stop them carrying out the air raids." The intelligence chief of the 23rd Army, who had served under Kuribayashi, after witnessing the horrors Kuribayashi's men had committed in Hong Kong, prophetically quoted the shameful fate of the Mongols that now mirrored that of the Japanese. They conquered a vast empire, but failed to give profound thought to their administration. Not only did they leave no trace, but they brought about the ruin of the very land from which they had sprung. Kuribayashi's vision of American air power destroying Tokyo had become reality after he failed his mission to defend the capital, and the land he had sprung from now lay in ruins. Although his family was safe for the time being, he had no way of knowing that. Nevertheless, for all the destruction these raids wrought, they had no direct influence on the policies of its government, whose military diehards had not yet been convinced they should surrender. For example, a few weeks later, in April 1945, the government issued a decree of the Homeland Decisive Battle that stated, "Every soldier should fight to the last moment, believing in final victory." Japanese rulers readied their citizens to believe as their soldiers did on Iwo. Fight the foreign devils and die rather than surrender. Although Kuribayashi was disheartened, he would never surrender. It would take even greater shocks than B-29 fire raids to end the war, and hundreds of thousands of WWII's fellow Marines and soldiers would continue the fight in one more island battle on Okinawa, which garrisoned 5 times the number of troops than on Iwo. In Iwo's north, the terrain differed from the south, requiring modification of the tactical engagement. The Japanese hid behind rocks and hills, often emerging from their caves to fire at the Marines. In response, the Leathernecks aggressively captured the area and killed most Japanese they found because most continued to refuse to surrender. However, one combatant did surrender to WWII after crawling out of a spider hole. He was unarmed and dressed in shredded clothes. He had not eaten for a while and was haggard and dirty. WWII placed a Marine on guard duty while he went for an interpreter. Upon returning, he found the enemy curled up in a ball, dead, and a bloody puddle spread across the ground. The guard said, "The Japanese begged for my bayonet so he could commit suicide. I gave it to him, and the crazy bastard kneeled down and then rammed the knife into his midsection until he bled out and died." WWII was upset. They had lost an opportunity to interrogate the POW and perhaps gain some intelligence. He would have punished the Marine, but had patrols to conduct, and so went on about his duty. WWII's battalion tried to take prisoners, contrary to earlier orders not to, yet it was difficult to know if a Japanese wanted to surrender. For instance, in front of WWII's battalion lines, a Japanese appeared 40 yards away, ramrod straight, holding his hands high. The battalion's intel section wanted the prisoner alive, so Corporal Gideon Lacroix was given the task to lead 6 men to apprehend him. "I couldn't tell whether the Jap was bluffing," said Lacroix as he moved forward cautiously. "He just stood still like a statue. When I got within 7 yards of him, I saw that he had a conical hand mine. Just as I threw myself on the deck, he turned around and jumped into a shell crater. I hollered for the fellows behind me to watch out. Suddenly, machine gun fire erupted from a hidden bunker and a camouflage pillbox, throwing crossfire on us, LaCroix said. LaCroix crawled back to his lines as his men covered him. Knowing what awaited them and where to attack, LaCroix and his men reorganized and wiped out the pillboxes and the nip in the shell crater. They did not try to take any more prisoners during the second time around. Often the Japanese were never given a chance to surrender. When a tank drove around a boulder, the crew saw a Jap sitting down with no clothes on, crying, and apparently blind from a recent attack. The tank's machine gunner fired upon him. The burst took off the Jap's left arm at the elbow. Blood started leaping out of his body in great spurts in a rhythm with his heartbeat. The machine gunner fired again, hitting the enemy in the chest, slamming the man against the ground with a great invisible force. A few Japanese did successfully surrender to Woody's battalion, which enabled them to find hideouts. When Marines took these prisoners to their old tunnel entrances, they were encouraged to talk fellow Japanese into surrendering. Although this tactic was used liberally, it was met with little success. With no response, the Marines sealed the caves with explosives. When demolition personnel in Woody's regiment came upon a cave with a dozen Japanese, one Marine who spoke Japanese asked them to surrender. They replied, "If somebody will come in, we'll come out." Hearty laughter came from those Marines who heard this, and the demolition squad wondered whom the Japs thought they were fooling, and blew up the tunnel. Many POWs Woody's unit captured were not Japanese but Korean. They were not eager to die for the emperor, or confident they would become a god since they were not Shintoist. In the few cases when a Japanese did surrender, the Marines had to be careful. There was a case in Woody's line when an enemy tried to use a suicide surrenderer in an attempt to draw in Marines to place them in a kill zone. But his act was noticed, and the surrendering man was shot dead. Even after becoming a prisoner, there were times that it was a ruse. After one wounded Japanese was taken to a hospital, he escaped, commandeered a weapon, and shot several patients before Marines nearby killed him. Most continued to fight to the death or commit seppuku or juketsu. There were some who gave up, but very few. Some of those who had not made the decision to kill themselves in the face of surrender were forced by their superiors to do so. One prisoner who emerged from a cave that had been blown up by Seabees told his captors the explosion caused so much confusion it allowed him to leave the cave, preventing his officers from killing him. There were many reasons why it was difficult to take prisoners, not primarily due to every Japanese being a fanatic. It seems that when a Japanese was not fanatical, he had a difficult time escaping the majority of those around him who wanted him to die in their death cult. Sometimes the Marines would not blow the cave or bunker shut or flame it with a portable or tank flamethrower, but rather would pour a mixture of gasoline and seawater pumped from the ocean into the underground enclosure, light it, and then roast the soldiers within to death. Japanese Iwo veteran Shiruji Akakusa's cave suffered such an attack, and he was the only one to make it outside before the Marines blew it up after setting the gasoline seawater afire. As he left the entrance, he fell down unconscious. Black smoke traveled high in the sky, carrying the smell of burnt fuel and flesh. When Akakusa awoke, he was in an American POW camp. Meanwhile, the Marines in Woody's unit continued to suffer wounds. 2 more of his witnesses had become casualties. Corporal William Narrow on the 10th of March suffered a concussion blast, and Sergeant Lyman Southwell on the 11th of March took shrapnel throughout his chest, receiving his second Purple Heart. Narrow was taking out an injured buddy out of the battle zone when an explosion took him out. Narrow's initial luck turned. Days before, 3 Japanese had prowled around his one-man foxhole during the night, but apparently did not see him and left. At this stage, of the 9 or more men who had witnessed some of Whitney's acts on the 23rd of February, 2 had died and 5 had suffered wounds. Another who ran security for Woody during the 23rd of February, Alan Tripp, also almost died on the 11th of March. Coming under heavy fire from mortar and small arms fire, Tripp voluntarily exposed himself to maintain communications between the company command post and the platoon command post. Although severely dazed by a shell blast, he refused evacuation, repaired the severed lines, and kept communications open. In war, men die when there is no communication between higher command and frontline units, and they usually die fast. Tripp knew this and helped his Marines know what was going on. His acts were so extraordinary, his commanding general, Erskine, wrote a letter of commendation for Tripp, noting his outstanding devotion to duty contributed immeasurably to the success of his unit. On the 12th of March, Woody's other lieutenant, Charles Henning, took shrapnel to the right knee, but he stayed in the fight. The longer one fought on Iwo, the higher the chance was he would suffer wounds or die, and Woody and the few remnants of his initial group were strongly tempting fate by now being on the island for 3 weeks. Many must have felt their time to live was running out. On the 13th of March, although the battle raged on, several Marines hunted for souvenirs. Men walked around with sabers and Japanese rifles. Woody's regiment, the 21st Marines, expressed its irritation at this behavior and sent a message to the chain of command that this must stop. A few days later, even unauthorized personnel who were not supposed to be at the front looked for souvenirs among the dead. It became an obsession with some. Iwo Jima was a brutal battle fought by kids full of mischief and curiosity. Scavenging trophies was a dangerous activity since some of the gear was booby-trapped. Searching for items to take home, one might encounter a live and armed Japanese, as happened to 5 sailors on Saipan during Christmas 1944. Armed Japanese ambushed the men, and all 5 died trying to find trinkets. This problem got so bad on Iwo, authorities assigned military police to prevent such souvenir collecting. As Marines continued to prevail in battle and destroy underground bunkers, Japanese continued jiketsu rather than surrender. Most notable was the suicide of Major General Sadasu Senda. By the 14th of March, his 2nd Mixed Brigade, initially 4,600 strong, had been reduced to dozens. On that day, while Marines dedicated their cemeteries on Iwo, Senda gathered together 50 men, almost the entirety of those remaining in his brigade, and said he was going to commit jiketsu rather than surrender to the heathen Marines. He declared, "Let us all meet again at Yasukuni Shrine." He distributed grenades to his men, who then placed them next to their stomachs and blew themselves inside out. During this death ritual, Senda took out his pistol and blew out his brains. Many religious faithful, like Senda, were eager to sacrifice happiness, compassion, and justice in this world for a fantasy of a world to come. The sadistic, brutal, and intolerably arrogant Senda honored his gods and ancestors by ending his own life and those of his men rather than live as a POW under their enemies. Woody's regiment was in the sector that defeated Senda, so it helped kill a merciless fanatic and war criminal. Woody maintains that knowing he played a role in taking out such a leader helps him value what he did. On other fronts, Japan's contempt for the welfare of conquered civilians in its greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere was once again on display in Manila, the Philippine capital. It fell to the U.S. Army as Iwo was falling to the Marines. Sailors and soldiers under Rear Admiral Sanji Iwabuki ignored Lieutenant General Tomiyuki Yamashita's orders to withdraw, and instead made Manila a battleground. Subjected to incessant pounding and facing certain death or capture, the beleaguered Japanese took out their anger and frustration on civilians, committing acts later known as the Manila Massacre. Violent mutilations, rapes, and massacres of the populace accompanied the battle. One woman, while fighting off her attacker, got blindsided by his comrade, who sliced off her head. Her body fell to the ground, and the soldier who had just decapitated her pulled down his pants, mounted the dead body, and sexually assaulted the still warm, lifeless corpse. Some tried to have necrophilia with another murdered woman, but were unable to do so due to rigor mortis preventing them from spreading her legs. Hospital patients were strapped to their beds and set afire. Babies' eyeballs were gouged out and smeared on walls like jelly. Others were ordered to dig their own graves and then shot down. Army Private Cam Dow remembered his shock at the main bank downtown when he found the vaults downstairs full of the decaying corpses of civilians the Japanese had raped and murdered and placed there to horrify the Americans. At least 100,000 Manilians lost their lives. Historian James N. Scott described Manila as receiving a tsunami of barbarity, and the war crimes committed there are one of the worst human catastrophes of World War II. Iwabushi and his officers committed seppuku on the 26th of February. He was posthumously promoted to vice admiral, having just presided over one of the most barbaric massacres of the war. MacArthur received a report about this slaughter by one of his staff, which declared the responsibility of the Manila crimes rests with the Japanese High Command and the government of Japan, represented by the Emperor, while the people of Japan itself cannot ultimately escape the awful weight of moral participation and moral guilt. Journalist Henry Keyes of the London Daily Express, in discussing Manila, wrote, "At last the Japanese have matched the rape of Nanking." Whether in Manila or on Iwo, the Japanese were dying by the thousands at that time and inflicting death every way they could. While battling northward up through the middle of Iwo, over ravines and cliffs, many Marines fought using grenades. Woody used them generously. Baseball had helped many throw grenades with accuracy. Countless stories document how Marines showed better precision with them than Japanese. The battle was being fought with bullets and handheld bombs, and the Americans, with their culture of throwing things like footballs, basketballs, and baseballs, excelled in this type of warfare. In one sector to the north, a bunch of Japanese and Marines engaged in a veritable grenade tossing contest. The Japanese tossed theirs too far. They went over the heads of the Marines and exploded harmlessly behind them. The Marines threw theirs with better aim. One hit a man wired with a picric acid charge. He blew up, a human bomb, killing the companions nearest him. If not for Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio being the idols of some of these young Americans, these Marines may not have been any more accurate than their counterparts. A Japanese report admitted the Americans were skillful with grenade throwers. Although the Japanese loved baseball and played it throughout junior high and high school and had professional teams, they seemed not to be as good at throwing grenades as the Americans, since young boys in the U.S. at this time often played it all the time on playgrounds, at parks, and during recess at school, activity not as often seen in Japan society. Moreover, while training for Iwo on Guam, the 3rd Mardiv's companies had fielded numerous baseball teams, and there was an entire league on the island, keeping the Marines' throwing arms in good shape. In contrast, Kuribayashi's division definitely did not have a baseball league on Iwo Jima prior to battle. By mid-March, food and water were scarce on Iwo for the Japanese, so they resorted to brutal tactics to conserve supplies. Many of the caves remained in Japanese hands, and from these a few were tossed out once every 2 or 3 days to reduce the population. This was called kirikomi tai, death by a squad of sword-wielding soldiers. The rule was that those who left the shelter were never allowed back in. Before leaving, they were given 2 grenades, a canteen of water, and a pack of dry bread. The grenades were to commit suicide. These were the men Woody faced, roving, rejected small groups abandoned by their comrades to die in battle or by suicide. Such treatment illustrates the difference between Marines and Imperial Japanese Army soldiers. Even today, Marines laud the concept of a band of brothers, as in Shakespeare's phrase from Henry V, "We few, We happy few, we band of brothers, for he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. The brothers concept was unimaginable in Japanese culture. While Marines who volunteered for dangerous missions jumped on grenades to save their buddies and rendered aid to the wounded under fire were a testament to how Marines take care of one another no matter what. As war dragged on, some Japanese realized they were not invincible and the gods would not save them. Contrary to their government's propaganda, the American fighting men were brave, tough, and relentless. A few Imperial Japanese Army servicemen started to change their views, a hard task for religious fanatics. Lieutenant Satoru Omigari was such a man. He ventured out of his cave in the north carrying dynamite for his final mission. He waited for nightfall, crept out until he found several dead Japanese near a logical route for the Americans, and then lay down with the cadavers so he could kill more Marines. He took out his bayonet, sliced open a dead comrade, gathered his innards, and smeared the fallen comrade's intestines over his own body. He then feigned death and awaited his prey. The dead were no longer seen as human beings, but as objects. Even the dead were called to fight, Omigari said. He thought, he will be using my guts tomorrow. He then continued, I didn't feel fear anymore, but I could sense the dead. Their wide-open eyes became 1,000 sharp arrows, piercing my skin, my flesh, and my bones. I tried hard to stay calm, clenching my teeth, fighting against the nausea caused by this inhuman, brutal ordeal. Lying among the dead bodies, I waited for the enemy tanks. I floated in and out of consciousness, and I didn't know if I was alive or dead anymore. Suddenly, maggots crawling around my neck and face brought me to myself. I became one with the bodies that had their guts taken out. I could be one of them tomorrow. This is war, I told myself, cursing. Another corpse lying nearby had his mouth open, filled with what looked like rice, but was a pile of fly larvae. Large bottle blue flies buzzed around his head like mad hornets. Throughout the night, and as morning came, the Marines never arrived, yet Omigari waited, sweating in the sun, and experiencing the horrifying rot of his dead countrymen with whom he had laid down. Thoughts penetrated his mind about duty, country, and death. Was this what he had been educated and trained for? His elders had ingrained in him that it was glorious, honorable, spiritual, and expected to die for the emperor. Omigari revered the tale of the 47 Ronin, believing they exemplified qualities of the Japanese fighting man. The legend of the 47 Ronin, also known as the Akko Vendetta or the Genroku Akko incident, is a tale describing a band of Ronin, leaderless samurai, who avenged their feudal lord's death. Plotting for a year, they finally kill the man who murdered their master. Then they all commit seppuku. Some believe this is the best known example of the samurai code of Bushido, the warrior code. As Omigari lay among the corpses, planning the death of Marines, he believed the legend of the 47 Ronin was emblematic of the devotion, sacrifice, and honor people should follow. That was what he had been taught, but by degree he began to question it. When darkness fell, he broke the strings of the now hardened intestines that bound him to the bodies and crawled back to his cave. He tried to clean himself up, but the smell of death clung tenaciously. The next day he again half buried himself among the dead, awaiting the Marines, who again did not come. While there he agonized about the meaning of life in Japanese culture. When darkness came again, he changed his mind about Japanese belief and swore he would never again try to be a human bomb. The battle had changed him, and he started to see the weakness of his religious creeds. Omigari was rare in questioning his fanatic upbringing. He was raised with a faith that despised the mind and free individual and preached submission and resignation, and that regarded life as a poor and transient thing, preventing him and comrades from self-criticism. Luckily for Omigari, he reflected upon Japan, the emperor, his service, and started to question it all. Omigari saw the inhumanity among his countrymen as they fought each other over water and refused to tend to the wounded, thereby making their environment devolve into a world of every man for himself. The chain of command broke down and many started to strike out alone instead of taking orders. Some killed others for water. Omigari lost his faith in humanity as his comrades killed one another during a losing battle. As often happens, cultural norms, religious creeds, and moral codes broke down under extreme physical and mental stress. The murderous martial discipline inculcated in these men and the barbaric religious creeds of superiority, military domination, and invincibility withered away under the strain of military defeat. Omigari ruminated on these thoughts as he waited to waylay Marines. It is unclear what would have happened had the Marines stumbled on the pile of corpses where Omigari lay. Often when Marines found heaps of seemingly dead enemy, they fired into the bodies and burned them with a flamethrower to ensure they were not suicide sleepers. They had learned the hard way to be careful. For instance, a group of 5 Japanese had played possum in Woody's area and suddenly sprung to life, shooting 2 officers before they were killed. Almost all procedures that are in the Marine Corps manual about fighting techniques are written in blood. One rule they had learned to follow was, if it's possible a dead Japanese soldier is really alive, act as if he is. Woody's 3rd Mardiv concluded, the Japanese probably have used more deception in the present war than has ever been practiced in any other campaign in history. Woody's boot camp instructors had exclaimed, if it don't stink, stick it. Omigari's reflection during the battle was not unique, however. Battle, where death is never far away, makes one reflective. On Iwo, a few Japanese came to realize the futility of their beliefs about the cult of death and their complete, unquestioning devotion to the emperor, so they started to change like Omigari. Evidently rejecting his indoctrination, Omigari surrendered, something almost unheard of for officers. I became a hostage, but I felt nothing. No shame, sadness, or any other emotion. I was an empty, worn-out husk, Omigari said. The war's horror made him realize that, to use a phrase from Melville, a man's religion is one thing, in the practical world, quite another. Omigari realized he made himself a museki mono, an outcast, by disgracing his family, military, and nation by surrendering. Despite the outcome of the war and the repudiation of the empire's tenets, remnants of his Japanese code can still be found among old soldiers today. At the 70th commemoration of the Battle at Iwo Jima, Japanese POW and Iwo veteran Tsurugi Akakusa had to sit with the Americans instead of the Japanese at the ceremony, because he had surrendered and, in their minds, disgraced his nation. Chapter 24. The battle on Iwo winds down. I drew this gallant head of war, and culled these fiery spirits from the world, to outlook conquest and to win renown, even in the jaws of danger and of death. Shakespeare, King John, Act 5, Scene 2. As fighting continued into March, the days rolled into one another. Digging in on the North Shore, Woody said he did not know if it was March or May. Time had no significance, and men just tried to survive the next hour. They killed and did not think much about it after having eradicated dozens, hundreds, or more. Marine veteran Eugene B. Sledge said, "Time had no meaning. Life had no meaning. The fierce struggle for survival eroded the veneer of civilization and made savages of us all. We existed in an environment totally incomprehensible to men behind the lines, service troops, and civilians." On the 14th of March, a group of Marines on Iwo, including Smith, commanding general of the Fleet Marine Force Pacific, participated in another flag raising on an incinerated bunker using an 80-foot flagpole. Smith wrote, "Tears filled my eyes when I stood at attention and saluted the flag. The ceremony marked the capture of Iwo Jima and the end of the most terrific battle in the history of the Marine Corps." Although Major General Schmidt was commanding officer on the ground, Smith was higher up the chain of command, and it was appropriate he attend. A colonel read Nimitz' proclamation, who had overall charge of the Central Pacific. "Forces under my command have occupied this and other of the volcano islands. All powers of government of the Japanese Empire in these islands so occupied are hereby suspended. All powers of government are vested in me as military governor and will be exercised by subordinate commanders under my direction." Many still on patrol on the island wished the Japanese would heed Nimitz's proclamation. Iwo had become U.S. property. Control of the island was securely in American hands, but there was still a lot of fighting to be done. A wise guy exclaimed, "Who does the admiral think he's kidding? We're still getting killed." The Japanese would fight to the last man's breath. As Woody held, the Japanese never let up. One would think that after taking over so much of the island and seeing all the material might we brought, that they would see the writing on the wall and surrender. But no, sir. They seem sometimes to fight even harder, if that's possible, as we cornered them to the north. Admiring their bravery in the face of defeat, a Marine, exhausted and shaking his head while looking at a dead combatant slumped over his rifle, asked Dick Dashiell, "What other guys would fight like these birds with this place surrounded by 800 ships?" That evening, Kuribayashi lowered the Japanese flag and burned it so Americans could not capture it. He radioed Tokyo, "The battle is approaching its end. Since the enemy's landing, the gods would weep at the bravery of the officers and men under my command. I regret very much, though, that I have allowed the enemy to occupy a piece of Japanese territory. I sincerely hope my soul will spearhead a future attack, praying to God for the final victory and safety of our motherland." He soon issued his final order. "Everyone will fight to the death. No man will be concerned about his life. I will always be at the head of our troops." Later that day, Kuribayashi listened to a Tokyo broadcast in which school children sang the song of Iwo defense. The show ended with children from Kuribayashi's hometown praying to their Shinto gods for victory. From the shelter of his cave, he issued a message to Tokyo thanking the people of Japan for the presentation. That same day, 307 B-29s from bases in the Marianas bombed Kobe, killing 2,669 people and injuring 11,289 others. 250,000 people were rendered homeless and 66,000 houses were destroyed. Bombs fell on Japan weekly. According to several B-29 crews, they called this treatment of the Japanese as being LeMay, in honor of their commander, General Curtis LeMay. Veteran John Lorello said, "After what they did to us at Pearl Harbor and what they would have done to us if they could, then all I got to say about this payback is a bitch, Japs." Meanwhile, Woody's unit moved northward and continued to kill Japanese infiltrators in seal caves with explosives. On the 15th of March, the battalion reported Japanese suddenly appeared from openings in the ground, threw grenades, and disappeared. The problem with fighting these types of attacks was the enemy was appearing from caves both in front of and behind Woody's lines, such that the Marines had to maintain a lookout both ahead and behind. It was difficult, intense fighting, but eventually the report noted that 12 Japanese were killed. During this time, Vernon Waters' platoon commander, 2nd Lieutenant Richard Tischler, saved his B Company, and most likely Woody's C Company, from an ambush. While moving forward over difficult ground to the north, Tischler noticed a suspicious position ahead of his men along a path that was the logical route for his Marines. For Tischler to have noticed this meant he had a keen eye and was leading his Marines from the front. Also, after being on the island for 4 weeks, he had learned how the Japanese used concealment and camouflage. He stopped his men, placed them in defense positions, and radioed back to Colonel Withers at the regimental command post. Coordinates were probably given, and then mortars most likely soon landed on the suspicious position, blowing it up into 1,000 pieces. After the attack, Tischler and his men inspected the position and noticed several dead Japanese. Had this position not been ascertained, the enemy had them in a perfect kill zone, and Tischler would have lost several of his leathernecks. Later, Colonel Hartnell J. Withers wrote a letter of commendation saying Tischler is hereby cited for the submission of vital intelligence information of the enemy. This information enabled the regimental commander to expedite operations and accomplish our mission with the least possible loss of time and life. Brave platoon leaders like Tischler and like Chambers, shown earlier, helped the Marines slowly but surely take more and more of the island. Daily the Marines inched closer to the northern terminus of the island until on the 16th of March, elements of the 21st Regiment finally occupied Katana Point. This was a 3rd Mardiv badge of honor since apparently Erskine was irritated with the 5th Mardiv's lack of success at Katana Point and pushed his men to secure it, which he did independently of the 5th, using Colonel Withers' 21st Marines to do so. During the previous week, Woody's company attacked areas that artillery barrages had first softened up, killed the remaining Japanese, and then dug in. They would wait for another barrage, advance, kill more Japanese, halt for the night, settle into ravines, shell craters or trenches, and wait for the next day. The Japanese naval commander on Iwo, Rear Admiral Toshinosuke Ishimaru, wrote, "The Americans only advance after making a desert out of everything before them. Their infantry advance at a speed of about 10 meters an hour. They fight with the mentality as though exterminating insects." After artillery bombardments, Marines routinely closed with the enemy and fought in gullies, on hilltops, and throughout the hundreds of bunkers the Japanese had built. The artillery batteries expended 450,000 shells during the campaign, and that figure did not include the mortars, grenades, and rockets used as well. The northern terrain on the high plateau was rocky, so Woody and his comrades could not dig foxholes to protect themselves. Through many fissures in the rock, hot mist and sulfur foam rose up. It was like another planet, and the land hissed with steam. Over such harsh terrain, the Marines had one mission: take the fight to the enemy. They rarely held their defensive positions. As Hal Mad Smith said, "We're not accustomed to occupying defensive positions. It's destructive to morale." Smith's quotes and his pugnacious behavior earned him the title Patton of the Pacific. On the 16th of March, Woody's battalion noted it had destroyed 24 caves, 2 pillboxes, and 36 of the enemy. It was just a typical day for a Marine battalion in its advance on Iwo. They improved upon these numbers on the 17th of March, killing 90 enemy soldiers and closing 25 caves. The Marines found many of these caves using dogs. Since Woody was a demolition man, some of these caves probably were closed by him. Being a volcanic island, Iwo was boiling under the surface. Hot pools of water that collected on the surface allowed men to bathe behind the lines. Marines in Woody's outfit placed their cans, sea rations, of string beans, tomatoes, vegetable hash, ham, eggs, corned beef, and other rations between the rocks where steam rose from the island's belly, and within a few minutes they had a hot meal, heated to over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. In contrast to the Marines, the Japanese suffered from thirst and hunger. To get food, they were reduced to scavenging marine trash dumps at night. Humorous scenes occurred everywhere despite the pervasive tragedy. The Marines made light of horrible situations and witnessed bizarre acts of heroism and desperation daily. The Corps' philosophy is that everyone is a rifleman first. So when a cook suddenly found himself in combat in Woody's regiment, he pulled out his rifle and started shooting several Japanese caught in a ravine. Running out of ammunition, in frustration, the cook picked up rocks and started pelting them. I reckon I hit about a dozen on the side of the head before ammunition was brought up. Sometimes bullets would hit the Marines from hidden areas and they dodged and ran for cover. One Marine in Woody's regiment said, "I miss winning the Purple Heart, but if they'd seen me running to get out of the way of some of those bullets, they'd have given me the Distinguished Flying Cross, and that's damn hard to win in the infantry." Although Marines have been ordered to take no prisoners, and indeed many of the enemy were killed who probably could have been taken prisoner, there was still considerable effort to get the Japanese to surrender when they were discovered in caves. In one instance, the Marines pleaded with around 15 Japanese to exit. They responded with a request to give them 15 minutes to discuss it. The men could hear the enemy speaking loudly with one another. Hearing them debate with one another, one Marine said, "When the war is over, we must abolish the Japanese language. It's an ugly one." Eventually, the enemy stopped speaking, and instead of surrendering, they blew themselves up with grenades. Sometimes the Marines set up loudspeakers and had native speakers plead with those inside to come out. In one case, they used a captured officer as their spokesman. Marines met with little success using these methods, and explosive experts like Woody had to blow the caves shut because the Japanese, if left alive, would do all within their power to kill Americans. Also, when the Japanese refused to come out, Marines used flamethrowers on them. Woody's fellow flamethrower, Joseph Rybakevitz, said, "Those caves, especially in the last days when the Japanese were running out of ammunition, you never knew how many people were hiding in a cave. I never knew how many people I was killing with the flamethrower. I still wonder how many people died from my flamethrower." In a few cases, Nisei, second-generation Japanese Americans, interpreters, assigned to the U.S. Army, tried to help the Marines save some before they committed suicide or before Marines ran out of patience and sealed them in their caves for eternity. Bravely, insanely, they entered the caves, calling out to their blood brothers to lay down their arms. Although the report noted that surprisingly none of the Nisei died this way, they also met with little success, and many of the Japanese blew themselves up after allowing their Nisei cousins to leave. When questioned about their bravery, one Nisei sarcastically said that he felt safer with the enemy in the caves than with the leathernecks on the surface, since he had been shot at by more Marines than the enemy due to misidentification. Besides using Nisei, the 3rd Mardiv used POWs to enter the caves and persuade the enemy to surrender when possible. Erskine even tried his own hand at getting Japanese to surrender, and on the 16th of March he had a message written up and sent to Colonel Masuo Ikeda, commanding officer of the 145th Regiment, directly to his front. He used 2 Japanese POWs, Yuno Yasuo and Yoshio Yamida, to deliver the message, written in both English and Japanese. One can only imagine how the 2 Japanese POWs looked to each other when Erskine gave them this mission. The message read in part, "Our forces now have complete control and freedom of movement on the island, except in the small area now held by the valiant Japanese troops just south of Katana Point. Their fearlessness and indomitable fighting spirit, which has been displayed by the Japanese troops on Iwo Jima, warrants the admiration of all fighting men. You have handled your troops in a superb manner, but we have no desire to completely annihilate brave troops who have been forced into a hopeless position. Accordingly, I suggest that you cease resistance and march with your command through my lines to a place of safety where you and all your officers and men will be humanely treated in accordance with the Geneva Convention. Erickson then sent this message off with the POWs with a two-way radio. In a 24-hour strange course of events, the POWs went to several caves and tried to convince the occupants to surrender and get the message to Al-Qaeda. In some respects, it was a suicide mission Erickson sent them on, although he had provided them another note telling those confronted that these POWs had been captured while unconscious and unarmed and still professed a desire to die for their country if necessary. Remarkably, going from one cave to the next, delivering the message, even to one cave with a full house of troops, they were not killed, although dressed like the enemy and pleading for their comrades to violate their codes. Failing at their mission, the two POWs returned to the Marine lines, but encountered 5th Mardiv units instead of Erickson's. Over the radio, the 5th Mardiv informed Erickson's command post they had two crazy prisoners, dressed in Marine uniforms and with a U.S. two-way radio claiming to be 3rd Mardiv members, in good standing and under his orders. One can imagine the thoughts going through the 5th Mardiv's command post after hearing this story and asking, what the hell is going on? Erickson's command verified they were indeed his, and thus this ended the Marines' strongest effort to persuade Japanese officers to behave like the officers of a civilized military power. The Japanese ignored Erickson's request across the board. That Erickson took the time to reason with an enemy commander to try to get him to stop fighting so Erickson would not be forced to annihilate him and his men was a testament to American ethical values. Although he searched out Al-Qaeda, Erickson had no way of knowing that the colonel had already died a few days before in battle and that Elmer Bechtold of Company D, 2nd Battalion, 28th Marines, 5th Mardiv, had found the colonel after most likely having killed him, pillaged his personal effects, and by the 16th of March was the proud owner of the Japanese officer's postcard, an envelope, money, and his calling cards. Al-Qaeda's worldly possessions, although not amounting to much, were Bechtold's war booty. Erickson's request was addressed to a dead man with a shattered command. By March 14th, his once 2,700-strong regiment was actually down to only 6 men. On the 16th of March, Erickson once again addressed his men and said, although considerable mopping up remains, a big job is done and you have captured Iwo Jima, a lane deep into the heart of the Empire's defenses, and I salute the gallant men of the 3rd Mardiv and its supporting units who have carried this attack to the enemy relentlessly for 26 consecutive days. A well done to all units of all services participating in the seizure of this island. A day later, he further stated, you have fought a large and well-equipped Jap force across unbelievable, difficult, and heavily fortified terrain. Victory has been the result of indomitable courage, skill, and determination on the part of every officer and man. It has been a great honor to be associated with such an outstanding organization, and we look forward to similar associations on the future road to Tokyo. Erickson knew this battle was conditioning his men for another invasion, one which would be a huge undertaking. Even with all the horror of Iwo, Erickson, not knowing the atomic bombs would obviate the need for a homeland invasion, tried to keep his men focused on the goal, the defeat of Japan. He felt proud of all that his men had accomplished, knowing they were not even supposed to be in this battle in the first place. They not only achieved victory on this difficult battlefield, but also earmarked the advance by taking up the main thrust to the island's center. Although Erickson's statements implied the battle was over, it was not. In conducting mopping up operations, to which Erickson alluded to on March 16th above, American soldiers still had to be alert. On many occasions, the Japanese were found to be in unfit fighting shape due to substance abuse, just like their comrades on Guam with sake. In the few weeks leading to the end of Iwo's defense, the Japanese often engaged the Marines while drunk on sake. Knowing imminent defeat awaited them, Many killed themselves with grenades, while others got wildly drunk and conducted uncoordinated attacks or ventured on one-man suicide